Chapter 1 In my dream, I am Barra, time traveler. A sotum scrispnus embleped thier, the gintelbrisa rustled the golden jinka leaves. The leaves enticed Bethesa for swarm invitation, graceful liditached from their brancasen twirled throat hieranadlicate dance. They flutter down, landing softly upon the cheek of a handsome young man, deep in slumber. These unman possessed features that were exquisite lyrfaned and profound lie striking, resembling a flawless sculpture. His prominent nose and soft lip convey a sense of resoluteness intertwined with gentleness. Judging by his visage, he peretto baint he blue mathiath, around 50 or 16 years of age. With a slight twitch of his eyelids, hestered, hisios lolayan veiling. Those bright herbs sparkled like stars, radiating boundless wisdom and fervor. Huros, stretching his back as if to alaviateth a discomfort of a natching spine. Supporting himself with own and dunthirth has to do pride, theother hand resting on his waist. A woteliger lid also delight fulo his voice each amidst heavest, primeval forest, carried by the autumn winds. Indeed, dreaming do he said in slumber to beditis ta spring dream thosir farmer reckon de civito orist foolsleep, his musings were abruptly interrupted by a surge of pain coursing through his entire body. Goodness, I feel as though I'm falling apart. The agony contorteth youthful features off his face, able and if rebellious garmented in tough darkness surfacing. Ah, decency of a brooding moledi was unmistakable. After a brief moment of respite, the unman swayed and stretched, seeking relief from the discomfort. Yet, the sound of metal scraping against metal assaulted his ears, causing him to gripe his teeth involuntarily. A shergan at his awareness, heroized the strangeness of his surroundings. Where is this place? Has surveyed he barren wilderness, that isolate forest leaving him utterly astonished. His small head brimmed with immense confusion. Where am I? How peculiar, could it be that I am still dreaming? I distinctly remember hitting rock bottom. He pondered briefly, contemplating the notion of a dream within a dream. Indeed, it seemed plausible. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable. Suddenly, he performed a peculiar act, raising his palm and striking his own face with considerable force. The sound la nues nato indo sympathy, these was his unique method of awakening from dreams, unparalleled by anyother. However, instead of rousing him, Theslipan lie intensified thoughts of pain coursing through him. No ta dream? If it were an ota dream, then the situation were even more bizarre and astonishing twist of fate. How strangitas, I whispering and white world brought meta this forest? In an instant the young man's temper flared, he a truly heavy fiery disposition, he was filled with grievances, trying to sift through to memories of his slumbering state for any clues. Yet, as she attempted to act, memory is flooded into his mind like a torrential downpour, overwhelming his thoughts. Awi is Theska spinning? Bang! With the vigor of fiat, Hekalep said back into slumber. The deluge of memory surged into his consciousness, causing him to faint. His last stubborn murmur before losing consciousness way savagruder and say can't believe it, I've traversed through time. Huff huff. Uncertain of me had passed, the coldness and the wind drowsed him from his stupor. Fay said with the surreal reality of his predicament, the unman could hardly maintain his composure. Goodness gracious, the absurdity of to travel has manifested in my life. This is utterly outrageous, alavelof absurdity thought defies belief. As all educate diunman raised under the principles of Marxist materialism, have found it difficult to accept such an outrageous occurrence. No, the scanet baritimus still dreaming, he defiantly slapped himself twismery. Och that was too painful. The pain compounded. Beneath the juriski, the sporadic Pengoff birds served as constant affirmation of the reality he found himself in. Indeed, his name was Luru watching Iverside he stood in front the steamed 985 University of the Blue Star in his previous life. Moreover, he was also an bookworm. As a fervent lover of nobles, he had read countless tales of the medieval, yet he never anticipated that such a phenomenon could be real. Unlike many ohomet their fates through accidents, his way securious case of dreaming his way into another realm hahan to vendid. Blast it, if embarrassed the timid travelers. As for the process of this dreamlike journey, it was indeed rather extraordinary. On a night like Yanuther in Blue Star, he had indulged in his usual bedtime fantasias to help him sleep. Moments later, he blissfully succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, Heba held twasms, with an unfathomable abyss lying between him. This abyss seemed to possess an unknown force, subtly influencing his dream and compelling him to draw closer to the precipice. Faced with the endless void, he felt no fear. Instead, he took a step forward and plunged into the abyss. He fell ceaselessly, struggling against the sensation of descent, yet nobly to escape it. After what felt like eternity, he finally reached the bottom. Indeed, he had touched the ground, the violent impact jolting him awake. Thus, in a state of utter confusion, he found himself in this completely foreign world. Gathering his thoughts, Luru Okang accepted the unalterable truth of his situation. Since could not return to the 21st century, he resolved to live well in this new world. Perhaps any day he might discover a way back. After all, these ways are filled with extraordinary magic. Anything was possible. After processing his sorrow, he began to sort through a chaotic memory as flooding his mind. This world was known as Loya continent, home to various races including humans, elves, dwarves, seafolk, beastmen, and dragons, all thriving on its vibrant embrace. With the broader context established, it was to me to introduce the unfortunate soul whose body Luru Okang had inhabited. These unman ways in oblique human descent, named Field Wilson. His familiar circumstances were redescent. This father, Mance Wilson, had recently been elevated to the rank of Viscount. Additionally, he had two younger sisters, the 14-year-old Stephanie Wilson and the slightly younger Ella Wilson. His mother, the daughter of Earl Taylor, was known in Rhine County for bird beauty Faye Wilson. Originally named Faye Swift, she had changed her name upon marrying Mance. Field Wilson's charming rugged appearance was inherited from his mother. In an instant, a familiar yet foreign, beautiful yet gentle visage materialized in Field's mind. It seemeth his mother had a profound influence on him. Field's father, Mance, embarked on his noble journey over 20 years ago. At the time, he was a commoner, serving under his father-in-law, Earl Taylor Swift. Through numerous battles, he began to distinguish himself, showcasing remarkable knightly talent and unique leadership abilities that garnered Earl Taylor's favor. Within just 5 years, Mance ascended from knight apprentice to senior knight, leading armies to victory in numerous battles. His outstanding performance caught attention of Earl Taylor, who, with the intent of uniting their families, arranged for his daughter, Faye Swift, to marry Mance. With Earl's covert support, Mance quickly attained this title, becoming a hereditary viscount, thus achieving a remarkable leap in social status alongside of career success. Mance's rise was nothing short of extraordinary. Field, as their offspring, perfectly inherited Mance's exceptional knightly prowess on Faye Wilson's striking beauty. At the tender age of 16, he had already reached the level of a mid-level knight, handsome and gallant, captivating countless noble maidens. Field swiftly browsed through to memories within his mind, days of scrolling through a social media feed. In the Loya continent, there existed 2 extraordinary professions, knights and middies. While had little analogy of mages, he was well first in the hierarchy of knights. Thek knight ranks, from lowest to highest, were a knight apprentice, junior knight, middle knight, senior knight, and grand knight. Knight apprentices were the most numerous, serving as the reserves, possessing basic breathing techniques, and with minimal physical training, they could be deemed knight apprentices. Their junior knight level marked the starting point for knights, easily discernible with the presence of heightened energy within their bodies. However, training a body capable of containing this energy was no simple task only one in android knight apprentices might achieve. This alone eliminated the vast majority. Upon advancing to junior knight, the primary focus became increasing the capacity for fighting energy, infusing G throughout the body. Mid-level knights and their physical forms through fighting energy, enhancing their resiliency and strength, becoming capable of enduring substantial impacts. Senior knights refined their sinews and bones, filling their bodies with fighting energy, achieving a level of durability comparable to iron, allowing them to engage in feats of strength. Grand knights represent the ultimate fusion of fighting energy, flesh and bone, embodying a perfect unity. Upon reaching the Grand Knight level, all aspects experienced qualitative enhancement, with the pinnacle of Grand Knights nearing perfection. Ultimately, achieving perfect harmonialod fighting energy flow seamlessly within the Knight's body. The departure fighting energy from the body marked the threshold to becoming a Silver Knight. As for the subsequent stages of training, his memory fell short of providing clarity. Luruokan then reflected on the circumstances surrounding this body's demise, lamenting the unfortunate twists of fate. Then Turin firth doana his combat skills has rendipodously encountered the grievously injured level 3 beast, the Bloodfang wild boar. In the ensuing struggle, he perished, his life footnoted he an Ulsafa story. Yet, these encounter provided him with an unexpected opportunity, allowing him to relive his existence sinew. Luruchin glefted gaze, offering a reverent salute to the Ceruleansky. Might our brother, since you have trusted me with our legacy, I shall endeavor to live well in your stead. From Thisman forth, I shall be known as Field Wilson. Chapter 2: The initial encounter of substitution. Having accepted the reality of his transmigration, Field swiftly immersed himself in his role. Hecus this gaze upon thecal predoffice predicament level 3 Bloodfang wild boar. These beasts, native of the continent of Loya, are inherently attuned to magical energies, deserning the designation of magical beasts. Magical beasts vary in strength, and the level 3 beast before Field was comparable to a high-ranking knight. The massive form of Bloodfang wild boar lay sprawled upon the ground, resembling a wall collapsed upon earth. Surrounding the carcass, blood and tough suffer lay scattered, bearing witness to ferocity of T-brittle. The fusion of two souls allowed Field to find the presence of such a colossal creature entirely reasonable. Is it how has left main such agony? With a dislike layer juvenated by his regained fighting spirit, Field slowly approacheth Bloodfang wild boar. Despite his loathing for the creature, he recognized its value right partways atriasur. To for looting would be an affront to a sacrifice made by another version of himself. Field with her washerp dagger, aiming for the most likely location of the magical core of the head. Heploged the blade into the flesh. With a swift motion, he create an opening the size of a palm. Heseth the dagger aside and reached into the gaping wound with his right hand. After a moment of exploration, Heffel to hard object. I found it. A gem the size of a pigeon's egg, radiating a pale yellow, emerged from the depths. This gem was the magical core, Thesorsi of a magical beast's power. Theosis of a magical core are manifold, not only enhancing a majestical cast in jeffication potency butyl serving as a prime ingredient in alchemical processes, frequently utilized in the crafting of various magical items such as wands, scrolls, and talismans. The extensive applications of magical cores dictate their exorbitant market value, often serving as a medium of exchange. Thepaliello Field's possession was a level 3 Earth-type core valued at approximately 3,000 Sarcoins in the marketplace. On a magical core, Amadest goal. He carefully wiped the blood from Thieker before placing Jitan to historage pouch, patting it gently to ensure he wouldn't misplace 3,000 Sarcoins Sanamont Thaticamanor could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime. No, I ascertained that they would not. The Sercoin waste the official currency of Ser Kingdom, utilized for domestic transactions. Alongside the gold coins, there existed lesser denominations of silver and copper coins, with own Sercoin being roughly equivalent to 100 silver suns. A single silver coin, in turn, could be exchanged for approximately a tikapersoins, a fluctuating ratio of an influence at Bethetitis of war. Both nobility and commoners alike favored the value of retaining Sercoins, while the then slaves partaking in this preference. After securing the magical core, Field's gaze shifted toward the beast's tusks, which also held considerable worth. For knights, they could be crafted in tauip and sharder and sharpered hand iron. Formage, they served in paralleled materials for constructing the shafts of spellcasting wands. The discs represent the hardest part of Bloodfang wild boar, and Field exerted tremendous effort to extract them. Hegavetha tuska firmk. This thin sharder thaniran, excellent, splendid. The magical beast weighs indeed a suratravise from the magical coriantusks, the meat of de creature a self valuable commodity. Rich in magical energy, it greatly benefited knights training in fighting spirit and Madesh hunting their magical prowess. Embodying admirable quality of soft diligency and frugality inherent to his heritage, Field genuinely wished to scavenge other mains. However, his storage proved inadequate, with a mere cubic meter of space insufficient to accommodate massive carcass soft Bloodfang wild boar. Alas, let dust return to dust. After clearing the brittle Field set off on his journey homeward. The Black Forest in which found himself neither to far nor to near to Wilson territory finesteed could make the round trip in half a day, yet in foot, Ike would take the better part of a day to glimpse the shadow of Wilson Castle. Field surveyed his surroundings, realizing that his mount, the fire steed, had vanished without a trace. It must have been frightened away with level 3 magical beast. The fire steed, a birthday gift from his grandmother Lucia, bore a trace of magical beast lineage. One should note in underestimate this late infusion of beast blood a tendo with fire steed with a speed unmatched by ordinary horses. Why fire steed lost to him, field adna cois batoak. Dobbs crept into his mind, could it Bethad field locate to list Allen points to his appearance, leaving with such bad luck? Gazing into foreboding, dense forest, field felt a surge of anger. He had no desire tolling in Thysamina's place. Bad fortune persisted a kinto the late field Wilson. Another intimate encounter with a level 3 magical beast would surely spell doom. Life is a singular gift even galria de parishidance field held his life in high regard, prioritizing the preservation of his existence. Guided by the memorias within his mind, Hahasan long thinner path back to Wilson territory. Huel Tan paused and walked, continuously merging the familiar yet foreign memories, striving to avoid detection upon his return to Wilson territory. At 9:15, after nearly half a day off Ravel, he suddenly realized that the pain in his waist had subsided, and his limbs felt free of discomfort. A flash of insight struck him up on the marvelous benefits of fighting spirit. Fighting spirit is a secondary mutation of magical energy on the continent of Luoya, greatly enhancing in his self-recovery capabilities. What would have been fatal injurious in his past life emerly required thick night tourist for a while. What on earth was a thinking, the size an extraordinary world. Heffeltasons of calm wash over him. Stretching Gothishand, field revled in these sensation off the talatai coursing through him. I am a killed off this land, hey, I am a superman. With that, field began to flail about, releasing the energy within, Butin advertently struck a nearby tree. Crack thud. Themaitai trunkways fordless lie severed be his casual punk. Goodness, am I truly this powerful? Staring Gathishans, he marveled at this newfound strength, igniting his curiosity for exploration. What precisely is this fighting spirit? I feel like a human battery brimming with energy, yet able to harness this formidable power directly. How marvelous! Alas, if only had been tested for magical talent to Theogofton, I could have experienced magical prowess by now. But then, a spark of realization illuminates his eyes. Isn't this a transmigration? I am the protagonist. Field resolved to return and have his magical talent set again. With a blend of curiosity, confusion, and bewilderment regarding this new world, he continued in Herney. Surviving in wilderness, perhaps t'was best left for another day. Finally, before a thesson dipped below the horizon, he emerged from the Black Forest. Thepeth widened, thofit remained duneven and muddy. At last, a glimpse said signs of civilization. Maki village, the closest settlement of Black Forest within Wilson territory, also served as a crucial agricultural hub for the region. Upon reaching the village entrance, field spotted that oaring man approaching him. These individual was none other than one of the high-ranking knights of Wilson territory, White Maki, the guardian of Maki village. White Maxa was known for his loyalty and honesty, and in a few words was a dear net hewn wavering trust of man's, a trust that led to his appointment in managing this fiddle town. Young Master Field, ways your journey smooth? White Spaceos depend resonant, shaped by decades of life in Field, which had hunt both his loyalty and his formidable presence. Field had grown accustomed to his demeanor and took new fence. It was tolerable. By that way, Uncle White it is already adequate he shall be staying in Maki village for the night and returning to Wilson territory tomorrow. Could I you arrange accommodations for him? White nodded. Follow me, we'll take ye out to your lodgings. Field trailed close. Libby and White engaged in gin-like conversation as they walked. Uncle White, how hast we fared this year? Favorable weather has led to an abundant harvest, much better than previous years. Have there been any bandit troubles? After a brief while, Field arrived at this temporary lodgings. A glance revealed a rather modest within. White's gaze shifted toward Field. Young Master Field, you shall rest the retinite wills and Simeonito brings you dinner shortly. Field not deed in acknowledgement. White then departed to fulfill his nightly patrol duties. Before long, a simple farmer arrived with dinner, presenting 12 gloves of white bread and a blemug of wheat beer. Young Master Field, your dinner. Set he down here and then leave. Enjoy your meal, young Master Field. Field gazed at the dinner that'd been brought to him, chuckling softly, and it was a quintessential representation of Western Killary culture. Having been spoiled with exquisite cuisine oftwad with Blue Star, Heffelt no desirito partaki in the meal before him. Eventatis was on oft terra redelicacy softi continenta floa, Field remained disinclined toa. Such delights as white bread were privileges reserved solely for the nobility. The common folk couldn't lay afford inferior black bread, and many among them struggled to their hunger, let alone indulgent drink. Ultimately, however, the overwhelming pangs of hunger triumphed over his fastidiousness, and Field of red he white bread before him with great relish. He then lifted de gobbltan to cassapoft he wheat beer. Ugh, what is thy's wretched concoction? It resembleth water soft Ganges from a previous life, he exclaimed, setting down hewn pleasant drink and collapsing onto his bed, drifting slowly in slumber. It was not that wheat beer was particularly distasteful rather, their finite beverage of his former life at its this standards exceedingly high. On the following morning, as the sun began to rise, Field bid farewell to wait and resume his journey. As travelled, he explored intriguing concept of fighting spirit. Along the roadside, laborers occasionally greet him with friendly nose. Under the blazing sun, a fortress entirely constructed of stone came into view. The castle softy continenta flo served as both defensive strongholds and living quarters for the nobility and their subjects, functioning as the political, economic, and cultural heart of a territory. Curiously, within the settlements there existed a degree of autonomy, rendering the commands of King Cyrene effective within their confines. Ashiba held the formidable Wilson fortress, built entirely of robust stone, a whirlwind of motion stirred within Field. Who was Field? Yet there was not the original Field had long since vanished without a trace. After lingering hesitant before the castle gates for what felt like eternity, Field finally summoned Therasalva to step into Wilson fortress. Ha ha ha, midi arson, you have venally returned, before Hickold Seathaman, he heard his voice. Mance Wilson welcomed his own back with a thunderous voice. A burly unkempt middly Gedman occupied the seat of honor in the hall. Thisman was no neither than Field's stepfather Mance. Chapter 3, Extraordinary magical talent beyond the limits of magic. Seated beside Mance was a woman, whose visage bore the marks of time yet retained an undeniable radiance, exemplifying the adage that true beauty lies within the bones. Not merely upon the skin adorned in resplendent and elegant noble attire, she wore glittering jewels around her neck, signaling her aristocratic lineage at every glance. Father-mother, Feld subconsciously called out. He then slightly bowed, paying his respects to his parents. As Feld entered the grand hall, his disheveled appearance was immediately noted by his mother. She swiftly rose from her seat, drawing him close, her petite hand tenderly caressing his cheek. Feld, what has transpired? How is it that your armor is so severely damaged? And your face is soiled? Feld distinctly felt his mother's hands tremble ever so slightly. Mother, I am perfectly fine, please do not worry. He grasped her hands, offering solace to her anxious spirit, yet, it was evident that his mother's concern was not solitary. Feld, what has happened? Did you encounter magical beasts or bandits? Mance inquired next. Feld did not shy away from revealing the truth of his encounter with a magical beast, understanding that a lie often necessitates further deception, which could more easily unveil his anomalies. He recounted the entire ordeal in detail. I happened upon a level 3 magical beast, the blood-fawn wild boar. Upon hearing level 3 magical beast, his mother's complexion drained of color, turning ghostly pale. Man's brow furrowed in concern. It was autumn, a season of abundant harvest. How could a level 3 magical beast appear in the Black Forest? Indeed, in Man's eyes, the Black Forest was a realm of safety. Yet misfortune had befallen Feld. His mother continued to stroke his cheek, and after a considerable pause, her color gradually returned. How did you escape? Man's voice once again pierced the air, revealing his urgency. The blood-fawn wild boar was gravely injured. Its strength diminished to nearly nothing. Mance interjected, but it remains exceedingly brutal and aggressive, attacking any living creature in its vicinity. An injured magical beast is even more perilous, and an ordinary person would scarcely survive. Feld nodded, his recollections aligning perfectly with the events he had endured. He shrugged, I had no choice but to fight for my life. Ultimately, I succeeded in slaying it. However, I succumbed to exhaustion and severe injuries. Falling into unconsciousness. As Feld detailed the battle's intricacies, he subtly glanced at Mans, who gripped the armrests of his chair, his hands alternating between tightness and relaxation as Feld recounted his tale, despite Feld standing before him. Mans' concern was palpable. Feld sighed inwardly, noting that the nobility of Wilson seemed markedly different from his recollections of aristocrats. In the continent of Luoya, the term nobility was synonymous with self-interest, a cohort of individuals devoted to the pursuit of gain. Relations among nobles were cemented by profit, and mutual suspicion and oppression among fathers and sons of brothers and kin were commonplace, with assassination lurking in the shadows. Yet, observing this scene, Feld was struck by the apparent harmony within this noble family. He mused, at least at the outset, there are no treacherous subjects seeking to end my life. Subsequently, Feld retrieved the magical core of the blood-fawn wild boar and offered it to Mans. However, Mans waved his hand dismissively. Wilson Castle is not in need of a few extra coins. This is your trophy. Keep it for yourself. By the way, you have been away for quite some time. Stephanie and Ella have missed you dearly. Do pay them a visit. Certainly, father, I shall do so at once. After bidding farewell to his parents, Feld stepped out of the grand hall, lifting his gaze towards the sky, a wave of emotion washing over him. Though I am no longer your true son in the conventional sense, having traversed into the body of your son, you shall remain my parents. In the realm of Luoya, the term nobility bore the weight of self-interest. A collective of beings driven by profit. Relationships among the aristocracy were tethered by mutual gain, devoid of emotional bonds. In the Wilson territory, which had been established for less than 30 years, it was perhaps due to their recent elevation to nobility that Mans, the Viscount, differed from his peers, placing a significant emphasis on emotional connections. Having risen from commoner to hereditary Viscount, Mans had not yet succumbed to the notion that power was paramount, were felt as familial relationships akin to those typical among the nobility of Luoya. He would have prepared for unforeseen circumstances, seamlessly inheriting the Wilson territory. To the north of Wilson Castle, a peculiar stone fortress loomed before Feld, the magical laboratory of the mage Galawa, a venue for the instruction of magic. Upon entering the laboratory, two delightful figures caught his eye. Though still minors, one could easily perceive that they were destined to become stunning beauties in the near future: his younger sisters, Stephanie and Ella. Both sisters had been fortunate enough to discover their magical talents at the tender age of 10 and were now learning magic under the tutelage of the esteemed High Mage. Galawa, hailing from humble beginnings, was a scholar of great depth, possessing knowledge and research far exceeding his magical rank. Yet, for reasons unknown, he appeared lethargic and disinterested, languishing in a state of indifference. This was the Galawa that Feld recalled. Their entangled fates began when Mans, in his endeavors, had collaborated with this eccentric mage to fend off barbarian invasions, thus forging a peculiar bond. As time passed, Mans and Galawa's partnership flourished, and their relationship grew increasingly intimate. Eventually, as Galawa aged, perhaps drawn by Mans' character or seeking a place to retire, the old mage chose to accompany Mans to the Wilson territory. At present, Galawa donned a light grey mage's robe. While the two young girls elucidated the various uses of different magical materials, the soft sound of footsteps drew the attention of the trio. The two girls turned and instantly beheld Feld behind them. "Brother, you have returned." Feld beamed and nodded. "Indeed, I have. How fares your magical studies? When will you become a junior mage?" He embraced Stephanie and Ella in succession as he spoke. "Brother, magic cannot be mastered in a single leap. It requires a gradual approach. Do you understand?" Stephanie playfully rolled her eyes. At that moment Ella inquired with concern, "Brother, did everything go smoothly in the Black Forest?" "All went exceedingly well. My fighting spirit has seen considerable enhancement." Opting to withhold the details of the level 3 magical beast, Feld chose to report only the positive outcomes. While the siblings engaged in their amiable conversation, Galawa showed no inclination to intrude. Allowing the siblings to relish their long-awaited reunion, as he meticulously organized his notes on magical knowledge. When Stephanie and Ella suddenly departed, Galawa remained indifferent, as if the world around him held no significance. Feld's peripheral vision caught sight of Galawa's demeanor, igniting curiosity about the circumstances that had led to his current state. Subsequently, Feld approached the venerable mage. After all, he was the only High Mage in Wilson, and respect was due. "Galawa, I must apologize for the trouble caused to Stephanie and Ella." Feld then retrieved the magical core from his storage pouch, presenting it to Galawa. "This is the magical core from the level 3 beast I vanquished during my trials in the Black Forest. I hope it proves beneficial to the mage. Oh, "Are you certain it was you who vanquished the level 3 beast?" Feld nodded emphatically to it with sheer luck. "I nearly lost my life." Galloway accepted the magical core from Feld's hand. The core of the Bloodfang wild boar, a vital component for crafting the level 3 defensive artifact, the Earth Shield, was indeed no trifling matter. Though Galloway verbally remarked on its value, his hands did not hesitate as he carefully wiped the core and stowed it in the storage ring on his arm. For a mage, a magical core was akin to a potent drug, its allure irresistible, especially for one of humble origins who could not afford to be extravagant. Observing Galloway secure the magical core within his storage ring, Feld mused, "Had I possessed such a device, he would have surely packed the very carcass of the Bloodfang wild boar back to Wilson." The confines of the storage pouch felt woefully inadequate. One day, when fortune smiled upon him, he too would acquire a splendid storage ring. Storage pouches, storage rings, and storage bracelets were essential items for safeguarding possessions during home and travel. The storage bracelet worn by Galloway was a level 5 magical artifact, valued at 50,000 cell coins, a stark contrast to the mere 500 coins of Feld's storage pouch. Storage magical artifacts were exceedingly rare, even a storage pouch was in high demand. The storage bracelet was crafted from space stones mined from celestial meteorites, combined with secondary materials such as starmoon grass and gilded ore, requiring the direct involvement of a mage to forge. The scarcity of materials and the high cost of craftsmanship naturally contributed to the exorbitant prices of storage magical artifacts. Viscounts and barons seldom possessed storage bracelets, while even the less affluent earls could scarcely afford them, opting instead for the relatively economical storage pouch. For storage rings, they were magical artifacts priced at a minimum of 100,000 coins, with no upper limit. At this moment, Feld inquired Galloway, "Do you happen to possess a magical crystal ball? Might you conduct another assessment of my magical talent?" Galloway's gaze flickered slightly in Feld's direction. "How is it that you haven't tested your magical aptitude yet?" Field remained silent, yet his silence spoke volumes about his intentions. "Why conduct another test when you possess such remarkable knightly talents? Is that not enough?" After a moment of silence, Field finally spoke. "If given the chance, who wouldn't aspire to become a distinguished mage?" Filled with reluctance, I pondered that perhaps there had been an error in the previous assessment, thus I wished to undergo the magical aptitude test once more, hoping that Master Galloway would grant me this opportunity. Although Master Galloway appeared puzzled, he nonetheless retrieved the magical crystal ball and handed it to Field. "You know how to use it, brother. Are you going to test your magical talent again?" Field nodded. Despite knowing that the likelihood of discovering any magical aptitude was slim, Ella still encouraged him, "Do your best." His desire to retest his magical aptitude stemmed from his pride as a transmigrator. It was one thing to lack a system as a transmigrator, surely he could not possibly lack even decent aptitude. The fusion of two souls should yield some change, after all. With such thoughts in mind, Field took the magical crystal ball. At the age of 10, he had been unable to detect any magic. At 16, he was attempting once more to test his magical potential, gazing at the magical crystal ball. He followed the same approach he had taken at 10. He cleared his mind and cast aside all distractions. He slowly placed his hands on the crystal ball. However, as he did so, an unsettling anxiety began to creep into his heart as he fixated on the crystal ball with hopeful anticipation. At the moment his hands made contact with the magical crystal ball, the laboratory was instantly enveloped in darkness, and the crystal ball emitted a pitch-black glow that filled the space. In Field's understanding, the color and intensity of the light displayed by the crystal ball determined the level of magical aptitude, ranked from high to low as gold, purple, red, green, and white. When his younger sister Stephanie tested, the crystal ball shimmered with green light. Ella's aptitude was slightly better, with a hint of purple glimmering amidst the red. Yet now, as Field beheld the utterly uncharacteristic black light, a bitter smile crept across his cheeks. "Master Galloway, what is happening? Why is it emitting black light?" Master Galloway, equally astonished, had evidently never encountered such a phenomenon. "I have never seen anything like this before. First, let me provide you with a meditation method. Try meditating and see what happens. If you feel discomfort, cease the meditation immediately to avoid any unforeseen consequences." Accordingly, Master Galloway handed Field a meditation manual written on parchment. Field turned to find Stephanie and Ella looking utterly bewildered. "Brother, do you possess magical aptitude now?" Clearly they had yet to recover from the shock of the recent dark glow. "Yes, but it seems it is not a good aptitude." This was evident from Master Galloway's reaction. It appeared that the black glow from the magical crystal ball was deemed worse than a white aptitude. It was no wonder Master Galawa felt this way. Historically, those who exhibited bizarre-like displays in their assessments often possessed exceedingly poor magical aptitude. Habitual thinking led Master Galawa to remain only mildly surprised for a brief moment. Chapter 4, Meditation Method. Master Galawa held little regard for unusual magical aptitudes, and thus had no desire to practice magic within the laboratory, lest he irritate Master Galawa further upon returning to his own room. Field began his training with the meditation method. The advancement of mages on the continent of Loa was directly proportional to their magical aptitude. The meditation method served only as an auxiliary tool. The essence of magical cultivation lay in one's innate talent. The better the affinity for magic, the higher the magical aptitude, resulting in an enhanced ability to perceive and absorb magical energy, thereby accelerating the rate of advancement. Sadly, humanity was not a favored race in the realm of magic. Field was only aware of two races particularly beloved by magic: elves and dragons. The elves inherently possessed the ability to cultivate magic. They were deeply enamored with it and were one of the races with the most profound understanding of magic on the continent of Loa. Dragons, on the other hand, innately wielded magic, awakening their powers as they aged. Field found himself envious. Individuals among humanity who possessed magical talent were exceedingly rare, often not even one in several thousand. Moreover, even those who did possess magical aptitude were typically destined for limited achievements. With most displaying white or green magical aptitudes, such circumstances rendered mages within the human realm a rare breed, akin to endangered species. The presence of a high-ranking mage in the Wilson territory was a source of envy for many a noble. Everything in existence possesses duality. While humanity may lack innate talent, they excel in reproduction. With a vast population, a number of mages still emerged from this considerable base. However, magical cultivation not only required innate talent but also a plethora of resources. Mages with poor magical aptitudes, even if born into affluent noble families, found it exceedingly difficult to rapidly enhance their magical levels, relegating them to the lowest echelons of the magical community. In Field's own words, being a mage was a privilege bestowed by the heavens, a true vocation reliant on talent, a rarefied privilege among the select few. Originally, Field had no magical aptitude, but the fusion of his two souls endowed him with an extraordinary black magical talent that transcended common understanding. Through the process of soul integration, Field grasped that the essence of magical aptitude lay within the soul. 3 years of high school biology had afforded him a basic framework of thought and speculation. Human magical aptitude is an inherent genetic trait and neural configuration that individuals are born with. It is these unique nerves and genes that perform special functions, connecting to the soul. In his previous life, the soul was ethereal and elusive, yet on the continent of Loa, the soul had transformed from abstraction into reality. It's quite perplexing. Never mind, I shall focus on cultivating magic for now. Shaking his head, Field devoted himself diligently to the meditation method. Before long, he found himself enveloped in a profound and enigmatic state. Though his eyes were closed, he could sense vibrant, multicolored orbs of light floating around his body. These orbs seemed drawn to him, bobbing up and down, exuberantly dancing in his vicinity. This phenomenon piqued Field's curiosity, yet it also exceeded the bounds of his magical knowledge. What were these orbs? Were they manifestations of magical energy? After pondering for a moment, he remained utterly baffled. His lack of knowledge rendered him incapable of uncovering any answers. Perhaps he should consult Master Galawa. Field returned to the peculiar magical laboratory. Upon his return, Master Galawa appeared somewhat perplexed. What is it? Have you encountered a problem? Field earnestly nodded. It seems I have sensed something. What is it? While practicing, I felt small, multicolored orbs of light floating around me. I do not know what they are. Are they harmful or beneficial? Before Field could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Master Galawa's exclamation of astonishment. How is this possible? Master Galawa's expression shifted from indifference to seriousness. Stephanie and Ella exchanged curious glances. Field, are you certain? Master Galawa inquired once more. Field nodded emphatically. I am quite certain. They are shimmering orbs of light. Clearly, the situation that had arisen with Field left Master Galawa utterly taken aback, rendering him momentarily speechless. The laboratory fell into a profound silence, as Field alternately glanced at Master Galawa and his two sisters, their expressions a fascinating tableau. What is happening to me? Field asked with a hint of urgency. You are on the brink of becoming a junior mage. Ella, observing Field's growing anxiety, finally spoke to explain. What a twist of fate! Who would have thought that having a black magical aptitude could be superior to a golden one? At this moment, Master Galawa, unable to break through to the Grand Mage realm due to his own magical aptitude, felt a complex mix of emotions. Truly, it is a matter of timing and destiny. Master Galloway expressed his profound reflections. Ella was correct. When a magical apprentice clearly perceives the magical energy orbs, it indicates that they are not far from becoming a junior mage. Such talent must not be squandered. From now on, come here every afternoon to study magic alongside Stephanie and Ella. Understood. Master Galloway's explanation dispelled Field's lingering doubts. I truly am the chosen one, mastering both magic and martial arts. My innate skills are fully developed. He chuckled, reveling in the promising future ahead. The anxiety that had clouded his mind dissipated, leaving him in high spirits. As Field left the magical laboratory, he found himself in a quandary, even with magical aptitude. He could not afford to neglect his nightly training, magic, martial arts. He lifted his gaze to find the sun just rising, signaling the morning. He decided to train in martial arts first, morning for martial arts, afternoon for magic, and evening for meditation. Perfect. Subsequently, Field made his way to the night training ground of Wilson Castle. Upon entering, he observed the knight apprentices pairing off to practice their knightly skills and hone their bodies. Haven't you eaten? Your sword strikes lack strength. York, one of the two high-ranking knights of Wilson territory, was overseeing the training of the apprentices. The defense team led by York was the sole armed force of the Wilson territory, comprising 500 knights and 1,000 auxiliary soldiers, with the knights dedicated to combat, clad in armor year-round. Though they donned armor, only a scant few truly possessed it, revealing the backwardness of the Loa continent. The 1,000 auxiliary soldiers were summoned during wartime to serve as cavalry support, yet otherwise labored in the fields to cultivate crops. Moreover, not all knights were true knights in the conventional sense. Rather, they were defined as those who had practiced the knightly breathing technique. In fact, the number of knights in Wilson territory with actual steeds was fewer than 30. Young Master Wilson, have you also come to cultivate your fighting spirit? Field nodded, for strength is indeed the foundation upon which one stands. Field, distancing himself from the others, ventured to an unoccupied area, commencing the god of war breathing technique, honing his physique and guiding his fighting spirit to infuse his body. As the first heir of the Wilson territory, Field naturally refrained from training alongside others, lest he diminish the prestige of nobility, and training with soldiers would only invite ridicule from fellow aristocrats. Engaging in abdominal breathing as part of the god of war breathing technique, he immediately sensed a gentle energy continuously infusing his body. This method of cultivating fighting spirit is profound, involving the expansion and contraction of the abdomen to draw in fighting spirit and harmonize it with the physical form, thereby enhancing strength, endurance, and explosive power. The threshold for fighting spirit cultivation is relatively low. One merely requires a breathing technique, or even just rigorous training, to break through to the initial knight stage. In contrast to the rarity of mages, knights serve as the primary military force across various territories. Time flew by, and Field unknowingly practiced throughout the morning. His body strengthened as a result. He clenched his fists. This is power. How marvelous! The sun ascended above the ramparts of Wilson Castle, heralding the arrival of the afternoon. Field then proceeded to the magical classroom of Mage Galova. The greater the allure, the faster time flows in the outside world. Enraptured by the knowledge of magic, Field lost track of time and found himself in the evening. Mage Galova, it's getting late, shouldn't we conclude for today? Stephanie gently reminded. The Mage Galova peered out the window, noting the silver moon already perched upon the branches. Let us pause here for today. Do not forget to practice your magic. Very well, Mage Galova, farewell. Stephanie dashed out of the laboratory. Field smiled and shook his head, then adjusted his attire and respectfully bowed to Mage Galova. Farewell until tomorrow, Mage Galova. Galova nodded, appreciating Field's intelligence and eagerness to learn. In the banquet hall, his father Mance and Mother Fay were already seated at the dining table. Why are you so late today? His mother inquired. It's all brother's fault. He keeps asking questions, preventing us from leaving, Stephanie exclaimed, clearly filled with frustration. Your brother is merely curious, having encountered magic for the first time. Such inquiries are only natural. Come now, let us eat. The clattering of cutlery and the sounds of chewing echoed through the hall of Field. You are quite fortunate, having awakened your magical talent. Indeed, Field replied, munching on his bread while managing his father's questions. As dinner approached its conclusion, Field finally spoke up. Father, may I ask? Field hesitated, and Mance, wiping crumbs from the corner of his mouth, urged, speak freely. Do not mince words like a timid woman. I am 16 years old now. Not a child. Could you enlighten me on the current state of Wilson territory? I know nothing of its affairs. Field felt a twinge of anxiety, as this was tantamount to challenging Mance's authority. The air was still filled with the sounds of clinking cutlery. To alleviate the awkwardness, Field added, I wish to contribute to the strength of Wilson territory. This was Field's genuine desire. The stronger Wilson became, the safer he felt. Mance glanced at Field and nodded slightly. Indeed, it is time for you to gain some understanding, but remember, strength is the foundation of everything. Do not neglect your training. Do you understand? Heeding his father's admonition, Mance finished his meal and slowly rose from the table. Everything regarding Wilson territory is managed by Nelson. Seek him out if you wish to know anything. Very well. Field inhaled deeply. In other noble territories, merely asking such a question would undoubtedly invite disdain. The close familial relationship was indeed advantageous, allowing for actions without excessive concern. Having received Mance's approval, Field could not help but sigh at the current state of the Luoya continent. The situation on the Luoya continent could not even be described as backward. It was incredibly challenging to develop there. Underdeveloped technology necessitated reliance on the most primitive form of labor, human labor. To maximize human potential, it was essential to grasp information about every individual. The matching of positions and the number of individuals were directly linked to the levels and speed of development. With multiple races coexisting on the Luoya continent, nations formed by the same race numbered from several to dozens, creating a chaotic and complex environment. Such disorder naturally led to frequent outbreaks of war. With numerous nations embroiled in conflict, resulting in a surplus of refugees and slaves, slaves were devoid of dignity. They were mere appendages of the nobility, cheap tools for production, even if slaves belonged to the human race. In the eyes of the aristocracy, they were not considered kin. However, Field, hailing from the 21st century, did not share such distorted views. To him, they were merely inexpensive labor, crucial for the development of Wilson territory. After finishing his meal, Field promptly sought out Nelson. The kindly old man had eyes that sparkled with wisdom, starkly contrasting with the dull gazes of the subjects and slaves Field had encountered. Field had gleaned some information about Nelson's background. In his youth, Nelson had studied in the capital of the Seer Kingdom, later traveling through various nations. In the tumultuous Luoya continent, he had enjoyed considerable fortune. Seemingly favored by the goddess of fate, however, upon establishing Wilson territory, his luck appeared to have waned, and his considerable talents were recognized by Mance. Thus, following Mance's heartfelt invitation, he ultimately succeeded in becoming the chief steward of Wilson territory. Whether Nelson was genuinely willing at that time remained unknown to Field, yet, after years of management and living, Nelson had successfully settled down, marrying and having children within Wilson territory. Chapter 5. The Household Registration System. Field regarded this significant contributor to Wilson territory, who had diligently served since its founding, with deep respect. Young Master Field, what brings you to me? Steward Nelson, could you please inform me of the current number of subjects and slaves in Wilson territory? Nelson pondered briefly before responding. Young Master Field, there are approximately 6,000 subjects and over 7,500 slaves. Well then, Field mused, a total of over 15,000 subjects is quite standard for a baronial territory, not too many. Yet not few. However, for a viscount's domain, this number is insufficient to sustain the nobility themselves, as they are typically characterized by extravagant excess. Yet, the fact that these numbers can sustain Wilson territory is indeed unexpected. Mance, who hailed from humble beginnings, had not yet acquired the detrimental habits of nobility, and years of warfare had also left Wilson territory with a reserve of gold coins. Most viscounts of the Seer Kingdom were those who had been granted titles at its inception. Such viscount territories often boasted populations ranging from 30 to 50,000, or even exceeding 100,000. Wilson territory still had a considerable distance to cover to reach that goal, presenting ample room for growth. Field reassured himself, considering that Wilson territory's geographical location was distinct from typical Viscount lands, being adjacent to the Maigialuo mountain range. The delineation of territory boundaries was rather ambiguous. The extent of one's ambition often dictated the scope of land one could cultivate. The actual territory of Wilson far surpassed that of ordinary Viscount lands. As long as one possessed the audacity, there were no upper limits to territorial expansion. A mere 13,000 subjects, in relation to the vast expanse of Wilson territory, was but a drop in the ocean. With advantages come disadvantages. The advantage lay in the territory's vastness, while the disadvantage was the necessity to fend off the beasts of the mountain range. A difficult evaluation, Field continued. Steward Nelson, have you conducted a detailed assessment of the subjects in Wilson territory? Nelson appeared slightly bewildered. What specific details? For instance, their names, ages, professions, and so forth. And Nelson was momentarily taken aback by Field's inquiries. After a brief hesitation, he regained his composure. Young Master Field, you may not be aware, but whether at the kingdom level or down to the baronial level, only the approximate number of subjects is typically recorded. Nelson felt somewhat embarrassed. As for me, I have only kept a rough count of the subjects in Wilson territory. I am not privy to the detailed information you seek. As Field had surmised. The civilization on the Luoya continent remained in an early stage of enlightenment, akin to a primitive society. The rulers had yet to establish a logical and orderly governing system, the nobility merely claimed their territories, planted their flags, and managed vaguely, relying on rent for sustenance, utterly devoid of order. Such a flawed management model posed significant challenges for development. Without centuries of accumulation, strength could not be achieved. The sole distinction between the Luoya continent and the primitive society of Field's past life was the existence of extraordinary powers. This extraordinary power merely masked the superficial prosperity of the Luoya continent. This apparent affluence was firmly extracted from the oppressed subjects by the nobility, who held the extraordinary powers, the saying gold and jade on the outside. Decay within could not be more fitting. Moreover, this prosperity belonged to a select few, rife with contradictions. Over time, these contradictions would only intensify. Field, well versed in the heavens and the earth, understood that such management methods were outdated. The detailed registration of the population was urgently needed. Without it, he could not fully utilize each subject's potential nor detect their movements. This would be extremely detrimental to the development of Wilson territory. The first step in Field's plan for territorial development was to comprehensively assess the basic conditions of Wilson's subjects and establish a complete household registration system. Thus, Field straightforwardly addressed Nelson. Nelson, my steward, I require you to undertake a most crucial task. I need you to compile and register the specific number of individuals in Wilson territory, including their residences, ages, professions, and so forth, establishing a household registration system. A household registration system? Field nodded. Can you accomplish this? Master Field, fulfilling your request is indeed somewhat challenging, but with additional time, it can certainly be achieved. However, the more difficult aspect is that the slaves have no names and thus cannot be registered. Field placed his right hand on his forehead, having entirely overlooked the fact that slaves lacked rights. Once reduced to slavery, they automatically forfeited their human rights and, consequently, their names. After a moment of contemplation, Field proposed, here's what we shall do: inform the slaves that if they wish to become free citizens, they must choose a name for themselves and register it, otherwise, they will lose the opportunity to become free forever and remain slaves. Very well, I shall attend to it immediately. It was evident that Mans and Nelson were on the same wavelength. Otherwise, Nelson would not be so compliant. There were only a few literate individuals in Wilson territory. Yet a substantial number of literate hands would be required in the future. Better to cultivate some oneself. Truly, it seems one must start with a single bowl and rely on oneself for everything. Nelson, wait a moment. Just as Nelson was about to leave, Field called him back. Is there anything else you wish to instruct, Master Field? The task of gathering detailed information about everyone in Wilson territory was exceptionally daunting. Select a few clever individuals from the populace to assist you in your work, teach them literacy and basic arithmetic. All expenses will be charged to the account of Wilson territory. Understood, Master Field. Off you go. Nelson turned to leave. Literacy is indeed a valuable skill, and he was gaining new insights. In the continent of Loya, only the nobility and the wealthy had the right to education, and those who could only perform simple arithmetic were regarded as talents to be courted by a territory. Everything must be slowly cultivated, and every endeavor requires a step-by-step approach, which greatly affects his speed in leading Wilson territory towards prosperity. Alas, take your time. Since the situation cannot be altered, one must proceed at a steady pace. After all, at 16 years of age, there is ample time. Increasing the number of talented individuals in Wilson territory and nurturing management talent was one of Field's pressing plans. And he already had a draft for the cultivation plan. At that moment, Field casually glanced and noticed the dirt on his shoes. Goodness, how could I forget about the limestone? I hope there is limestone in the continent of Loya. I should ask Nelson to inquire. With a shortage of talent in Wilson territory, Nelson would have to make do with what he had. As Nelson's figure began to fade from view, Field called him back once more. Nelson, come back here. Nelson wore a look of exasperation. Master Field, could you please finish your instructions in one go? Field nodded slightly, easing the tension. While you compile the household registrations, also inquire if there are any grayish or gray stones nearby, which are brittle and easily breakable. Understood, Master Field. Is there anything else you wish to convey? None. Are you certain? Absolutely. Receiving Field's affirmative response, Nelson departed, glancing back with trepidation, fearing Field might call him again. Indeed, the stones Field inquired about were limestone, a crucial component for making cement. Cement, the foundation for constructing steel jungles in his previous life, had yet to be discovered in the continent of Loya. He aspired to create cement, which was vital for the comprehensive development of Wilson territory. Shortly thereafter, Field returned to his chamber. On the table at the center of the room lay scattered cowhide paper upon which were inscribed various Chinese characters. These were notes Field had penned during his daily reflections on and explorations of fighting spirit and magical power. As for why he wrote in Chinese, it was not because he was unfamiliar with the writing of the people of the continent of Loya, but rather because Chinese characters served a purpose of confidentiality. The following morning, Field diligently engaged in his usual training of fighting spirit. In the afternoon, he, along with Stephanie and Ella, proceeded to the magical laboratory of Mage Garoa, the place where magical teachings were imparted. Field's attitude towards learning was earnest, brimming with passion and eagerness, resembling a wizard who had dedicated years to the study and research of magic. His patience and the scholarly aura that radiated from him prompted Mage Garoa to offer praise. "The diligent student has arrived. We cannot afford to slack off," Stephanie whispered conspiratorially to Ella. Mage Garoa had taught many noble offspring. Only powerful magic that could enhance strength continuously attracted the attention of the nobility. Yet, Field's performance significantly impacted Mage Garoa's objective perception of noble youths. Meanwhile, over time, Mage Garoa discovered that Field possessed a unique charisma, a quality he had never encountered despite his extensive travels. This charisma was not the arrogance typical of nobility but rather an extraordinary confidence that seemed to be ingrained in his very bones. Combined with the scholarly demeanor of a knowledgeable individual who regarded all beings with equality, immersed in the profound world of magic, Field remained blissfully unaware that Mage Garoa's gaze upon him had changed. His evaluation had ascended to a level beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Field was oblivious to the depths of Mage Garoa's inner world, but even if he were aware, he understood that knowledge is invariably power. Now faced with a realm of extraordinary, entirely unfamiliar magical knowledge, how could he not be filled with enthusiasm? Those who are engrossed in their pursuits never perceive the passage of time, and before he knew it, 6 days had swiftly elapsed. At a 1:15 p.m, Steward Nelson found Field, who was preparing to head to the magical laboratory. "Master Field, I have completed the tasks you assigned." Following the sound, Field observed that Nelson's eyes still sparkled, albeit now adorned with dark circles. Currently, there are 6,342 free citizens in Wilson Territory, with 3,007 in Macy Village, 608 in Hiku Village, and the remaining free citizens living around Wilson Castle. There are 7,582 slaves, 6,871 of whom are human slaves, while the rest are orc slaves. Nelson took a breath and continued, "As for the stones you inquired about, I have also located them. They are undoubtedly limestone." Limestone, Nelson nodded. During the establishment of Wilson Castle, a considerable amount of limestone was mined from the old quarry. However, due to its fragile nature, it was deemed unsuitable for castle construction, thus discarded by Viscount Mans. Presently, the old quarry contains a substantial quantity of limestone. Field pondered silently, hoping that the limestone was indeed the limestone he sought. Simultaneously, he hoped that the existence of extraordinary powers had not altered its original properties. As for what to do after finding the limestone, Field was entirely unconcerned. He might not confidently claim to know the entire process of making cement by heart, but he was certain he could produce it accurately. Having entered university from a small village, he had spent considerable time working alongside his parents at construction sites. Making cement was indeed a simple task. Chapter 6, Cement of the Otherworld. Since Nelson reported the situation regarding the limestone to him, the invaluable resource of cement incessantly tempted Field, making it nearly impossible for him to concentrate on his training. Ultimately, unable to resist the allure, Field summoned several stonemasons, carpenters, and bricklayers who had just been registered in Wilson Territory and headed towards the old quarry. As they approached the old quarry, Field spotted a small hill in the distance. Surrounding the hill were scattered piles of limestone. This must be the limestone that was mined previously. Field rode his warhorse into the old quarry, the hooves kicking up clouds of dust. Dismounting gracefully, he picked up a piece of limestone. With a gentle squeeze, the limestone crumbled to dust in his hand. Indeed, it resembled the limestone of his previous life. It seemed that his otherworldly version of cement was about to come into existence. At that moment, the craftsman arrived, panting from exertion. The stonemasons crushed the stones, the carpenters felled trees, and the bricklayers constructed the clay kilns according to his specifications. Their roles clearly defined. Soon, 3 clay kilns rose among the piles of limestone. Meanwhile, materials for making cement, such as clay and leftover iron scraps from smelting, were brought in according to his memories from his previous life. The first step was to crush the limestone and clay, then mix them evenly with the iron scraps. Field proceeded with utmost caution at every stage, fearful of making a mistake. Finally, he placed the mixture into the clay kilns for high-temperature firing. "Add more wood," The carpenters continued to feed wood into the kiln. It was uncertain how long they waited, but Field eventually instructed the carpenters to cease adding wood. The flames within the kiln fluctuated from high to low until they gradually extinguished. After waiting a moment longer for the temperature inside the kiln to decrease, he eagerly retrieved a darkened stone block from within. It was quite reminiscent of the cement from his previous life. But whether it was indeed the same required further validation. He crushed the stone into powder and then mixed it with crushed stones and water, stirring until it formed a slurry. The moment of truth had arrived. With each passing second, Field's anxiety deepened. The slurry on the ground showed no signs of solidifying. Alas, it failed. Accompanied by Field's lamentations, the inaugural attempt at cement production was declared a failure. Indeed, the otherworldly cement proved to be a formidable challenge to manufacture successfully. Although the initial endeavor ended in disappointment, Field remained undeterred. It was merely a single setback. In contrast to the hundreds of failed experiments from his previous life, this solitary failure seemed trivial. He subsequently adjusted the proportions and continued his pursuit of cement production. Yet once more, he encountered failure, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, until the 13th attempt concluded with yet another disappointment. He still yearned to continue, but the skies darkened in the lightless realm of the Lewia continent. The onset of night signified the time for slumber. At this juncture, he could no longer discern the path, let alone continue his cement-making endeavors. Thus, he resolved to halt for the day, with the hope of resuming tomorrow. In the meantime, it afforded Field an opportunity to ponder the reasons for the cement's failure. He chuckled to himself. After all, Wilson had a knowledgeable individual at his disposal. Perhaps it would be prudent to consult Mage Gallois. A mind rich in knowledge should not be squandered. The old quarry lay not far from Wilson Castle, and in a matter of moments, Field returned to Wilson Castle, shaking off the dust from his clothes. He promptly made his way to Mage Gallois' magical laboratory. On the Lewia continent, magic was nearly omnipotent, and mages represented the most profound scholars and researchers of the arcane, possessing vast knowledge and agile minds. Faced with difficulties in the cement-making process, Field naturally thought to seek the assistance of Mage Gallois. Mage Gallois, I have a matter to attend to this afternoon. Mage Gallois remained silent, merely tossing Field a few sheets of parchment. This is today's study material. A flicker of gratitude coursed through Field's heart. Noticing that Field had yet to depart, Mage Gallois inquired, "What is it? Do you have further questions?" Field nodded eagerly. I had a sudden thought. I wish to create a powder that, when mixed with water, will form a slurry. However, once the slurry solidifies, it will become a sturdy slate. Furthermore, to prevent you from assuming this is a magical endeavor, I would like to clarify, this is not a third-tier spell of transmuting mud into stone, but rather a simple application of certain materials. I have completed most of the steps, yet I am stalled at the final stage. Hence my request for your counsel. Mage Gallois did not dismiss Field's discovery. Instead, he calmly replied, "First, explain to me the specific principles involved, and then detail the difficulties you have encountered." Field nodded. Initially, I sourced limestone. Mage Gallois meticulously analyzed each word Field articulated, contemplating the feasibility of his method. "Did you truly conceive this idea on your own, in the Lewia continent?" Field was indeed the first to propose it, rendering it effectively his own creation. Thus, he nodded with a hint of audacity. It must be acknowledged that this was indeed a bold attempt, and its feasibility appeared quite promising. From this alone, I can see you possess an agile mind. While others are wholly absorbed in magic, you have conceived such a complex principle without relying on magical energies, combining various materials through high-temperature calcination to create a unique substance. One must admit, even a grand sorcerer would struggle to devise such an ingenious method. You are truly well suited to be a mage. Mage Gallois extolled him. What difficulties have you encountered? Field scratched his head. The powder produced through calcination, when mixed with water, either fails to solidify or lacks the hardness of a slate. Perhaps you could offer some advice. Mage Gallois did not speak frivolously. Instead, he shook his head. I have not observed this firsthand, so it is difficult to say. I shall contemplate this problem tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will accompany you to the old quarry to examine the situation. The following day, as dawn broke, Field and Mage Gallois arrived at the old quarry. Field was confident that with Mage Gallois' assistance, they would resolve the issue of the cement's inability to solidify. He was merely a step away from the otherworldly cement. Upon returning to the old quarry, Field sought to better demonstrate the process to Mage Gallois by repeating the cement-making steps. However, the outcome mirrored that of the previous day. The slurry failed to solidify, resulting in another failure. Mage Gallois slowly grasped some of the failed cement samples. Rolling them in his hands, this powder still appears to be the original mixture of limestone and iron shavings. It seems no transformation, as you described, has occurred to create a unique substance. No fusion? Suddenly Field clapped his hands, a light of realization dawning upon him. Now I understand. No wonder I was unable to produce it yesterday, regardless of my attempts. It must be due to insufficient temperature, the key to merging different substances. How could I have overlooked this? I am quite foolish. He swiftly turned to Mage Galois and inquired, Mage Galois, could I trouble you for a favor? Mage Galois nodded. Simply inscribe a magic circle upon the kiln that can raise the temperature. Although Mage Galois did not fully grasp Field's intentions, he responded, of course, the temperature-raising magic circle is a fundamental one that even novice mages can inscribe. In a short while, Mage Galois inscribed a simple warming magic circle upon the kiln. Field, filled with hope, once again utilized an unprecedented temperature to craft the cement. As the flames in the kiln extinguished, Field eagerly extracted the stones, crushed them, and combined them with the shavings and water. Under Field's expectant gaze, the previously fluid slurry gradually hardened, ultimately forming a slate. He struck the slate with force. It remained intact and undamaged. Field's heart soared with excitement. I have succeeded. I have finally succeeded. Mage Galois, witnessing the transformation from mud to stone, marveled, this is truly astounding. I felt no magical fluctuations, yet you accomplished the transmutation of mud into stone. If this method were to spread, it would undoubtedly create a tremendous stir. Mage Galois' gaze bore into Field, as if attempting to see through him. Field, feeling somewhat bashful under Mage Galois' scrutinizing stare, was not alone in this revelation. The surrounding masons and bricklayers also bore witness to this phenomenon. Attributing it solely to the wonders of magic. This is indeed magic. Young Master Field is not only a powerful knight but also a distinguished mage. We have just witnessed the magic of Magefield in action. Field paid no heed to the praises of the onlookers. Instead, he quickly regained his composure and wiped the dust from his face. Everyone here is to remain where they are, without my permission. None shall leave. Yes, young Master Field. The guards dispersed, encircling all present. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the situation. The process of cement production must remain confidential, prompting Field to act swiftly to ensure secrecy. Once the confidentiality measures were established, he and Mage Galois hurriedly returned to Wilson Castle with the cement in tow. Upon arriving back at Wilson territory, Field could hardly contain his eagerness as he sought out Mance. In Mance's bewildered state, Field once again demonstrated the transmutation of mud into stone. Though Mance lacked magical abilities, he recognized that achieving such a transformation without the use of magical energy was indeed a miracle. His face wore an expression of astonishment, struggling to believe what he was witnessing. While I am aware of your magical talent to learn third-tier magic so quickly, and without any magical fluctuations, seems utterly unreal. Field shook his head, sensing Mance's misunderstanding. Father, this is not magic. The materials used are not expensive magical components, but rather inexpensive limestone and the remnants of iron shavings. Have you ever seen a magic spell cast without magical fluctuations? How could that be possible? Though I am not a mage, I possess some basic knowledge. Based on what you have described, how could such a transformation occur? Seeing Mance's disbelief, Field turned to Mage Galois for support. Understanding the situation, Mage Galois nodded in agreement, affirming Field is not lying. Everything he has said is indeed true. After a prolonged silence, Mance gradually accepted this counterintuitive reality. Have you given this substance a name? Field nodded. I have named it cement, and I plan to establish a cement factory at the old quarry dedicated to its production for building sturdy houses and roads. Once solidified, cement is remarkably hard and indeed suitable for constructing buildings and roads. Very well. Pursue your endeavor with confidence. Consult with Nielsen regarding all matters. With Mance's approval, Field prepared to embark on his ambitious undertaking. Mage Galois, I must trouble you once more to inscribe the warming magic circle. Certainly, it is my duty. In a flurry, the two hastily made their way back to Wilson Castle before swiftly returning to the old quarry. Mage Galois immediately set to work inscribing the magic circle upon the kiln. Field began to seek out a clever individual among the crowd to serve as the factory manager for the cement plant. At that moment, a young boy caught Field's attention. What is your name? Reporting to young Master Field, my name is Sarah. Very well, Sarah. I hold you in high regard. I intend to establish a cement factory here, yet I currently lack a factory manager. You shall assume that role. In an instant, Sarah knelt before Field, taken aback by the rapid recognition she received. I am honored to be entrusted with such a significant responsibility, my lord. To be acknowledged by the nobility is indeed one of the pathways to transcend the social strata of the Loya continent. She thought, her heart swelling with excitement. Now, allow me to instruct you on the process of cement production. You must learn diligently. Do you understand? Yes, I comprehend, my lord. Under Field's meticulous guidance, Sarah swiftly mastered the complete steps of cement production. Meanwhile, Mage Galawa had inscribed the temperature-increasing spell for the kiln. The cement factory was officially completed in the prosperous Wilson territory. Chapter 7. Breakthrough. Following the appointment of the cement factory, Field promptly dispatched 20 knights to guard it. They not only ensured the safety of the factory but also monitored the internal personnel to prevent any unauthorized departures, thereby safeguarding the confidential cement production process. Cement was his exclusive product. A guarantee for the future finances of Wilson territory. Under Sarah's adept management, the factory fell into a routine, allowing Field to resume his daily training. Mage Galawa returned to the magical laboratory to continue instructing Stephanie and Ella in the arcane arts. With the aid of her remarkable talent, Field's combat energy and magical prowess advanced rapidly, particularly in magic, where he sensed a budding momentum towards becoming a novice mage. In the blink of an eye. Half a month passed, and the season of harvest quietly descended upon Wilson territory. Standing atop the towering Wilson castle, Field surveyed the land blanketed in golden wheat, the amber grain shimmering throughout the territory. The fragrance of grain filled his nostrils, and the bounty enriched his spirit. From Nelson, he learned that this year was exceptionally favorable, a rare occurrence in a century, devoid of tempestuous storms or devastating droughts. The wheat thrived, its ears plump and full. The harvest season was not merely a celebration for Wilson territory but a jubilant festival for the entire Loya continent. All the denizens set aside their tasks to wholeheartedly engage in the gathering of wheat. Perhaps the seasonal shifts had caused an unusual surge in magical energy. On the third day of the harvest season, a piece of good news arrived. Stephanie had broken through to become a novice mage. A true mage belonging to Wilson territory. Upon hearing this, Field felt a deep sense of pride for Stephanie. Thus, he personally funded the purchase of a magic staff embedded with a level 2 magic core for her. Through Nelson's assistance, that evening, a small celebratory banquet was held at Wilson Castle, attended by the territory's prominent figures. As the guest of honor, Stephanie dazzled at the center of the gathering, showcasing her resplendent magic. The vibrant spells captivated Field, and as he beheld Stephanie's enchanting displays, he could not help but feel envious. Congratulations, dear sister, here is your gift. Thank you, brother. Amidst the laughter and joy, the banquet passed quietly. Life continued. The denizens remained diligent in their wheat harvest, and Field actively pursued his magical training. Time flowed swiftly like a river, and another half-month elapsed, concluding the wheat collection efforts in Wilson territory. Field approached the door of the grain storage room, where a massive lock hung, appearing remarkably sturdy. At that moment, Nelson, who had been safeguarding the key, carefully inserted it into the lock, turned it, and opened the iron door. As the door creaked open, it revealed a passage leading to the storage room. Field advanced along the passage, his heart brimming with anticipation and excitement. Upon entering the storage room, he was once again astonished by the sight before him. Though it was not his first visit, it was his first during the harvest season. The storage room was located within a vast chamber beneath Wilson Castle, with countless shimmering decorations hanging from the high ceiling. Resembling fireflies in the night sky, the craftsmanship had ensured that the space remained dry and well ventilated, greatly extending the storage life of the grain. Field beheld the entire area filled with golden grains. Rows upon rows of shelves stacked with large sacks of grain and flour. As he drew closer, he could distinctly smell the warm and satisfying aroma of the grain. Reaching out, he touched a bag of wheat. Feeling the texture and weight of the grains, he then opened the bag, letting a handful of wheat cascade through his fingers, each grain plump and gleaming. Immersed in this experience, Field's memories, etched into his very being, imbued him with a deep affection for the grain, a profound sense of familiarity. Continuing to explore the storage room, he discovered a small chamber containing various dried meats, prepared for the cold winter months when fresh vegetables could not be cultivated nor hunting conducted. Surveying the abundance of grain around him, he quietly mused. Indeed, with grain in hand, one's heart remains untroubled. After touring the storage room, Field strolled out, turning to Nelson. How many people could this year's grain harvest sustain for an entire year? My Lord Field, I estimate that this grain is sufficient to feed 60,000 people for a year, Nelson replied thoughtfully. That is quite a substantial amount. Nelson nodded in agreement, then Field pondered further. Given such an abundant harvest, why do slaves and even subjects still starve each year? My Lord Field, there are matters you may not be aware of, Nelson sighed. You have never paid attention to grain. So it is understandable. A bountiful harvest like this is a rarity that occurs only once in several decades. In previous years, achieving 50 or 60% of this year's yield would be considered remarkable. While the usual yield hovers around 40%. As Nelson finished speaking with a slight sigh, he continued, moreover, the kingdom of Seir often experiences warfare, leading to civil unrest and a reduction in grain yields by 1 or 2%. I see, Field responded, inquiring further, typically, how much wheat can be harvested per hectare, approximately 2,000 kilograms per hectare in previous years, my lord Field. Nelson answered. Field was taken aback. How could the wheat yield be so low? Reflecting on his previous life, where an astonishing average yield of 8,000 kilograms per hectare was commonplace, he realized that such levels were nearly impossible on the Loya continent. Furthermore, he noted that in his previous life, there was no extraordinary power to speak of. Logically, the grain yield on the Loya continent should far exceed that of his past life, yet, the reality contradicted Field's expectations through Nelson's explanations and his own observations. He quickly understood the wheat in Wilson territory was still of a rather primitive variety, having only recently been sourced from nature. It had not yet undergone selection and cultivation, resulting in poor resistance to diseases, pests, and environmental conditions, leading to dismal yields. Concluding this, Field surmised that the situation likely extended beyond just Wilson territory. It was probably reflective of the entire Loya continent. Understanding this, Field prioritized the cultivation of superior wheat strains and the enhancement of grain yields in his development plans. The vast expanse of the Loya continent contained numerous barren lands. Until the arable land reached saturation, how could one even consider improving the quality of wheat? Following the harvest, the subjects gradually returned to their respective duties. While Field continued his diligent training in combat energy and magic. 3 days after the harvest concluded, while practicing magic as usual, Field suddenly sensed an unusual surge of magical energy surrounding him. As if tiny sprites were dancing about. He focused his mind, repeatedly channeling his meditation techniques to naturally cultivate his magic. Suddenly, he entered a state of profound transcendence, a sensation of the soul ascending beyond the self. This feeling was fleeting, arriving and departing swiftly before Field could fully comprehend it. The sensation flitted away like a dragonfly skimming the water, leaving behind only faint ripples. Though brief, the outcome was as expected. Field successfully broke through to become a novice mage. Undoubtedly, his unrecorded talent for black magic allowed him to progress at an extraordinary pace. As Field knew, even those blessed with golden magical talents typically required at least a year of arduous training and an abundance of magic crystals and cores to achieve the rank of novice mage. In contrast, Field had achieved this in less than a month, showcasing the remarkable nature of his magical talent. After his breakthrough, he refrained from making a grand display of it, opting instead to maintain his usual routine of eating and drinking. In the tumultuous environment of the Loya continent, concealing one's strength remained prudent. He limited the news of his breakthrough to only a few close confidants, including Mage Galawa, as his guidance would be essential for his future magical training. The brevity of time it took Field to advance from recognizing his magical talent to becoming a novice mage left Mage Galawa somewhat astonished. However, Stephanie and Ella, who had always stood by him, erupted with excitement, wishing they could dissect his brain to understand how he made the practice of magic seem as effortless as eating and drinking. This is utterly unfair, brother. You possess not only exceptional knightly talent but also such an extraordinary magical aptitude. It makes me feel utterly insignificant, having spent years just to achieve the status of a novice mage, Stephanie lamented dramatically, her face contorted in frustration. Meanwhile, Ella, who had consistently supported him, glanced at Field, surprisingly refraining from contradicting Stephanie's words. As Stephanie lamented the seemingly insurmountable gap between individuals, Field reached out his hand and gently patted her head. Even if you are but ordinary folk, I shall forever safeguard you. Stephanie felt the gentle caress atop her head, and a smile graced her cherubic face. Chapter 8, The Coming of War. The following day, Field solidified his mastery over the realm of magic. As Field diligently pursued his breakthrough, all affairs under Wilson's leadership progressed steadily. The cement factory officially entered its stride, producing a continuous supply of cement. Field gazed upon the ever-increasing stockpile of cement in the warehouse, contemplating its myriad uses. His dilemma was not that cement lacked utility. Rather, it was overwhelmingly versatile, applicable in countless situations. He pondered how best to apply cement at the tip of a blade. In an instant, visions of past winters, where his subjects perished from the cold, flooded Field's mind. He extended his right hand, feeling the faint chill in the air. Winter was fast approaching. Field's gaze sharpened. The cement factory would be essential for constructing shelters, ensuring that his people could endure the harsh winter ahead. He was determined to avert the tragedies of previous winters when both subjects and slaves had succumbed to the cold. Every individual was a precious asset. Most importantly, a voice deep within urged him on. Perhaps the vestige of humanity he carried from his past life. He could not bear to witness his kin perish before him. Without hesitation, Field sought out Nelson, the full-time steward of Wilson's domain. "Nelson," he commanded, "gather all craftsmen and 1,000 able-bodied men to form a construction team." Field stressed, "Remember, speed is of the essence." Nelson nodded and promptly set to work. The establishment of a household registration system made it remarkably easy for Nelson to assemble the necessary personnel. In less than half a day, he completed the task Field had assigned. Among the short stature, the most experienced craftsman, Edmund, naturally assumed the role of team leader. Field was well acquainted with Edmund, a veteran who had watched him grow since childhood. Not being a professional artist, Field hastily sketched an abstract framework for the cement houses and handed it to Edmund. "Captain Edmund, these are my aesthetic requirements for the cement structures and their corresponding facilities." "Understood, young master." Field's cleanliness obsession erupted as he could no longer bear the disarray of Wilson's current dwellings. He insisted that the houses must be meticulously aligned during construction. After articulating his demands, the craftsman set to work refining the plans. After a day's labor, the architectural blueprint for the cement houses in Wilson's domain was finally completed. The next morning, the construction team commenced their methodical work on the cement houses in the northwest of Wilson's territory. Time was of the essence. The frigid winter would not delay its onset simply because Wilson lacked warm shelters. As this was their first experience with such advanced materials, the workers were utterly unfamiliar with using cement. Thus, Field returned to his roots, personally leading them in the construction of a cement house. Only when the seasoned craftsman Edmund could independently direct the team did Field take his leave. No sooner had he departed than he arrived at the cement factory. Knowing that shelter for over 10,000 people would necessitate a vast amount of cement, he vowed to ensure that cement production would keep pace with its usage. In the harsh winters of yore, the inhabitants could not engage in agricultural activities and were confined to shivering in their dilapidated homes, scraping by on meager rations. But now, with cement at their disposal, Wilson's domain would not squander the labor resources available during winter. To this end, Field sought out the factory manager. Sarah, I require a substantial output of cement, given our current workforce and kills. Can you guarantee a sufficient supply?" Upon hearing this, Sarah's expression faltered. "Young Master Field, this may pose a challenge. What difficulties do you foresee?" "You see, we simply lack sufficient manpower at the cement factory, and the kills are also inadequate." The factory was hastily established, and we were indeed short-staffed. "I shall send additional subjects to assist you. Furthermore, please establish more kills. I will request Mage Golova to inscribe warming magic arrays." "Very well, I shall attend to it immediately." Field nodded, then returned to Wilson's domain, where he promptly summoned 200 idle subjects. He also felt that the mere 20 guards assigned to protect the cement factory was insufficient. Thus, to better safeguard the manufacturing process, he dispatched an additional 30 knights alongside the 200 subjects to the factory. The protective force at the cement factory swelled from 20 to 50, necessitating a captain to lead them. The captain chosen was a nearly 30-year-old intermediate knight, Wystan. Wyston's journey to knighthood was nothing short of miraculous. Once a slave, he was granted the knightly breathing technique by man's. Living up to expectations, Wystan ascended from a powerless slave to the pinnacle of an intermediate knight in just 5 years. A true testament to his resilience. Upon arriving at the cement factory with over 200 men, including the original 100+, he found himself managing more than 300 personnel under Sarah's supervision. Highlighting Field's commitment to the factory, after assigning personnel to the cement factory, Field turned to Mage Golova's magical laboratory. "Mage Golova, we have expanded the kills at the cement factory, and I require your assistance in inscribing the warming magic arrays." Golova did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved his shield from his storage bracelet and presented it to Field. "This is a level 3 magical item, the Earth Shield, a gift for your advancement to Junior Mage." Field accepted the shield, noticing the magical core of a bloodfawn boar embedded within. At that moment, he gained a deeper understanding of Golova's seemingly cold exterior, which concealed a passionate heart, further deepening his respect for the mage. "Thank you, Mentor Golova." When faced with Field's request, Golova did not immediately acquiesce, as he had his own intentions. "Now that you are a junior mage, you can learn to inscribe warming magic arrays. Fortunately, I have time today." The purpose behind Golova's words was unmistakable, and Field grasped his intent. "Very well, Mage Golova." With that, Golova began a mini-class on magic arrays. The key to inscribing a magic array lies in channeling magical energy. which requires inscriptions. Your task is to memorize these intricate inscriptions and arrange them accordingly for inscribing. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. After only half a day's study, Field had grasped the fundamentals of inscribing the warming magic array and needed only further practice to master it. Golova was somewhat taken aback by Field's speed of comprehension. Impressive. To learn a magic array in a single day is no small feat. Field remained largely unfazed, compared to the challenges of memorizing texts in his previous life. The inscriptions felt remarkably simple to him, easily within his grasp. At dawn the following day, Field made his way to the cement factory. After practicing once or twice, he was able to inscribe the warming magic array flawlessly. He then proceeded to inscribe the array on all the newly constructed kilns. Days swiftly passed, and the residential areas of Wilson's domain continued to develop at a steady pace, buoyed by the ceaseless supply of cement. However, tranquility was shattered by a missive from Count Taylor Swift. On this day, all significant figures within Wilson's domain were summoned by Mans. The hall was filled to capacity with attendees, including Waite, York, Mage Golova, and Nelson. The man surveyed the room. Now that everyone is present, let us discuss our stance on Count Taylor's call to arms. Before the meeting commenced, every attendee had already perused the contents of the summons. The kingdom of Sayre was at war with the barbarian tribes to the north, calling upon the nobility of the entire kingdom to participate. Naturally, as vassals of the Count, the nobles were required to rendezvous with Count Taylor in Swift's domain before advancing to the northern front lines. Field stared pensively at the summons on the conference table, realizing that this call to arms was far from the trivial summons of the past. It heralded a genuine war of the kingdom, lasting potentially from 1 year to a decade or even longer. Field was reluctant for Wilson's domain to participate in this conflict. Surely it was more prudent to focus on developing the territory? Yet, Wilson's domain had no choice but to engage in the war. Having sworn loyalty to the kingdom upon receiving their lands, wherever the kingdom pointed, they must follow. To defy the summons would be tantamount to open rebellion, with severe repercussions awaiting after the war, or even on the journey to the northern front. While the fate of the summons was unavoidable, there remained significant flexibility in how many troops would respond. As long as Wilson's banner appeared on the northern front, the kingdom would have no grounds for complaint. After all, communication was sparse, and a territory could seem like a small kingdom. Besides the Lord, no one could ascertain the true size of the population or the army. At this moment, York's voice broke the silence in the hall. I propose we send 200 knights and their supporting troops. Indeed, a viscount's territory can easily spare that many knights. We must retain sufficient forces to ensure Wilson's safety, especially with the chaos that often invites opportunistic bandits to take advantage of the turmoil. Everyone present understood to whom York referred when he spoke of bandits. Subsequently, Vet nodded in agreement, but Mance did not respond. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Field. Field had been quite resourceful lately, and Mance hoped he would provide some valuable insights, realizing he could not evade the situation. Field readily concurred. The suggestion from Instructor York is quite commendable. Our Wilson territory boasts a formidable military presence, and it's unlikely that an ordinary viscountcy possesses 200 knights. I believe leading 200 knights is sufficient. Indeed, Field's reasoning was sound, and with the influence of Count Taylor, it was unlikely to cause significant trouble. After contemplating for a moment, Mance decisively declared, I shall lead 200 knights and the corresponding auxiliary troops, responding to the summons for the battlefield alongside York. Field and Vet will remain to safeguard Wilson territory, with Field managing all affairs during my absence. Thus, the meeting concluded hastily, and as they departed the conference hall, Field appeared somewhat distressed. The stability of Wilson territory relied heavily on the deterrence provided by the formidable knight Mance. Of course, there were also 500 knights whose existence was unbeknownst to outsiders, all of which Mance had painstakingly earned through battles. The unexpected tides of fate were unpredictable, akin to the sudden outbreak of war. He hoped for unforeseen circumstances to befall Mance on the battlefield. Otherwise, the tranquil life of Wilson territory would be irretrievably lost. Chapter 9. The Megalos mountain range. The next day, Mance led the 200 knights of Wilson territory away from their land, accompanied by the senior knight, York. No sooner had Mance departed than Field dispatched Vet to lead 100 knights to garrison Wilson fortress. Ensuring its safety, the remaining 200 knights were assigned various tasks. Firstly, Whiston was entrusted with 50 knights to guard the cement factory, while another 50 knights were tasked with protecting the vital grain-producing village of Maki. The remaining 100 knights were stationed at a military stronghold to the east of Wilson territory. Prepared to fend off any monstrous incursions that threatened the lives of the inhabitants, each unit was meticulously arranged by Field. Half a month after Mance's departure, Field became busy once more. The residential area in the northwest of Wilson Territory had been sufficiently constructed, capable of sheltering over 20,000 inhabitants through the harsh winter. Next, Field aimed to relocate all civilians and slaves to the cement houses before winter officially set in. As Field led the inhabitants to the residential area, they marveled at the orderly, sturdy, warm, and clean houses, their astonishment evident. In their previous experience, only the esteemed nobility could reside in stone structures. This truly meant for us to inhabit. An elderly man trembled, inquiring of a nearby youth. It should be. After all, nobles cannot occupy that many houses, the youth whispered back. Field stood quietly, a subtle smile gracing his face as he observed the awestruck expressions of the inhabitants. After everyone had experienced the warmth and security of the cement houses, Field gradually addressed their unspoken questions, declaring, "There is no need for doubt, these cement houses are indeed meant for your residency." His simple proclamation ignited a wave of enthusiasm among the crowd. He continued, "These are not stone houses, they are cement houses. Cement houses can effectively withstand cold winds and heavy snow, ensuring no one will perish from the cold this winter." Another flurry of whispers ensued. "So, are we to reside here for free?" The Field heard their most pressing concern and shook his head. "Certainly not for free, there will be a fee. Such fine accommodations must come at a price. Alas, it seems we won't have the opportunity to live here after all." The murmurs of discontent rippled through the crowd. Noticing their apprehensions, Field's next words shattered their doubts. "You need not worry. As the first group to inhabit the cement houses, you shall naturally enjoy the benefits of Wilson Territory. You will pay the same rent as in previous years." Indeed, the free citizens residing in Wilson Territory were required to pay taxes to the Lord annually, comprising not only a life insurance but also the rent for their houses built on the Lord's land. As soon as Field completed his statement, a voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. "Long live Master Field!" This was soon followed by a resounding chorus of cheers. Under Field's favorable policies, the inhabitants expressed no dissatisfaction. Each one eagerly rushed home to gather their belongings. Thus, the relocation project commenced in earnest. Field also improved the living conditions for the enslaved individuals, placing them in shared cement houses, while only the free citizens enjoyed the privilege of luxurious single rooms. Furthermore, while enhancing the living conditions of the slaves, Field did not neglect to instill a sense of hope in them. "You will not remain slaves forever, and I believe you will not always be in bondage." He then announced a significant new policy. "I will establish a points system. Every individual can earn a point by diligently completing monthly tasks or special assignments." "What is the purpose of these points?" Field smiled slightly. "A pertinent question. When you accumulate 120 points, you may use them to become a free citizen of Wilson Territory. From that moment forward, you will possess your own cement house and property. As long as you work diligently, wealth will surely follow." After a brief pause, he added, "From now on, Wilson Territory will embody fairness, where everyone's hard work will yield rewards." Field's speech and the impending point system significantly motivated the slaves, transforming their mindset from working for Wilson Territory to laboring for their own benefit. "Thank you, great Master Field." Another wave of cheers erupted. Field surveyed his surroundings, feeling as though he were deceiving naive children. There was an old saying from his past life: "To seek wealth, one must first pave the roads." Field was well aware of its truth. Though the words may be coarse, the wisdom within was profound. Thus, the construction team, having just completed the residential area, was swiftly reassigned to the road construction project in Wilson Territory. Field jested to himself, "Who would have thought I would also have a day of exploiting my workers?" As for which road to construct first, Field had already formulated a plan. Maki Village was, apart from Wilson Fortress, the most significant location, perhaps even more vital in certain respects. Therefore, the road connecting the two became essential. To distinguish it, he named it Maki Road. This road not only strengthened the connection between Maki Village and Wilson Fortress but also marked the first cement road in Wilson Territory and across the continent of Loya, making it a significant development. While the construction team busily toiled on Maki Road, Field remained active, planning the expansion and renovation of Wilson Fortress. Initially, he intended to demolish Wilson Fortress entirely and erect a brand new structure. However, considering Mance's absence, Field decided to commence with the outer construction of the fortress. He established Wilson Fortress as the central hub of a crossroad directing north towards Maki Village, south towards Rivermouth Village, west towards Count Tara's territory, and east toward the Megalos mountain range, which spanned the continent from north to south. Indeed, the military stronghold to the east of Wilson Fortress was erected to guard against the monstrous threats emerging from the Megalos mountain range. The Megalos mountain range is the largest mountain range on the continent of Loya, effectively dividing it into the eastern and western continents, with Wilson Territory situated on the western continent, given the vast and winding nature of the Megalos mountain range. It naturally bordered numerous nations. The Kingdom of Seir was one of them, but more regrettably, Wilson Territory was the most proximate domain to the mountains within the Kingdom of Seir. Each year, monsters would emerge from the range to assault the inhabitants. And even nobles had fallen victim to such attacks. Field held the most profound understanding of this matter, for he would not have traversed to the continent of Loya otherwise. The monsters emerging from the Megalos mountain range were not due to its barrenness. On the contrary, the range was teeming with resources, minerals, and various rare magical materials. As for why the profit-driven nobility did not seize control of the Megalos mountain range, there were indeed reasons behind it. Firstly, Loya was vast and sparsely populated, with much of the flat plains yet to be cultivated, and while the mineral deposits were numerous, none could rival the wealth of the Megalos mountain range. It was only logical that anyone with sense would choose to develop flat land rather than treacherous mountains. Secondly, the very name Megalos mountain range suggested the presence of a multitude of monsters within. Low-tier monsters roamed freely, while high-tier monsters frequently revealed themselves. In Field's own words, one would encounter a Tier 3 monster every 10 steps and a Tier 6 monster every 100 steps. Entering without sufficient strength would lead to one's demise in mere moments, leaving nothing but ashes. Most importantly, once a monster reached Tier 6, it would gradually awaken its intelligence. Realizing it could not win in a one-on-one confrontation, it would summon its relatives to teach its adversaries a lesson. Tier 7 monsters possessed intellect comparable to that of adult humans, adept in cunning and schemes. Everyone held a deep-seated reverence for the Megalos mountain range. Even Sky Knights dared not claim they could traverse it safely. From what Field knew, the depths of the Megalos mountain range harbored monsters of Tier 8 caliber, and even those surpassing Tier 8 existed within its confines. Upon reflection, the current Wilson Territory appears diminutive, akin to a mere grasshopper, utterly incapable of challenging the formidable beast mountains that even the most powerful dare not approach. At most, it can only venture into the mountains to gather a few precious magical materials. At this moment, Field gazes at the exceedingly simplistic map laid out on the conference table. Subsequently, he draws a large circle around Wilson Fortress, marking the space he intends to reserve for its future expansion. He then sketches a few houses in the northwest of the map to represent residential areas, his artistic style revealing his identity as a soulful artist. Next, he establishes a trade zone in the southwest. Despite the fact that trade is yet to manifest, this does not deter him from planning for the future. His gaze then shifts to the northeastern corner of the map. It is time to establish a military camp and train a new defensive army. As for the southeastern corner, Field has yet to finalize any plans, deciding to leave it vacant for the time being. Once his plans are complete, the esteemed Master Moyon also concludes his duties for the day. Field returns to his chamber to engage in his daily practice. Strangely, after only a brief period of training, fatigue overtakes him, and he succumbs to slumber, awakening the following day with a sense of delayed realization. "How long have I slept?" Field inquires of the maid who is tidying up young Master Field. It is already noon. He shakes his head, rising slowly, and, under the maid's attentive service, dresses himself, observing the golden-haired, blue-eyed maid. He silently scoffs at the wretched life of the nobility, yet he admits to himself, "But I enjoy it." Despite this, Field's gaze remains fixated on the maid, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. After donning his attire, she hastily exits his room, blushing, fearful of what Field might contemplate. Field is not a man who lusts after beauty. He was not in his past life, nor is he now. Rather, he possesses a pure appreciation for beauty. In a world devoid of mobile phones and severely lacking in entertainment, to strip away the ability to appreciate beauty is tantamount to wishing for death. Field stretches and is astonished to discover a significant improvement in his magical prowess. This sudden realization brings him joy. However, after a moment of elation, he cannot help but begin to reflect and ponder, attributing this to the good habit of self-reflection he cultivated in his previous life as a student. "I planned the blueprint for Wilson Fortress's future development yesterday, and my brain cells nearly perished in the process." Field claps his hands. "It's the thinking that matters." He then writes on a piece of parchment in Chinese, "Deep thinking promotes the enhancement of magic." In other words, engaging the mind aids in the improvement of mental strength, thereby accelerating magical cultivation. After completing his writing, he stretches again and makes a bold conjecture: the essence of magical training is the enhancement of mental strength. which can be achieved through profound contemplation. Meditation, as its name suggests, involves imagining within the mind. Is not imagination also a method to bolster mental strength? Unbeknownst to him, he seems to have touched upon a grand path to cultivating magical power. Though all of this hinges on possessing magical talent, utilizing thought to enhance mental strength, what better method exists than solving mathematical problems? Field can assure that contemplating any subject pales in comparison to the mental toll of grappling with a mathematical conundrum. Recalling the mathematical challenges from his past life sends a shiver down his spine, yet, to validate his conjecture, he bravely suppresses his trepidation and recalls the mathematical problems from his previous life to inscribe upon the parchment. Thus begins the most mentally taxing endeavor of solving these problems. Hours pass, and he gazes at the few problems he has managed to write, his expression one of despondency, yet, to his astonishment, he discovers a remarkable enhancement in his mental fortitude. It seems my conjecture was correct. Not long ago, he had just ascended to the rank of a junior mage. If this trend continues, after another month of tackling challenging mathematical problems, breaking through to an intermediate mage seems promising. However, he soon finds himself disheartened again, for a month of mathematical problems is a daunting prospect. Field shakes his head. Nonetheless, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. He has discovered a superior method to enhance mental strength compared to meditation. With a sly smile, he realizes what should be constructed in the southeastern area of Wilson Fortress, various academies to cultivate talent for the territory. From elementary schools to secondary institutions, a comprehensive educational framework shall be established. As Field resolves this, all the youth of Wilson Territory feel an inexplicable chill. It's really cold indeed. Winter has not yet arrived. Why do I feel this sudden chill? I feel the same. It's quite strange. Perhaps winter has come early this year. Chapter 10. The provincial city of Santorini. The development blueprint for Wilson Territory has been meticulously planned. Everything is ready. It only awaits the completion of the infrastructure team's work on Maki Road before construction of the elementary school can commence. Having experienced 9 years of compulsory education, Field understands well the significance of education. Everything can be approached gradually, but education cannot be delayed. Education not only nurtures the talents needed by Wilson Territory but also fosters a sense of belonging among its citizens. Field also intends to incorporate ideological education and honor education into the curriculum, instilling a sound worldview within the citizens of Wilson Territory. How can apathetic citizens possess creativity or understand the principle that while the body may perish, the spirit endures? Field is acutely aware that in the harsh world of the continent of Roya, betrayal and moral decay are commonplace. To alter this reality, education is the key. Wilson Territory requires loyal, honest, and brave warriors, as well as civilized citizens who love their land rather than opportunistic sycophants. Yet all of this is predicated on the condition that citizens live without worries, allowing them to contemplate deeper matters. Only when material wealth is abundant, and citizens are free from the burdens of survival, can they ponder the nourishment of the spirit. Field has always dedicated himself to improving the quality of life for his people. Through his relentless efforts, the living standards of Wilson Territory citizens have risen significantly. Meanwhile, various aspects of development within the territory have begun to fall into place, and many projects yet to commence are already in the planning stages. Just as everything in Wilson Territory is progressing favorably, Field encounters a rather troublesome issue. There simply are not enough hands to manage the territory. Wilson Territory is still in its infancy, and many of its citizens are former slaves acquired through purchase. Currently, it is not merely a matter of lacking people, but rather a severe shortage of manpower. Field contemplates the situation and realizes that the only option is to purchase slaves. After all, the Lord Mans has accumulated a considerable amount of gold through years of warfare. Without hesitation, he seeks out the steward, Nelson, of Wilson Territory. Steward Nelson, how much gold does Wilson Territory currently possess? Young Master Field, we have over 130,000 Sare gold coins. It seems we have a fair amount. By the way, where can we find a substantial number of slaves for sale near Wilson Territory? Nelson pauses briefly. The Earl of Swift has slaves for sale, but the quantity is likely limited. He then elaborates, most of the slaves currently in Wilson Territory are prisoners captured from the battlefield by Lord Mans. Even with a shortage of labor, it is not critical. Acquiring a few slaves from Earl Terra would suffice for immediate needs. However, if you require a large number of slaves, we would need to travel to the provincial capital of Kelsey. Santorini, the remote location of Wilson Territory and its underdeveloped nature necessitate a journey to Santorini even for the purchase of slaves. Of course, this is also due to the overall backwardness of the continent of Roya. In the future, Wilson territory will require a significant workforce. It seems he must allocate time for a trip to the provincial capital of Santorini. Upon hearing Field's intentions, Nelson immediately responds, "Young Master Field. Currently Lord Mans is on the front lines, and the overall stability of Wilson territory relies on you. Is it prudent for you to travel to Santorini at this time? Moreover, if you leave alone, your safety could be compromised. Should we postpone this plan?" Field shakes his head. The likelihood of internal security issues arising during a significant war in the kingdom is nearly non-existent. The kingdom's most notorious thieves are drawn to the enormous bounties of war, joining the military, while even more dangerous nobles have gone to the battlefield. It is of no concern. As a mid-level knight, I possess the ability to protect myself. Seeing Field's resolute attitude, Nelson refrains from further objections. Field then instructs Nelson, "I need to take 60,000 gold coins with me." "Very well. I will procure the gold." After receiving the funds for purchasing slaves from Nelson, Field entrusts him with the task of nurturing talent. That is, education, laying the groundwork for future elementary education. "Nelson, I also need you to do one more thing." "What is it?" "Gather all children aged 7 to 12 in Wilson territory and be responsible for teaching them literacy and basic arithmetic." "Free of charge?" Field nods. "Indeed, leave it to me." Since the establishment of the household registration system, recruiting individuals is no longer an issue. However, the challenge lies in the lack of teaching facilities. Blast it, in my eagerness to lay the foundation for elementary education, I completely neglected the inadequacy of infrastructure. Field ponders for a moment. We can arrange for classes to be held at Wilson Fortress. Once Edmund completes Maki Road, we will immediately begin constructing the elementary school. For now, we shall make do. Nielsen was taken aback by Field's decision. The fortress was, in every sense, a private domain of the nobility, a forbidden zone for the common folk, a realm into which ordinary individuals could scarcely ever step. However, Nielsen did not contest Field's proposal. Every arrangement made by Field recently had proven pivotal for the development of the Wilson territory, leaving him with no grounds for opposition. "Very well, I shall see it through," he affirmed. At the break of dawn the following day, Field set forth with his 2 loyal guards Abel and Hilbert. Yet, en route to Santorini, he was obliged to pass through the Earl of Tyler's Swift estate, where he intended to pay a visit to his grandmother, Lady Lucia, the wife of the Earl. After a day of arduous travel, Field arrived at the Swift estate and was greeted by his grandmother, whose beauty still radiated despite the passage of time. "Field, it has been 6 years. Look how you've blossomed into such a handsome young man. Come closer, let your grandmother have a look," she exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. Field's recollection of his grandmother Lucia was rooted in his childhood, particularly during the grand celebration of the Earl's 50th birthday, when Mans had brought the gifted young knight Field to Swift Castle to honor the Earl. It was during that occasion that Field first met his grandmother, whose kind visage left an indelible impression upon the young boy. The fiery steed he once rode had been a gift from her, with the hope that he would grow to be as valiant and formidable a knight as his father. Mans Field did not disappoint, having achieved the rank of intermediate knight at the tender age of 16. Marking him as a prodigy within the Corsi province. "Dear grandmother, good day," Field greeted her with a warm smile. The noblewoman Lucia, however, was no fool. In fact, women who ascend to the rank of noble consort are rarely lacking in intelligence. She could surmise that Field's visit to Swift Castle was not purely for pleasantries. "Field, do tell your grandmother honestly, has the Wilson territory encountered difficulties?" Field chose not to conceal the truth. Currently, the Wilson territory is experiencing a shortage of manpower, and I intend to travel to Santorini to purchase some slaves. "How many slaves do you require?" "Swift Estate also has slaves for sale." "Why venture all the way to Santorini?" Lady Lucia inquired further. "Moreover, your father Mans has taken most of the army to the northern front. Traveling alone with but a handful of guards to Santorini is perilous. Why not temporarily utilize the slaves from Swift Estate to alleviate your immediate needs? You can procure more slaves from Santorini once your father returns from the battlefield." Field shook his head, declining his grandmother's generous offer. "The Wilson territory currently requires approximately 3,000 able-bodied slaves, if not more, and the slaves from Swift Estate would be far from sufficient. I appreciate your kindness, dear grandmother," he said, acknowledging her goodwill. Seeing Field's resolute demeanor, Lady Lucia refrained from pressing the matter further and instead allocated 50 knights from Swift's guards to accompany Field on his journey to Santorini. Grateful for his grandmother's generous assistance, Field expressed his sincere thanks before continuing his journey. After a relentless 5 days of travel, Field finally reached Santorini. Along the way, he couldn't help but lament the appalling condition of the roads. which left him jostling uncomfortably in his saddle. It is well known that ordinary knights can traverse 200 miles a day on regular steeds, let alone the extraordinary knights riding mounts with the blood of magical beasts. The journey from Swift Estate to Santorini spanned over 400 kilometers, yet it took Field 5 grueling days to arrive. Deepening his obsession with bettering the roads, the grand walls of Santorini came into view, prompting Field to marvel at its splendor. It was indeed a magnificent city, far more imposing than the modest Wilson Castle. He instructed the guards who had accompanied him to camp outside the city before entering Santorini with his 2 loyal attendants. Santorini was the domain of Duke Robin Waterhouse, whose forefather was among the great nobles that aided the establishment of the Sale Kingdom under King Sale. For his illustrious military contributions, he was granted the title of Duke, ruling over a significant portion of the Corsi province, and his lineage had remained loyal to the Sale royal family through generations. However, as time passed, the current Duke Robin had seen 4 generations come and go, and the relationship with the royal family had soured, reaching a point of open hostility. Field mused that even the strongest bonds of friendship could be eroded by the passage of time. Chapter 11. The advanced mage Newman. Upon arriving in Santorini, Field intended to head directly to his destination, the Golden Lion Trading Company. He was eager to purchase slaves swiftly and return to the Wilson territory, as its development was still in its infancy. Any misstep could revert progress or even worsen the situation. Additionally, progress in all areas was urgently needed, with eager anticipation for an influx of manpower. However, as a newcomer to Santorini, Field encountered obstacles. Cursed, he was unfamiliar with the layout. He had no idea where the Golden Lion Trading Company was located. If he were to search street by street, he would be wandering aimlessly for ages. In his past life, money was not omnipotent, but in the land of Loya, it was indeed a powerful tool. Field randomly approached a local vendor by the roadside and tossed him several gold coins. The vendor eagerly led Field to the entrance of the Golden Lion Trading Company. True to its reputation as the largest trading company in Corsi province, the Golden Lion Trading Company was flanked by 2 imposing golden lion statues at its entrance. The Golden Lion, a level 7 magical beast, symbolized nobility and prosperity. Stepping inside, Field was immediately dazzled by the glittering glass jewels that nearly blinded him. The opulent decor of the trading company was matched only by its impressive inventory. As soon as Field crossed the threshold, a cheerful figure approached him. Esteemed guest, the Golden Lion Trading Company warmly welcomes your presence. I am Idaruga. How may I assist you today? Field nodded in acknowledgement. Sir Idaruga, might I inquire if the Golden Lion Trading Company has slaves for sale? Certainly, we have slaves of all kinds at the Golden Lion Trading Company. Idaruga replied confidently. Excellent. What are the prices? Well, that depends on the race and quantity of slaves the customer wishes to purchase. Idaruga patiently responded. I wish to acquire approximately 3,000 able-bodied slaves to bolster the labor force of my territory. Ideally, I would prefer human slaves. Do you have any? Indeed, we do, but able-bodied slaves are rather expensive. Priced at 10 Sale gold coins each. Field had inquired about slave prices prior to his arrival, knowing that Santorini, being the largest city in Corsi province, was bustling with people and thus slaves were relatively inexpensive. Could you take me to see the living quarters of the slaves? Of course, esteemed guest, please follow me. Idaruga said, leading Field from the bustling center of Santorini to its northeastern corner. The environment here was quite disconcerting for Field. The ground was uneven and damp, and corpses lay scattered by the roadside, exuding a foul stench of decay. Field thought, fearing a plague might arise in such squalor. After a short while, Idaruga and Field arrived at the holding area for slaves within the Golden Lion Trading Company. Before them stood sturdy cages containing able-bodied slaves of various races. Surrounding the cages sat numerous elderly, weak women and children. The cruel laws of the dark forest relentlessly challenged Field's values, and he struggled to suppress his revulsion. Observing those not confined within cages, he inquired curiously, Idaruga, what is the situation with the elderly, sick, and women here, who? Idaruga followed Field's gaze. They are the families of the able-bodied slaves captured alongside them. However, as they have remained unsold for an extended period, and the company refuses to spend resources on those deemed worthless, they have been released to fend for themselves. Idaruga explained matter-of-factly, as if recounting a trivial matter. Field was struck with shock and sorrow. In the land of Loya, the weak were preyed upon by the strong. The lives of slaves were treated as mere weeds, trampled and discarded by the nobility, devoid of dignity. Suppressing his discomfort, Field took a moment to reflect before ultimately deciding to spend 30,000 Sale gold coins to purchase 3,000 able-bodied slaves. Simultaneously, he resolved to take the surrounding elderly sick and women with him. Itaruga had no objections and even felt a sense of relief, for this not only prevented potential deaths leading to an outbreak but also improved the surrounding environment, an advantageous outcome for all involved. Field, however, was not driven by an overflow of compassion. He harbored no grand ideals of becoming a savior for all or liberating the continent's slaves. His primary motivation for bringing the surrounding individuals along was to prevent separation from their able-bodied relatives. Additionally, these elderly, sick, and women could perform simple tasks for the Wilson territory. Field adamantly refused to acknowledge that his empathetic sentiments were at play. He simply believed that if he could help, he should. At present, Field's sole focus was on the development of the Wilson territory, ensuring its inhabitants had enough to eat and wear. His ambitions were modest: to protect the Wilson territory, bask in the sun, observe the birds, and casually explore the principles of martial and magical existence in the land of Loya would suffice. After concluding the transaction of 30,000 gold coins, Itaruga promptly brought forth the slaves to hand over to Field. Subsequently, Field instructed Hilbert, one of his loyal guards, to lead Itaruga and the slaves out of the city to join the rest of the guards. To save time on the journey, Hilbert led the slaves ahead, while Field and another guard, Abel, would visit the mage Newman and subsequently hasten to catch up with the group. After parting ways with Hilbert, Field promptly produced a piece of parchment given to him by the mage Galois, which bore a specific address. Following the directions, Field guided Abel to their destination. Contrary to Field's expectations of a lavish villa, they arrived at a dilapidated wooden shack. He could scarcely fathom how a distinguished high mage, recommended by Galois, could have fallen to such depths, which explained his desire to leave the bustling Santorini. He slowly approached and knocked on the rickety door that seemed on the verge of collapse. "Is Mage Newman residing here? I come at the behest of Mage Galois to invite him to Wilson's domain." Not long after he knocked, the door creaked open slightly, revealing a pair of cunning eyes that scanned the surroundings. "Are you Field?" "Indeed, I am Field. May I inquire if Mage Newman is present?" Before the occupant could respond, he swiftly darted out, pulling Field with him. Seeing the urgency of the situation, Abel immediately raised his sword, ready for combat. Stop, don't be alarmed. I mean no harm to your master. I am the very Mage Newman you seek." As he spoke, Newman produced a letter from Galois and handed it to Field. Upon receiving the letter and inspecting its contents, Field was convinced that the scruffy man before him was indeed Mage Newman. He then turned to Abel, saying, "This is the Mage Newman we are looking for. Sheath your sword." Abel, however, did not immediately lower his weapon, instead scrutinizing Newman with a discerning gaze, only slowly retracting his sword when he seemed assured that the mage posed no threat to Field. "What is with that suspicious look? I am a noble mage," Newman retorted indignantly. Field waved his hand, interrupting Newman's incessant chatter. "Dear Mage Newman, your appearance certainly lends itself to misunderstandings." Then, as if realizing something, Field added, "By the way, Mage Newman, I noticed you seemed hurried. Is there an urgent matter at hand?" Upon hearing Field's prompt, Newman suddenly recalled what had been troubling him and urged Field to leave. "There's no time to explain. Let us go. I have already packed my belongings. We must depart swiftly." Observing Newman's anxious demeanor, Field refrained from probing further and led him towards the city gates. Just as they were about to exit the city, a group of knights approached them at a rapid pace. The leading knight shouted, "Newman, you shameless wretch, the potion you concocted killed my thunder horse. You owe me a thunder horse." As Newman prepared to turn and see what the commotion was about, his voice came out in a guilty whisper, "Hurry, I don't know them. They are robbers." Field rolled his eyes at this. "You think I'm gullible? What robber would dare pillage in the province of Kelsey?" In a moment of distraction, the shouting knight reached them and blocked their path, specifically obstructing Newman's exit. Field sensed a pressure from this individual reminiscent of his father Mans, concluding that the roadblock was at least a great knight, potentially even a silver knight, possessing an aura of suppressed power. Field could not help but marvel at the strength that flourished in the provincial capital. It was evident that this knight bore a grudge against Newman. Field promptly dismounted and addressed the knight. "Esteemed knight, I am Field Wilson of the Wilson domain. Mage Newman is currently on his way to Wilson at my invitation. May I ask why you impede his passage?" The knight, noticing Field's noble attire, began to explain. "I am Moray, a blacksmith, and the leader of the Kel mercenary corps. The conflict between Newman and myself stems from a thunder horse we recently captured. As is well known, thunder horses are fierce and difficult to capture. During our attempt, the horse was gravely injured, and to heal it, I spent 50 gold coins on a potion concocted by Newman." At this, Moray shot a fierce glare at Newman, who instinctively shrank behind Field. However, after administering the potion, the thunder horse coughed up blood and died. It was worth 2,000 gold coins. Field had heard of thunder horses. Distinguished second-tier magical beasts, incomparable to ordinary horses with magical bloodlines, they were among the few magical creatures that could be tamed, capable of traversing great distances with the thunderous might of their hooves. Hence their prices remained exorbitant, typically reserved for the mounts of kingdom lords, both majestic and powerful, coveted by many knights. To date, Field had not heard of any nation capable of assembling a cavalry entirely composed of magical mounts. Upon hearing Moray's words, Mage Newman immediately retorted that Thunder Horse was already on the brink of death. "It is not the fault of my potion." Field began to regret his decision to bring Newman back to Wilson. Initially, he thought it advantageous to have a high mage for free, but now, before even leaving Santorini, he found himself embroiled in a significant predicament, exacerbated by the prospect of compensating 2,000 gold coins. He sighed inwardly, realizing that nothing good comes without a price. Newman, sensing Field's silence, quickly jumped in to assert his worth, fearful that Field might abandon him. "I am a potion master. I can concoct various elixirs for the Wilson domain." Field regarded Newman, now questioning the value of his potions. Nevertheless, having already decided to take Newman with him, Field was not easily dissuaded. He turned away from Newman, ignoring him, and presented 2,000 gold coins to Moray. "Sir Moray, Mage Newman is now a member of the Wilson domain, and as the future Lord of Wilson, I shall repay this debt." Thus, the farce concluded with Field's payment, once everything was settled. Field could not resist teasing Newman. "Mage Newman, you've already incurred a debt of 2,000 gold coins before even reaching Wilson. How do you plan to repay it?" Well, Newman, seeing no other recourse, decided to shrug it off. "I'll take my time repaying it." If Field chose to disregard Newman's shamelessness and swiftly mounted his horse, resuming the journey homeward. Chapter 12, The Proposal of the Magical Crystal Lamp. Once outside the city, Field spurred his horse onward, showing no attachment to the thriving Santorini. In less than half a day, he spotted the winding line of his group at his grandmother Lucia's guard was patrolling diligently. The guards ensured that the slaves would not escape while also safeguarding their well-being. As Field made his way through the ranks, he soon reached the forefront of the procession. Hilbert rode at the head of the group, guiding their direction. "My lord. Has everything gone smoothly?" "Reporting, my lord, we were tailed briefly after leaving Santorini. But as the journey progressed, the followers gradually dispersed." "Excellent, remain vigilant at all times. A caravan of gold is enticing to any noble." "Yes, my lord." "Has the group encountered any difficulties, aside from the elderly and infirm slowing our pace?" "Everything has proceeded without a hitch." In broad daylight, who would dare rob a noble's possessions? A sudden voice interrupted Field and Hilbert's conversation. At that moment, Hilbert noticed a stranger accompanying Field. "Mage Newman, a lackluster high-maged," Field introduced nonchalantly. "What do you mean lackluster? What kind of talk is that? I emphasize once more, it is not the fault of my potion. The Thunder Horse was already near death." Since leaving Santorini, Newman had not ceased his complaints. Initially, Field would engage him in conversation, but as Newman became more verbose, Field found himself tuning him out, developing an automatic filter against Newman's incessant chatter. After listening to Hilbert's report, Field felt relieved. Thankfully, nothing went awry. Otherwise, his gold would have been in vain, and he hoped the remainder of their journey would be equally uneventful. As long as all is well, let us proceed at a slower pace. Just stay alert." Yes. Days turned into weeks as they traveled, and after 10 days, the group successfully arrived at Swift's domain, allowing Field to finally relax his tense demeanor. He perceived that the journey back to Wilson would not be without its challenges. Regardless of the circumstances, slaves were nothing more than walking, barefaced gold. The 3,000 able-bodied slaves and 3,000 elderly and infirm he had purchased represented a substantial sum of gold. It is not surprising that Field is concerned, for the world in which he finds himself is no longer the civilized realm of his past life. Caution is the mother of safety. He certainly does not wish to meet an untimely demise along the way, yet, contrary to Field's expectations, the journey has been remarkably tranquil, even devoid of the shadows of bandits, leading him to slightly elevate his opinion of the nobility's moral character. In the predator-prey dynamic of the continent of Roya, nobles and bandits are hardly distinguishable. As far as Field knows, most notorious bandit factions are often shielded by the influence of nobility. Upon reflection, he finds this notion quite reasonable. On noble territory, without the consent and support of the aristocracy, such brigands would have been eradicated long ago by the nobles wielding absolute power. Upon his return to the Swift territory, he did not linger, offering only a brief greeting to Lucia's grandmother before departing. He must ensure the proper arrangement of the slaves before the onset of winter. He is loath to see his gold coins perish along the way. When Field successfully returned to the Wilson territory, snowflakes had begun to fall gently from the sky. During his absence, Edmund had led the construction team in completing the Maki Road and was now engaged in the establishment of a primary academy. Upon returning to Wilson, the arrangements for the slaves and the subsequent tasks were naturally handed over to Nelson, who was well aware of what needed to be done. As for the inept High Mage Newman, he had been dispatched to the magical laboratory early on. Field had grown weary of his incessant chatter and was eager for his departure. At last, the years find solace. On the third day following Field's return to the Wilson territory, heavy snow began to fall, officially ushering the region into the cold embrace of winter. In winters past, whether in Wilson or the noble territories, the inhabitants found themselves idle during the frigid season, merely consuming their reserves. Nobles, subjects, and slaves alike would remain cooped up in fortresses or rudimentary wooden shelters, passing the time in boredom. However, this winter, the Wilson territory presented a stark contrast. The subjects and slaves were fervently engaged in labor. Yet, none bore any resentment towards Field, rather, they expressed gratitude. In the domain of the nobility, labor equated to sustenance, sparing them from starvation in the wilderness. Furthermore, Field had provided them with warm concrete housing. All in Wilson regarded Field as a great and benevolent noble. Should anyone dare to speak ill of him, they would find themselves summarily taken outside for a sound beating. Field had not anticipated that the mere provision of basic necessities would engender such profound gratitude among the populace. He sighed, reflecting on how low their expectations truly were. Since the arrival of winter, various forms of labor in Wilson had nearly ceased, leaving the subjects with ample free time, which they devoted to infrastructure development. Under the collective effort of the people of Wilson, the primary academy was completed in record time, heralding the official commencement of education in the territory. Thanks to Nelson's guidance, Wilson managed to secure a few educators worthy of the title. Subsequently, under Field's strong insistence, every individual in Wilson was required to devote at least an hour to study there. Each evening, Field would instruct a course on ideals, focusing on loyalty, integrity, and the spirit of honor. This was a necessary experience for all. For Field, only through a unified ideological foundation could the full potential of Wilson be realized. Furthermore, Field aimed to cultivate subjects loyal to Wilson rather than those who merely swayed with the wind. Of course, beyond the development of Wilson, Field was also actively seeking opportunities to discover items in the vicinity that could be exchanged for gold coins. Currently, every aspect of Wilson was financially demanding, with the treasury depleting rapidly, nearly rendering him unable to pay wages. Consequently, Nelson had approached Field repeatedly, exclaiming, "Young master, the treasury is running low. All right, I need money, give me money. These 5,000 gold coins are truly the last of our reserves." "But Nelson the steward, there is no money left. We need funds. How much?" Not much, 6,000. "What? Oh, the 6,000 gold coins are indeed the last of our reserves." Each time a request for funds arose, Nelson would lament the lack of money, yet upon further inquiry, he would always manage to produce a considerable sum. Nelson's miserly nature was evident. While Nelson could consistently deliver gold coins, Field gradually came to understand that he was not merely engaged in a strategic management game. This was the tangible reality of life, where every coin spent required careful consideration to be earned back. Alas, a single coin can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. Now, I too must worry about finances. The profits from the war spoils and wheat sales amassed by Mance are insufficient to support the current financial demands of Wilson. Thus, Field pondered deeply and eventually conceived of an intriguing idea: the magical crystal lamp. The civilization and technology of the continent of Roya were still in their nascent stages, with various intelligent races heavily reliant on natural resources. For instance, for nighttime illumination, Wilson could only utilize the azure pearls produced by the third-tier magical beast, the azure water clam. As night fell, the azure pearl would emit a soft glow. However, for the sake of Wilson's educational endeavors, Field selflessly donated one of these azure pearls, relocating it from the Hall of Wilson to the primary academy, solely to facilitate lessons for those subjects who labored during the day. Moreover, Field had grown weary of the limitations imposed by darkness, where visibility was rendered null. The magical energy of the continent of Roya was as omnipresent as air in a past life, and Field sought to harness this energy to create illuminating magical lamps. Hence, he made his way to the magical laboratory of Mage Garova and Mage Newman were engrossed in their magical experiments. Field refrained from interrupting, opting instead to patiently await their completion. Time passed swiftly, and at last, Mage Garova concluded his experiment. Noticing Field standing quietly nearby, "Field, since your return to Wilson, you have been tirelessly occupied. What brings you here today?" Do you require my assistance? I do indeed require the help of Mentor Garova. Recently, I have been contemplating and constructing a principle for a magical crystal lamp that can replace the azure pearl for illumination at night. Garova and Newman's eyes lit up in unison, intrigued. What is this principle? Do share. Field silently chuckled, recognizing the camaraderie between the two friends, despite their starkly contrasting personalities, while studying the magical materials you assigned to me. I discovered that first-tier blue tungsten ore emits a dazzling white light upon contact with even a trace of magical energy, illuminating an area far beyond the capabilities of the azure pearl. Thus, I constructed a magical crystal lamp using blue tungsten as the filament, powered by a first-tier magic crystal as the source of magical energy. The issue lies in my uncertainty regarding how to control the steady transfer of magical energy and direct it to the blue tungsten filament. Upon hearing Field's thoughts, Mage Newman offered his commendation that old Coot Garova has always praised you, claiming you possess a knack for creative ideas. I was skeptical at first, but it appears to be true. Simultaneously, Mage Garova remarked, I must concede that you have a talent in this area. I became acquainted with blue tungsten 80 years ago, yet I never contemplated its use in crafting a magical crystal lamp. Field mused to himself, it is not my original idea, rather, it is a clever imitation. Even though such concepts are commonplace in daily life, unearthing them and applying them practically is no small feat. You wish for us to assist you in resolving this issue, correct? Field nodded. I shall devise a method to facilitate the transfer of magical energy to the blue tungsten filament. What are your thoughts? My ideas are limited to 3 possibilities. The first is to seek a material capable of conducting magical energy, connecting the blue tungsten filament to the magical source. The second is to employ a magical array. And the final option is to utilize both methods. Just as Field finished speaking, the previously quiet Mage Newman interjected, I know of a magical material that can perfectly conduct magical energy, first-tier red copper ore. Then the creation of the magical crystal lamp shall be entrusted to us. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Mentor Garova. Hey, don't forget about me. Field naturally disregarded Newman's interjection and subsequently left the magical laboratory. He believed that professional matters should be left to the experts, while he would oversee the broader picture. Chapter 13, Quality Wheat Seeds. After proposing the idea of the magical crystal lamp, Field seamlessly entrusted the task to the professionals, Garova and Newman. He then began to scout the Wilson territory for items that could be exchanged for gold coins. Concerned about finances, Field sought opportunities within Wilson. His first stop was the grain-producing heartland of Maki Village. Subsequently, Field instructed the village chief, Corwin, to summon all the farmers of Maki Village. Observing these earnest farmers, Field felt a deep respect within the farmers. Inexplicably gathered together, wore expressions of confusion. Chief Corwin, why have you called us here? Yes, we haven't finished plowing the fields yet. In the village's administrative hall, the farmers clamored, voicing their uncertainties. Suddenly Abel called out, silence, Master Field wishes to inquire about some matters. As the handsome figure made his entrance, applause erupted from the crowd, and Field stepped forward to address them. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all seasoned farmers of Wilson territory and are quite familiar with Maki Village. I am about to pose some inquiries and hope you will respond with utmost honesty. One farmer spoke up, Young Master Field, we have lived in Maki Village for generations. Whatever you wish to know, I shall tell you. The surrounding farmers echoed in agreement. Indeed, Young Master Field, feel free to ask. Field's initiative to construct homes had garnered the approval of this group of farmers. He nodded and inquired, apart from wheat, are there other crops cultivated in Maki Village? Perhaps some unique plants, or different varieties of wheat? The farmers exchanged uncertain glances, evidently struggling to comprehend Field's question. What new variety of wheat? Do you know, Alan? A farmer named Alan shook his head. I do not know. A term they had never encountered left the farmers in a state of confusion. A new variety of wheat is one that differs from traditional wheat, yielding higher production or exhibiting greater resilience to cold and drought. The crowd fell silent. However, a faint voice emerged. Young Master Field, I have discovered a high-yield wheat. Does that qualify as a new species? Indeed. Who spoke? Step forward. Thanks to Field's keen hearing, he was able to detect the soft murmur amidst the noise. Young Master Field, I am here. Following the direction of the voice, Field's gaze fell upon a farmer standing at the edge of the crowd. This man had dark skin, clearly a testament to years of labor. With food being of paramount importance, Field had long sought to address the low yield of crops in Wilson territory. The wheat production in the continent of Luoya was not only low but also exhibited poor drought and cold resistance. Whenever faced with severe weather, the wheat harvest would plummet. In the event of a natural disaster, the wheat yield would be even more dismal. Under such circumstances, even an abundance of gold coins would be futile. Acquiring food would be impossible. As the saying goes, before the army moves, supplies must be secured. While Wilson Territory may not be engaged in warfare, it did not hinder Field's ambition to transform it into a land abundant in food. However, all of this hinged upon the ability to cultivate superior wheat seeds. Field envisioned a future where Wilson Territory would cultivate the least land while producing the most food. This was one of his dreams. Nevertheless, breeding wheat seeds was not an endeavor that could be accomplished overnight. It required a significant investment of time and effort. If Field wished to cultivate excellent wheat seeds from scratch, it would take at least 3 years. Assuming favorable conditions, 3 years felt like an eternity to Field. By then, children would have grown up, yet this dark-skinned farmer was like a timely rain for Field. If what he said was true, Wilson Territory could not only skip the initial cultivation phase for superior wheat but also possess excellent seeds immediately. How could Field not feel elated and thrilled? He suddenly stood up. "Is what you said true?" Field's sudden exclamation startled everyone. The crowd instinctively leaned back. In his excitement, he asked, "What is your name?" Perhaps he had not anticipated being noticed so quickly. Or perhaps Field's abrupt movement had startled him. The farmer responded with a hint of nervousness, "My name is Eyre. Every word I speak is true. I would never deceive you, young master." "Really?" Eyre quickly added in affirmation. "That is wonderful. If your claims are indeed valid, not only will I not blame you, but I will also reward you generously. Quickly, tell me how you discovered it." Eyre hesitated. "Well, it's a bit of a long story." "Then please be concise," Field replied. "All right, initially, I discovered it in a barren field. It was completely different from the frail wheat surrounding it, flourishing and vibrant. At first, I didn't pay much attention, thinking it was merely a weed. But it resembled slightly larger wheat seedlings, so I left it be." Eyre continued. "During the autumn harvest, I was astonished to find that it had indeed yielded wheat, with golden and plump ears. Subsequently, after a year of planting, I produced quite a number of such seeds." After listening to Eyre's vivid account of the discovery of the new variety of wheat, Field became certain that Eyre had indeed found something remarkable. "Eyre, you are truly my lucky star." However, he soon regained his composure and pondered. If he had discovered excellent wheat seeds, why had he not planted them on a larger scale, since you found it long ago? "Why did you not cultivate the high-yield wheat extensively?" Eyre's gaze faltered, as if he harbored some difficulty in expressing himself, his eyes occasionally darting towards someone in the front. Field discerned his reticence and reassured him. "Speak freely, no one shall hold you accountable." After some hesitation, Eyre seemed to muster a resolve and said, "I once reported it to the village chief, Colden, but he dismissed it, believing that Wilson Territory's grain yield should not rely on unknown wheat seeds." As Eyre's words fell, the village chief of Maki, Colden, tremulously explained, "Young Master Field, you must not blame me. I prioritized ensuring Wilson Territory's grain harvest. What if this new wheat does not yield produce next year?" Trembling, Chief Colden received comforting words from Field. "Colden, you need not worry. Your concerns are valid, and I shall not hold it against you." Field's words made Colden's trembling legs less pronounced, and he slowly raised his head to meet Field's gaze. Reflecting upon the situation, he realized that if he were in Colden's position, he too would doubt the reliability of unknown wheat seeds, preferring those with a proven history. Field sat in contemplation, while the farmers remained silent, neither daring to leave nor inquire further, simply awaiting Field's next move. "I need to establish a grain research institute, dedicated to breeding seeds and discovering new crops. Eyre, you shall be appointed as the director. And you may recruit the necessary personnel as you see fit. What say you?" Eyre was momentarily taken aback, the unexpected honor overwhelming him. He never imagined he would earn the recognition of a noble lord in his lifetime. The future of Wilson Territory, cultivating the least land while producing the most food, and ensuring no one goes hungry, rests upon you. Field continued. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Eyre finally responded, "Young Master Field, thank you for your trust. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Field nodded and shifted his gaze to Chief Colden. "Colden, you must also remain diligent. The future of grain cultivation in Wilson Territory depends on you as well. I will also establish a grain department, and I wonder if you, Chief Colden, have the confidence to serve as its head." Colden was equally surprised, having assumed Eyre would be the sole recipient of Field's trust. He had feared his own relevance would diminish, yet he found himself entrusted with significant responsibilities. The contrast was overwhelming for his heart. "Thank you, young Master Field. I will ensure the proper cultivation of every plot of land in Wilson Territory." Field smiled slightly. "Then, Chief Colden, you must work closely with Director Eyre to produce more grain for Wilson Territory. Once the construction team completes the Rivermouth Road, I will send them to build the necessary facilities for you." After a moment's thought, Field continued, Chief Cole, then designate half of the land for planting the new variety of wheat next year. Understood, young Master Field. At this moment, Field wished to share the hybridization ideas from his past life with Eyre. Providing him with a new perspective. Director Eyre, I have a thought that might assist you in cultivating superior crops. Consider utilizing different pollen for cross-pollination. I am uncertain if it will work, but sharing this idea cannot hurt. Eyre remained silent for a moment, deep in contemplation regarding the feasibility of this method. He then sincerely expressed, why did I not think of this method? Truly, young Master Field, with your guidance, I will undoubtedly cultivate even higher yielding crops. Field was quite pleased with Eyre's response. Eyre exhibited a commendable spirit of inquiry and a habit of thoughtful consideration, which was precisely why Field had chosen him for the esteemed position of director of the Grain Research Institute. In his eyes, not just anyone could bear such a significant responsibility. Chapter 14, Rivermouth Village. Field's visit to Maki Village not only yielded a high-quality agricultural talent like Eyre but also uncovered a resilient and high-yielding wheat variety, which greatly uplifted Field's spirits. Akin to discovering hidden treasure, his steps felt lighter as he returned to Wilson Territory. Upon returning from Maki Village, night had already fallen. Passing by the primary academy, he observed many of the territory's residents diligently learning reading and basic arithmetic under Nelson's instruction. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that they were predominantly older men and women. Witnessing these individuals grappling with their lessons, brows furrowed in concentration, Field found an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Perhaps it was the shared experience of suffering that resonated within him, fulfilling a deep-seated desire. Of course, his schadenfreude remained a private sentiment. He merely glanced at them from afar before returning to Wilson Castle. Field understood that without accumulating small steps, one could not reach 1,000 miles. The strength of Wilson Territory required persistent and gradual accumulation. Since the onset of winter, he has been tirelessly dedicated to the various developments of Wilson Territory, scarcely finding sufficient time for his own training. Now that everything is in order and each aspect of Wilson Territory is being meticulously managed and progressing smoothly, he can finally focus on his cultivation. On the following day, Field arose early. Still invigorated by the unexpected delight from Maki Village the previous day, he thought to take advantage of this time to visit another village within Wilson Territory. Simultaneously, he yearned to encounter unforeseen fortunes in Riverbend Village. With enthusiasm, Field made his way to Riverbend Village, and just as he was nearing his destination, he encountered Edmund, who was leading a construction team diligently working on Riverbend Road. Noticing Field's approach, Edmund promptly stepped away from his tasks. Good day, Master Field. May I inquire if you have any instructions? Field shook his head, replying, I am merely passing through. Are you heading to Riverbend Village, Master Field? Edmund asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Yes, why? I have heard troubling news that Riverbend Village has encountered some issues and has been abandoned by Lord Mans, leaving only the elderly and weak to reside there. Before reaching Riverbend Village, Field was already informed of this unfortunate news by Edmund. He promptly inquired, what kind of issues? Edmund shook his head, I am not entirely sure. Field patted him on the shoulder. Well then, continue with your work. Yes, sir. As Field passed through, he observed several villagers laboring diligently, and he called out to them, keep up the good work. This evening, I shall instruct the chef to prepare an extra meal for you, with meat soup to enjoy. His words instantly ignited their spirits. Thank you, Master Field. The villagers of the construction team responded in unison, expressing heartfelt gratitude and earnest sentiment rather than a mere display of flattery. In the harshness of winter, without work, there would naturally be no wages or food from the Lord. For most, their income barely sufficed for daily sustenance, leaving them incapable of stockpiling provisions to endure the cold season. Therefore, having even a morsel to eat in winter was a blessing, let alone the warmth of a nourishing meat soup. Presently, Wilson Territory not only provided ample food supplies but also offered the luxury of a warm meal, a source of envy for many. Field nodded, satisfied with their fervor for work, and then inquired of Edmund, how much longer until Riverbend Road is completed? I have other tasks I wish to assign your construction team. Reporting to you, Master Field, it should be completed by tomorrow. Edmund replied, excellent, very efficient. Field commended Master Field, the efficiency is attributed to your intelligence and kindness. Edmund added, your invention of cement has not only allowed us to reside in warm cement houses away from the cold but has also significantly reduced construction time. You truly are the greatest noble I have ever encountered. Haha, Edmund, I appreciate your kind words. However, I shall continue to assign the necessary tasks regardless of your flattery. Master Field, please assign any tasks you wish. I will complete them even without sleep. Field nodded. Good, such ambition. Once Riverbend Road is completed, you will immediately head to Mackey Village to find Al and Colin, and construct the Food Administration and Food Research Institute as per their requirements. Understood, Master Field. After giving his directives, Field continued on his journey to Riverbend Village. Just as he arrived, the village chief, Norton, approached him. Master Field, I am Norton, the chief of Riverbend Village. May I ask what brings you to our village? There's no need for you to come personally. A simple instruction would suffice, Field replied, observing Norton's overly cheerful demeanor, which struck him as somewhat insincere. Upon noticing Field's expression, Norton quickly wiped the smile from his face and continued in a serious and somewhat sarcastic tone. It seems the Lord has forgotten about Riverbend Village. Although Field had lived in Wilson Territory for 16 years, he had never visited Riverbend Village and was not well acquainted with its circumstances. He knew only that it was situated along a river, the name of which eluded him, only that it was a tributary of the renowned Mississippi River. Field understood Norton's frustration, as the protector of Riverbend Village. His inability to resolve its issues was certainly a source of grievance. He then pointed to a winding river and asked, "What is the name of this river?" Nine Curves River. Field surveyed the serpentine waterway. Internally reflecting on the aptness of its name, they proceeded along the river, and soon Field observed scattered, dilapidated houses far from the riverbank, ramshackle structures that starkly contrasted with the cement homes of Wilson Territory. Indicative of stark polarization. He sighed, realizing that the inhabitants of Wilson Territory would have to endure another winter of hardship. I have heard that Riverbend Village is facing difficulties. Could you elaborate on the matter? As the conversation turned to painful topics, Norton could not help but let out a long sigh. Master Field, you are unaware of the situation. The Nine Curves River is frequently plagued by a magical beast known as the bladefish, which often ambushes villagers, resulting in no one daring to build houses near the river. Why not report this and request assistance in exterminating the bladefish? It's not that we haven't tried, but we simply lack the strength. Norton then recounted the events in detail. Previously, reports had been made to Lord Mans, who had attempted to exterminate the bladefish a few times, but strangely each time the bladefish would reappear shortly thereafter, making it impossible to eradicate them. How can this be? They cannot just appear out of thin air. Norton nodded. The Nine Curves River connects to the Mississippi River. The bladefish swims in from there. Field frowned, taken aback by the challenges he faced upon arriving at Riverbend Village, and shocked by its dire state. It seemed that the development of Riverbend Village would have to be postponed until Wilson Territory grew stronger and could establish a patrol team to monitor the riverbanks daily before addressing the village's development concerns. Unwilling to give up, he inquired once more, what do the villagers of Riverbend rely on to sustain their livelihoods? Norton sighed deeply again. The villagers cultivate honey fruit far from the river or risk their lives fishing to make ends meet. Field nodded and proceeded to ask Norton a few more questions, gaining a general understanding of Riverbend Village's basic situation. For Riverbend Village to develop, the issue of the bladefish must be resolved first. The solution seemed straightforward: to form a patrol team led by intermediate knights or composed entirely of junior knights to monitor the small river daily. However, Wilson Territory's knightly forces were stretched thin, making such an endeavor impossible. Everything would have to wait for a future opportunity. As Norton looked on with anticipation, Field returned to Wilson Castle, his expression clouded with concern. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame for failing to fulfill his duties as a lord. Whether other nobles felt similarly, Field could not say, but he certainly harbored an uncomfortable feeling within. Chapter 15. Extreme Training Method. From the current perspective, Field's visit to Riverbend Village was not without merit. At the very least, he had gained insight into the village's predicament and the potential of the honey fruit. Each early autumn, Wilson Castle would see an abundance of honey fruit, one of the few fruits available in Wilson Territory. The honey fruit is sweet and delectable, with succulent flesh that pleases the palate. However, like a coin with two sides, it too has its drawbacks. It is extremely perishable and difficult to preserve. As the saying goes, where there is a problem, there is a solution. Field then conceived of another use for the honey fruit: wine. Creating sweet beverages from it would undoubtedly be a delight for nobles accustomed to drinking inferior wheat liquor. While he had devised a solution for the preservation of honey fruit, immediate implementation was not feasible. The honey fruit trees grow along the banks of the Nine Curves River. Without the river, the fruit would lose its exquisite flavor. Unfortunately, Wilson Territory lacked the power to resolve the bladefish issue plaguing Riverbend Village. Training the army and cultivating strong individuals was imperative. 3 days after Field's visit to Riverbend Village, heavy snowflakes fell like goose feathers throughout Wilson Territory. cloaking the land in a pristine white winter garb. Yet, the biting cold winds and thick snow did not dampen the villagers' enthusiasm for work. Compared to previous years of deprivation, the current conditions, having homes, food, and occasionally a warm meat soup, brought unprecedented contentment to the villagers. Edmund's construction team had become the labor model of Wilson territory. Field, feeling somewhat frustrated, decided to award them a banner of commendation. Watching the bustling construction team, Field was struck by the realization of how efficiency thrives on specialization. Within half a month, the construction team not only completed the development of Riverbend Village but also finished the construction of the Food Administration and Food Research Institute. With one task concluded, another began. The construction team swiftly turned their attention to the military camp in the northwest. Field personally oversaw the construction of the new military camp, which was no longer merely an expanse of flat land but equipped with various facilities designed to push physical limits. The seemingly bottomless pool and the suspended barbed wire, among other facilities, are pivotal for Field's training of new recruits as well as the essence of his extreme training methodology. The cultivation of a formidable army has always been a part of Field's grand design. However, plans often yield to the whims of circumstance. Faced with a sparse population, Field ventured to Santorini. Confronted with a 100% illiteracy rate among the citizens, he established a primary education institution, and when Wilson's territory faced financial constraints, Field scoured for tradable goods. The endeavor to cultivate an army was repeatedly postponed, yet after his journey to the riverside village, Field resolved that he could delay no longer upon regaining his focus. He was taken aback to realize that the cattle and horses he observed were, in fact, manifestations of his own potential. Time swiftly passed, and half a month elapsed. A brand new, unconventional military camp arose. The moment had come to forge an army. Simultaneously, Field would experiment with his newly researched nightly training method within the innovative military facility. On the very day the camp was completed, Field summoned Nelson. The steward gathered all citizens of Wilson's territory aged 10 and above, yet under 15, regardless of gender or status, be they freemen or slaves, into the military encampment, thanks to the establishment of a registration system. Nelson returned in less than half a day, bringing forth all eligible youth from Wilson's domain. Nobles typically elevated those knights whom they favored, while Field's approach was to cast a wide net. He intended to select from this assembly the true backbone of Wilson's territory, as well as the future knights. Field's vision was straightforward: if one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. However, should an enemy dare to assault me, I shall seize their head and use it as a ball to kick. As he surveyed the newly constructed concrete military camp and gazed at the bewildered youths standing upon the fresh cement floor, he recognized that these young individuals had been nurtured by the primary educational institution. Their loyalty was unyielding, and though Field could not guarantee their steadfastness, they were undeniably superior to the citizens who constantly harbored thoughts of rebellion. Field cleared his throat, addressing the assembly. You may wonder why I have summoned you all here. It is to present you with an opportunity to grow stronger, a chance to gain formidable power. If you are slaves, you will be granted freedom. If you are freemen, you will acquire gold. At the conclusion of Field's proclamation, the crowd erupted in excitement. Have we caught the attention of Master Field? It must be so. Master Field never speaks falsehoods. I believe in Master Field, so do I. The youths, who had greatly benefited from Field's favor, engaged in animated discussion, yet dissenting voices emerged. A ragged slave boy scoffed. Humph, mere sweet talk. Having endured the harsh realities of life, he was well acquainted with the ugly truths of nobility. Field paid no heed to the raucous discussions and continued, most importantly, you shall gain glory. Your deeds will be sung by every soul in Wilson's territory. Wilson's domain will take pride in you. Let us strive together for the strength of Wilson to safeguard each and every individual within our territory. Most of the youth were filled with fervor, yet a minority, still shackled by the status of slavery, scoffed at Field's words. They had experienced the depths of human depravity, the agonies of survival, the hypocrisy of nobility, and the predatory nature of the world around them. Their hearts had frozen over, impervious to the allure of sweet words from the outside world. Field found no surprise in this. He had never entertained the notion of achieving his goals without merit. It was only by demonstrating tangible benefits that he could reignite the warmth within these slaves. Moreover, unifying the youth of Wilson's territory through genuine loyalty, born from the depths of their hearts, would prove to be the most reliable foundation. As Field concluded his speech, he, along with Abel and Hilbert, began to instruct the youths in mastering the knight's breathing technique, while the knight's breathing method played a role in Field's innovative training regimen. It was the subsequent training that represented the culmination of his wisdom. Since arriving on the continent of Luoya, Field had devoted himself to discovering how to expedite the cultivation of combat aura in ordinary individuals. He had previously engaged in discussions with the Great Knight Mance, the advanced Knight York, and Wait regarding combat aura. However, he was left disheartened by their responses, which reflected a shallow understanding, failing to delve into the deeper reasoning behind it all. After extensive observation and experimentation, Field concluded that combat aura is a mutation of magical energy, with the pinnacle of physicality being the key to transcending into combat aura, yet, achieving such physicality was no easy feat. Even approaching it proved to be a formidable challenge. Furthermore, during the process of pushing one's physical limits, the body often endured severe injuries. The Knight's breathing technique served as the best means for ordinary individuals to alleviate pain and maintain their health after extreme training. As for the reasons why many struggled to cultivate combat aura, Field had his suspicions. Commoners and slaves barely managed to feed themselves, leaving little energy for training. Meanwhile, the offspring of nobility were accustomed to a life of ease. Shunning hardship, the knightly training within the noble territories was merely a superficial exercise. Thus, it was hardly surprising that many could not break through to the rank of junior knight. Field was certain that the knight's breathing technique was not the sole key to transcending to a junior knight. He was convinced that the first individual on the Luoya continent to successfully cultivate combat aura had not relied on the breathing technique. This warranted further investigation. Consequently, Field resolved to establish an entirely new knightly training method aimed at unlocking the limits of the body. The first step involved rhythmic long-distance running and intermittent breathing exercises to enhance cardiovascular health. This would be complemented by extreme cross-country training, weightlifting, and hanging sit-ups to develop muscle strength. Yoga, Pilates, and stretching would be employed to enhance physical flexibility. While Tai Chi and martial arts would cultivate balance, the second and most crucial step was to harness the power of nature, allowing ordinary individuals to access extraordinary strength. The experience of life and death in fleeting moments would serve to maximize the limits of the body, thereby enabling the transition to Junior Knight. Chapter 16. The Knight Academy. Time swiftly passed, and in the process of teaching the Knight apprentices, Field immersed himself fully in their training. He physically engaged alongside the apprentices, subjecting himself to the rigorous weights and training regimen befitting a mid-level knight, relentlessly pushing the boundaries of his own physical capabilities. Unbeknownst to him, he had already reached the pinnacle of mid-level knight status. With advanced knighthood beckoning him, in all things, the principle of yin and yang holds true. The rapid advancement of combat aura was not without its costs. Field had scarcely any time to cultivate magical energy, and each day after training in combat aura left him feeling weak, his limbs heavy and fatigued, akin to the effects of renal exhaustion. Faced with this predicament, his initial plan of practicing combat aura in the morning, magic in the afternoon, and meditation at night fell by the wayside. Overwhelmed by fatigue and the intermittent pain coursing through his body, Field would return to his quarters and collapse into slumber. Even a mid-level knight like Field found this exhausting, let alone the ordinary knight apprentices. As time went on, the number of knight apprentices collapsing from fatigue increased, and Field grappled with inner turmoil. Should he halt the knightly training? Yet, many of the youths persevered, gradually strengthening their bodies. The knight apprentices exhibited a stark divide. Those who thrived under the extreme training method became increasingly formidable, while those unable to adapt continued to falter. Currently, dozens had succumbed to exhaustion, their physical functions deteriorating rather than improving, resulting in lasting ailments. It was then that Field realized he lacked the means to treat the injuries sustained by the knight apprentices due to the rigorous training. The medical standards on the continent of Luoya were woefully inadequate, with no corresponding measures for recovery. The nobility deemed the suffering of their citizens and slaves unworthy of their attention, yet there remained a costly alternative: to summon a mage to perform healing spells. However, healing spells were third-tier single-target spells, unsuitable for large-scale application, and the costs were prohibitively high, a losing proposition. Alas, the medical standards in Wilson's territory were a significant shortcoming, enhancing medical capabilities to ensure that knight apprentices could recuperate after their arduous training, thus preventing their bodies from collapsing or, worse, succumbing to death, had now become a central focus of Field's future development plan. Yet, improving medical standards was not an overnight endeavor. The immediate need was to address the recovery of knight apprentices following their training. As distant solutions could not quench urgent thirst. If no feasible options were available, the pace of training the new army would have to be tempered. In the span of half a month of extreme nightly training, Both advantages and disadvantages emerged, with 12 youths having successfully broken through to the rank of junior knight. The sheer number of breakthroughs within such a short timeframe astonished the nobility of Field, no longer worried about the youths who had cultivated combat aura. The aura itself would continuously heal their bodies. He could only marvel at the astonishing power of the extraordinary forces on the continent of Luoya, with combat aura coursing through their veins. They could rely on it for self-restoration, alleviating concerns regarding bodily collapse from excessive training and exertion. Subsequently, Field made his way to the makeshift medical facility. Inside, he found youths weakened from overtraining, observing their injured bodies. He felt a deep sense of guilt welling within him. With sincerity, he gazed at the youths and declared, "Rest assured, it was my oversight that led to your physical collapse. I shall summon a mage to attend to your injuries, ensuring that you are left with no lasting ailments." Field shifted the conversation, but regretfully announced that your journey of knighthood had come to an end. The sudden visit from Field left the youths in a state of shock and disbelief. In their eyes, nobles were never creatures of mercy. Those deemed useless would be cast aside without hesitation, and they had braced themselves for such abandonment. As soon as Field finished speaking, a young girl slowly rose to her feet. "Master Field, you are the most benevolent noble I have ever encountered, so kind that I can hardly believe you are a lord of nobility." The girl understood that the requests of commoners meant nothing to the aristocracy. Nevertheless, she summoned her courage to ask, "Master Field, I implore you to allow me to continue my training as a knight. I do not wish to squander this opportunity to become a free citizen." Her eyes were filled with a yearning plea. Field turned his head, resolutely shaking it in denial. "What is your name?" he inquired. In response to your question, Master Field, my name is Lizzie," she replied heavily. "Lizzie, every individual has their strengths and weaknesses. Not everyone is destined to become a knight." At that moment Lizzie felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, for mastering extraordinary powers was the only path to social ascension. Field exhibited a look of regret, sighing, I have been too hasty, failing to consider the broader picture. Perhaps some of you are naturally adept at commerce, maybe some possess an innate talent for magic, destined to be great sorcerers, or perhaps some have a gift for agriculture, becoming farmers who cultivate fine grains for Wilson territory." Field continued, "At present, it appears that your circumstances are no longer suitable for continuing knightly training." The air fell into a heavy silence. The wounded youths wore expressions of disappointment and reluctance. Observing this, Field reassured them, "There are many paths to Rome. The road to greatness is not solely through knighthood. Commerce, agriculture, and construction can also lead one away from servitude and yield prosperity." The youths raised their heads slightly, gazing at Field, who offered them hope. "Thank you, master." Upon exiting the infirmary, Field felt a sudden thump in his heart. Then, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, realizing he was not perfect and had indeed acted impulsively. Moving forward, changes were necessary. He could not adopt a one-size-fits-all approach. The youths of Wilson territory were entirely unaware that at that moment, their futures had been meticulously planned by Field. Before the age of 10, all children in Wilson territory would attend a primary academy for basic literacy, arithmetic, ideological education, and physical training. Upon reaching 10 years of age, they would be streamed based on their physical talents and interests. Those with magical aptitude would pursue magic studies, while those with robust physiques would train in martial skills. As for those lacking in both areas, they would choose other professions based on their hobbies and strengths. The military camp was a place for training soldiers and could not instruct martial arts. It seemed a knight academy must be established. Without delay, a brand new, spacious Knight Academy was erected at the heart of the military camp. The first cohort of students at the Knight Academy consisted of the 300 apprentices who had endured the extreme training regimen. The remaining apprentices were returned to their original tasks. After the reforms, Field continued to supervise the 300 youths in their nightly training. Compared to before the reforms, the physical condition of the remaining youths had drastically improved. Thus far, not a single individual had fallen behind. Their physical capabilities were rapidly advancing. Field's extreme training method was also becoming increasingly refined through practice. Before the second phase of Field's plan could commence, 32 of the 300 apprentices had already broken through to the rank of junior knight. The extreme training method not only benefited the apprentices but also proved advantageous for the training of true knights. Indeed, Field's personal guards, Abel and Hilbert, also broke through to the rank of intermediate knights. Hey, the students of the Knight Academy were pouring sweat, pushing their physical limits. Seeing the opportune moment, Field declared, "It is time to proceed to the second phase." Chapter 17, The Sacred Helm Knights. On the following morning, the apprentices who had yet to break through to the rank of junior knight were summoned by Field, initially believing it would be another day of arduous training. They were taken aback when Field led them out of the Knight Academy and beyond the military camp. Where is the Master taking us? I don't know. We shall simply move forward. Master Field must have his reasons. One of the youths nodded. As time passed, a fortress came into view before the Knight apprentices. A fortress, the fortress in the east of Wilson territory guarding against beast attacks, exclaimed the apprentices who recognized the location. Surely, we are not to be stationed here. This speculation arose in the hearts of the apprentices. However, upon reaching the fortress, they did not linger but instead passed straight through. The apprentices grew increasingly perplexed. Surely they were not being sent to the Myjaluos Beast Mountain without any warning. A wave of trepidation washed over them, for the Myjaluos mountain range had etched a deep impression on the various races of the Luoya continent. Finally, they halted just before entering the Myjaluos mountain range, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, as they beheld a towering mountain looming before them, anxiety returned to the Knight apprentices. At that moment, Field turned around and smiled slightly. Have you all seen this mountain? This will be your training ground, and the challenge you are about to conquer. However, Field's faint smile sent a chill to the apprentices' hearts. Strength begets strength. Only the strong can face challenges without fear. After a round of encouragement, Field nodded to Abel, who stood beside him. Understanding, Abel stepped forward and addressed the youths. Next, I will issue the requirements. Form groups of 10 and freely team up to traverse the mountain before you. Remember, you must trust one another, cooperate, and overcome difficulties together. The apprentices were suddenly thrown into a state of unease at the seriousness of the situation. Of course, you may also choose not to proceed. The choice is yours. With that, Abel turned his gaze back to Field, who nodded in affirmation. Abel then shouted, "Let us go," though Abel's voice lingered in the air for a while. The Knight apprentices did not move. A Field glanced back before departing. And no matter where one was, there would always be brave souls willing to confront the trials of life and death. Shortly after Field left, one by one the Knight apprentices began to step onto the mountain. Time ticked away, and before long night fell without notice. Currently, 206 apprentices had entered the mountain, while the remaining apprentices hesitated. The mountain near the Myjaluos range was no trivial matter. Ordinary individuals who had not broken through to the rank of junior knight were risking their lives by entering, as death could come in an instant. Yet, not everyone possessed the courage to face adversity. As time elapsed, the opportunity to enter closed, and they were ordered to return to Wilson territory. Ultimately, Abel led them back to Wilson territory. The Luoya continent was unforgiving. To acquire great power, one must be prepared for the possibility of death at any moment. Field would not pile lives upon lives to build strength, for those knight apprentices who had the courage to face the treacherous mountain. Field had his own plans. He discreetly assembled all the knights of Wilson territory who had cultivated martial energy. The moment the apprentices entered the mountain, these knights would covertly follow them. When the apprentices faced peril, they would intervene to save them. As for why the groups were limited to 10, that was for a reason. Field could count the number of junior knights in Wilson territory on his fingers. If even a few junior knights were present, the apprentices would be paired one-on-one, ensuring their safety. The winter snow fell heavily, and the mountaintop was blanketed in deep snow. There, a lone figure sat atop the peak, nearly becoming a snowman. Indeed, it was the departing Field. He did not return to Wilson Castle but instead went to the mountaintop to await the arrival of the knight apprentices. The cold wind howled past. But for Field, who possessed martial energy, it was merely a slight chill. His martial energy was akin to a portable heater, everlasting. As snowflakes danced through the air, layers of snow accumulated upon Field, simultaneously concealing the traces of his ascent. Surveying the mountaintop, he felt a sense of solitude akin to sitting atop a snowy mountain, surveying the world beneath. No guard accompanied Field. His personal guards had been dispatched to protect the climbing apprentices. Moreover, Field himself was an intermediate knight. So long as he did not encounter a beast of level 3 or higher, he would face no significant issues. However, should he encounter a beast of level 3 or above, even gathering all the guards of Wilson territory around him would be futile. The heavy snow continued to fall, and Field waited in such a frigid environment for 2 days. He seized every moment to practice magic atop the mountain. Since the trip to Hippo village, Field had not earnestly practiced magic, and now he had the perfect opportunity. On the morning of the third day, Field finally spotted figures approaching, 10 rather disheveled youths trudging slowly towards him. In no time, they reached Field's side, speaking in hushed yet resolute tones. "Master Field, we have overcome it." Field nodded, then scanned the group. The results were evident. 8 of them had broken through to the rank of junior knight, while only 2 had not. Well done. Having endured the trials of life and death, you now possess the courage to face challenges. Your futures will not be confined to that of junior knights. Subsequently, Field turned his gaze to the two apprentices who had not yet broken through to the rank of junior knight. Do not be disheartened for failing to break through. I believe you will soon achieve that rank. Then Field inquired, "What are your names?" One by one they reported. At that moment, a young lad stepped forward. "Young Master Field, my name is Owen." Following him was another, "Young Master Field, I am Kate." Subsequently, the boys stood in unison behind Field, like steadfast and powerful guardians, unwaveringly defending him. In just a moment, Field noticed shadows approaching the mountaintop. As the figures drew nearer, he could finally see clearly. Hilbert led 10 individuals to Field's side. "Young Master Field, they encountered a first-tier magical beast, and I intervened to rescue them." Field nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your efforts." The 10 individuals were left bewildered, pondering how it was possible that someone had been secretly protecting them. Soon, Field's reassurances dispelled their confusion. There is no need for wild speculation. Each team is safeguarded by knights, ensuring their safety. No sooner had Field spoken than the figure of Sir Wystan, a mid-level knight, emerged from the nearby thicket. This scene stirred the young boys, with many feeling their eyes moisten. "Well, although you did not succeed in traversing the peaks alone, you have nonetheless undergone a trial, and you have all done well." Soon after, the knight apprentices who had scaled the mountain arrived in succession. 206 knight apprentices, neither more nor less. Among them, 150 had broken through to the rank of junior knight. At this moment, Field perceived their newfound strength in their gazes. Compared to their appearance before entering the mountains, they were entirely transformed. Indeed, adversity is the finest catalyst for human growth. With the knight training successfully concluded, those who achieved the rank of junior knight should not let pride overcome them. Mid-level knights await you, and even senior knights. Those who have not yet broken through need not worry. This trial has fortified your will, and you shall surely rise to the rank of junior knight." Field paused, as if contemplating something of great significance. On this momentous day, I shall establish a knightly order, the Holy Helm Order, and you shall be the inaugural knights of the Holy Helm Order. Chapter 18, The Magic Academy. Field was unaware, and the outside world knew even less. The Holy Helm Order, destined to sweep across the continent of Roya in the future, was hastily founded atop this mountain. At this moment, the young boys had no understanding of what the Holy Helm was, but in time, they would come to comprehend that the Holy Helm symbolizes glory. The once silent mountaintop erupted into exuberant cheers. Observing the boys' excitement, they bore no resemblance to Wilson's former legion. This was the army he longed for, one with spirit, vigor, and strength. Mance would serve as the captain of the Holy Helm Order, while I would assume the role of vice-captain. Mid-level knights Hilbert and Abel led the 100-man units as their captains. Hilbert and Abel stepped forth from the crowd, kneeling to accept their appointments, vowing to honor young Master Field's trust. Ascending the mountain is arduous, yet descending is easy. Within a day's time, Field arrived at the gates of Wilson Castle. There, he saw Sir Waite pacing anxiously at the entrance. Upon catching sight of Field, he hurried over to young Master Field. "A letter has arrived from Lord Mance." As Waite spoke, he handed Field a letter. After reading it, Field slowly closed the letter and returned it to Waite. Upon perusal, Waite learned that the war between the Cell Kingdom and the barbarians had reached a stalemate, and it would likely not conclude in the short term. Mance's letter was merely to report his safety. The letter was soon handed back to Field. "Young Master, I haven't seen you for 5 days. Where have you been?" Sir Waite's tone was serious. Given the tumultuous times, Field had ventured out recklessly. It was remarkable that he remained in good spirits. "Uncle Waite, look behind you." Waite turned to glance behind Field. To his surprise, among the 200 youths, there were over 100 junior knights. Waite's eyes widened. "Did your research on the extreme training method succeed?" Field nodded in affirmation. "Although knights are not as rare as mages, they still rely on talent and resources." This was evident from Wilson's former military. Among the 500 knights of Wilson, there were only a little over 100 junior knights. The remainder were knight apprentices. Moreover, due to Mance's years of warfare, the proportion of junior knights among Wilson's 500 was significantly higher than in typical noble armies, making it a first-class military. Yet at this moment, over 100 unfamiliar faces of junior knights stood before Waite, forcing him to accept the reality. This was the result of a few months of training. Indeed, with Field's confirmation, Waite fell silent again, feeling as if an extraordinary figure stood beside him. It was a complex emotion. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. "This is all thanks to your advice, Uncle Waite." Field's statement was not mere modesty. During his synthesis of knight training methods, he had sought Waite's counsel regarding knight training. Waite was indeed known for his striking insights. His suggestions were unique and innovative, and he generously imparted them to Field. Beneath his cold exterior lay a passionate and knowledgeable heart, a classic case of a sharp tongue but a kind heart. Currently, the position of head of the Knight Academy was vacant, and he could not remain there indefinitely. Wait was exceptionally suited to take on the role of head of the Knight Academy. Uncle Wait, I would like you to serve as the head of the Knight Academy. What do you think? The Knight Academy, me? Wait was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Field's earnest nod. He realized Field was not joking. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "All right." Watching Wait lead the Knight apprentices away, Field felt a wave of relief wash over him. Being a hands-on manager is truly exhausting, with a Knight Academy established. A Magic Academy must naturally follow, adjacent to the Elementary Education Academy. A grand and new Magic Academy rose majestically, the spacious and orderly Magic Library, the well-equipped Magic Research Rooms, and the classrooms that Field was intimately familiar with stirred his heart. The plan to cultivate mages was set into motion. Currently, Wilson had only 4 active mages: Master Golova, Master Leumann, Field himself, and Stefani. This is quite dismal. A Field lamented that 4 mages were insufficient, but 2 other viscounts. His complaints were merely a display of excess. 4 is hardly enough. It's a generous offering. They would implore anyone they could to bring in a single mage. With the Magic Academy established, it was time to initiate its formation. My dear mages, come to me. To achieve excellence, one must first equip oneself properly. The establishment of the Magic Academy naturally required the presence of professors. Thus, Field eagerly made his way to the old magic laboratory. Upon arrival, he found Master Newman and Master Golova tinkering with the magical crystal lamp Field had proposed. Indeed, without comparison, one cannot appreciate the difference. The newly established magic laboratory had elevated his perspective. Now, upon returning to the old magic laboratory, it was utterly unbearable. A Field moved quietly, focusing on the magical crystal lamp, while Master Golova and Master Newman were completely oblivious to his presence. The allure of the outside world made time fly. The brief moments spent by Golova and Newman felt like an eternity to Field. At that moment, Newman slowly raised his head and nudged Golova with his arm. However, he was met with a stern glare from Golova. Master Leumann's gaze shifted towards Field, following Newman's line of sight. Golova finally noticed Field standing nearby. Field, what brings you here? Golova's tone held a hint of discontent. Field slightly bent forward. Master Golova, I wish to establish a Magic Academy and would like you to serve as its head. Golova rolled his eyes. There are only a few nobles in Wilson. Why establish a Magic Academy? Are you bored? Field shook his head, explaining, it will be a Magic Academy accessible to all in Wilson. Upon hearing this, the flicker of discontent vanished from Golova's face, replaced by a serious demeanor. You truly intend to allow everyone with magical abilities to attend the academy? Field nodded solemnly once more. Do you understand what this implies? Field nodded again. Isn't it merely breaking the nobility's monopoly? What's the big deal, whether commoners or slaves, as long as they possess extraordinary abilities? They can defy the laws, something the nobility dreads the most. Yet, tragically, when commoners or slaves gain power, they often become the new nobility, perpetuating the cycle of oppression. I will establish the Magic Academy, and no one can stop me. Field declared resolutely, defying the law, not a chance. The Elementary Education Academy is no pushover. Very well, I shall take on the role of head of the Magic Academy. The Magic Academy will be situated next to the Elementary Education Academy, where there are new magic laboratories ready for use. Excellent, I shall not keep you any longer, Master Newman remarked after Field's figure disappeared. Isn't this precisely fulfilling your original vision, providing a pathway for commoner mages to learn magic and breaking the nobility's stranglehold on it? Master Golova remained silent for a moment, realizing that perhaps he should not view Field through the lens of worldly nobility. As time passed, 2 days flew by, and the heavy snowfall transformed into a gentle flurry. The relocation task of Master Galois and Master Newman has been successfully completed. Upon arriving at the Magic Academy, Master Galois' eyes widened in astonishment, reminiscent of a naive child who had never seen the world. This place is utterly different from any Magic Academy I have encountered before. Hey, isn't this splendid? Master Newman chuckled, while Master Galois was filled with emotion. Field led a throng of youthful scouts to the Magic Academy. Fortunately, the Magic Academy was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate the 4,000 youths. Master Galois, or rather, you should now be addressed as Dean Galois, he continued. Dean Galois, could you please assess the magical aptitude of everyone here? The initial assessment of magical aptitude revealed a considerable number of candidates. Master Galois paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. As one ages and ambitions fade, the sudden emergence of the Magic Academy seemed to resolve the lifelong aspirations of Master Galois. Such is the dramatic ebb and flow of life. It was the first time Field witnessed Master Galois display a knowing smile. No worries, he replied. Subsequently, Dean Galois retrieved the magical crystal ball. which Field was exceedingly familiar with. In Chapter 19 Advanced Night, Master Galois joyfully conducted the magical aptitude assessments. Field observed as Master Galois merrily assessed the magical potential of the candidates. The first batch consisted of youths who had been eliminated from the Night Academy. The first candidate approached the magical crystal, only for it to emit a dim glow. The second candidate experienced the same fate. As the assessments progressed, Field's anticipation gradually waned. One by one, youths devoid of magical talent passed by him, their faces etched with disappointment. It became evident that not everyone possesses the ability to learn magic. Magical aptitude is indeed a significant hurdle on the path of magical mastery. As the line of hopeful candidates continued, Field's heart grew colder with each passing moment. He had initially believed that a large pool of candidates would yield a sufficient number of those with magical talent. However, the disparity between dreams and reality was painfully stark. Reality had dealt Field a harsh blow. The number of individuals with magical aptitude was indeed lamentably scarce, and it was entirely implausible for Wilson Territory to amass a substantial number of mages in the foreseeable future. The assessment continued, and soon a familiar figure approached Master Galois. It was Lys, one of the eliminated candidates from the Night Academy. Field glanced at her, harboring little hope. After all, the previous experiences of the top 100 candidates served as a cautionary tale. The ability to cultivate magic was largely left to fate. Field admired Lys's indomitable spirit, fighting against her fate as a slave. He turned his gaze away, immersing himself in silent meditation and magical practice. By now Master Galois had assessed nearly 100 candidates, yet none had exhibited magical talent. Field's heart plummeted. It seemed far more prudent to focus on his own magical training to enhance his abilities. Sensing the pervasive magical energy in the air, his eyes occasionally flicked toward the magical crystal. A man's words can often deceive, and Field's actions betrayed his true thoughts. Suddenly, a brilliant red light illuminated the entire square, capturing everyone's attention. Field, who had been observing Master Galois, instantly sprang to his feet and rushed to Lys's side. "Ha, finally, we have won," Lys slightly bowed, saying, "Young Master Field," as he helped her up. "Ha, Lys, did I not tell you? You are a natural-born mage." Field was utterly astounded that this seemingly ordinary girl possessed such remarkable magical talent. Quite unexpectedly, the first individual with magical aptitude emerged from among the slaves, radiating a brilliant red glow. Master Galois remarked with awe that with a red magical aptitude, becoming a grand mage was well within reach, provided diligent practice and perseverance. Even achieving the status of a magus was not beyond possibility. Master Galois' encouragement was directed not only at Lys but also at all the assembled youths, urging them to draw inspiration from her example and not to despair due to their lack of talent. "Lys, from this moment forth, you are no longer a slave, you are a free member of Wilson Territory." "Thank you, young Master Field," Lys replied, astonished by how her life had taken a roller coaster turn, suddenly transitioning into that of a free citizen. Subsequently, Lys moved aside to allow others to assess their magical aptitude. With the first success, Field was optimistic that many more would follow. Lys's red magical aptitude ignited a flicker of hope within him. Together with Master Galois, they continued the assessments. Fate, it seems, has its curious ways. As soon as a tall, slender boy approached the magical crystal ball, the moment he touched it, the crystal emitted a bright and dazzling red light. Incredible, a stroke of luck. Amidst the radiant red light, hints of purple shimmered within the magical crystal. Field was taken aback by this unexpected development, thinking to himself, could it be that I truly possess this extraordinary luck? My mere presence seems to elicit a cascade of magical talent. "What is your name?" he inquired. In response to young Master Field, "I am called Arist." "That is quite a remarkable name," Field murmured softly. "What did you say?" Arist asked. Having not caught the words, Field waved his hand and smiled, patting Arist on the shoulder. "Nothing of consequence, just go and register quickly. You focus on enhancing your magic. Rest assured, Wilson Territory stands as your steadfast support." Arist nodded eagerly and then, with a sudden motion, knelt partially before Field. "Young Master Field, last winter my mother perished from the cold, yet this year you have granted my family a warm cement home, saving my 2 young sisters from experiencing the same tragedy. Moreover, during the barren winter months, you provided us with sustenance, allowing our family to endure the harsh season. You are our benefactor." Arist lifted his gaze. His eyes slightly reddened, fixed intently upon Field. "Please allow me to pledge my loyalty to you." Field felt a complex swirl of emotions. He had never anticipated that such a seemingly trivial act could save an entire family. Faced with Arist's pledge of loyalty, Field drew his sword. In the treacherous land of Loa, such oaths of loyalty were among the few truly credible and solemn rituals. Field placed the sword upon Arist's shoulder. First on the left, then on the right, thus concluded the solemn oath of loyalty. Next, another candidate stepped forward to assess their magical aptitude. Upon touching the magical crystal ball, it emitted no light whatsoever. Field's earlier assumptions about his extraordinary luck crumbled. The process of assessing magical aptitude was long and tedious, lasting from morning till dusk. Out of the 4,000 youths, only about 20 exhibited magical talent. Aside from Arist and Liss, who possessed red aptitude, the remainder had either white or green aptitude, with the better green aptitude being a rare occurrence. Indeed, magic is a privilege reserved for a select few. As the assessments concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. The 20-odd individuals with magical talent followed Master Galois and Master Newman to learn magic, becoming the first cohort of students at the Magic Academy. Another significant task for Wilson Territory was accomplished, leaving Field feeling both mentally and physically invigorated. As night descended, without a trace of fatigue, he made his way to the Night Academy within the military camp. Surveying the surroundings with a sense of determination, Field began his training, first lifting a massive stone. The weight bore down upon him, yet he felt increasingly at ease. Subsequently, he submerged himself in the river. Where the pressure of the deep water enveloped him, the moonlight illuminated his form as he embraced the tranquility of the environment. Reflecting upon his own essence, time seemed to lose meaning until suddenly a figure erupted from the still water, sending a cascade of droplets in all directions. It was Field. Clenching his fists, he mused, "Is this the power possessed by an advanced knight? Truly remarkable." If an advanced knight is capable of such feats, one can only imagine the terror that a silver knight, the rank above, must embody, a veritable walking small-scale nuclear bomb, having achieved a breakthrough. Field returned to Wilson Fortress under the moonlight. In Chapter 20, The Magical Crystal Lamp, Field did not disclose his advancement to the rank of advanced knight to anyone. He returned to his room quietly under the moon's glow. After Field appointed Wade as the head of the Knight Academy and shared his newly acquired training methods, the responsibility of cultivating knights for Wilson Territory naturally fell on Wade's shoulders. Remarkably, he had returned to a semblance of leisure, though this so-called leisure merely entailed a slight reduction in the number of matters requiring his direct oversight. Each morning, Field diligently practiced his martial energy, while midday found him traversing various departments within Wilson Territory to oversee their progress. In the afternoons, he attended the Magic Academy to study under Master Galois, engaging in the minutiae of magical training. With the assistance of Glass's formidable magical talent, Field, having recently broken through to the rank of junior mage, quickly approached the threshold of intermediate mage. With unwavering determination, "I shall strive diligently, before the end of winter. I am confident that I will successfully ascend to the rank of an intermediate mage." Field is brimming with self-assurance. While diligently honing his martial energy and magical prowess, he has not neglected the development of Wilson's territory. In accordance with Field's directives, Nelson is actively gathering blacksmiths and shipwrights. The assembly of blacksmiths is, of course, to forge armor for the knights of Wilson's territory. Currently, Wilson's realm lacks the capability to independently craft a complete set of armor. Armor, a rare treasure of the Roya continent, is a decisive factor in the course of warfare, ranging from the highest to the lowest. The hierarchy includes enchanted armor, heavy armor, armor embedded with plates, standard armor, and the least desirable leather armor. A basic set of enchanted armor is worth the equivalent of a level 3 magical beast's core. The more enchanting attributes and the higher the level, the more costly the enchanted armor. With no upper limit, heavy armor boasts the best defense among ordinary armors but is exceedingly cumbersome and expensive. Only a few nobles can afford to equip themselves with heavy armor. Armor embedded with plates is favored by the nobility, yet it comes at a steep price, requiring no less than 500 gold coins. Even for second-rate armor without plates, one must part with 300 gold coins. For the avaricious nobility, this is akin to a death sentence. Among the 500 knights of Wilson's territory, only those who have achieved the rank of junior knight possess armor without plates. The knights of Wilson's territory equipped with plate armor can be counted on one hand by Field. As for the majority of knight apprentices, they are left with no choice but to don cloth armor or, in some cases, go without armor entirely. This is the stark reality faced by the forces of most viscounts and earls. Field's next plan is to provide armor for all knights of Wilson's territory. Whether they are true knights wielding martial energy or knight apprentices, naturally, this will incur a substantial expense. Relying solely on the war funds accumulated by Mance will certainly fall short, but Field has devised a strategy. The following day, Field continued his customary stroll through Wilson's territory, subsequently arriving at the Magical Academy. Just as he reached the entrance, a figure suddenly leaped out, accompanied by a voice that threatened, "Hey!" Upon hearing this, Field immediately recognized the person as his beloved sister Ella. "Who is it? Is it human or ghost? You scared me to death, come out." Meanwhile, Field's right hand was patting his racing heart, perhaps due to a lack of acting talent or the flamboyance of his performance. Ella could no longer bear to watch and revealed herself with a slight upward curl of her lips. She said, "Brother, could you please put a little more thought into it? You look so fake." Faced with his ruse being uncovered, Field could only smile sheepishly. He then reached out and playfully pinched Ella's soft little cheek. "Hee, so it turns out to be my adorable little sister," after a bout of playful banter. Field inquired, "Why didn't you follow Master Golova to learn magic today, but instead came to find me?" Ella replied, "Guessed immediately." Field felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Who did she learn this from? She was just like a little girlfriend from his past life, but since Ella was his sister, who else was he to dote on? With a fatherly expression, he asked, "I can't guess, please tell your brother." Fortunately, there was no one else around except for Field and Ella, otherwise it would have been evident that his voice had a slight lisp. "Brother is so silly, I've broken through to the rank of junior mage," Ella exclaimed with a radiant smile. "Oh really, my little sister is amazing." He immediately embraced Ella in delight. "Now you have to prepare a gift for me, and it better be better than the one from the second sister." All right, just as Field agreed, he promptly retrieved a splendid mage's robe from his storage bag and handed it to Ella. Her eyes sparkled with surprise. She had thought it would take some time before receiving a gift, only to be pleasantly surprised with a present for her breakthrough to junior mage. Field had been contemplating a gift for Ella since the last time he prepared one for Stephanie. And he had conveniently prepared something for Ella as well, which allowed him to present it so readily. Ella carefully accepted the mage's robe, her lips pouting as she said, "Thank you, brother," with a gentle smile. Her dimples appeared on her cheeks. In that moment, Field understood the essence of being a doting brother. Ella then donned the mage's robe, which was not just an ordinary robe but a protective garment embedded with a level 3 defensive magic array. In the face of attacks from level 3 magical beasts, as long as one wasn't foolish, they could escape unscathed under the protection of the mage's robe. This garment could be considered a protective item gifted by Field, who had experienced life and death. Subsequently, Field and Ella returned to Master Golova's magic class. The two quietly entered the classroom through the back door and took their seats when the magical academy was constructed. Field had personally overseen the process. The environment within the magical academy mirrored that of schools from his previous life, with classrooms, surroundings, and facilities being identical. Spacious classrooms, tidy desks, and picturesque views from the windows offered an educational atmosphere far superior to the dilapidated magical laboratory of Wilson Castle. Time flew by, and the day's magic teaching concluded. The apprentices gradually dispersed, returning to the dormitory buildings established within the magical academy. Ella and Stephanie, having spent the entire day studying magic, also resided in the academy, albeit in luxurious single rooms. Just as Field stood up to leave, Master Golova called out to him, "Field, come with me." Field nodded in response and followed Master Golova to the magical laboratory, since Master Golova relocated to the magical academy. The teaching area and magical laboratory had been distinctly separated. In a short while, Field accompanied Master Golova to the mage's laboratory, where Master Newman was also present. Master Golova gradually approached a table, and Field's gaze followed, quickly landing on a magical crystal lamp placed atop it. As Master Golova pressed a switch on the magical crystal lamp, a bright white light filled the entire laboratory. "Is it working?" Master Golova smiled and nodded. "Thanks to your suggestion, we constructed a sphere using blue tungsten, or then, we connected the blue tungsten to the magic crystal using first-tier copper, or inscribing our self-created magic array at the junctions. Finally, we controlled the flow of magical energy through the magic arrays, and all it takes is pressing this button to operate the magical lamp." Master Golova pointed to the button on the magical crystal lamp. After listening to Master Golova's explanation, Field couldn't help but feel immense admiration. It truly is a case of expertise bearing fruit, resolving the issue in just over 2 months. Field then asked, "Master Golova, what is the approximate cost of producing a magical crystal lamp?" Before Master Golova could respond, Master Newman, standing nearby, interjected, "It's roughly equivalent to the value of a first-tier magic core, about 100 gold coins. Far cheaper than the azure orb used for lighting in the elementary academy, and it provides a wider illumination range," Master Newman added, his face bearing a hint of pride, as if to say, "Come on, praise me." Field felt a sense of exasperation. How could someone nearing the grave be so childish? He then turned his head to look at Master Golova, who nodded in agreement, confirming that Master Newman's words were indeed true. Thank you for your hard work, Master Golova. Master Golova nodded in acknowledgement. Master Newman stood nearby with a somewhat lecherous smile. Suddenly Field realized that if the magical crystal lamps were sold without any protective measures, it wouldn't be long before counterfeit versions sprang up like mushrooms after rain. To prevent this from happening and to safeguard the treasury of Wilson's territory, a sophisticated confidentiality and self-destruct system became paramount. Master Golova, could you create an encryption magic array on the magical crystal lamp? If someone attempts to disassemble it from the outside, it should automatically self-destruct. Master Golova nodded. That's quite simple. Some unsolvable self-destruct magic arrays will suffice. Then I must trouble you with that. Additionally, I would like to ask you to produce several magical crystal lamps, as they will be needed throughout Wilson's territory. Alright, come to collect them in a few days. Once the supply of magical crystal lamps meets the internal demand of Wilson's territory, sales will begin outward. Field was confident that the magical crystal lamps would create ripples akin to a stone cast into a still pond. He could already envision the azure orb being replaced by the magical crystal lamp. Chapter 21, The Fallen Merchant Javier. The magical crystal lamp involves magic arrays and can only be operated by a junior mage who has mastered magical energy. Currently, the production of magical crystal lamps cannot be scaled up due to the limited number of mages, even though the number of mages in Wilson's territory has increased to 5 due to Ella's breakthrough to junior mage. Field must oversee the overall development of Wilson's domain while also focusing on refining his martial energy and enhancing his magical abilities. Naturally, he cannot spare any excess energy for the production of magical crystal lamps. Moreover, it would be quite a waste for the first heir of the esteemed Viscount to be engaged in such trivial tasks. If this were to get out, it would surely invite ridicule from the nobility. As for Stephanie and Ella, they are indeed quite free. Amidst their studies of magic, they could manage to produce a few magical crystal lamps. Conversely, Master Golova and Master Newman could also manufacture some lamps while teaching magic. However, to produce a significant number of magical crystal lamps, the first cohort of magical apprentices from the academy must achieve breakthroughs to junior mages. Patience is a virtue, and Field is not in a hurry. He will first establish sales channels with a limited quantity of magical crystal lamps. In the blink of an eye, a fortnight has elapsed. Master Galois has presented Field with 15 exquisite magical crystal lamps. 1 lamp has been allocated to the Knight Academy, 1 to the Magic Academy, and another to the Food Department, leaving a total of 8 remaining for Field to ponder over. After a moment of contemplation, he selected 1 lamp to gift to Grandmother Lucia. Subsequently, he designated 5 lamps to be sent to the Golden Lion Trading Association in Santorini, thereby establishing a reputation for the magical crystal lamps of Wilson territory. Ultimately, only 2 solitary lamps remained on the table. Field resolved to offer these 2 as tokens of goodwill to his neighbors. Indeed, he wished to visit the neighbors to the north and south of Wilson territory before the winter came to a close. There is a saying that states distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors, and fostering good neighborly relations is the first step in mitigating conflicts. At this moment, Field had no inkling that the neighbors he was about to visit would one day become vassals of Wilson territory. The following dawn, Abel, seizing the early light, set off for Santorini with 6 magical crystal lamps, samples of cement, and a letter from Field addressed to Grandmother Lucia. Field intended to take advantage of the lingering winter chill to visit the surrounding neighbors of Wilson territory. Promoting the magical crystal lamps and cement, his first destination was naturally the estate of Viscount Rodriguez, situated to the north of Wilson territory. The circumstances of Viscount Rodriguez were akin to those of Wilson territory. He too had been summoned to the northern front to partake in the conflict against the barbarians. However, unlike Wilson territory, which was managed by Field, the estate of Viscount Rodriguez was entrusted to his wife, Emma. At the grand gates of Rodriguez Castle, the entrance stood firmly shut. Hilbert called out towards the castle, "Esteemed Lady Emma, we come from Wilson territory, and it is with the utmost sincerity that we pay you a visit." After a brief moment, a voice echoed from above the castle, "May I inquire as to which individual from Wilson territory is visiting?" "I am Field Wilson, the first heir of Wilson territory," replied Hilbert. A silence fell over the castle, as if someone had gone to report their arrival. After a short wait, the castle gates creaked open, revealing a servant before them. "My Lord Field, please follow me." Before long, Field found himself in the presence of Emma, to whom he gracefully performed a noble bow. "Madam Emma, I beg your pardon for this unexpected intrusion." Emma, taken aback by the handsome and courteous Field, internally questioned the reason for his sudden visit. How could this be an intrusion? Your presence brings a radiant glow to Rodriguez Castle. Following the customary yet tedious flattery typical of nobility, Field proceeded to discuss the purpose of his visit. With a hint of wistfulness, Field remarked, Rodriguez Castle is truly resplendent. Alas, once night falls, one can no longer appreciate its beauty, which is indeed a pity. Ha! How could it possibly compare to Wilson territory? Emma retorted. I possess a means to illuminate Rodriguez estate as if it were daylight. Rodriguez territory is graced with azure pearls. Lighting is certainly not an issue. At this moment, Lady Emma fully comprehended that Field's visit was not merely a social call. Upon hearing this, Field leisurely produced a magical crystal lamp from his storage pouch, intending to win over Lady Emma with tangible proof. Then, under Emma's curious gaze, he pressed a button, and in an instant, brilliant white light flooded the entire room. What is this marvel? Emma inquired with astonishment. Field replied with a smile, This is a magical crystal lamp. I shall refrain from elaborating on its functions. Its illumination and coverage far surpass the feeble glow emitted by azure pearls. Indeed, this was true. Lady Emma now grasped that Field's purpose was to sell magical crystal lamps. However, she was acutely aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Thus she cautiously inquired, Might I ask the price of this magical crystal lamp? 1,000 Searle gold coins. Lady Emma fell silent. Observing her thoughtful demeanor, Field remained unperturbed, considering that even the most inexpensive azure pearls on the market cost 3,000 gold coins and their illumination could not compare to that of the magical crystal lamp. He found it hard to believe that Lady Emma would remain indifferent. After circling the magical crystal lamp and scrutinizing it closely, Lady Emma decisively declared, I shall take 10. Field shook his head apologetically. I regret to inform you, Madam Emma, that I have only brought one with me this time. He continued, Wilson territory is currently unable to produce them in large quantities, but if you require more, I shall prioritize your needs. Very well, should they be produced, do remember to supply me first, she replied. I shall certainly do so, for you are my first customer of the magical crystal lamp, Field assured her. Madam Emma, might you have noticed the dilapidated roads of Rodriguez territory? I have also brought along some fine items for you. Before Emma could respond, Field elaborated, Wilson territory has recently invented a product known as cement. It allows for the rapid construction of houses and the repair of roads. Would you be interested? Field proceeded to demonstrate, just as he had done for Mance at Wilson Castle. Truly, as nobility, Lady Emma's expressions mirrored those of Mance in astonishment at the miraculous properties of cement, which she found equally appealing as the magical crystal lamp. What is the price? She inquired. 100 gold coins per £1,000. Excellent, I shall order 10,000 pounds of cement. The visit to Rodriguez territory concluded successfully. Field then employed the same strategy to visit Baron Davis's estate, where Baron Davis was equally captivated by the previously unseen products. Following his visit to Davis territory, Field successfully sold another magical crystal lamp along with 10,000 pounds of cement. Returning to Wilson territory, Field was laden with 4,000 gold coins. No sooner had he stepped through the gates of Wilson Castle than he was approached by Nelson, who was accompanied by a man of similar age but dressed plainly. Nelson introduced him, Master Field, this is my friend Javier. Javier stepped forward and greeted Field. Good day, Master Field. Field nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Nelson. Javier had previously traversed the various territories of the Searle Kingdom for trade. But alas, his ventures had met with failure. Thus Field surmised that Javier had come seeking refuge with Nelson. At present, Wilson territory was in dire need of intellectuals, and with Nelson's backing, Field accepted Javier into their fold. You may stay, for Wilson territory is indeed in need of manpower. Field then addressed Javier, since you have experience in commerce, you must be literate and proficient in arithmetic, therefore, I would like you to serve as an instructor at the primary academy, which is currently in need of staff. Both Nelson and Javier bowed deeply. Thank you, Master Field. At this moment, Field remained blissfully unaware that his act of kindness would eventually bring him a talented trader. Chapter 22. The Shipping and Trade Departments. Field had completed the initial promotional tasks for cement and magical crystal lamps, and now he awaited the favorable winds to propel him forward. Not long ago, Field had successfully advanced his martial prowess to that of a senior knight, though his mastery of magic remained at the pinnacle of a junior mage, with his martial skills having risen. It was only natural that his magical abilities should keep pace. In the following days, Field resolved to make a concerted effort to ascend to the rank of intermediate mage. Perseverance bore fruit. And one afternoon, Field triumphantly achieved the rank of intermediate mage far more swiftly than he had anticipated. However, he chose to keep this achievement under wraps, believing that the secret to survival in the perilous land of Loya was to always retain an element of surprise. Catching the enemy off guard when they presumed victory was assured. As time passed, the bitter cold gradually receded, signaling the waning of winter and the quiet approach of spring. The earth awakened from its slumber, and life began to flourish anew. Tender green buds unfurled on the branches, and flowers blossomed with smiles in the gentle caress of the spring breeze. The warm sunlight bathed the land, instilling a sense of vitality and hope. The people of Wilson Territory, stirred by this newfound vigor, busied themselves. Although they had already been occupied throughout the winter, however, the arrival of spring and the onset of farming thrust Wilson Territory into an even greater flurry of activity. The advent of spring heralded a time of celebration, and soon Wait brought Field the delightful news that the Knight Academy had already produced 200 junior knights. The establishment of the Knight Academy, the construction of the barracks, and the modernization of martial training had transformed Wilson Territory into a far cry from its former timid self. Now was the time to address the latent dangers within Wilson Territory. Field selected 50 junior knights from the Knight Academy to accompany him to Rivermouth Village. The procession to Rivermouth Village was grand, comprising not only knights but also a large contingent of settlers moving to the village. At this moment, as spring had just begun, the remnants of winter were still apparent throughout Rivermouth Village. The ice floes on the surface of the Nine Curves River have yet to melt, and remnants of snow still cling to the rooftops. Reflecting on the longing gaze of Norton Village at the moment of his departure, Field felt a profound sense of emotion within. At last, Wilson Territory possesses the means to resolve the long-standing issue of the razorfish that has troubled it for years. Field promptly sought out the village chief of Norton. The chief surveyed the throng of people around him, then turned his gaze towards Field. "Young Master Field, you." Field smiled sincerely and replied, "Indeed, I have come to address the plight of the razorfish in Rivermouth Village." The village chief immediately fell to his knees before Field. "Thank you, young Master Field. The people of Rivermouth Village will forever be grateful for your immense kindness." Field helped the tearful village chief to his feet. The razorfish represented an indelible pain in the chief's heart. Now that it is about to be resolved, how could he not be overwhelmed with joy? Subsequently, Hilbert led the junior knights to begin clearing the razorfish from the river. Unfortunately, the razorfish are swift in the water, and the knights are not adept at aquatic combat. Hilbert could only drive the fish away from the riverbank, unable to slay them. Even so, the villagers of Rivermouth would no longer have to fear for their lives. Perhaps the happiness came too suddenly. Norton found himself momentarily at a loss, trembling and hesitant to approach the riverbank. "Village Chief Norton, come forth. The Nine Curves River will no longer pose any danger." Upon hearing Field's call, the village chief slowly approached the riverbank. "Village Chief Norton, the future of the Nine Curves River will be safe. I will also send a construction team to build cement houses for you, improving your living conditions," Field continued. "Furthermore, I have brought 2,000 people to assist in the development of Rivermouth Village, and they will settle here. In the future, more and more people will come to Rivermouth Village." As soon as Field finished speaking, the village chief again knelt before him. "Young Master Field, you have saved Rivermouth Village." Field once more helped the aged village chief to his feet. The issue of the razorfish may have been resolved, but Rivermouth Village still requires development and construction. "Village Chief Norton, you must not neglect this." Wiping his reddened eyes, the village chief declared, "Though I am but an old man, I shall fulfill any role that Rivermouth Village requires of me." "Excellent. As a member of Wilson Territory, such determination is commendable. I entrust the future of Rivermouth Village to you. Ensure that the honey fruit trees are planted throughout the village. The honey fruit is difficult to store. Can Rivermouth Village truly manage to cultivate all the honey fruit trees?" the village chief asked softly. Field smiled without answering. "Just follow my instructions." Indeed, since his last visit to Rivermouth Village, Field had discovered the treasure that is the honey fruit. With its translucent exterior and sweet fragrant interior, it would surely be profitable if marketed as a product. However, the challenge lies in its extremely short shelf life, decaying within 5 days. To make the most of the honey fruit, Field had racked his brain, yet, after taking a sip of wheat ale, he suddenly realized that he could transform the honey fruit into honey fruit wine, thus resolving the storage dilemma. After much experimentation, he finally succeeded in brewing honey fruit wine. This beverage perfectly retained the honey fruit's delightful sweetness and aroma, surpassing the flavor of wheat ale and being exceptionally suitable for noble women. "Understood, young Master Field. I shall fulfill the task you have assigned." The village chief's attitude was now markedly different, fervent to the point of nearly singeing Field's eyebrows. Field's purpose in visiting was not merely to drive away the razorfish, He had also brought skilled shipbuilders, heavily recruited by Nelson. Rivers have always been catalysts for trade, and the Nine Curves River, connecting to the Mississippi River, is no exception. Field plans to establish a ship administration in Rivermouth Village to construct vessels and manage all related affairs. He believes that, in the near future, his trade will flow through the Nine Curves River to distant lands, though he cannot yet envision where that may be. Rivers not only facilitate agricultural development but also significantly shorten travel times. The various civilizations of the Loya continent are still in their infancy, grounded in terrestrial existence, their sights not yet set upon the horizon. Field aims to seize this opportunity to become the pioneer of a maritime era in this other world. Just then, the creaking of several rickety boats moored by the shore shattered Field's fervor. He chuckled awkwardly. Well, one must have dreams, who knows what may come to pass. The next day, having completed the construction of the trade administration, Edmund received Field's orders. Without delay, he set off with 2 construction teams to Rivermouth Village, assisting the shipbuilders in establishing the ship administration and constructing cement houses for the villagers. Rome was not built in a day. Nor does a pig grow fat in one bite. Field naturally entrusted the development of Rivermouth Village to Edmund. Before departing, Field promoted Warren, the most experienced shipbuilder, to be the first director of the ship administration. With one worry lifted from his heart, Field unconsciously hummed a tune on his journey back to Wilson Fortress. The ship administration is established, and Wilson Territory's unique products are in place. Now only the trade administration remains. As soon as he returned to Wilson Territory, Field set about forming the trade administration, but he found himself at a loss when it came to appointing its director. The trade administration cannot simply rely on capability. It requires someone who can navigate the treacherous waters of commerce and secure a piece of the pie amidst a crowd of cunning old foxes to earn gold coins for Wilson Territory. In a moment of indecision, Field sought out Nelson. Having traveled extensively, Nelson surely knew many people, making it easy for him to find a qualified trade administration director. Nelson, I am in the process of forming the trade administration. The trade administration, a merchant guild? Field shook his head. No, the trade administration is a department specifically responsible for trade. A merchant guild is merely one of its functions. After pondering for a moment, Nelson replied, Young Master Field, the person I recommend is far away yet close at hand. Oh, who is it? Javier. Noticing Field's silence, Nelson explained, Javier merely fell victim to noble intrigues that led to his commercial failure. It is not a reflection of his abilities. I hope young Master Field will grant him a chance. Observing the earnest expression on Nelson's face, Field relented. Very well, let it be him, with a lack of candidates in Wilson Territory. And with Nelson's strong endorsement, Field ultimately appointed Javier as the interim director of the trade administration. Of course, Javier would only serve temporarily. Should he fail to perform, he would be at risk of dismissal at any moment. Thus, the future renowned gold-producing behemoth was hastily established, while Field busied himself with various constructions in Wilson Territory. Far away in the provincial capital of Corsi, Abel successfully met with Itarga of the Golden Lion Merchant Association. Itarga marveled at the magical crystal lamps and cement, exclaiming, I never would have imagined that Wilson Territory could produce such exquisite items. When discussing the origins of these products, Abel spoke with pride and admiration. All thanks to the great young Master Field. His eyes glimmered with deep admiration. Suddenly Itarga's eyes lit up. He recalled having heard that name before. After a moment's thought, he remembered when he had first heard it. Ah, young Master Field, I once had the pleasure of meeting him. Itarga's expression then turned to one of disappointment. What a pity that we did not have a deeper exchange at the time. Itarga accepted all the cement and magical crystal lamps, then handed Abel a bag of Sare coins. The Golden Lion Merchant Association will purchase these items. Should there be more, we will buy at the same price. I will relay your message to young Master Field. Itarga then entrusted Abel with a letter to be delivered to Field. Abel nodded as he accepted the letter. Itarga, being a seasoned merchant, could immediately recognize the extraordinary value of the cement and magical crystal lamps. Abel then set off on his return journey to Wilson Territory. As he passed through the territory of Count Terrell, he unexpectedly received another letter. Please deliver this to young Master Field. Abel nodded. Astonished by how many nobles were interested in the cement and magical crystal lamps, deepening his admiration for Field. Chapter 23, The Wandering Refugees. Abel hastened his journey, returning to Wilson Fortress in less than half a day. He presented 2 letters to Field. Young Master Field, one is from Itarga of the Golden Lion Merchant Association, and the other is from Lady Lucia. Field took the letters from Abel and said to the weary messenger, You have worked hard, please go and rest. It is no trouble at all. Serving young Master Field is my honor. Field was puzzled. Was his ideological education truly that effective? He waved his hand, realizing that his charismatic personality left others no choice. Abel nodded and left the hall. Field casually selected one letter to open. It was from his grandmother, Lucia. Dear little Field, it is as if I am meeting you through this letter. I have received the magical crystal lamps you sent. And I am delighted I have also learned that they, along with the cement, were crafted by you, and I find it truly astonishing. You are aware of the situation in Swift territory. I wish to purchase. Lucia's letter did not beat around the bush, revealing her need for the magical crystal lamps and cement. He then retrieved the other letter that Abel had delivered, which was from Itarga of the Golden Lion Merchant Association. Compared to his grandmother's directness, Itarga's letter was much more diplomatic. With a flourish of extravagant praise, he gradually unveiled his true intentions. Field inhaled deeply. The market gap for magical crystal lamps and cement was immense. Wilson's domain could reap substantial profits from just these two commodities. Alas, the current production of magical crystal lamps was disappointingly low, yielding only a meager amount of gold coins for Wilson's domain. Conversely, the output of cement from the factory was abundant. Subsequently, Field approached the interim director of the Trade Bureau, Javier, the time has come to test your mettle. Take the cement to Santorini. Very well, Javier responded with resolute determination. Aware that his trial had commenced. As the season for spring plowing approached, Wilson's domain once again found itself grappling with a shortage of manpower. The farmers who had previously tended the fields were now conscripted by the infrastructure teams and the shipping department. In past years, during the spring plowing season, the entire workforce was dedicated solely to agriculture. However, despite the population of Wilson's domain having increased significantly, so too had the demands of labor. Not only did Wilson's domain require laborers to cultivate honey fruit trees in Rivermouth Village, but various departments were also in need of personnel. Field faced yet another challenge of insufficient manpower. Fortunately, the flourishing sales of magical crystal lamps and cement had resulted in a considerable accumulation of gold coins in Wilson's treasury. The financial condition of Wilson's domain was gradually improving, thereby providing a solid financial foundation for the acquisition of slaves. The plan to return to the provincial capital of Santorini to purchase slaves once again surfaced in Field's mind. The increase in population naturally led to a greater consumption of food, making self-sufficiency in food for the coming year exceedingly important. Field promptly summoned the director of the Food Bureau, Director Colden. How is the preparation for this year's wheat planting progressing? In response, young Master Field, all preparations are complete. We are merely awaiting the day of sowing. Excellent. Field paused before continuing. I hope the new variety of wheat will not disappoint me. Fear not, young Master Field. Over time, Colden had gathered ample information regarding the new variety of wheat from Al, and he now possessed unwavering confidence in its potential, as if it were his own creation. I trust Director L. The wheat he discovered will surely bring a bountiful harvest to Wilson's domain. Field nodded in agreement. Director Colden, the Food Bureau is responsible not only for managing the wheat of Maji Village but also for overseeing the cultivation and harvest of food across the entirety of Wilson's domain. Colden furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed. In his understanding, aside from the wheat village, no other areas within Wilson's domain produced food. Young Master Field, it seems there are no other places in Wilson's domain capable of producing food. Is there? Field glanced at the bewildered Colden and gently elucidated. Recently, the security concerns surrounding Rivermouth Village have been resolved. I have arranged for Mayor Norton to cultivate honey fruit extensively around Rivermouth Village. He will serve as the deputy director of the Food Bureau. You should liaise with him, as you will be working together in the future. Understood, young Master Field. Next came Field's daily routine of meeting with key figures from various departments within Wilson's domain to report on ongoing work. The foundation of Wilson's domain remained fragile. Even a minor error could result in significant losses. Field felt compelled to supervise each department daily until they could operate smoothly on their own. While Field busied himself with the affairs of Wilson's domain, word arrived from Maji Village. Young Master Field, a sudden influx of refugees has appeared in Maji Village. They are frequently seizing food from the residents. At this juncture, as winter waned and spring began, the winter had nearly depleted the available food supply. The nobles, observing the diminishing granaries, continually reduced the rations supply to the residents, with some even cutting off provisions entirely, resulting in a desperate flight for survival among the populace. Such phenomena were not uncommon in Wilson's domain during the early spring. In previous years, Mans had opted to drive away the refugees, as the surplus food in the landlord's store was limited. When a territory experienced a few dozen residents fleeing, it often escalated to thousands across multiple territories, culminating in a mass refugee crisis. Field lamented, in the eyes of the nobles, lives in the continent of Loa are worth little. Young Master Field, shall we drive away the refugees as we have in previous years? No, I will go see for myself before making a decision. The knight who had come from Maji village nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this news, Field felt a flicker of satisfaction. Not long ago, he had been troubled by a lack of manpower, and now free labor was presenting itself at his doorstep. A most fortuitous turn of events. Field promptly loaded several carts with food and set off for Maji village. Upon his arrival, he encountered the refugees lingering along the road. The emaciated and starving individuals gazed longingly at the carts of food, their eyes gleaming with desire, yet none dared to approach to seize it. The knights, with their gleaming swords, were not to be trifled with. Field observed carefully and realized that the number of refugees far exceeded his expectations. He had initially thought there might be only 2,000 or 3,000, but as he surveyed the scene, he saw nearly 20,000 desperate souls. While he felt a surge of joy at the prospect of ample manpower, he also felt a profound sadness. Those who wish for food, follow me. Upon hearing these words, the refugees sluggishly rose to their feet and trailed behind Field. Upon reaching Maji village, Field instructed the accompanying knights, prepare some meat broth and distribute bread to them. Yes, the refugees ravenously devoured the food. Fearing that this opportunity might slip away, Field approached a frail little girl. Little sister, tell me, where do you come from? The girl ignored him, fixated on the black bread she was voraciously consuming. Field patiently waited until she had finished her meal. After licking the crumbs from her fingers, she finally spoke. I come from a faraway place. My mother and I are driven away from every place we go, so we just keep walking and walking until we arrived here. Field nodded, realizing that the sheer number of refugees stemmed from being expelled by various nobles. As the knights distributed food to the multitude of 20,000 refugees, Field had ample time to observe them. The crowd included frail elderly individuals and babbling infants, stirring a deep sense of sympathy within him. Subsequently, the knights gathered the refugees in a meadow outside Maji village. Field addressed them slowly. You are all diligent farmers from various territories. But for various reasons, you have left the lands where your ancestors lived. You have endured countless hardships to reach Wilson's domain. I wish to extend an opportunity to you, here in Wilson's domain. You will have the chance to cease wandering and will no longer need to worry about food. If you choose to join us, you will be warmly welcomed. If you prefer not to stay, I will provide you with some food to aid your departure from Wilson's domain. Field paused for a moment, gazing at the refugees. Now make your choice. To Field's astonishment, not a single person left. They all opted to remain in Wilson's domain. After having traversed numerous noble lands, they had never before encountered a noble willing to provide them with food. How could they possibly leave? Anyone who offered a morsel would find themselves with devoted followers willing to brave any hardship alongside them. The allure of food facilitated the seamless integration of the 20,000 refugees into Wilson's domain, with no obstacles encountered. Consequently, Field's original plan to procure slaves in Santorini was quietly abandoned. Next came the responsibility of Nelson, who, along with his two assistants, William and Richard, began the process of registering the refugees and assigning them suitable work. Michael, present. If Maji village encounters refugees again, distribute food to them. If they wish to stay, take them in. If they do not, allow them to leave. I will send more food to Maji village shortly. Yes, young Master Field. The influx of 20,000 refugees caused the population of Wilson's domain to surge past the 40,000 mark, significantly alleviating the various pressures faced by the territory. However, this was soon followed by the challenge of food supply. It appeared that a substantial purchase of food would be necessary this year. Chapter 24. The visit of the elves. Field observed that among the 20,000 refugees, nearly one-third were young children. He believed that many of them would possess magical talents. The following day, Mage Golova began testing their magical abilities. As Wilson's domain endeavored to assimilate the 20,000 refugees, the magical crystal lamps and cement had already generated considerable excitement in the Kursi province. Numerous nobles were inquiring about the origins of these magical crystal lamps and cement, and in a short time, Wilson's domain, a remote corner, was being widely discussed among the nobility. Field, employing the principle of closed loops, had embedded anti-tampering mechanisms within the magical crystal lamps. Any attempt to disassemble them would result in a self-detonation, leaving nothing but charred remains. Of this move left the envious nobles lamenting their inability to acquire the magical crystal lamps. And the same was even more true for the cement. The magical crystal lamps and cement were exclusively owned by Wilson's domain, with no counterparts available elsewhere. The continuous correspondence from Italga of the Golden Lion Trading Company vividly illustrated the significant influence of Wilson's domain's exclusive products. At this moment, Field slowly opened one of the letters, which urged him to hasten the delivery of cement and magical crystal lamps. He recalled that not long ago Javier had brought the magical crystal lamps and cement. Why was there another letter? Upon opening the letter, he suddenly understood it had all been sold out, and many nobles had placed large orders. It seemed another trip to Santorini was necessary. However, the popularity of the magical crystal lamps and cement had far exceeded Field's expectations. The next day, the second letter from Italga once again found its way into Field's hands. Dear Master Field, the orders are simply overwhelming, and I have dispatched a caravan to procure magical crystal lamps and cement. Field set down the letter, realizing that he would not have to make the journey himself, which was rather pleasing. In the ensuing days, news of Lord Wilson providing free food to the refugees and sheltering them spread like wildfire. Each day, a few to several hundred individuals arrived at Wilson's territory, and as Field observed the increasing number of inhabitants and the gradually emptying food storage, he sighed inwardly. Long before summer arrived, Wilson's territory would face a food shortage. If food became scarce, it could simply be purchased to tide them over until the harvest season, at which point the problem would be resolved. Subsequently, Field arranged for Javier, who had just returned from Santorini, to take 50,000 gold coins and head back to procure food for Wilson's territory. Javier, having weathered many storms as a seasoned merchant, managed to acquire food worth far exceeding the 50,000 gold coins. Once again, Javier proved his capabilities. Days passed, and the influx of population led to the cultivation of many previously uncultivated lands in Wilson's territory, where high-yield, resilient wheat was planted. Since receiving the letter from Italga, Field had been eagerly awaiting the caravan's arrival. Unexpectedly, before the caravan could arrive, he was greeted by unanticipated guests. At that moment, in the grand hall of Wilson's estate, stood 5 tall, handsome youths, so strikingly beautiful that Field could not discern their gender. Only referring to them as youths, indeed, they were the key race known as the elves, frequently featured in Field's previous life as a novelist. Field could hardly believe he encountered elves so soon after arriving on the continent of Loia. It was his first time seeing elves, and he transformed into a curious child, intently observing them. The elves possessed long golden hair and pointed ears, complemented by their tall statures, exuding an extraordinary beauty. Realizing that his unabashed gaze might be somewhat impolite, he scratched his head to mask his embarrassment. Although the elves appeared akin to 20-year-old human youths, in terms of lineage, this group of young elves could easily be considered his elders. The innate lifespan of the elves is generally much longer, approximately 10 times that of humans, making them one of the few long-lived races on the continent of Noah. Moreover, elves are highly regarded among humans. Every human lord takes pride in recruiting an elf. In the eyes of human nobility, recruiting an elf is tantamount to acquiring a protective talisman with a millennium-long duration. Unlike humans, the elves are known for their integrity and seldom betray their masters for personal gain. The promises made by elves are binding for life, and they vow to uphold them to the death. Since records began on the continent of Noah, instances of elven betrayal have been exceedingly rare. The reputation of the elves in the human world is widely acknowledged. If a human lord successfully recruits an elf, it's as though the spirit remains even after the person has departed. The elves will continue to protect the family they serve until the end of their lives, and Field could not help but admire their character. I am Field Wilson. I was unaware of your esteemed visit. Please forgive my rudeness. After introducing himself, Field promptly inquired, might I ask your name and the purpose of your visit to Wilson's territory? At that moment, one of the 5 stepped forward, a clear leader among them. He addressed Field, saying, I am Alwyn, from the Terelia forest in the western continent. Alwyn's voice was refined and elegant, instilling in Field an exceptionally pleasant sensation. Indeed, it was exceedingly comfortable. After introducing himself, Alwyn immediately produced an item that Field recognized all too well, a magical crystal lamp. My Lord Field, how many gold coins would it take for you to teach me the method of crafting magical crystal lamps? Upon hearing Alwyn's request to purchase the crafting method, Field hesitated not for a moment and shook his head. That would be akin to taking my life. Besides, I am quite clear about the difference between a one-time payment and a steady stream of income. Regrettably, the method for crafting magical crystal lamps is not for sale. However, Field swiftly changed his tone. If you require magical crystal lamps, I can prioritize selling them to you. Field was unsure how many times he had uttered this phrase. Alwyn seemed to anticipate Field's refusal. Very well, I wish to purchase 100 lamps. At present, Wilson's territory has only 50 lamps. Would you still wish to buy them, Lord Alwyn? Of course. Without hesitation, Alwyn produced 50 magic crystals and handed them to Field. This act momentarily astonished Field. He had not expected his counterpart to trade in magic crystals, although the magic crystals from the Cell Kingdom were priced at 1,000 Cell gold coins. They could be sold for around 1,500 coins, if not more. Field immediately felt he had struck a gold mine. Alwyn must have been aware of these circumstances, yet he chose to trade using magic crystals. The elves truly were wealthy. It seemed he had hit the jackpot. As Field accepted the magic crystals from Alwyn, he couldn't help but chuckle foolishly to himself. Alwyn's subordinates observed this scene, their brows furrowed in disdain. Yet Alwyn simply smiled at Field, creating a rather comical tableau. Truly, the elves were generous in their dealings. Javier, here, Master Field, what do you require of me? Bring forth the 50 magical crystal lamps reserved for the Golden Lion Trading Company. Javier nodded and soon returned with the lamps. Here are the 50 magical crystal lamps. Please accept them. With a gentle wave of his hand, Alwyn made the 50 magical crystal lamps vanish instantly. Just as Alwyn was about to depart Wilson's castle, he suddenly turned to Field and asked, "Do you know the true purpose of my visit to Wilson's territory?" "Naturally, it is to purchase the method of crafting magical crystal lamps." Alwyn shook his head. "I came primarily to see you." Field felt a shiver run down his spine, accompanied by a surge of confusion. Field could only cough to mask his awkwardness, after contemplating for a moment. Alwyn continued, "You resemble my imagination quite closely, and your character aligns as well. I hope we have become friends." Field smiled slightly. "Of course, you are the best of friends to Wilson's territory." Alwyn's crystalline gaze fixed upon Field, making him feel uneasy. Field then spoke with seriousness, "You are not only a friend of Wilson's territory, but also a distinguished guest." Yet simultaneously Field mentally substituted distinguished guest with financial backer. Alwyn seemingly disregarded this remark and continued, "In the future, Wilson's territory will never remain isolated. May our friendship endure." As soon as he finished speaking, Alwyn strode through the gates of Wilson's castle. Suddenly, his melodious voice resonated once more. One should not deceive friends. My true name is Amelia Jones. Subsequently, Amelia and her companions gradually vanished from Field's view. What was that? How cryptic. At this moment, Field had no inkling that Amelia Jones would one day become deeply intertwined with his fate. Chapter 25, James Waterhouse. 2 days after the elves' departure, the caravan from Italga finally arrived at Wilson's territory. The clean, orderly roads and the brand-new, neatly arranged cement buildings struck everyone in the caravan with awe. The caravan frequently traversed various territories, witnessing countless conditions, yet none could match the opulence of Wilson's territory. The houses, main roads, and narrow paths between the villages were all constructed of cement. However, what astonished the caravan members most was that even the slaves resided in such comfortable accommodations, leaving them envious. Since learning from Italga's letter that a caravan was to come to Wilson's territory, Field had promptly arranged for Saraga to work overtime producing cement and had prepared 50 magical crystal lamps. But as fate would have it, just as Field could not have anticipated the visit of elves to this small place, Amelia's arrival swiftly depleted the magical crystal lamps intended for the caravan. Gazing at the azure sky, Field could only use cement to compensate for the shortfall of magical crystal lamps. Before long, Field encountered the caravan leader, a slightly plump middle-aged man. "Master Field, I am Larry Ellison. I have been entrusted by Italga to procure cement and magical crystal lamps for Wilson's territory." "Welcome, welcome." However, Field's brow furrowed. "Master Field, have you encountered any difficulties? There seems to be a minor issue with the production of the magical crystal lamps. It appears there won't be any available for sale to the Golden Lion Trading Company." Larry, upon hearing the news, immediately furrowed his brow. His primary purpose for coming to the Wilson territory was to acquire magical crystal lamps. Yet the current situation suggested that the territory lacked such items. After a moment of hesitation, Larry inquired, "What about cement?" "There is plenty of it available." Having made the journey to Wilson, he could not return empty-handed. Thus he resolved to use the gold intended for the magical crystal lamps to purchase cement instead, although the profit from cement was far inferior to that of magical crystal lamps. It still promised some returns. Subsequently, Javier guided Larry to the trade department to load the goods. Once the cement was loaded, Larry presented Javier with a storage pouch. "Director Javier, here are 60,000 gold coins. Please count them. I trust in the integrity of the Golden Lion Merchant Guild." Javier watched as the merchant caravan gradually departed, then took out the pouch to meticulously count the coins. This transaction brought 60,000 gold coins to the Wilson territory. But these coins had not been handed over to Nelson by Field. He immediately instructed Javier to use this sum to purchase a significant quantity of food and iron ore. Indeed, it was iron ore. Currently, the Wilson territory had very few knights equipped with full armor. the junior knights wore only weak leather armor, while the ordinary knights fought bare-chested. Field decided to utilize the gold earned from trade to rectify this situation. As time passed, the signs of winter receded from Wilson. With the cold gradually lifting, the spring planting tasks commenced in earnest. The lands around Maki Village and Wilson Castle suitable for wheat cultivation were steadily sown with the crop. Meanwhile, the vicinity of Hiku Village was similarly planted with lush honey fruit trees. Nelson, dispatch another intermediate knight to Hiku Village to replace Hilbert's assignment, and have Hilbert return. Yes, I will attend to it immediately. Since his mission to Hiku Village, Hilbert had remained there, leading 50 junior knights and continuously driving away the sharpening fish from the meandering river. However, Hilbert had been a loyal guard to Field for many years, making him relatively easy to manage. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed, and during this time, Larry had made 5 trips back and forth to the Wilson territory. This marked Larry's 6th visit. Master Field, Larry wishes to see you. Field was perplexed. Since their first meeting, all matters of the Golden Lion Merchant Guild had been handled by Javier, rendering his involvement unnecessary. Bring him in. Javier exited the hall and soon returned with Larry. Larry pulled a letter from his storage pouch and handed it to Field. Larry, who entrusted you with this letter? Master Field, open it. Everything you wish to know is inside. With that, Larry and Javier took their leave. Field slowly opened the letter, his gaze immediately drawn to the signature at the end, which read, James Waterhouse. James Waterhouse, I don't believe I have ever had any dealings with him. He then proceeded to read the letter in detail. Recently, your reputation has soared in Santorini, coinciding with my 18th birthday celebration, and I cordially invite you to the feast. Turning the envelope over, he discovered it was an invitation to the banquet. Field grew increasingly puzzled. He had never met James, so why the sudden invitation to his birthday celebration? Surely he must be ill. James Waterhouse was a stark contrast to him, while both were the primary heirs of their respective territories. James was a duke capable of challenging the royal family, whereas Wilson was merely a humble viscountcy. One resided in the heavens, the other in the depths. Logically, their paths should never cross. James Waterhouse would undoubtedly ascend to become the Duke of the Waterhouse territory, while Field would remain a Viscount of Wilson. Yet, fate had intertwined their destinies. Field set the letter down, reflecting, such as time and fate. He found himself torn over whether to attend James's birthday celebration in Santorini. If he declined, James, being the superior of Wilson's direct superior, might make life difficult for him once he ascended to the dukedom. With a sigh, Field concluded that a trip to Santorini was unavoidable. However, he thought it impractical to travel such a distance solely for a birthday party. After some contemplation, he decided to establish Wilson's own merchant guild in Santorini. This way, Wilson could produce and sell its own goods, providing a complete service and avoiding price markups by others. As the Magical Academy's apprentices gradually advanced to the rank of junior mages, the production of magical crystal lamps became increasingly standardized. The output of these lamps rose significantly, and Field had no concerns about the new guild lacking stock for sale. After making a few arrangements, Field, accompanied by Javier and Abel, embarked on the journey to Santorini. Compared to his previous trip, most of the roads along the way had been repaired into cement paths, greatly accelerating their travel speed. Truly, technology transformed lives. Before long, Field once again set foot on the majestic city's soil. The awe he felt was no less than during his first visit. The presence of magic rendered the city resplendent and dazzling, yet Field remained oblivious to the fact that the radiant auroras emanating from the protective magic relied on magical crystals and cores for their sustenance, requiring a degree of power to maintain. As a time manager, Field had calculated the banquet's timing and arrived punctually in Santorini. Tomorrow would mark James's birthday feast. To demonstrate the importance he placed on the event, Field dressed elaborately in a cumbersome yet opulently embroidered gown adorned with luxurious gold thread. Standing before a mirror crafted from special stone, he admired his reflection, preening with satisfaction. Indeed, I present a fine visage. Were I a woman, I would surely be enamored. After indulging in self-admiration, Field suddenly recalled the matter at hand and promptly made his way to the ducal residence with Abel in tow. Upon reaching the ducal estate, Field noticed numerous nobles arriving in succession. Gradually approaching the entrance, he waved the invitation before the guard. Upon seeing the invitation, the guard did not impede him further, allowing Field and Abel to enter. As night fell, the hall of the ducal residence was illuminated by soft, warm lights. Towering crystal chandeliers hung from the high ceiling, casting a bright glow that filled the banquet hall. The walls were adorned with lavish tapestries and gilded frames depicting scenes of the first Duke Robin accompanying King Cyr in battle. Showcasing the host's accomplishments and family honor, the long table was draped with exquisite linen, set with silver cutlery and sparkling crystal glasses. Each seat was accompanied by a carefully crafted menu, elegantly inscribed with the evening's culinary delights. Flowers and candles adorned the table, enhancing the romantic and cozy atmosphere. In one corner of the banquet hall, a small ensemble played graceful music, the melodies enchanting and delightful, creating a pleasurable auditory experience for the guests. Dressed in splendid attire, servants flitted through the hall serving wine and dishes with graceful, practiced movements. Guests donned exquisite evening gowns, with gentlemen in formal suits and ladies in flowing dresses embellished with delicate lace and jewels. Their conversations exuded elegance and nobility, laughter and chatter echoing throughout the hall. Witnessing all of this, Field couldn't help but internally lament, such is the decadent life of nobility. He embodied the principle of what one thinks is good, one will enjoy, as he raised a fine wheat wine and savored the perfectly roasted beast meat. Truly delightful. Chapter 26, The Merchant Guild. After relishing in his feast, Field wandered through the banquet. Finding himself devoid of familiar acquaintances in Santorini and consequently lacking a social circle, however, thanks to the handsome features inherited from his mother, he attracted the attention of several noble ladies, just as he finished conversing with an enthusiastic young woman. A striking noblewoman gracefully approached him with a wineglass in hand. "Excuse me, are you Field Wilson?" Field turned, casting a casual glance. "Oh my, how splendid," the young lady, puzzled, asked. "What is so splendid?" "Oh, nothing," Field replied. "I am indeed Field Wilson." "Forgive my ignorance. May I ask your name, miss?" "I am Sophia Waterhouse, James's sister. My apologies. It is an honor to meet you, Miss Sophia." Recently, the name of the magical crystal lamp has circulated widely among the nobility, and its creator has become well known. It is a pleasure to finally meet the person behind it. Sophia smiled as they engaged in light conversation. "Such praise is unwarranted. It is the work of the mages of Wilson." "I beg to differ. As the saying goes, there is no smoke without fire." Field did not further contest this assertion, as he believed excessive modesty was a form of pride. Nobles typically accepted such flattery with humility. As the banquet progressed, the guest of honor finally made his entrance. James Waterhouse strolled into the hall, flanked by young servants, creating quite the spectacle. Strangely, however, following the youthful servants, a somewhat aged middle-aged man trailed behind James, appearing out of place amidst the surroundings. Field's gaze lingered on the incongruous man, eager to discern his significance. The middle-aged man seemed to sense something, slightly tilting his head to glance in the direction of Field. Upon noticing this, Field promptly diverted his gaze elsewhere, all the while whistling to mask his embarrassment. "Goodness, that middle-aged man is undoubtedly a formidable figure, someone not to be trifled with." Subsequently, Field refrained from staring at the man. Eager to avoid any suspicion, James sauntered along the red carpet to the main seat of the banquet hall. "It is my great honor today to welcome you all to my birthday celebration on behalf of the Waterhouse family. You are all distinguished youths from various territories, destined to become their future leaders. Today, we gather to foster camaraderie and promote friendship among our realms, with the hope of sincere cooperation in the future." After this rather formal address from James Waterhouse, the host of the banquet, he proclaimed loudly, "Let the festivities begin. I wish you all a delightful time." What followed was a moment for the young nobles to engage in conversation and strengthen their connections, as well as to familiarize themselves with one another across the territories, for such is the nature of noble gatherings. Initially, Field was quite curious about the noble banquet, having never experienced one firsthand. Yet following his attendance, his assessment could be summarized in 2 words: utterly tedious. If he were to elaborate, it would simply be exceedingly boring. Before long, Field distanced himself from the bustling crowd, standing alone by the window of the banquet hall. Gazing out. To the casual observer, he appeared to be quietly admiring the scenery outside. However, Field was preoccupied with devising a plausible excuse to make a swift exit. Just as he was racking his brain for an excuse, James approached him with a smile, a wineglass in hand. "Field Wilson, does this banquet not strike you as rather dull, a gathering entangled with complex interests?" James spoke with a familiarity that suggested a long-standing friendship. Field glanced around, confirming that James was indeed addressing him. It was only then that he recognized the esteemed Lord James and realized he had been too absorbed in the view outside to notice his arrival. Turning back to the window, Field replied slowly, "Forgive my lack of decorum, my lord, but I must confess that I am not particularly fond of such gatherings." He raised his glass and took a sip of the fine wheat ale. As he turned his head, he noticed that James Waterhouse, like him, was also gazing out the window, though his expression was devoid of any smile, instead appearing profoundly solemn. "As nobles, we cannot escape such affairs." Field remarked, taking another sip from his glass, saying nothing further, while internally he mused, this fellow is rather too familiar. James continued, when I first encountered such gatherings at the age of 10, I found them quite disconcerting. Disconcerting in what way? Field inquired. Growth is a natural progression, is it not? James replied cryptically before raising his glass again, donning a forced smile as he returned to the lively banquet. Field was left pondering why Lord James Waterhouse would engage in such lengthy conversation with the air of a mere barony. Unable to unravel the mystery, he decided to dismiss it and concocted a few flimsy excuses to make his escape. Upon returning to his residence, Field swiftly changed out of his cumbersome ceremonial robe. Harvey, take me to the shop you purchased. Our trading company is about to commence operations. Harvey's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he replied, certainly, Master Field, I shall lead you there at once. Field followed Harvey to a crossroads, where Harvey pointed to a shop located closest to the intersection. Master Field, this is the one. It must be noted that Harvey, having once been a merchant, possessed a keen eye for opportunity, although the shop was not located in the central district. It was well connected and easily accessible, most importantly boasting a high foot traffic. Before they could approach the shop, Harvey caught sight of several elegantly dressed figures standing at the entrance, mistaking them for troublemakers. He instinctively adjusted his long sleeves to charge forward. However, as a seasoned knight, Field recognized them immediately. It was James and his sister Sophia, accompanied by their guards. Would Harvey tremble with fear if he knew their true identities? Field approached them, puzzled as to why the banquet's host had left so soon. Lord James, Miss Sophia, has the banquet concluded? What brings you here? Before James could respond, Sophia eagerly interjected, brother knew you had acquired a plot of land, and he guessed you would come here after leaving the banquet, so we came to find you. Pray tell, what business does Lord James have with me? I had thought that after our candid discussions at the banquet, we had established a friendship. Field said. Do call me James, there is no need for such formality. James replied with a warm smile. Field, unwilling to indulge this familiarity, retorted, James, what is it you seek from me? James had anticipated Field's reluctance, yet was pleasantly surprised by his directness. Amelia was right, you are indeed exceptional. Field felt a headache coming on as Amelia's name surfaced again. Amelia, the elf. James nodded, then explained, our family has long maintained amicable relations with the elven clan of the Tyrelia forest, and Amelia has been a close confidant of Sophia. Field was left utterly bewildered, as if he had misheard. A close confidant. At Field's inquiry, James and Sophia exchanged knowing smiles, both realizing that Field had mistakenly assumed Amelia was a male. James and Sophia exchanged significant glances with Field, who felt like a fool, unable to distinguish between genders, a source of deep embarrassment. Unaware of Field's inner turmoil, James proceeded to clarify why he had invited a lesser noble. Amelia is a rather unique elf, possessing a lineage that enables her to see through deception and glimpse fragments of the future. She spoke highly of you and praised your virtues, and your name has recently gained prominence in Santorini. James left his statement hanging, but Field understood everything. It was indeed a web of connections. Field fell silent, and James continued, as a friend, I naturally want to offer you some small gifts. James turned to survey the surrounding shops. If I am not mistaken, you acquired this shop to establish a trading company, yet it seems rather modest for such an endeavor. A trading company deserves a more impressive facade. I have purchased the neighboring shops to gift to you. Field hesitated, grappling with the principle of accepting gifts without rendering anything in return. Just as he was about to refuse, James added, if you consider me a friend, then please accept it. Field contemplated the situation. Accepting would imply he had backing in Santorini, facilitating smoother trade. Moreover, accepting a free gift was prudent, as a larger storefront would enhance the company's image. He could always repay James later, after a moment's deliberation. He finally conceded, thank you, James. In the following days, Field enlisted professional craftsmen to connect the shops into a cohesive establishment. He then took a few glances at the Golden Lion, emulating its layout while acquiring necessary supplies. Finally, he hung a sign he had inscribed himself, marking the establishment of the trading company, which witnessed its inception with only Field and the James siblings as witnesses. Chapter 27, The Mysterious Bandit. Field gazed at the modest trading company, reassuring himself, a mountain need not be high, it is renowned for its spirits, a river need not be deep, it is revered for its dragons, a business need not be famed, it suffices to have goods. Just as he finished this self-affirmation, the trading company received a generous boon from James. Field, your company has just been established and is undoubtedly in need of funds for operations. How fortuitous. I happen to require a shipment of cement and 100 magical crystal lamps. I will pay up front, you can replenish your stock at your leisure. James handed Field a bag filled with gold coins. Field accepted the bag with gratitude. Thank you for your generosity. the magical crystal lamps and cement will be delivered to the Duke's residence shortly. James nodded in acknowledgement, although Field was puzzled as to why James was being so supportive. The tangible allure of gold was too compelling for someone like Field, who was in dire need of funds. James's magnanimity compelled Field not to let him incur a loss. The price of magical crystal lamps had soared to over 2,000 gold coins each in Santorini, double the rate at which Field sold them to the Golden Lion Trading Company. Now, with the trading company established, there would be no middleman profiting from the markup. The price would be set at 1,000 gold coins per lamp, fixed. Meanwhile, Field lamented, "Oh, the avaricious merchants, how they double their profits." The establishment of the trading company marked the beginning of Wilson's self-sufficient commerce, characterized by affordability and integrity, garnering trust from customers. Subsequently, Field entrusted the trading company to the director of the Trade Bureau. "Harvey, your true test has arrived." Harvey nodded in understanding. The Chamber of Commerce, the Chamber of Commerce, cannot be deemed a true chamber if it only deals with a mere two commodities. Field promptly allocated 100,000 gold coins to Javier, instructing him to procure a diverse array of goods to enrich the chamber. At that moment, Sophia addressed Field, saying, "I also possess some unnecessary magical materials, which I could offer to enhance your chamber's fade." Field scratched his head, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. "Thank you very much, Miss Sophia." Sophia smiled faintly, seemingly intrigued by Field's unique character. "Just call me Sophia. Miss Sophia sounds rather distant." "Then thank you, Sophia." Under James' attentive guidance, the trade chamber swiftly found its footing. As for the malicious suppression by the other chambers, it remained to be seen whether they would dare to challenge the formidable Duke. Clearly, no one in the Kelsey province had the audacity to confront them. And the trade chamber faced no troubles. Since Field's arrival in the Raya continent, he finally experienced the sensation of being sheltered. Indeed, it must be said, it felt rather delightful. The trade chamber's stabilization signaled that it was time to depart from Santorini. Early the next morning, Field packed his belongings, preparing to return to the Wilson territory, while Javier remained to manage the newly established trade chamber. Before returning to the Wilson territory, Field naturally had to bid farewell to the significant figures. He made his way to the Duke's residence with familiarity, as if he were returning to the Wilson territory itself. The guards at the Duke's residence merely cast a fleeting glance and did not impede his entrance. In recent months, Field had frequented the Duke's estate so often that even the guards recognized him. Observing the guards' indifference, Field mused to himself, "Does this count as achieving a certain status, granting me lifetime free entry?" Field chuckled at his own thought. This amusing scene caught James' attention. "Field, what are you laughing about?" "Oh, it's nothing. I'm here to bid you farewell." "Are you really returning to the Wilson territory?" Field nodded. "I haven't returned in months. I can't help but worry." James chuckled. "You haven't even inherited the viscountcy yet you're acting like a lord." If Field shrugged, "With my father absent, I must take the mantle for now." "Very well, return." After bidding farewell to Sophia, Field quickly waved his hand. "Time is of the essence. I shan't bid farewell to Sophia." Subsequently, Field slipped out of the Duke's residence. His first encounter with Sophia had been at James' birthday feast. At that time, Sophia struck him as rather grand, resembling other noble ladies in all but stature. However, since the banquet, Sophia often engaged Field in idle chatter. Were it not for Field's self-awareness, he might have mistaken her interest for affection. In Field's eyes, he was merely a penniless commoner, devoid of wealth or power, and his self-assessment was astutely accurate. As Field exited the Duke's estate, he mounted his steed and galloped swiftly out of the city. Not long after Field's departure, Sophia arrived at the Duke's residence. "Brother, did Field not come today?" "He did come, but he has already left." "Then I shall seek him out at the trade chamber." "No need, he has returned to the Wilson territory." "How vexing, he did not bid me farewell in person." Sophia stamped her foot. "Sister, you haven't developed feelings for Field so soon, have you? I recall someone saying he was merely handsome." "Brother, I was jesting, just jesting." The doting brother James sighed while gazing at the sky. "I never imagined Field to be adept in both magic and martial prowess. Individuals with such dual talents rarely achieve mediocrity. Furthermore, he is merely 16, just a year older than you." Sophia inquired. "So Field is already an intermediate mage and a senior knight?" James nodded. "Amelia's words ring true. The Raya continent will change because of him." After a brief silence, Sophia departed, still muttering about some humorous remarks Field had made. James watched Sophia's retreating figure, contemplating unspoken thoughts. The dual mastery of magic and martial skills, while impressive at a young age, paled in comparison to his character, humble yet concealing immense potential. Field found it peculiar that he, who generally abhorred the aristocracy, could engage so amiably with the James siblings. He shook his head, dismissing these tangled thoughts. The journey back to the Wilson territory proceeded smoothly as always. Young Master Field, you have finally returned. Recent events in the Wilson territory have been troubling. What transpired in the Wilson territory? A band of robbers has emerged around the Wilson territory, frequently harassing the nearby villagers, with many abducted. What audacity! How dare they come to the Wilson territory to abduct people? What of Cultivate? Why hasn't he dispatched anyone to eradicate them? Nelson shook his head. Responding, Cultivate has sent knights to quell them, but the thieves are elusive and their hideout remains undiscovered. Field pondered for a moment before inquiring, have they searched every inch around the Wilson territory? Everywhere has been searched, yet nothing was found. What of the Black Forest to the north of the Wilson territory? Has it been scoured? Nelson nodded. Men have been dispatched there as well, yet the thieves' whereabouts remain a mystery. Where do the thieves frequently strike within the Wilson territory? They often target Maki village and occasionally appear at the eastern military stronghold. After contemplating for a while, Field was convinced that the thieves' hideout lay in the Black Forest. Given the frequency of their raids, their base must be near Maki village, and the only place to conceal themselves nearby was indeed the Black Forest. The Black Forest, adjacent to the Megaros Mountains, was a vast expanse of unclaimed land roughly equivalent to the Wilson territory itself. Logically, such fertile land should have been quickly allocated to the nobility, yet the Black Forest remained unassigned, persisting to this day. The reasons were twofold. First, the land was vast and plentiful. Second, every winter a multitude of magical beasts invaded the Black Forest, consequently few were willing to be assigned there. At that moment, Nelson recalled something else. Young Master Field, Michael has reported another peculiar matter. Oh, what peculiar matter? This group of robbers never stealthily invades Maki village to seize grain or valuables, they only abduct isolated subjects, having already taken over 100 individuals. The intent could not be more obvious. Chapter 28, The Large Iron or Vein. As Field fell into deep contemplation, devising a strategy, Nelson, discerning his thoughts, chose to remain silent, standing quietly by. After a long while, Field spoke slowly, since they are abducting the subjects, I shall disguise myself as one of them to be taken by the robbers, thereby discovering their hideout. Nelson trembled. Young Master Field, how can you put yourself in such peril? You must not do this. If anything were to happen to you, I would be unable to explain it to Lord Manst. It would be better to delegate this task to someone else. Field's determination to face danger greatly alarmed Nelson. It's of no consequence. I have been promoted to an intermediate knight. How could a ragtag group pose a threat to a senior knight? No, if you insist on going, then I shall accompany you. You will. Field regarded Nelson, noting his frail appearance, fearing that before they could locate the robbers, Nelson's body might give out. However, Nelson's resolve was unwavering, poised to leap to Field as sighted any moment. Seeing that he could not dissuade Nelson, Field shook his body, unleashing a powerful aura that surged toward Nelson. Young Master Field, you have broken through to senior knight. Indeed, now you ought to feel at ease. After a moment of silence, Nelson intended to continue his persuasion but was preemptively interrupted by Field. It is settled then. The infiltration mission could have been assigned to other intermediate knights, but since Field's return from Santorini, he observed that all departments were functioning seamlessly, rendering his intervention unnecessary. Thus, in this context, Field found himself idly passing the time, engaging in nothing but training, truly a vexing situation. Moreover, entertainment options in the Raya continent were painfully scarce. Aside from simple banquets and drinking, little else was available. If this continued, Field would inevitably feel stifled, leading him to entertain the notion of experiencing the thrill of being abducted while disguised as a subject. After adorning himself in disguise, Field arrived at Maki village. He meandered about, finding that the vast land was populated solely by farmers at work, with him being the only idler wandering aimlessly. Any robber with a modicum of sense would surely recognize the oddity. Field might as well have emblazoned "Come catch me" across his forehead, yet robbers would be robbers. A lifetime of thoughtlessness would forever entrap them in their roles. As Field passed by a cluster of shrubs, 3 figures emerged from the underbrush. Who would have thought someone would be wandering so far from Maki village, truly unaware of the danger? The lead bandit proclaimed arrogantly, unaware of danger indeed. A free miner has delivered himself to us. Ha ha ha, the 2 lackeys echoed in agreement. To avoid arousing suspicion from this band of thieves, Field complied with their taunts, calling out, Flax Butterfly, boss, I think he has gone daft, rambling nonsense, let it be. As long as he can mine, that's all that matters. Field feigned a panic-stricken demeanor. What a stroke of bad luck to have crossed paths with us. Subsequently, the 3 of them encircled Field, and after a token struggle, he was effortlessly bound by them. Subsequently, the trio led Field deeper into the Black Forest. After winding through the underbrush for quite some time, Field finally arrived at their lair. Along the way, he had come to understand why Waite could not locate their hideout. This band of brigands had established their den on the fringes of the Black Forest, near the perilous Megaros mountain range. A place where any sane individual would think twice before venturing. How cunning! Upon his arrival, Field sensed something amiss. The magical fluctuations in the vicinity were far more intense than those in Wilson territory. However, he dismissed this as a normal occurrence, as magical energies vary with the terrain. Soon, without even meeting the leader of this band of thieves, he was handed over to another group. You ventured deep into Maggie Village to capture someone? Did not Lord Bill Sykes warn you to tone it down lately lest you attract unwanted attention? Have you taken his words lightly? My lord, we apprehended him far from Maggie Village. He was merely wandering about, and we seized the opportunity. Field summoned the fighting spirit within him, preparing for a confrontation. Such an obvious trap surely warranted suspicion. That's more like it. Hand him over to me. Field was taken aback, wondering if he had unwittingly stumbled upon fellow travelers, as none seemed to harbor any doubts. Truly, like attracts like. This was tarnishing his experience as a spy. Shortly thereafter, Field was successfully transferred and escorted to the foot of the mountain. He surveyed his surroundings with keen eyes. What are you staring at? Be careful lest I pluck out your eyes. Take this and hurry to the mines. Simultaneously, the brigand cracked his whip harshly against the ground. Sending up clouds of dust, Field offered no resistance, picking up the tools and heading into the mine, curious to discover what lay within. Yet, to the thieves, this appeared as though Field had succumbed to their intimidation, prompting them to whip their lashes with even greater pride. As Field stepped into the mine, he immediately spotted numerous captives, laboring desperately to extract or, hey, are there no guards here? There's only one entrance. What need is there for guards? He continued his work, reminding them, if you wish to avoid starvation, it would be wise to hasten your extraction of the ore. Field nodded. He was familiar with the process of trading ore for sustenance. However, instead of mining, he wandered around the periphery of the cavern, noting that this appeared to be a micro-iron vein, but as he delved deeper, he discovered not only iron ore but also copper and other varieties of minerals. In Field's recollection, typically a vein of only micro or small size would consist of a singular type of ore. It was only in medium-sized veins and above that one would encounter a mixture of various ores. Field could hardly fathom that a bandit hunt could unearth such a treasure. From his observations, this vein was at least of medium size, and Wilson territory was bound to prosper. After continuing for a while, he finally reached the end of the mine. Yet, the end of the cavern did not signify the termination of the ore vein. Field summoned his fighting spirit, ready to break through the vein. But then he reconsidered. The noise would surely alert the snakes in the grass, compelling him to abandon his plan for exploration. Field resolved to eliminate this band of thieves first before thoroughly investigating the vein. As night fell, Field and the miners gradually emerged from the cavern, exchanging their ores for meager rations. After consuming their meager meals, the miners returned to their makeshift, drafty wooden shelters to rest, seizing the opportunity amidst the crowd. Field stealthily approached the abode of the bandit leader, with the agility befitting a seasoned knight. Not a single brigand detected his presence. Tilting his head, Field's keen hearing effortlessly picked up the sounds within the dwelling. We are still undermanned. I wonder when we can finish extracting from the large vein. Lord Bill, should we not capture more individuals? Field's heart skipped a beat. This band of thieves had indeed stumbled upon a larger vein. Explaining the abundance of mixed ores surrounding it. We've already plundered quite a number of people recently, and the knights of Wilson territory are searching for us everywhere. To venture out now would be akin to walking into a lion's den. Utter foolishness. Once I find a buyer to sell the ores I have, I will acquire resources to train myself into a high-ranking knight, and then I can purchase a lordship. In due time, I shall declare this land as my own territory, ensuring that this large vein remains hidden from prying eyes. Subsequently, the antagonist let out a classic foolish laugh. Field could hardly muster the energy to critique such absurdity. Chapter 29, The Magical Crystal Vein. The vision was splendid. Yet reality was stark when Field discovered that the Black Forest harbored a large vein. Bill Sykes' plans were doomed to failure. He could not bear the thought of such a treasure falling into another's hands, not even to be reported to the Kingdom of Cell. Upon overhearing the conversation, Field deftly navigated past the laxguards and returned to Wilson territory to summon reinforcements. Since his arrival at the bandits' lair, Field had meticulously observed his surroundings. Among the brigands, only Bill Sykes was a mid-tier knight, the rest were mere commoners. The reason for his return to gather allies was not due to a lack of strength, but rather a fear of leaving behind any loose ends that could leak the information about the larger vein. The Trade Department was actively collecting ores in preparation for crafting armor. A large vein could save Wilson territory countless gold coins otherwise spent on purchasing ores. Unfortunately, within the Kingdom of Cell, even lords of microveins were not permitted to claim them for personal gain without reporting to the crown. Any lord daring enough to conceal a vein would find their titles stripped and never restored, yet, the reality was that even slightly powerful earls dared to secretly conceal any discovered veins from the Kingdom of Cell. As for the formidable marquises and dukes, there was little need for concealment. Even if the royal family of Cell discovered their hidden veins, they would choose to overlook it. The reason for this was simple: power spoke volumes. A duke's territory was akin to a powerful nation within a nation, and the royal family of Cell would not dare provoke them lightly, although Field lacked the boldness of a marquis or duke to openly challenge the royal family of Cell. He possessed the audacity to discreetly claim a larger vein for himself. Following the path he had taken, he swiftly returned to Maggie Village. At this moment, in Maggie Village, Wade had personally led over 100 novice knights. Awaiting Field's command. Young Master Field, have you located the bandits' lair? Field nodded. The leader of the thieves is merely a mid-tier knight, while the rest are commoners. They can be easily eradicated. Addressing Hilbert, Field instructed, Hilbert, take 50 knights and accompany me to eliminate the bandits. Uncle Wade, I ask that you lead the remaining knights to safeguard Wilson Fortress, just in case. Wade nodded in agreement. Very well, stay safe. Field promptly donned his armor and mounted his steed to follow me. In no time, Field and his entourage swiftly vanished into the dense foliage of the Black Forest, while Wade led the remaining knights back to Wilson Fortress. Hilbert rode forward. Here, disperse the knights and capture any bandits lingering in the Black Forest. We shall regroup here in half a day. Hilbert nodded, and the knights immediately scattered into the forest. Field's intent was to ensure that the knowledge of the large vein remained solely within Wilson territory. Thus, the sweeping operation commenced. Half a day later, Hilbert returned, leading a handful of captured bandits before Field. Young Master Field, we have thoroughly searched the Black Forest and only managed to capture these few brigands. Field nodded. Excellent. Leave 5 knights to guard them. The rest follow me. Subsequently, Field stealthily led the knights to the foot of the Megaros mountain range. These bandits were indeed cunning. Their lair was hidden here, which explained why they had been elusive in the Black Forest. Field nodded in understanding, having been taken aback when he was captured in this location. Hilbert, lead 20 knights into the bandits' lair. There's a mid-tier knight among them. It will be a good opportunity for you to hone your skills. Yes. Field then turned to the left. Kate, Owen, you two lead the remaining knights to seal off this area, ensuring no one escapes. Field then solemnly asked, do you understand? The 3 responded in unison. Understood. The team set their plan into motion. Kate and Owen each led a portion of knights to scatter left and right. In a matter of moments, they had formed a surrounding formation. Field glanced at Hilbert. Hilbert caught the cue and charged into the bandits' camp. Who are you? Arrows flew, and the guards fell to the ground. In an instant, Hilbert surged to the camp's entrance. The bandits, true to their reputation as a disorganized rabble, crumbled at the first encounter, displaying no semblance of combat prowess. At that moment, Bill Sykes, still enjoying the comforts of his bed, was alerted by the commotion outside. As he dressed in haste, he shouted angrily, what is happening out there? Just then, a panicked individual rushed in. My Lord Bill, it's terrible. Knights have stormed in. His voice trembled with sheer terror. What? Bill kicked the messenger aside and burst from the wooden dwelling, colliding with Hilbert, who was charging towards him. How dare you? Who are you to invade my territory? A mere bandit, brazenly claiming dominion, was destined to meet his demise. With sword in hand, Hilbert leaped up the steps and turned to thrust at Bill with a single strike. Bill evaded the attack and swiftly slipped into the wooden cabin, seizing the battle axe that lay nearby. 2 knights darted across the battlefield, their figures moving with the swiftness of lightning. Bill swung the battle axe, each strike imbued with the ferocity of a tempest, as if he sought to cleave his opponent to the ground. However, Hilbert was as nimble as a cat, deftly dodging Karl's assaults and launching rapid counterattacks. Hilbert had long been tutored by esteemed knights and had once fought alongside Mance in life-or-death battles. His experience was unmatched by any mere mid-level knight, though their skirmish intensified. Each clash of blades and strikes carried lethal force. Bill found himself at a disadvantage. The cabin was thick with the stench of blood, and a woman on the bed screamed piercingly, while Hilbert's eyes glinted with fierce determination, refusing to yield. Bill's forehead gleamed with beads of sweat, the specter of death instilling a sense of trepidation in his gaze. The looming threat of death distracted Bill Sykes, and during another fierce exchange, Hilbert discerned a chink in Bill's armor. Seizing the opportunity, Hilbert swiftly thrust his sword, landing a precise blow to Bill's shoulder. Bill let out a pained howl as the battle axe slipped from his grasp, and he sank to his knees. Desperately, he reached for the axe once more. But Hilbert would not grant him the chance, swiftly delivering a fatal strike to his throat. Blood splattered upon Hilbert's face, his eyes radiating a chilling intent, an oppressive aura enveloping him. The woman on the bed, clearly terrified by the scene, continued her frantic wails. Hilbert turned his gaze toward the sobbing woman, and her cries ceased abruptly. As Hilbert's battle came to a close, the knights outside the cabin had already subdued all the bandits. At that moment, Field slowly entered the dilapidated wooden structure. Young Master Field, Hilbert, emanating a faint aura of menace, stood before him. Indeed, this is the mark of a warrior from Wilson's territory. True combat fosters the rapid evolution of one's fighting spirit. It seems you are on the brink of a breakthrough. Field surveyed the surroundings, blood soaking the ground. He commanded, ensure the proper arrangement of everyone, but remember one thing, confidentiality. Understood, young Master Field, came the reply. Thereafter, Field hastened towards the mine, eager to verify the rumors he had heard. Hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing. Field was determined to confirm whether it was indeed a significant vein. Upon reaching the end of the previous mine, he unleashed his fighting spirit, striking the rock wall with powerful punches that echoed resoundingly. Before long, Field approached the vein's terminus. Observing the surrounding iron ore interspersed with gold, silver, and copper, he confirmed that this was indeed a large mine. However, he was puzzled to discover the presence of rare magical materials such as gilded metal and mithril. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on the fluctuations of magical energy, and was astonished to find the magical intensity here was staggering. Field ruminated, recalling his past studies, and a moment of enlightenment struck him. Clapping his hands with excitement, he exclaimed, "There must be a magical crystal vein at the end of this mine, as it would otherwise be inexplicable why gilded metal and mithril are present here." Chapter 30, The Intelligence Bureau. The sudden revelation filled Field with elation. He transformed into a second-tier magical beast, burrowing downwards like a mole in search of the magical crystal vein. His hypothesis proved accurate. Beneath the large mine lay a concealed magical crystal vein. The sight of shimmering magical crystals around him sent tremors of exhilaration through his heart. Unlike ore veins, magical crystal veins were exceedingly rare. Due to their scarcity, magical crystal veins lacked a clear classification, simply referred to as magical crystal mines. Naturally, the magical crystals within varied in composition. After a thorough examination, Field concluded that this magical crystal vein, situated beneath the large mine, was indeed substantial. Not only was the yield of magical crystals abundant, but it also contained various elemental properties. Magical crystal veins were exceedingly rare. To Field's knowledge, the Kingdom of Sar possessed only two, producing a meager quantity of magical crystals. He estimated that the combined yield of the two magical crystal veins in Sar paled in comparison to the one beneath his feet. The magical crystals produced were not only scarce but also deemed a strategic asset for the kingdom, essential for training mages in crafting enchanted weapons, armor, and an array of high-level equipment. If the Kingdom of Sar discovered the concealed vein, the penalty would be the stripping of titles, but to dare hoard a magical crystal vein would warrant total annihilation. As he gazed at the glistening magical crystals surrounding him, Field felt a mix of exhilaration and deep internal conflict. Should he report this discovery to the Kingdom of Sar, he would not only lose the magical crystal vein but also be unable to keep the large mine concealed. Should Wilson's territory require full armament, it would inevitably demand a substantial quantity of ore. Field was reluctant to expend vast sums of gold to procure ore anew, yet, if he chose not to report, one day, should the information be uncovered or leaked by an interested party, Wilson's territory would face dire consequences. Standing at a crossroads, Field grappled with the weighty decision of whether to disclose or conceal, ultimately resolving to wait for Mance's return before making a determination. Fortunately, only Field had discovered the crystal vein thus far, making confidentiality manageable. Subsequently, he exited the magical crystal vein, carefully sealing the tunnel he had excavated. Upon emerging from the mine, Field sought out Hilbert. "Hilbert," he called, and Hilbert hastened to his side. "Young Master Field, what are your orders?" "Lead the knights in repairing the dwelling and ensure this location is secured. No one is to enter or exit without my explicit permission." After a moment's thought, he added, "Organize the miners to continue excavation." Hilbert nodded in agreement and prepared to depart. Field, worried that Hilbert might misconstrue his intentions and treat the captured miners as bandits, emphasized, "Hilbert, we are not brigands. Do not treat the miners as such." "Understood, young Master Field." Hilbert, reminded of the captured brigands, suddenly recalled their fate. "What shall we do with the captured bandits? Reduce them all to slaves, akin to those in Wilson's territory, and establish a points system for them." "Understood, I will see to it." Upon returning to Wilson Castle, Field found himself deep in thought in the hall regarding the handling of the secret magical crystal mine. Indeed, he pondered how to exploit the magical crystal vein, during his journey back to Wilson Castle, one thing became clear to Field: reporting was out of the question. He would never relinquish what was rightfully his. Generosity was not a trait he possessed. Currently, Field contemplated how to declare the Black Forest as part of Wilson's territory. This move would facilitate the extraction of both the large mine and the magical crystal vein while allowing for better confidentiality. The existence of the magical crystal vein would remain a secret, with only key personnel in Wilson's territory aware of the large mine's presence, even if it were merely an ordinary mine. Its existence would still be astonishing to many. Upon hearing of Field's discovery of the large mine, everyone inhaled sharply, their tumultuous emotions calming. The mage Karova appeared pensive, lost in thought. At that moment, Nelson spoke up. The edge of the Black Forest, close to the Beast Mountain, is not frequented by common folk, so it is unlikely to be discovered under normal circumstances. What concerns me is the possibility of abnormal individuals discovering it. I have stationed guards there to prohibit all entry and approach, Field responded. Remarkably, everyone present shared a tacit understanding. Not one suggested reporting to the Kingdom of Sar, instead contemplating ways to conceal the find. Throughout history, wealth has garnered loyalty, especially a large mine that continuously yields gold. Thus, the plan was to mine discreetly, with Hilbert tasked to oversee the site. The greater the storm, the greater the catch, Field declared. Slamming his hand on the table, solidifying his decision. You are all trusted individuals. I hope you will keep this secret. Everyone nodded in agreement. As the meeting concluded, Hilbert, stationed at the mine, was unwittingly entrusted with a significant responsibility. While the ore mine was mined covertly, Field began to receive letters from Sophia, detailing the ongoing battles at the northern front. The kingdom's army had triumphed over the barbarian tribes and would soon return in glory. In her letters, Sophia's references to Mance had grown increasingly perplexing to Field. From the initial address of Lord Mance, she had progressed to Viscount Mance, and finally to Uncle Mance, signifying a growing intimacy. As Field learned of Mance's impending return, he also recognized a significant issue within Wilson's territory: the absence of an intelligence network, which rendered them too insular. Wilson's territory required its own intelligence bureau to gather information from various fronts and relay messages. The isolated nature of Wilson's territory left them unaware of impending dangers, a state of affairs that was utterly passive. The Field promptly summoned Nelson. Nelson, I wish to establish an intelligence bureau, Field stated directly. Nelson did not respond immediately, instead contemplating the feasibility and costs associated with establishing such an organization. Young Master Field, the construction of an intelligence bureau will require considerable manpower and resources, and its effectiveness may not be immediately apparent. Although Wilson's territory has garnered a fair amount of gold, it still falls short when compared to the expenses involved in setting up an intelligence bureau. Should we consider postponing its establishment? Field shook his head. Any issue that can be resolved with money is not truly a problem. In the future, Wilson territory will undoubtedly grow increasingly affluent, and there will be no need to worry about financial matters. Moreover, the establishment of an intelligence department is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It is essential to first lay down the framework. Well then, has a candidate for the director of the intelligence department been selected? The intelligence department was merely a whimsical notion of Field, entirely lacking in prior consideration. However, upon noticing Nelson's inquiry, Field was certain that a candidate must have been identified, and he promptly asked, "Not yet." "Do you have someone in mind, Hilbert?" Field furrowed his brow. "Why, provide me with a reason." "Sir Hilbert has wandered since childhood." Comprehending the mercenary situation, no one in Wilson territory is more suited for the role of director of the intelligence department than he. Field pondered for a moment and deemed Nelson's words to hold merit. "Very well, arrange for Abel to replace Hilbert at the mine, and Hilbert shall return to Wilson territory to assume the role of director of the intelligence department." Subsequently, Field added, "Nelson, the intelligence department holds great significance for Wilson territory. Please strive to meet Hilbert's requirements." "Yes, Master Field." After eradicating the bandits, a considerable amount of ore was naturally seized. With the acquisition of ore, the next step would be to forge armor, thereby modernizing the Wilson territory's military. Field summoned all the blacksmiths within Wilson territory, including those hired at a generous salary by Nelson. However, to Field's surprise, among this group of blacksmiths was a diminutive dwarf. Dwarves are the natural smiths of the Loya continent, known for crafting weapons of exceptional quality and durability. Chapter 31. The Return of Mance. It is well known that the dwarven race are the innate blacksmiths of the Loya continent. Their weapons are renowned for their quality and formidable defensive capabilities, and weapons forged by dwarves are cherished by various races. Historically, nearly one-third of the notable weapons from the Loya continent originated from the dwarves. Due to their natural talent in forging, humans often hire dwarves at high prices to aid in the creation of weapons and armor, as well as to train apprentice blacksmiths. Any dwarf traversing human territories would be highly regarded by human lords. Field lowered his gaze to the short-statured dwarf among the blacksmiths. "What is your name?" The dwarf raised his hammer and replied, "Tolkien the blacksmith. I appoint you as the director of the forging department. Do you accept?" "No one surpasses me here. The forging department shall undoubtedly be under my command." Tolkien's tone was assertive, bordering on arrogance. However, Field, familiar with the typical demeanor of dwarves, did not take Tolkien's words to heart. "Excellent, then I shall entrust the forging department to you." The establishment of the forging department advanced Field's military strategy significantly, as soldiers would no longer have to enter the battlefield bare-chested. The newly formed forging department immediately took on the heavy responsibility of crafting armor and weapons for the Holy Knight Order and the Guard. Several days later, Field returned to the forging department. "As per your specifications, the armor has been crafted." Field accepted the armor, which was adorned with exquisite patterns on the exterior and reinforced with plate armor on the inside. Balancing aesthetics with practicality. Field's request was straightforward. The beautifully crafted armor would attract wandering knights to join Wilson territory in its service, while the plate armor would enhance the knights' defensive capabilities, thereby increasing their survival rates on the battlefield. Indeed, Tolkien proved to be a natural blacksmith, flawlessly creating the armor before him according to Field's requirements. Time passed swiftly, the coolness of spring quietly faded, making way for the warmth of summer. Summer is the season in which wheat flourishes, with the crops within the territory growing vigorously. The farmers of Wilson territory busied themselves in the fields, while Field dedicated himself to magical training, subtly hinting at a breakthrough to the rank of High Mage. During this period, Field also received a letter from Sophia, filled with casual chatter and updates on the Northern Kingdom's situation. He set the letter aside, reflecting inwardly. The Duke's residence truly is a hub of information, especially in contrast to the fledgling intelligence department of Wilson territory, which felt rather insignificant. Half a month passed in a daze, and Mans finally set foot on the land of Wilson territory once more. This time, at the border of Wilson territory, Mans appeared quite elated. "My Lord Mans, just across this river lies the territory of Wilson." Mans nodded, being more familiar with every flower and blade of grass in Wilson than anyone else. Indeed, having been away for nearly a year, "I wonder how Wilson territory has fared." York smiled slightly and replied, "My Lord Mans, rest assured, throughout our journey Field Wilson has become quite the legend." Mans adjusted the reins, his steed trotting upon the cement path, the sound of hooves echoing on the surface. To his surprise, Field had devised numerous clever innovations, not only introducing cement but also magical crystal lamps, and establishing a trade association, a trade guild. York chimed in. "Yes, exactly." York was extremely cooperative in Mans' display of pride. After a moment of admiration, Mans urged his steed onward. "Knights, we are almost home, let us depart." With that, Mans led the way toward Wilson Castle. As Mans approached Wilson Castle, the sights and sounds he encountered heightened his sense of astonishment. Each time he passed a small village, he could see the sturdy, newly constructed cement houses where the residents lived. Mans had seen cement before, but never anticipated its utility to be so extensive. The contrast between the Wilson territory that met his gaze now and the one he had left behind was stark. All these changes led Mans to question himself. Could I have taken a wrong turn? Is this truly Wilson territory? Mans was not alone in his self-doubt. The knights accompanying him and the slaves captured from the battlefield shared a similar unease. Is Wilson territory truly this prosperous? In mere moments, Mans and his entourage arrived near Wilson Castle. A glance revealed a neatly arranged residential area of cement houses, with wisps of smoke rising from every home. Mans turned his gaze towards the trade district adjacent to Wilson Castle. Bustling with merchants coming and going, the shops were filled with glittering treasures, and shopkeepers energetically shouted their wares everywhere. Mans looked, he was met with a scene of thriving prosperity. The knights who had fought alongside him stood in awe. Is this still the Wilson territory I once knew? At that moment, York smiled and said, My Lord Mans, it seems that entrusting the management of Wilson territory to Master Field was the wisest decision of your life. Completely captivated by the remarkable transformation of Wilson territory, Mans allowed York's teasing to flow in one ear and out the other. Strolling along the newly constructed avenue, he eventually arrived at Wilson Castle. Wilson Castle remained unchanged, which slightly disappointed Mans, yet this fleeting disappointment was swept away by a gentle breeze, dissipating into the air. Mans lifted his gaze, looking ahead. Field, Nelson, and Wade had already been waiting at the entrance of Wilson Castle for quite some time. Father, Lord Mans bypassed Nelson and wait, addressing Field directly. Field, you have managed Wilson territory exceptionally well. Everything within Wilson territory bore testament to Field's capability and its governance. Mans' heartfelt praise was naturally accepted by Field. Following this, Mans entered Wilson Castle. Nelson took it upon himself to lead the captured slaves for registration and job assignments, while Waite guided the knights toward the military camp. Everything unfolded so seamlessly. Field's steps lagged slightly behind Mans, the armor that Mans had yet to remove clanging against the cement floor. Field was the first to break the silence. Father, how did the war fare? We achieved significant military accomplishments. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the territory of Wilson will likely double. As soon as Mans' words fell, Field immediately inquired, has the territory been determined? Mans shook his head, not yet. We will only know after traveling to the royal capital. Cell City. In half a month the Field hesitated, yearning to propose the Black Forest as a potential fief. Field, if you have any thoughts, please share. We are but father and son here. Field surveyed their surroundings before speaking. I discovered a large vein of ore in the Black Forest. Field's voice was calm and measured, yet this revelation left Mans in a state of unease. Do outsiders know of this? Field shook his head. I have stationed guards there. Aside from Wilson territory, no one is aware. Mans fell silent for a moment before continuing. I will make arrangements to ensure that the Black Forest becomes part of Wilson territory. Mans continued onward, the distance feeling somewhat prolonged. He turned around to find Field still wearing an expression of conflict, his eyes betraying indecision as he glanced around. After a year apart, why have you become so hesitant? Field sighed. At the end of that large vein of ore lies a magical crystal vein. A thunderous revelation struck Mans, causing his left leg to freeze mid-step, quivering slightly in astonishment. After what felt like an eternity, Mans finally lowered his foot once more. Boom, boom, boom. Each step Mans took resonated with the weight of his thoughts until he reached the banquet hall, where he settled into his designated chair. Is it true? Absolutely. You have stationed guards. Field shook his head. Currently, only the two of us are aware. Mans lapsed into silence once more. In a few days, let us pay a visit to your grandfather. The father and son exchanged knowing smiles. And everything remained unspoken between them. Chapter 32. A visit. Mans and Field were consumed by thoughts, with their hearts naturally tormented, as the fate of the Black Forest remained uncertain. As the lord of the Wilson territory, Mans had to receive a report on the year's work from Field. Subsequently, Field summoned the heads of various departments to the Grand Hall of Wilson Castle: Sarah from the cement factory, Al from the Grain Research Institute, Golova from the Magic Academy, White from the Knights Academy, Colden from the Grain Bureau, Warren from the Shipping Bureau, Tolkien from the Forging Bureau, Hilbert from the Intelligence Bureau. The recently returned Javier and the construction team leader, Edmund, all gathered. You are all trusted talents of Field. He believes in you, and I naturally place my trust in you as well, Mans declared, his tone shifting as he exuded a subtle authority. However, should anyone betray this trust, do not expect my leniency. The crowd nodded in agreement. After becoming familiar with each other, Mans and the others returned to their respective duties. Field turned to his father. Do you aspire to establish a kingdom? Field was taken aback, unsure of the origin of Mans' words. Father, such talk should not be taken lightly. Mans smiled slightly. It was merely a jest. The reason for Mans' inquiry stemmed solely from Field's advanced management approach, which had touched his heart. Unbeknownst to Field, he had gradually sown the seeds of a national dream within Mans' mind. Once the dream existed, it would inevitably grow stronger in the future. It was entirely normal for Mans to harbor such thoughts. The vast environment of the Loya continent compelled everyone to do so. After all, every noble secretly entertained such aspirations. If Field had discerned this essence upon his arrival in the Loya continent, which was also why he sought to establish a primary academy. The citizens of Wilson territory needed to share a common direction, breaking free from the constraints of the Loya continent and ceasing to think constantly about rebellion. Ideological education was of utmost importance. A few days later, in the early morning, Mans and Field set off for the royal capital. Before that, they visited familiar acquaintances in Count Swift's territory in Santorini. Mans hoped to leverage these connections to aid Wilson territory in acquiring the Black Forest. Soon Field's party arrived at Swift Castle. A grandfather, uncle, a good day, father-in-law, cousin, good day. Field and Mans greeted in turn. Field's grandfather, Count Taylor Swift, was a formidable peak silver knight, while his uncle Mobach, his mother's brother, was also a powerful great knight, truly a testament to the saying, like father, like son. My dear grandson has arrived. I've heard your name quite often of late, Mobach said, nodding in agreement. Indeed, you even established a trading guild. You should converse more with Elon Swift. You both are of similar age and will find common ground. Of course, Uncle Elon Swift, Field's cousin, had just turned 14 and was also a junior knight, displaying exceptional talent. Field glanced behind Mobach and saw a handsome young man. Cousin, hello, perhaps we could spar together sometime, due to their limited encounters. Elon merely nodded slightly at Field. How goes your training and fighting spirit? Come, let me assess your progress, Count Taylor said, not waiting for Field's response before sensing his fighting spirit. What a surprise, I had thought you focused solely on the development of Wilson territory. Leaving no time for training. I did not expect you to have broken through to the advanced knight level. Excellent, truly excellent. Wilson territory has a promising successor. The Countess' words astonished everyone present. Field, have you truly advanced to the level of an advanced knight? Mans asked, astonished. Field nodded. I only achieved the breakthrough not long ago, but I hadn't had the chance to tell you since your return. Uncle Mobach looked at him, and Cousin Elon stared at Field in awe. Merely luck, I suppose, Field replied modestly. Mobach turned away, thinking, comparisons can be disheartening. One must measure worth against others. Elon clearly perceived the disdain in his father's gaze. Learn more from your cousin, Mobach advised, and Elon nodded. I will, father. Unbeknownst to Field, he had become the envy of others. At this moment Elon turned to him. Cousin, how do you train your fighting spirit? Your advancement has been remarkably swift. Field smiled slightly. If you are not averse to it, I shall gladly share my knowledge. Elon bowed slightly. Thank you, cousin. Let the young converse while the elders discuss matters of importance. Mans, given that the day of granting the territory is still far off. What brings you to the royal capital so early? For the Black Forest, Mans replied. The Black Forest to the north of Wilson territory. Mans nodded. He then turned his gaze to Field, who understood instantly and retrieved 10 magical crystal lamps. Presenting them to Count Taylor, this is a humble tribute for you, father-in-law, Mans said with a grin. Count Taylor smiled knowingly. Very well, Swift Castle is indeed in need of magical crystal lamps. Subsequently, Mobach stepped forward to take the lamps. Mans, tell me honestly, why do you require that piece of land? Mans could not reveal the truth, so he recounted the fabricated story crafted by Field. The Black Forest boasts level terrain and fertile soil. And most importantly, it borders Wilson territory. Indeed, it is an excellent place for wheat cultivation. I have some contacts in the royal capital. It should not pose a problem. Thank you, father-in-law. Mans and Field thus rested for the night at Count Taylor's territory. The next morning, Field hurried to Santorini. Shortly after arriving at the trading guild, a figure leaped into Field's embrace. Looking down, he saw Sophia, the noble girl. Though she was young, she was strikingly well-developed, rivaling even the adult noble women. Field, how could you not come to find me the moment you arrived in Santorini? She pouted. Field affectionately ruffled Sophia's hair. I was simply busy before coming to see you. Sophia shook her head. Oh, don't adopt that fatherly demeanor. Where is your brother? Why isn't he here? He is still with father. He should be along shortly. A man stood aside, quietly playing the role of a third wheel. In Love's eyes, Sophia was oblivious to Mans' presence, focused solely on Field. Once she regained her senses, Sophia finally noticed Mans. And who might this be? My father, Mans Wilson. Oh, it is Uncle Mans. Sophia greets you. Uncle, a good day, Mans replied. Aware of Field's father being present, Sophia felt it inappropriate to linger and said, I have to study magic this afternoon, so I must take my leave. Goodbye, Uncle Mans. With that, Sophia dashed away. Field watched her depart, feeling a vague and inexplicable emotion towards Sophia. He was entirely unaware of Mans, who was approaching him. No doubt you are my son, exhibiting my former charm, Mans remarked, patting Field on the shoulder. Chapter 33. Bestowing a new territory. After spending 2 days in Santorini, Mans and Field set out once again for their ultimate destination, the royal capital of Cyr City. The Kingdom of Cyr comprises 11 provinces. With the Corsi province located in the east, one of the more affluent provinces, the capital city of Cyr is situated in the Tariko province, serving as the economic, trade, and political center of the kingdom. At this moment, as Field and Mans traversed the Leicester province, they were in a territory directly managed by the royal family. Upon entering Leicester province, Field immediately sensed its wealth, passing through several cities within the province. He observed stark polarization. The nobility indulged in excess while the common folk struggled to survive. Furthermore, the land was notably flat, the soil fertile, and the climate suitable. This bountiful environment enabled even primitive wheat cultivation to provide ample sustenance for the royal family of Cyr. Indeed, during years of food shortages, the grain produced by Leicester province sustained over half the nobility of the kingdom. After enduring a long journey, Field and Mans finally exited Leicester province and entered Tariko province. They were now quite close to Cyr City. Upon stepping into Tariko, Field noticed an increase in the flow of merchant caravans. While Tariko province may not produce as much grain as Leicester, It was a hub of mineral deposits. There was one large mine, 3 medium mines, 12 small mines, and countless tiny mines within Tarico province, additionally as the political, economic, and cultural center of the Kingdom of Seir. It boasted a vast population, which naturally stimulated vigorous trade. Consequently, Seir City attracted a multitude of merchant caravans seeking to establish storefronts and engage in commerce. Field speculated that the royal family of Seir likely generated a substantial annual income of over 1,500,000 from taxes alone. Moreover, among the 3 remaining magic crystal veins in the Kingdom of Seir, one is located in the province of Tarico. The 2 most prosperous provinces, renowned for their abundant grain production, are firmly under the control of the royal family of Seir, which wields significant power. As long as the royal family maintains its grip on Tarico and Leicester provinces, even the most formidable noble lords would likely reconsider the consequences of rebelling against the Seir monarchy. Without the aid of external forces, dukes and marquises can only covertly develop their own interests and suppress their ambitions. Upon his arrival at the capital of the Kingdom of Seir, Field was astounded by the grandeur of Seir City. Towering walls adorned with numerous defensive enchantments shimmered with radiant patterns from time to time. Armored knights patrolled the ramparts, vigilantly guarding against any potential threats, having undergone several generations of maintenance and expansion by the kings of Seir. The city has grown considerably in size, and the passage of time has imbued it with a profound sense of history. Before Field could thoroughly explore this bustling metropolis, he was abruptly whisked away by Mance to visit various officials of the Kingdom of Seir. Mance's first stop was to meet with the official responsible for tallying military achievements, to whom he personally presented 5 magical crystal lamps. It was evident that this official had received considerable benefits, as he reacted to the 5 lamps and 30,000 gold coins with a nonchalant demeanor. Subsequently, they continued to meet a variety of officials concerning rewards. Over the following days, Field accompanied Mance and witnessed many people. As well as the insatiable greed of the nobility, nobles are never free from greed, rather, they are ever more avaricious. Field, having been nurtured in a society governed by law, felt an intense aversion to such behavior. However, in order to secure the Black Forest as part of Wilson territory, he was compelled to endure and navigate the insatiable nobles alongside Mance. Fortunately, this morning, Mance finally ceased his visits to officials. "Field, today I shall introduce you to my brothers in arms," Mance exclaimed excitedly. Field, however, wore a forced smile. "Field, I know you despise such conduct, but as a noble such as our fate." Field shook his head dismissively, replying curtly, "You seem to be living quite well." "We shall see when that day comes." Mance, recognizing his son's apathetic response, could only shake his head in resignation, reflecting on his own past as a newly minted noble. "The place I am heading to now is where I wished to make friends when I was still a commoner. Back then, we fought on the battlefield together and achieved glory, but unfortunately, we made different choices in the end. I chose to be granted lands, while he opted to serve as the captain of the royal city's garrison." Field internally scoffed at this classic narrative trope. "Father, what is his name?" "Julius Bonaparte." Shortly thereafter, they arrived at an opulent building, or rather, every structure Field had seen in Seir City was impressive. He approached and knocked on the door. And after a moment, a servant appeared before him. "I am Field Wilson. Is this the residence of Julius Bonaparte?" "Indeed, may I inquire who you are?" Before Field could respond, Mance bellowed, "Julius, do you believe I won't break down your door?" Mance's voice boomed, ensuring he was heard. At that moment, a voice from within beckoned, "Let them in." "Mance, it has been a long time since we last met. Since the Battle of Caen, you appear unchanged," spoke a man of similar age to Mance, yet lacking some of his previous sharpness and instead exuding a more polished demeanor. "Julius, you two remain the same." Julius merely smiled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with Mance's words. Fully aware that the dangers of Seir City were no less than those faced on the bloodied battlefield, Mance and Julius exchanged their unique greetings. After the pleasantries, Mance pulled Field close. "This is my son, Field Wilson. Do not forget to greet Uncle Julius." "Good day, Uncle Julius." Field then produced a magical crystal lamp and presented it to Julius. "A gift prepared for you, old chap. You must accept it." Julius accepted the lamp, questioning, "What is this?" "This is a magical crystal lamp, used for illumination at night." A delightful trinket from Field, this magical crystal lamp was once sold by the Golden Lion Trading Company, valued at several thousand gold coins. Upon hearing that the Golden Lion Trading Company had sold a lamp worth 1,000 gold coins for over 10,000, Field was infuriated. "Bah, despicable middlemen, may curses befall you," as Field berated the Golden Lion Trading Company. He could not help but admire their prowess as an established trading firm for having brought magical crystal lamps to the royal city for sale. Meanwhile, the trading company remained mired in minor dealings in the Corsi province. It seemed he ought to press Havel on that matter. Then I shall accept it. I have prepared a lavish dinner. Tonight, we shall not return until we are merry. Mance and Julius reminisced about their glorious past. Field, meanwhile, mingled with Julius's son, George Bonaparte, and daughter, Mia Bonaparte. After the dinner concluded, Field carried the inebriated Mance back to their residence. Field sensed that the camaraderie between Julius and Mance was not as profound as Mance had claimed. Although Julius's family had warmly welcomed Mance and Field, a certain distance lingered. Field did not believe Mance was oblivious to this. Perhaps he simply did not wish to acknowledge it. Days passed, and the long-awaited day of reward finally arrived. Mance, adorned in splendid knightly armor, made his way to the awarding ceremony. Upon the grand platform stood the current king of the Kingdom of Sire, Winston Sire, commanding respect and authority. After an impassioned speech from King Winston, the administrative officer began to announce the list of those receiving honors. As the officer read the names at a leisurely pace, Field's heart raced anxiously. The next to be honored is Mance Wilson. Retaining his title and receiving the new territory of the Black Forest at the foot of the Megaros Mountains. Field's anxious heart finally found relief. Chapter 34, Honey Fruit Wine. Field took a deep breath. A look of relief spreading across his face. The outcome was precisely as he had anticipated. After all, gifts are never given without reason. The Black Forest, situated in a remote area, frequently faced incursions from beasts of the Megaros Mountains. To other nobles, it was undoubtedly deemed a worthless wasteland, and thus none would dare seize it from Wilson territory. Consequently, Field and Mance had no need to engage in extensive networking. In contrast to the comfort felt by Field and Mance, the nobles within the crowd who understood the Black Forest's significance were lost in their musings. Did Mance Wilson offend some influential figure? Why else would he be assigned to such a desolate place? Who knows? It's not my misfortune. True enough, the nobles did not conceal their ridicule, their murmurs reaching Mance's ears, yet Mance remained unfazed, confidently ascending the steps to receive the official decree of the newly assigned territory from the administrative officer. I pledge my loyalty to the Kingdom of Sire. In the blink of an eye, the grand awarding ceremony concluded. While Mance's title remained unchanged as a viscount, the area of his territory had doubled. To Field, titles held little weight, only land bore tangible value. If given the choice, he would gladly trade a downgrade to Baron for the expansion of Wilson territory. After the ceremony, Mance and Field had no reason to linger in Sire City. That evening, they discreetly departed from the royal city. Field felt a sense of disbelief. The Black Forest was now theirs. On the surface, the area of Wilson territory had doubled, and the fertile land of the Black Forest was poised to become another grain-producing stronghold. Beneath the surface, however, Wilson territory already possessed a large-scale mineral vein and a magic crystal mine. Upon returning to Wilson territory, Field's first action would be to clear the Black Forest, providing cover for the clandestine extraction of magic crystals and ores. Diligence reveals the value of time. There's no need to lash the horse to spur it on. Mance showed no intent to usurp Field's authority over the management of Wilson territory. The prosperity of Wilson territory was a testament to Field's managerial capabilities. At this moment, Wilson territory was transitioning from the end of summer to the beginning of autumn. The newly harvested wheat stood plump, glistening in a pale green hue under the sunlight. It was evident that the wheat had yet to mature. It would be until the cool breezes of autumn arrived dressing the wheat in golden attire that the true harvest would commence. Though the wheat still required some time to ripen, the honey fruits of Rivermouth Village were already fully ripe. Field arrived at Rivermouth Village, where the golden sunlight bathed the lush honey fruit trees, which were laden with succulent fruits. The color of their skins transitioned from green to yellow, eventually culminating in a vibrant orange hue. Resembling tiny lanterns that exuded an enticing fragrance, under the sun's rays, the oil on the surface of the oranges shimmered with a crystalline luster, prompting Field to succumb to the temptation of plucking one for a taste. After all, it was his own orchard. He approached and picked a honey fruit. Instantly, the sweet aroma filled Field's nostrils, and with one bite, he was enveloped in a delightful sweetness. Eating honey fruits was truly a marvelous experience. Immersed in the bountiful harvest of honey fruits, Field noticed that the village chief, Norton, wore a troubled expression. Young Master Field, if you have any ideas on how to preserve the honey fruits, please share them. In a few days, the mountains will be overflowing with rotting fruits. Alas, Mayor Norton, you may rest assured, I have my own means. The confident demeanor of Field slightly reassured Mayor Norton. Field ventured into the grove of honey fruits. Listening to the rustling leaves of the trees whispering in the gentle breeze, seemingly narrating the joy of ripeness, beneath the honey fruit trees, several overripe fruits had already fallen. The rich aroma of the ripe honey fruits attracted bees, butterflies, and other insects drawn to feast upon those fallen treasures. Field picked up one of the fruits from the ground. it appeared that harvesting must commence swiftly. The manpower from Rivermouth Village alone was undoubtedly insufficient. So Field resolved to enlist additional hands from the Grain Bureau. Within the Grain Bureau, Director Colden, gather all personnel and accompany me to Rivermouth Village for the honey fruit harvest. Young Master Field. Why gather so many honey fruits? It's not as if we can consume them all, Colden replied. Field smiled faintly. I have my plans. You need only follow my instructions. Very well. As the department with the largest workforce in Wilson Territory, the Grain Bureau naturally bore significant agricultural responsibilities. Director Cole then led a substantial contingent toward Rivermouth Village. Meanwhile, Field brought along the brewing tools he had prepared earlier. Field personally oversaw the operation, while Director Cole then led a portion of the team in harvesting the honey fruits. Mayor Norton, in turn, directed a group to meticulously wash the fruits with clean water before draining them. Next, they removed the seeds and stems, crushing or slicing the fruits in preparation for fermentation. Field, leading by example, set a large wooden barrel on a makeshift table, placed the crushed fruits inside, added an appropriate amount of sugar, poured in clean water, and stirred thoroughly. Subsequently, Field sprinkled in the pre-prepared yeast for brewing, mixing it once more with care. To maintain cleanliness, he covered the opening of the container with a clean cloth to prevent any failure in the fermentation process, then placed it in a warm corner to await fermentation. Field turned to Mayor Norton, who had been observing the entire process, and said, "Did you take note? From this moment onward, the task of brewing honey fruit wine shall be yours." Young Master Field, is it truly feasible to brew wine from honey fruits? I have never witnessed fruit being used for such a purpose before. Field cast a sidelong glance at Norton. Let us await the outcome. Just follow my lead for now. With a skeptical mindset, Norton emulated Field's method of brewing the wine. Field occasionally reminded him, ensure every step is executed meticulously. A single misstep could ruin an entire barrel of fine wine. Days later, Field opened the barrel of honey fruit wine he had brewed, observing bubbles forming on the surface, releasing an enticing fragrance. He carefully filtered the fermented wine, removing the pulp and impurities before transferring it into sealed bottles for secondary fermentation. After a period of patient waiting, Field tapped the barrel again. A rich and refreshing aroma immediately permeated the air, as if awakening a slumbering spirit from years past. As the barrel gently opened, the liquid swayed within, producing a soft, rippling sound. With each undulation of the liquid, the fragrance burst forth like a wild stallion, scattering in all directions. It was a complex aroma, blending the sweetness of ripe fruits with the spiciness of the wooden barrel, tinged with faint notes of spices and minerals, captivating everyone present with its allure. This enchanting fragrance dispelled any lingering doubts in Norton's mind. To celebrate the successful brewing of honey fruit wine in Wilson Territory, Field invited all key figures of Wilson Territory to a grand banquet. The star of the evening was not a person, but the newly crafted honey fruit wine. Chapter 35, Man's Breakthrough at the Banquet. Everyone took a deep breath as the wine's aroma permeated their every pore, invigorating their spirits in an instant. Each guest cautiously ladled a cup of wine with crystal glasses, watching the liquid swirl within, creating a splendid tableau. The wine shimmered with a deep emerald hue, its edges adorned with a delicate golden sheen, an emblem of its fermentation time. As the glasses were gently swayed, the fragrance intensified, almost visible as it danced in the air, leaping and twirling before gradually settling, filling every corner of the banquet hall. Field closed his eyes, allowing the scent to guide his thoughts far away, invoking the ancient art of winemaking and the countless days and nights dedicated to nurturing the wine. This wine is truly exquisite. Field reveled in the wine's bouquet, only to be interrupted by incessant praises from Ella. "Brother, this wine is so sweet, even I, who am not fond of alcohol, find myself enamored by its flavor." Meanwhile, Stephanie had already emptied her glass of honey fruit wine, her slender hand waving the glass before Field, as if to say, "Refill, refill, quickly." Field smiled and filled Stephanie's glass once more with honey fruit wine. At that moment, Man's voice resonated through the banquet hall. "This wine is indeed delightful, but it lacks potency. It is not fit for a man's palate." Man's downed one cup and swiftly requested another, embodying the essence of contradiction. As soon as Man's finished speaking, Field's mother's voice chimed in. "Field, do not heed your father's nonsensical remarks. He simply cannot appreciate the finer nuances." Laughter erupted throughout the hall. Mans himself sat at the head table, laughing heartily. A warm and harmonious atmosphere enveloped everyone present. "What a pity it is that there is so little of it. If sold, it would surely fly off the shelves like the magical crystal lamps." Javier lamented, regretting the missed opportunity for a best-selling item. Javier turned to find Colden and Norton exchanging curious glances. "Director Javier, worry not, the Grain Bureau has ample stock. Feel free to trade it for glittering gold coins." The laughter that had just subsided erupted anew across the banquet hall of Field. Continued Javier, "While we are at it, I have good news for you. You are officially confirmed that from this moment onward, you shall be the director of the Trade Bureau, no longer acting in an interim capacity. Thank you, young Master Field." "Thank you, Lord Mans," Javier exclaimed. Soon after, the honey fruit wine appeared in the Trade Guild's shop. Within moments, it was sold out, accompanied by a significant influx of gold coins. As the financial officer of Wilson Territory, Nelson wore a broad grin, resembling a miser. Field inwardly chastised him for his lack of worldly experience. Ever since Mans had brought back over 10,000 slaves from the battlefield to Wilson Territory, the population had surged past 60,000, finally reaching a number befitting a viscount's domain. The larger the population base, the more knights and mages would arise from the masses. The Knight Academy had already trained 300 knights who had mastered combat energy, gradually strengthening Wilson Territory. The former defense force of Wilson Territory still existed, yet it had not been incorporated into the Holy Helm Knight Order. Each member of the Holy Helm Knight Order was a true knight. Unlike in the past when anyone who trained in combat energy was deemed a knight, Field equipped the Holy Helm Knights with warhorses and weapons and armor freshly crafted by the Smithing Bureau. It could be said that each member of the Holy Helm Knight Order was a walking treasury. The lavishly funded Holy Helm Knight Order deepened man's stream of nation building, as heroes often emerge in times of chaos. The continent of Luoya was indeed an era rife with warfare. Under Javier's management, the Trade Bureau flourished, earning gold at an astonishing rate. However, all earnings were expended by Field, who believed that wealth left to gather dust would only rot. It must be employed to generate more wealth. Under Field's persuasive influence, Mans wholeheartedly agreed. The Holy Helm Knight Order began to take shape, while the development of the Black Forest proceeded in an orderly fashion. Vast expanses of trees were being felled, and the gnarled roots of the forest were being excavated. Meanwhile, the strategic military fortress, named the Maisai Military Fortress by Field, had been constructed over the large mineral veins and the hidden magical crystal veins of Wilson Territory. Ostensibly to guard against the beastly incursions from the Majaros Mountains, this plausible rationale left no room for external suspicion regarding any ulterior motives within the military fortress. However, to those in the know, the fortress's true purpose was to ensure the secret extraction of the large mineral veins. As for the magical crystal veins, Field intended to complete the Maisai Military Fortress before addressing that matter. At present, Wilson Territory did not require an abundance of magical materials. Additionally, Field established a new village named Heisen at the former site of the Black Forest, developing the village into a vital agricultural hub for Wilson Territory. Lacking a water source, Edmund constructed irrigation systems while building Heisen Village to ensure its viability as a grain-producing area. Field diligently managed all aspects of Wilson Territory, while Mans, aided by abundant resources, diligently cultivated his combat energy, striving to break through to the rank of Silver Knight. The two, each busy with their own pursuits, encountered one another only rarely within the small confines of Wilson Territory. As autumn approached, nature gradually shed the fervor of summer, donning a cloak of golden hues. During this season, the sky took on a profound azure, with sunlight filtering through the sparse clouds, casting a gentle glow upon the earth. The wheat leaves began their transformation from green to gold. As the breeze whispered through, the leaves swayed gracefully, resembling a shimmering sea of gold. The forest paths were carpeted with fallen leaves, crunching underfoot, while the air was infused with the fragrant aroma of damp earth and decaying foliage. In the distance, the majestic Rockies are adorned in vibrant hues, their undulating peaks resembling a breathtaking canvas. The days of harvest are fast approaching, and since his ennoblement, Mance has remained sequestered, honing his combat prowess and seeking the opportunity to transcend into a silver knight. At the age of 52, Mance still possesses ample time to achieve this breakthrough, especially when considering that a great knight's lifespan often exceeds a century. His grandfather, Count Taylor of Field, stands as a formidable silver knight, wielding silvery combat energy and exhibiting magnificent martial skills. While one could previously rely on sheer numbers to prevail before attaining the rank of Silver Knight, once the threshold is crossed, the combat energy becomes detached, exponentially amplifying its potency. It is nearly impossible to exhaust a Silver Knight through sheer numbers. Even 10 great knights would struggle to vanquish one, at best managing to hold their ground. The higher the knightly stage, the greater the number required to engage in combat effectively. Mance's eagerness to break through to Silver Knight stems not only from the desire for longevity but also from the burgeoning prosperity of Wilson Territory. Relying solely on great knights will no longer suffice to safeguard all that Wilson Territory holds dear. The cool autumn breeze sweeps across Wilson Territory as Mance wields his finely crafted great sword. Striking with determination. As he quietly savors the wind caressing his form, he suddenly halts his movements. Of the breakthrough to Silver Knight can no longer be achieved solely through rigorous training. It demands profound self-realization and an understanding of the intricacies of combat energy. At this moment, Mance seems to grasp the opportunity, his body still while the energy within him surges with vitality. He remains in this trance-like state, unaware of the passage of time, until wisps of white combat energy materialize around him. He promptly sheathes his sword and sits upon the ground, immersing himself in the wonders of combat energy. With the energy now detached, Mance officially steps into the realm of the Silver Knight. Chapter 36, The Wave of Breakthroughs. News of Mance's breakthrough sends ripples through the air, spreading around Wilson Territory like pebbles dropped in water. The inhabitants of Wilson Territory are abuzz with excitement. As the saying goes, without the skin, where would the fur cling? Mance's ascension to Silver Knight signifies his growing strength, enabling him to better protect Wilson Territory. However, for Field, Mance's breakthrough signifies the emergence of a high-caliber combat force within Wilson Territory, marking the beginning of a promising new chapter. Unlike Field, who must conceal his own strength, Mance celebrates his achievement by hosting a grand feast, inviting nearby lords to partake in the festivities. The intent behind this gesture is clear: to intimidate those who covet Wilson Territory, instilling a sense of caution in them. On the day of the celebration, invitations are dispatched by Nelson to Viscount Rodriguez, Baron Davis, and various lords of all ranks in the vicinity. As Nelson puts it, this is a momentous occasion that brings honor. If it were feasible, he would place the invitations on the administrative table of the royal city of Cell. Naturally, the celebration would not be complete without the closest allies of Wilson Territory. The Swift family at Count Taylor, along with his wife Luciette, Uncle Mobach, and cousin, all grace the banquet with their presence. At this moment, the banquet hall is alive with bustling activity, as guests engage in lively exchanges. Interestingly, the topic of conversation is not solely Mance's ascension to Silver Knight but rather their observations and experiences during their time in Wilson Territory. The neatly arranged and luxurious cement houses where both citizens and slaves reside are nearly comparable to their own fortresses. Merchant caravans traverse the pristine cement roads, entering the trading district, which resembles the bustling trade area of Santorini. Although still modest in scale, it possesses all essential elements and is on the brink of expanding into a grand trading hub akin to Santorini. Since Mance's return from the battlefield, the safety of Wilson Territory has been assured. Edmund has been diligently implementing comprehensive renovations to Wilson Fortress based on the blueprints provided by Field, after nearly several months of effort. The renovations were finally completed just before Mance's celebration. With Wilson Territory's newfound wealth, it is only natural for Field to revamp his abode. As the old saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own doghouse. The refurbished Wilson Fortress rivals even the most opulent of dwellings, with sparkling gemstones embedded in the supporting pillars of the hall, magical crystal chandeliers crafted in Wilson Territory hanging above, and luxurious golden-fringed curtains adorning the windows. As Field surveys the hall's decor, he muses to himself, indeed, when people grow affluent, they tend to flaunt their wealth, yet I find it delightful. Field unexpectedly encounters Lady Emma of the Rodriguez family. Having not seen her for nearly half a year, she has become even more beautiful in that time. Now, Field feels entirely at ease within the banquet's atmosphere. It is true that a banquet can only be experienced once or countless times. Field finally comprehends James's sentiment that people inevitably grow and evolve. At that moment, a baron with whom Field is not particularly familiar remarks from a distance, "This honey fruit wine is in high demand. Today, we are finally fortunate to have it." Field smiles and walks away. The honey fruit wine produced in Wilson Territory is still insufficient compared to the vast market potential of Field believes that next year the honey fruit wine will burst forth from the Corsi province and reach other provinces, though he has yet to consider expanding beyond the borders of the Cell Kingdom. It is not a matter of desire but rather capability. Frequent warfare has constrained commerce to domestic trade. In Field's memory, there seems to be no trading company capable of operating on an international scale. This time, Mance enters the banquet hall, raising the event to a crescendo. Nobles approach one by one, presenting gifts to Mance and offering their congratulations. Congratulations. The atmosphere is filled with joy, and even those who may not feel it internally must put on a happy facade. Observing the growing pile of gifts in the corner, Field reflects, the more banquets Wilson Territory hosts, the better. As for others, don't involve me, they are of no concern to me. In this splendid moment, we gather together to partake in this grand feast. First and foremost, I extend the warmest welcome and heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed guests. to friendship, collaboration, and mutual success, let us enjoy this unforgettable banquet together. We express our sincere appreciation for your valuable time amidst your busy schedules to attend this event. Your presence has made our gathering all the more grand and successful. Tonight, we have prepared a sumptuous feast and delightful conversations. Hoping to provide everyone with a pleasurable experience simultaneously, we aspire to deepen our friendships, promote exchanges and cooperation, and strengthen the bonds between our territories. Mance's speech astonishes the guests present. They did not anticipate that this lord, who was previously illiterate, could deliver such an eloquent discourse, while the guests marveled. Field, sitting in the audience, knows full well that it was he who penned those words for Mance to memorize. The banquet proceeds in a predictable fashion, time slipping away amid the clinking of glasses and jovial conversations. As the event concludes and guests gradually disperse, they are left in awe of the transformation within Wilson territory, as well as Mance's newfound intellect. However, Count Taylor, who knows Mance well, has already discerned the true nature of that speech of Field. Quite impressive. Count Taylor's unexpected comment leaves Mance bewildered. Now, Mance, you are also a Silver Knight. Should you achieve further military exploits, you may be knighted as a Count. Taylor speaks this without a hint of jealousy, merely stating the truth. Taylor's words astonish Field. Could it be that noble qualities run deeply within those of his own bloodline? As Taylor and his entourage depart, Wilson territory seems to fall into a momentary silence, yet Field is aware that Mance's ascension to Silver Knight has inspired everyone within Wilson territory, including himself. Soon after, Stephanie and Ella each break through to become intermediate mages, and following them, Field reaches the rank of advanced mage, catching up with the levels of Sorcerer Golova and Sorcerer Newman through subtle inquiries. Field learns that Sorcerer Golova is over 100 years old and has achieved the rank of advanced mage through the cultivation of white magic talent, earning Field's utmost respect. As for the carefree Sorcerer Newman, he may be slightly younger than Golova, yet still not by much. Achieving the rank of great mage in one's lifetime is a blessing from the heavens. Among the knights, it was initially presumed that York, having experienced the northern battlefield, would be the first to break through to Great Knight. However, unexpectedly, the usually taciturn Wet makes the leap first. Abel and Hilbert also attain the rank of advanced knight. In the Magic Academy, a few individuals such as Liss and Arist also ascend to the rank of junior mage. The continuous breakthroughs within Wilson territory come at a cost, for the treasury now holds less than 20,000 gold coins. This sum is hardly substantial, barely covering a day's expenses for Wilson territory. Most of the gold earned through trade has been invested by Field into the Knight Academy, the Holy Shield Knights, and the Magic Academy. The recent breakthroughs have been hard-earned through financial means. Chapter 37, The Harvest. The wave of breakthroughs in Wilson territory continues until the wheat heads turn golden. Field's smile has remained unwavering during this period, as a series of joyous tidings brings him immense delight. Wet has made a breakthrough. Liss from the Magic Academy has been promoted to junior mage. Each report strikes Field's heart with joy, a feeling that cannot be overstated. As the season for wheat harvesting arrives, the inhabitants sharpen their scythes, eager for the bounty. Even without the harvest, Field can already predict a bountiful year ahead. The wheat cultivated by AEL is remarkably resilient to environmental factors, with the grains bending low, resembling a shy maiden nodding in modesty. Field arrived at the fields, savoring the grounded sense that the grains bestowed upon him, yet, he felt this satisfaction was insufficient. The pursuit of grain yield should be an unending quest for excellence. In a fleeting moment, he sought out Al. Dean. Al, have you discovered any peculiar wheat varieties this year? Al shook his head. Young Master Field, I have cultivated some seeds using the methods you provided. We shall test their yield and adaptability next year. Splendid. In a few days, I shall send a junior mage to assist you. Al promptly agreed. Certainly. Wait, that doesn't seem right. A junior mage, young Master Field? I must have misheard you. A junior mage? Indeed, you heard correctly. Al, with a wry smile, replied. Young Master Field, having a junior mage sent to me would be of no use. How could it be of no use? Field smiled slightly, then feigned mystery by inquiring, Al, have you ever heard of magical wheat? No. Al's response left Field momentarily speechless. Such an honest individual, wheat imbued with magical properties, resistant to adverse weather conditions, commonly referred to as magical wheat. Young Master Field, are you certain such wheat exists? Al questioned skeptically. He wasn't entirely certain. He had not heard of such magical wheat, but that hardly deterred Field from deceiving Al into attempting to create it. After all, the continent of Loya was filled with magic. Wasn't it reasonable to assume magical wheat could exist? One must dare to dream. What if it became a reality? Field, slightly sheepish, replied, of course it exists. What, do you doubt me? Or is it your own abilities that fall short? Field's reversal caught Al off guard. Young Master Field, rest assured, if it exists, I will surely bring it forth. As Field prepared to depart, Al hastily exclaimed, Young Master, I believe I have discovered a new crop. Al then produced several kernels of corn. Goodness, corn, where did you find this? In the Black Forest? No, around the outskirts of Black Forest Village. Is this edible? Absolutely, we've consumed quite a bit. It's delicious and has an exceptionally high yield. Heaven has favored me. The previous field cultivated corn extensively. A Field patted Al on the shoulder. Work diligently. One day you shall have a house if you desire one, and gold if that is your wish. Moreover, your name will be remembered by every resident of Wilson Territory. Al was instantly invigorated. Field's words had a remarkable effect on him. At that moment, within the Magic Academy, Sister 2, Sister 3, I require your assistance. Before Field could elaborate, Ella raised her little hand. I'll go. Stephanie also looked at Field. Her intentions clear. Sister 3, you're still too young. Allow me to go, brother. I wish to contribute to Wilson Territory as well. As Ella and her sister argued, she cast a pleading look at Field. Ella's eyes sparkled, nearly blinding Field. Ella, let Sister 2 go first. There will be opportunities for you in the future. Field's words proved effective, and Ella complied. All right then, next time it will be my turn. My Sister 3 is the best. Brother, what will I be doing? The Field turned to Sister 2. You shall assist Dean Al in cultivating magical wheat at the Grain Research Institute. Magical wheat? I've never heard of it, neither have I, but it's all about making things happen. Stephanie nodded, increasingly admiring Field. He was always so enigmatic. In a blink, the coolness of the wind heralded the arrival of the wheat harvest. Cole then, the head of the grain department, directed the farmers as they diligently harvested the wheat. Striving to waste not a single grain. Waste is a disgrace, were the words inscribed upon the stone tablet at the entrance of the grain department. However, to Colvin's surprise, Field himself descended into the fields to harvest wheat. This act of humility earned him the farmers' unanimous praise. As nobles on the continent of Loya were typically aloof, Field was not merely pretending. The instinct ingrained in his very being compelled him to take part. He could not find satisfaction without a hands-on experience. As the autumn harvest progressed vigorously, the trade department continued to procure grain. Field's actions left Cole then puzzled. The harvested grain was sufficient to sustain over 30,000 people. Wilson Territory was well stocked with grain, enough to sell for gold. Young Master Field, why are we still purchasing grain? Wilson Territory has an ample supply. In response to Colvin's inquiry, Field simply stated, strategic reserves, from the inception of Wilson Fortress. Field had reserved significant space for grain storage. Precisely for this purpose, the autumn harvest was a lengthy endeavor. It required not only the act of harvesting but also drying the grain, a labor-intensive process. Yet, to ensure long-term preservation, Field deemed it necessary. A Black Forest village had been ceded to Wilson during the late summer. There had been no time to plant wheat, so only some vegetables and fruits were cultivated. Nearly half of the area surrounding Black Forest remained untamed forest. They could only proceed gradually after the harvest was complete, and the residents had leisure time. If come next year, the entirety of Black Forest Village were to be cultivated with wheat equivalent to the original territory of Wilson, the yield would suffice for over 100,000 people to thrive for an entire year without issue. The thought made Field involuntarily chuckle. The 5-year grain storage plan for Wilson Territory will be realized by next autumn. Of course, all of this hinged on Wilson Territory maintaining its population of over 60,000. Which seemed unlikely. Recently, Mance had approached Field to discuss reducing some investments in training and saving gold to purchase slaves. If Field pondered this, he had indeed been somewhat impulsive in providing unlimited resources for training. It was time for a change. Wilson Territory needed to develop comprehensively, avoiding excessive militarization. Field approached Nelson, instructing him to halt all free training resource distributions. The resources would now be allocated based on contributions. Only those who contributed to the construction of Wilson Territory would be rewarded with training resources. This decisive shift restored normalcy to Wilson Territory. Field stood at the window of Wilson Fortress. It seemed prudent to consult with others more frequently to minimize decision-making errors. Time passed, and the transformation of training resources significantly alleviated Wilson Territory's financial strain. Nelson, who once met Field with a sorrowful visage, now greeted him with a smile. The treasury was full, naturally bringing joy. Chapter 38. Noodles. During dinner, Field sat at the table, sharing the meal with his family. The table, unchanged as ever, featured white bread and roasted meat, a monotonous fare he had endured for nearly a year. Leaving him devoid of any appetite, suddenly, an idea struck him. Wheat could be made into flour, and flour could create various delicacies, with noodles being one of them. Thus began the culinary revolution on the continent of Loya. sparked by Field's disdain for white bread. At this moment, Field was entirely unaware that his actions would transform the culinary culture of Loya. The bland white bread versus the elastic noodles created an instinctive longing within him. Field spat out the dry bread from his mouth. My appetite has vanished. He then exited the dining hall and made his way to the grain storage room. The quality of the wheat is quite impressive. It will surely make delicious noodles. Field meticulously sifted through the wheat, discarding the shriveled grains. Next, he ground the wheat into fine flour. Once the flour was ready, Field began kneading the dough. He poured the flour into a large bowl, added an appropriate amount of water, and used his hands to knead it until the flour and water were thoroughly combined. The dough emitted a rich aroma of wheat, tantalizing and mouth-watering. Not bad. Not bad, just one last step to go. Field's stomach growled in anticipation. Rolling the dough into a thin sheet was not Field's forte, but Wilson territory boasted many skilled women. Field directed them as they expertly rolled out the dough into an even, delicate layer, akin to a splendid piece of craftsmanship. Then, the sheet was folded and sliced into fine noodles. The freshly cut noodles were laid out on bamboo rods, basking in the sunlight to dry gradually. Field could hardly contain his eagerness to taste the fragrant noodles. As he waited for the noodles to dry, he occasionally flipped them to prevent sticking to the rods. After a day of drying, Field promptly collected them and headed to the designated kitchen in Wilson Fortress, ready to heat oil. Perhaps due to Field's history of concocting peculiar creations, Ella, the little foodie, trailed into the kitchen before he could even assess his results. "Brother, you've been busy all day. What delicious dish are you preparing?" Field glanced up at Ella. "Noodles. Noodles? I've never heard of that." Yet, that did not deter Ella from grabbing utensils to fish out the noodles from the pot. Meanwhile, she cheekily remarked, "Brother, let me taste test and see if it's good." Field lightly swatted her hand away. "Not yet. It's not finished." Ella's outstretched hand quickly withdrew, and she stuck out her tongue playfully. Lacking chili, garlic, and scallions, Field had only prepared a simple noodle soup with egg. Even so, for someone who had eaten nothing but bread for a year, this humble bowl of noodle soup was nothing short of divine. Before long, the fragrant noodles were freshly cooked. Just as Field was about to serve himself, Ella eagerly dove in, snatching the noodles for herself. "Hot, hot, hot. Slow down, there is still plenty more." Field was overjoyed, patiently waiting for the noodles to cool. After a moment, the noodles had reached a pleasantly warm temperature. Field immediately began to devour them with the fervor of a starving ghost. One bowl vanished, yet it was not satisfying enough. He reached for another. Still craving more. He continued this voracious indulgence until he had consumed 4 hefty bowls, finally placing the bowl down with a contented sigh. Good things are meant to be shared, and thus Field prepared all the noodles he had made that day. The onlookers gazed at the noodles, which resembled snakes, with a hint of reluctance. Their eyes turned to Field. This was a delicacy known as noodles. No sooner had Field declared this than he seized a bowl and began to relish the dish. Witnessing Field's delightful enjoyment, the little gluttons within the others stirred to life. Dwarf Tolkien was the first to take a bite. "How is it?" the crowd inquired. Tolkien offered no verbal response, only the sound of slurping in reply. Seeing Tolkien relish the noodles so heartily, the others were instantly inspired to join in. Faced with such delectable fare, Tolkien found his mouth too occupied to speak, instead giving a thumbs up to express his praise for the noodles. Javier, ever the businessman, took a bite and immediately thought of the prospect of earning gold. "Mr. Field, could these noodles be sold at the trading guild?" Field paused momentarily. His noodle-making had been purely for indulgence, never anticipating the potential for profit. "Of course," he replied. "That's splendid news. Another exclusive item for the trading guild." Truly, the guildmaster had an eye for opportunity. At that moment, Mance, busy slurping noodles, chimed in. "Field, I'm starting to wonder if you're my son. How do you always come up with such peculiar ideas?" Before Mance could finish, Field's mother playfully tugged at his ear. "Field isn't your son. Whose son could he be? I'm merely jesting." Trying to lighten the mood, Mance retorted, "Madam, please don't be upset." Field turned away, unable to bear the public display of affection. The joy of the noodle feast dissipated for him. Thus concluded the noodle banquet. Field did not particularly enjoy gatherings, but rather detested the social intricacies and deceit that often accompanied them. Soon, the noodles appeared in the trading guild's shop, priced only slightly higher than wheat. Wilson's domain profited modestly from labor costs. While not everyone adored noodles as an unconventional method of consuming wheat, they garnered considerable popularity and affection. Following the introduction of noodles, Field also crafted large pancakes and buns from wheat, greatly enriching the dietary diversity of the citizens of Wilson and propelling the culinary culture of the continent of Loya forward. Simultaneously, to recreate the authentic aroma of noodles, Field assigned Dean L a long-term task to seek out plants with peculiar flavors. Good things take time, and Field did not expect immediate results, but set this ongoing mission in motion. Standing atop Wilson Castle and surveying the land surrounding it, Field reflected on the transformation he had wrought over the past year. Today marked his 17th birthday, yet Field chose not to invite friends widely. Instead, he prepared a bowl of longevity noodles, spending this ordinary yet extraordinary day with his family. To his surprise, a trading caravan from Santorini arrived, bearing gifts from James and Sophia, accompanied by a letter. The front of the letter bore the elegant inscription, "Dear Field," in beautiful handwriting. Field needed no guesswork to discern the author of the letter. As he read, the contents revealed mundane familial chatter, such as the blooming of osmanthus at the Duke's estate and the birth of a magical pet's offspring, trivialities that left Field utterly speechless. As for the gifts, he received a knight's longsword embedded with a level 3 magic core and a level 4 magical defensive item, the Heart of the Guardian. While accepting these distant offerings, he mentally noted a debt of gratitude to be repaid in the future. Chapter 39, Medinsky Krylov. Barely a few days after Field's 17th birthday, winter once again enveloped Wilson's domain. The warm, secure cement homes shielded the citizens from the cold, while ample provisions kept hunger at bay. Not a soul failed to extol the Lord's greatness. The living conditions of slaves in Wilson's domain starkly contrasted with those in other noble territories, where the rebellious among them were isolated by all. Such was life on the continent of Loya. As long as one was neither frozen nor starved, the populace would express gratitude and loyalty to their lord. Yet, this simple expectation proved unattainable for 99% of the nobility. Unbeknownst to him, Field's image of greatness and compassion had permeated the hearts of every citizen in Wilson, with winter's arrival rendering the land barren. The farmers of the Grain Bureau found themselves idle, only to be reassigned by Field to the construction and cultivation of Heisen village. Field, ensconced in his chamber, felt the ambient magical energy and was struck by an idea. Could he devise a device that automatically absorbs magical energy, much like humans endowed with magical talent? He swiftly made his way to the Magic Academy. Inside, Master Gurova was passionately imparting magical knowledge. The once aimless Gurova had vanished. After considerable thought, Field resolved to share his ideas with Master Gurova. Master Gurova, at this point, Field's magical prowess had reached parity with Gurova's, both being advanced mages. Yet Field continued to address him with respect. Thanks to his previous education, he adhered to the principle that once a teacher, always a teacher. Respecting one's elders is a change Field sought to introduce to this morally bankrupt world, setting a fine example for the apprentices at the Magic Academy. Although Gurova could not surpass Field's magical level, his vast reservoir of magical knowledge far eclipsed Field's. In Field's view, magical knowledge was an invaluable treasure, more significant than mere power, serving as the cornerstone for the magical development of Wilson. Since the Academy's inception, Gurova had rarely left its premises, almost never stepping out. Field, too, was preoccupied with the growth and development of Wilson, and thus their encounters had become increasingly rarer. Upon Field's arrival, Gurova immediately perceived his intent. "Field, what brings you here?" Field nodded to Master Gurova. "I feel my understanding of magic is too shallow, and my methods of utilizing magical energy are overly simplistic." Field stated earnestly. "Master Gurova, in the face of the vastness of magic, I feel utterly insignificant." Gurova nodded in agreement. "The more ignorant one is, the more arrogant they become. The abundance of knowledge and broadening of horizons foster humility." Gurova patted Field's shoulder, acknowledging that confusion is a common state on the journey of magical exploration. Gurova stroked his graying beard. "What doubts do you have? Speak freely." Field nodded. "How is magical energy generated? It surrounds us. How can we harness it? What is the fundamental difference between those with and without magical talent?" After 3 rapid-fire questions, he momentarily bewildered Gurova. Could it be that Field had delved so profoundly into the study of magic? Gurova took a moment to regain his composure and ponder Field's inquiries. Gazing at Field, Gurova noted a familiar yet slightly unfamiliar aura. While his appearance remained unchanged, his inner essence had transformed from a carefree spirit to that of a learned scholar. Gurova had yet to formulate a response to Field's questions when Field continued. "Master Gurova, through my observations, I believe magical energy emanates from the magic sun above us. It constantly transmits magical energy to the continent of Loya, existing everywhere." Field elaborated. "The magical energy sourced from the sun can be absorbed and condensed by certain unique terrains, ultimately forming the magical crystal veins known to me. Naturally, those gifted with magical talent are the special humans who can perceive and store magical energy. The essence of martial energy is a secondary transformation of magical energy, making it easier for humans to utilize, much like solar energy converted into electrical energy in my past life. Field did not reveal these deductions to Gurova. Master Gurova, can we harness the magical energy that permeates the air? Gurova, who had been listening intently, finally spoke. Are you suggesting a device to absorb magical energy? Field nodded. Gurova did not respond immediately. Field, patient, awaited his reply. Do you realize how difficult this is? Naturally, humanity has yet to fully comprehend what magic is. Creating such a device would be exceedingly challenging. However, I believe we will eventually understand the essence of magical energy and create such a device. Field's gaze was resolute. I am willing to strive for this to the very end. In Field's eyes, Gurova glimpsed the future of magic. I am willing to work towards your grand vision, but ultimately, one person's strength is limited. We cannot achieve this with just a few of us. Field smiled slightly. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all. Galwa, my esteemed mentor, rest assured that I shall offer a generous salary to sorcerers for service in the Wilson territory. Galwa nodded in acknowledgement. I would like to recommend two individuals, Medinsky and Karov. Who are they? Sorcerers. Field, visibly exasperated, was well aware of their identities. Galwa continued, they are sorcerers of exceptionally poor magical aptitude. Do they possess any particular qualities? Medinsky is a naive novice sorcerer, at least that was my impression when I first encountered his ideas. Galwa paused slightly. His magical talent is merely of the most basic grade, and despite his utmost efforts, he can only remain a novice sorcerer, yet he remains undeterred, vowing to usher in an era where magic can be practiced by all. His revolutionary ideas are deemed heretical by traditional sorcerers and nobles alike, leading to his imprisonment in the dungeons of Santorini, where he faced persecution from his peers. Galwa then added, Karov was once a minor noble, living a blissful life. However, he was always tinkering with peculiar magical contraptions, which ultimately resulted in the tragic death of his wife during an experiment. Since that incident, Karov has descended into madness and lost his title in the kingdom of Sela. Galwa, do you truly believe a madman can engage in magical research? Galwa sighed, a profound sorrow etched across his face. Karov shares a deep bond with Galwa. After succumbing to madness, he became increasingly devoted to the study of magic, seeking a reason to continue living. In pursuit of understanding magical aptitude, he has killed several apprentices gifted with magic. Eventually, he too was discovered and imprisoned in the dungeons of Santorini. It is unknown whether he perished in prison. If he still lives, perhaps you could procure his release with some gold. I shall endeavor to do so. Deep within, Field was reluctant to associate with a madman, yet as Galwa had recommended him, he felt compelled to comply. Alone in his chamber, Field retrieved the tome of magical research from his bookshelf, which contained all his hypotheses and studies regarding magic, a veritable treasure beyond price. Chapter 40, The Mercenary Guild. As night enveloped the magical academy, it remained as bright as day. Galwa sat in solitude, pondering the inquiries Field had raised earlier. Indeed, there exists a possibility, ever since the prospect of breaking through to become a grand sorcerer eluded him. Galwa has often contemplated matters of magic. His understanding of magic surpasses even Field's imagination. Every great discovery transcends the comprehension of the masses and often goes unrecognized. If the world is mired in filth, yet you stand clear and pure, be prepared to confront the scornful gazes of the mundane and to forge ahead amidst the pressure alone. This journey is undoubtedly fraught with anguish and difficulty. Once a solitary wanderer, Galwa now feels understood, and by none other than a wealthy noble. In that moment, hope surged within him for the future. At that very instant, Field, resting his forehead on one hand, recalled the few sorcerers in the Wilson territory. Just as fire blazes higher with many hands, so too does magical research flourish in collaboration. Field resolved to venture to Santorini, for it is the largest city in the Corsi province and home to the greatest number of sorcerers. As for the two individuals recommended by Galwa, Field deemed Medinsky acceptable. However, he harbored a deep-seated reluctance to welcome the eccentric Karov into the Wilson territory, relegating him to a last resort. The next day, after bidding farewell to his family, Field, accompanied by Owen and Kate, set forth for Santorini once more. Field's first stop in Santorini was naturally the Trade Guild, which had established a commercial presence there. At this moment, the Trade Guild was bustling with patrons, merchants clad in lavish silks, knights adorned in armor, and sorcerers draped in robes, all mingling in a vibrant tapestry of humanity. Javier was absent, having taken a caravan to the royal capital to open a branch. With the assistance of James, the Trade Guild swiftly dominated the market with unique goods such as magical crystal lamps and honeyed fruit wines. Over the course of a year, the Trade Guild's shops had flourished throughout the Corsi province. The guild's burgeoning success had sparked envy among many. While Wilson territory may feast, it must also offer a sip of broth to others. However, Field did not share this sentiment. A sip may be acceptable, but only after he himself has dined to satisfaction. Although the current military of Wilson territory could rival that of a typical count, it remained a mere infant in the presence of true titans. Thus Field allocated 20% of the trade guild's profits to honor, no, not to bribe, James's father, Lord Loch Waterhouse. Presently, the trade guild was not merely under James's personal aegis but was part of the entire Duke Waterhouse's domain. As Field stepped into the trade guild, Larry emerged to greet him. "Good day, Master Field." Indeed, the steward of the trade guild in Santorini was none other than Larry Ellison, the team leader sent by the Golden Lion Guild to Wilson territory. Javier had undoubtedly employed some means to lure him away. Not only that, but Javier had also poached talents from various smaller guilds, leaving them on high alert, fearful of losing their key players to his machinations. Observing the multitude of key members who had been recruited from other guilds, Field fell into contemplation. It was no wonder Javier had previously faced failure in business. The reasons became apparent, however. One must concede that the trade guild's success was partly due to Javier's efforts. Field's primary purpose in visiting the trade guild was not to oversee operations but to procure gold for hiring sorcerers. His stance toward the various departments of Wilson territory was singular, as long as they could deliver results. He cared not for their methods. "Master Field, here are 100,000 gold coins." Subsequently, Larry Ellison presented Field with a storage pouch. Field transferred the coins from the pouch into his storage ring and casually returned the pouch to Larry. Ever since witnessing the elven Amelia's storage ring, Field had secretly vowed that upon acquiring wealth, his first order of business would be to obtain a storage ring for himself. He kept his promise. Using the initial profits from selling magical crystal lamps to purchase his coveted storage ring, Field admired the ring on his finger, feeling a surge of satisfaction after inspecting his own trade guild. He naturally sought to visit his friend James. The Duke's residence. He greeted James. "How have you been of late?" Since growing close to James, Field had entirely shed any pretense, omitting formalities when addressing him. "What brings you to Santorini this time?" "I have a query for you." "Spit it out quickly," James replied, fully aware of Field's penchant for seeking favors. "I am inquiring on behalf of a friend." James shot Field a sidelong glance, his expression clearly skeptical of Field's feigned ignorance. "Where might one find idle sorcerers in Santorini?" "I wish to recruit a couple for my friend," Field continued. "By the way, are Karov and Medinsky incarcerated in the Santorini prison?" "What, can't find any sorcerers and are now desperate?" "I was merely inquiring. If I truly cannot recruit any sorcerers." Field's words trailed off, but James had already surmised his intentions. He then suggested, "You might want to check the Mercenary Guild. Perhaps they have what you seek." "Well, don't dismiss it. Aside from that place, where else can you entice sorcerers with gold?" Field lamented. "Sorcerers are indeed a rarity. Those with even a modicum of ability who are willing to work are usually employed as guest sorcerers by lords or nobles. Conversely, those with exceptionally unique ideas who focus solely on magical research often find themselves destitute. To sustain their research endeavors, these sorcerers tend to engage in high-risk, high-reward mercenary and bounty tasks." Field was one who heeded advice well. And before long, he arrived at the Mercenary Guild. The entrance was bustling with comings and goings, all of whom bore the marks of battle and were clad in peculiar garb, despite their disheveled appearances. Should a comparison be made, they might even rival the most elite forces of the Kingdom of Cell. Dressed resplendently, Field instantly attracted the attention of all within the guild as he stepped inside. He approached the window where a striking young woman stood. "Esteemed customer, welcome to the Mercenary Guild. How may I assist you?" "I wish to post a recruitment notice for sorcerers. As for the remuneration, I am open to negotiation." "Very well, please provide a deposit of 1,000 gold coins." Field produced 1,000 gold coins and handed them to the young woman. "Excellent, we will begin the recruitment process shortly. Please return in 2 days." Field nodded in acknowledgement and made his way toward the exit, catching a glimpse of another staff member affixing a wooden board with the recruitment notice prominently in the center of the hall. Instantly, the Mercenary Guild's prestige in Field's eyes diminished by half. He had expected something akin to the magical projections depicted in novels, sophisticated, grand, and high-class, yet, a moment later, Field slapped his palm against his forehead. How could I have forgotten that magic could be utilized in such a manner? Upon returning to Wilson territory, I shall discuss this with Galois. Perhaps we could create an otherworldly film. Nobility possesses both wealth and leisure, and should such a film come to fruition, it could yield bountiful rewards. Chapter 41. The Druid. Just as Field emerged from the Mercenary Guild, he fortuitously encountered Sophia, who had come in search of him. Field slightly inclined his body, bestowing upon Sophia a noble bow. "Good day, Miss Sophia." Sophia, holding the hem of her skirt, curtsied gently in return. "Good day. How fares your magical training?" Field, adopting his customary fatherly tone, felt a peculiar affection for Sophia, an amalgam of friendship, admiration, and perhaps something deeper. Ultimately, he could not decipher his feelings for her and chose to embrace the role of a protective elder. Sophia smiled faintly. "I have ascended to the rank of advanced mage." Upon hearing this, Field's heart swelled with genuine joy. "Congratulations." He then presented her with a level 4 magical artifact, a magical ring. "Your gift." Sophia solemnly wrapped the spatial storage ring in her handkerchief, grateful for having received the news in advance and prepared a present. Indeed, the Intelligence Bureau consistently relayed information about Sophia to Field, allowing him to anticipate her breakthrough and ready a gift. Of course, the current Intelligence Bureau was still in its infancy, capable only of gathering non-secretive tidbits. Thank you. Field, in his past life, had been quite the neophyte in conversing with women, often leading discussions to an awkward halt. Sensing the tension in the air, Sophia took the initiative. "Shall we stroll about? It has been quite some time since we last met." "Certainly." Field accompanied Sophia as they ambled through the bustling streets filled with diverse stalls and magical performances. They paused before various vendors, with Field hoping to unearth a treasure, as the fabled chosen one often did. However, his expectations were met with disappointment. Most items were either shoddy or deceitful. He encountered a nearly depleted magical crystal being sold as a pristine one. "To scoundrel. How despicable," Field inwardly scoffed. Soon, he approached a vendor clad entirely in green. Curiosity piqued. He mused, "How many times must one be green to look so verdant?" Sophia, discerning Field's bewilderment, whispered, "That is a druid, a natural-born magician of the wild. Their kin are all magicians, particularly skilled in potion-making." "Then druids must be quite formidable," Field exclaimed. Sophia shook her head. "Not all druids are powerful. The world is just. Despite their magical prowess, their kind is rare and difficult to reproduce." At that moment, the druid called out to passers-by, "Finest potions available, don't miss out." "What kind of potion is this?" Field inquired, pointing to a vial. "A healing potion," replied the druid. Field gestured towards another vial. "And this one?" The druid glanced at Field, then at Sophia, before lowering his gaze. "A potion for beast breeding, safe for human use when mixed with water. Do you require it?" Field remained unfazed, as did Sophia, the noble lady. "What is your name?" Field asked. "I sell my craft, not my body," the druid replied, nearly choking Field with laughter. "I assure you, I am of normal orientation. I wish to employ your services." How much?" 100 gold coins for a month." "How does that sound? 500, 200, no more." "Even hiring an advanced mage shouldn't cost so much." The druid fixed his gaze upon Field. 300, and we have a deal." "Very well, it is settled," though the price was somewhat steep. Field had finally recruited a mid-level mage and a druid at that. Fate is unpredictable. This druid would one day save Field's life. "Now, you must reveal your name." "Krog." Field nodded, awaiting Krog to stow his peculiar potions into the storage ring. At that moment, Sophia, who had been silent, finally spoke. "I heard you were recruiting mages. May I inquire about your intentions?" "Given the scarcity of mages in Wilson territory, I seek to recruit some for appearances and perhaps carry out some magical research." Sophia smirked. "I wonder if an advanced mage is needed in Wilson territory. Do not jest. If I were to bring the Duke of Waterhouse's daughter to Wilson, your father would surely march 10,000 knights to level it." Field gazed skyward. "It is getting late. We shall part ways here." Field led Krog back to the trading company, while Sophia returned to the Duke's estate with her guards. Field, unable to endure the sight of the green-clad Krog any longer, tossed him 50 gold coins. "Change your attire. White green is ill-favored. You must alter your appearance." Field, fearing a rebuttal, emphasized, "I do not employ those who bring ill fortune." Krog hesitated momentarily, seemingly reluctant to forsake such a lucrative position. Ultimately, he conceded, accepting the 50 gold coins before departing. Field settled into a chair, absent-mindedly tapping his fingers upon the table. "Druid Krog, upon our return to Wilson territory, you shall teach the art of potion-making. As for the mage Newman, he shall be reassigned to the Food Research Institute to retrieve my younger sister." Krog's task was thus assigned. "Larry, what is it you seek? Please procure some cowhide paper. The tougher the better, along with some writing pigments." "Understood." Larry nodded and departed. Before long, Larry returned. "Here you are." Field took the cowhide paper and began to carve and sketch upon it, while Larry remained by his side, observing. After a while, Field etched numbers and designs onto the paper. "Entertainment option added." At that moment, Krog returned, having changed into a new outfit. "Larry, Krog, come, I shall teach you a new form of entertainment, playing cards." Krog, intrigued by this novel concept, approached eagerly, while Larry, having witnessed the entire card-making process, was already impatient with anticipation. As the night wore on, once more, I refuse to believe my luck is perpetually wretched. The dawn broke, and Field reminded Krog. It is time to cease. Point one more game, just one more, right, Larry? Krog's eyelids fluttered, subtly signaling to Larry. Larry, however, overlooked Krog's hint. Playing cards were indeed delightful, but it was time to pause. Field nodded. We must not lose ourselves in frivolity. Larry, gather some exquisite materials, such as crystals, and replicate my designs for sale. Very well, Master. Field. Chapter 42. The Warwolf Mercenary Group. After a sleepless night, only Larry appeared drowsy, while Field, adept in both magic and combat, remained lively. Krog, due to his species and inherent magical nature, showed no signs of fatigue either. Yet, the night of insomnia had nearly exhausted Larry. Ellison's rare beasts, Larry murmured as he departed. Field took his rough playing cards and made his way to the Duke's estate. Since his arrival in this world, Field had always been solitary, devoid of a true friend with whom to share his heart. The eccentric James barely qualified as a half-friend. What brings you here again? Have you found the mages, or do you still require my assistance in extricating those two from prison? Field resolutely shook his head. Do you truly believe I am the sort who only seeks you out when in need? James's gaze fixed upon Field, clearly suggesting, indeed, you were. Field felt a twinge of guilt. Though I may have previously sought you for favors, I assure you I come with no ulterior motive today. Field then produced the playing cards he had crafted the previous night. Placing them upon the table, James, eyeing the unfamiliar items, inquired, "What are these?" "Playing cards, a source of amusement for idle moments." After glancing around, Field asked, "Is Sophia not back yet?" "You have changed, inquiring about Sophia now, are we?" James teased. Field, observing James's playful demeanor, realized he had misinterpreted his intentions, yet he chose not to clarify. His silence sufficed. The truth could speak for itself. James, unable to contain himself, pressed Field, "Do enlighten me about these playing cards." "Let us wait for Sophia, all will be revealed." "Very well, I shall wait." James picked up a book but struggled to concentrate, the allure of the playing cards distracting him. Eventually, he set the book aside. "Sophia will need some time to study magic. Why not share your thoughts with me in the meantime? I rarely repeat myself. We shall discuss it when Sophia arrives." James became increasingly exasperated. The cards had piqued his curiosity. Yet Field remained obstinately silent. The agony of anticipation was compounded when that anticipation lay tantalizingly before him. Time slipped away, second by second, and just as James was on the verge of despair, Sophia finally arrived. Field, hurry, Sophia is here. "Tell me, how do we play this?" Sophia, with a puzzled expression, inquired. "What do you mean by play?" James gestured towards the deck of cards resting on the table. Understanding dawned upon Sophia instantly. Siblings truly share an unspoken bond. This is called a deck of cards, and it offers various ways to play, Field explained. However, despite Field's thorough explanation, both James and Sophia remained bewildered. Experience is the best teacher. "Let us familiarize ourselves with the rules through practice," Field suggested. Field was the first to initiate a game of drawing cards, and both James and Sophia followed suit. As the golden rays of the setting sun bathed Santorini, James and Sophia transformed from novices into seasoned players. For the affluent, who need not fret over survival, time is abundant, yet, the absence of recreational activities within this wealth of time can be excruciating. Surprisingly, even the simple game of cards captivated James, who was typically disciplined and worldly. For an entire day, Field could scarcely fathom how popular the card game would become once it hit the market. Yet, after a day and night of playing, Field found himself nauseated at the mere sight of cards. Ultimately, it was Field who suggested they return to the Merchant Guild, bringing their card-playing session to an end. At that moment, James and Sophia appeared reluctant to part, which genuinely startled Field. He reached for the cards, only to be preempted by Sophia, who calmly organized them. In Field's view, Sophia efficiently tidied up the cards, her demeanor unflustered as she stowed them away in her storage ring. Field was left in a state of astonishment, internally commenting, "So effortless, it seems she has practiced extensively." James glanced at Field, who returned the gaze, both momentarily speechless. It dawned on Field that such skill must have been honed under the tutelage of her brother. No wonder. Realizing the situation, Field concluded that he would not be reclaiming the cards. After all, they were not of great value. He decided to gift them to Sophia. James, "Sophia, farewell," he said, swiftly departing to avoid being coerced into another night of card games. Once Field had exited, James remarked, "Sister, what do you think is the composition of his mind? How does he consistently come up with such peculiar ideas?" "Brother, admit it, people are inherently different," Sophia chuckled, "and yet, he hasn't even married, and he's already favoring you over me. Imagine how it would be once he does." It is not even official yet, but I've noticed he considers me a sister as well, Sophia replied. No, he sees me as a daughter, James countered. Enough of that, a sister. When do you think the cards will debut at the Merchant Guild? The day after tomorrow, perhaps. The designs on the cards are quite intricate, James mused. I'd wager they'll be in the guild by tomorrow at the latest. Field's efficiency in managing the Merchant Guild is remarkable. The following morning, a sign advertising the new card game was hung at the entrance of the Merchant Guild. Are you still troubled by the monotony of time? Worry no more, for it has arrived. It perfectly assists you in passing the time. Don't miss out as you pass by. The idea for the advertisement was of course Field's suggestion to Havard, and this method had since been implemented across all the stores within the guild. The novelty of the playing cards naturally attracted many idle nobles. Under Larry Ellison's guidance, Field's circle of card-playing companions grew exponentially. Today marked the deadline for the recruitment of mages announced by Field at the Mercenary Guild. Field soon arrived at the Mercenary Guild. Esteemed customer, we have successfully recruited 4 novice mages and 1 intermediate mage for you. However, the intermediate mage is somewhat special. In what way? Field inquired. The intermediate mage is a core member of the Wolf Brigade, and his condition for employment is that you must hire the entire brigade. Although referred to as a brigade, it does not boast the vast numbers of a legion. As far as Field knew, mercenary groups typically consist of a few individuals to several dozen. How many members are in the Wolf Brigade, and what is their composition? Currently, the Wolf Brigade consists of 1 senior knight, 3 intermediate knights, and 4 novice knights, along with the intermediate mage, totaling 8 members. What is the fee? The entire brigade charges 1,000 gold coins per month. Field pondered before replying. Deal. We will contact them shortly. Please return tomorrow. Field nodded and departed. Chapter 43, Commander Bacon of the Wolf Brigade. The next morning, Field returned to the Mercenary Guild, only to be taken aback by the transformed atmosphere. Mercenaries gathered in small groups, engrossed in a game. Curious, Field approached to discover. Goodness, they're playing cards. His exclamation went unnoticed amidst the bustling hall, as the mercenaries were absorbed in the game. Indeed, this was the very deck Field had arranged for Larry to produce and sell. Field could hardly believe that in merely one day, the card game had become so widespread. At that moment, a mercenary entered the guild and approached his companions. A brother, what are you up to? He asked, draping an arm over a comrade's shoulder. Playing cards. It's a new form of entertainment from the Merchant Guild. It's quite fun. Is that so? Let me give it a try. The mercenary's companion glanced up. Do you know the rules? You're not serious, are you? The newly arrived mercenary was clearly taken aback, intending to retort but realizing his companion had a point. He swallowed his words and turned to dash towards the Merchant Guild, muttering, I'm going to learn this. Who do you think you are? Field brushed past him, heading in the opposite direction. Shortly after, he was led to a private room. 4 novice mages stood to one side, while 7 burly men loomed on the other, one of whom donned a mage's robe. Otherwise, Field would have mistaken them for knights. Upon Field's arrival, the mercenaries introduced themselves in turn. The novice mages were unremarkable, and Field paid little attention, believing them unworthy of remembrance. However, when the commander of the Wolf Brigade, Bacon, spoke in a hoarse yet commanding voice, Field's interest peaked. I am Bacon, commander of the Wolf Brigade, intermediate mage Jeff Bridges. Once the mercenaries had introduced themselves, Field felt a sinking sensation. Surveying the burly figures around him, he felt tears welling up. This group was suited only for fighting and guarding. Expecting them to engage in magical research was akin to forcing a duck to climb a tree. Field sighed internally, realizing he should not have held any hope. He turned away, stating, This group of mercenaries does not interest me. They do not meet my requirements. The guild staff, slightly disheartened, prepared to persuade him otherwise. However, the Wolf Brigade's commander spoke first. What, did my brothers come all this way to play house with you? If you don't provide an explanation today, you won't step out of the Mercenary Guild's door. Not even King Sear could stop me, I assure you. Field smiled faintly, taken aback. Was he being extorted? He glanced at himself, questioning if he appeared to be the type easily taken advantage of. The mirror's reflection revealed Field's tall stature and fair visage. Field fell silent. I do seem rather easy to bully. Suppressing his internal monologue, he inquired, What do you propose? In a low tone, Bacon smiled slightly. 1,000 gold coins, and this matter will be settled. Field, infuriated, retorted with a sardonic laugh. I want pay. The guild's regulations clearly state that employers have the right to choose their mercenaries. In a direct confrontation, Field declared, I am a noble. I fear not a mere mercenary. Sensing he could not intimidate Field, Bacon unleashed the pressure of a senior knight. Oh, so you wish to play that game? Field, undeterred, matched him with his own aura of a senior knight. On the surface, Both Bacon and Field appeared evenly matched, yet Bacon realized he was at a disadvantage. Bacon was astonished. The face before him could not be older than 18, yet he possessed the strength of a senior knight. His potential seemed boundless, destined to rise as a silver knight. Bacon felt a sense of urgency. How unfortunate to have encountered such a formidable opponent, not only failing to extort his brother's medical expenses but also risking enmity with a significant individual. As Bacon grappled with his predicament, a guild representative intervened, suggesting, "Peace is preferable. Harmony fosters prosperity." Upon seeing the guild staff attempting to mediate, Bacon relented. "Fine, I'll give the guild some face. We'll leave," with the tension dissipated. The 4 novice mages, who had been spectating, also departed. The guild staff expressed their apologies. The situation was unexpected. "I'm not sure why the typically reputable Wolf Brigade would act in such a manner. To make amends for your unpleasant experience, we shall not charge you a single coin for this recruitment task." Suddenly, 1,000 gold coins were extracted and handed over to Field. Field accepted the coins. Yet, despite failing to procure a suitable mage for him, he still desired more money. What an absurdity! He hoped such occurrences would not repeat in the future. With a heavy heart, Field exited the Mercenary Guild's doors. Realizing he would indeed have to trouble James, within the Duke's residence, Field, sighing in despair, saw James. James immediately discerned that Field had encountered obstacles at the Mercenary Guild. "Follow me, I shall take you on a tour of the prison." Resigned, Field followed James to the prison of Santorini. As he stepped inside, a pungent stench assailed him. The deeper he ventured into the prison, the more oppressive the atmosphere became, accompanied by an increasingly foul odor. James led Field to a cell and instructed the guard, "Bring out Medinsky and Kylov." "Yes, young Master James." Shortly thereafter, the guard emerged with 2 disheveled individuals. Their hair was greasy and matted against their scalps, their faces obscured by unkempt beards merging with their hair. Their clothes were wrinkled, stained with dirt and grime. As the 2 approached, Field was overwhelmed by an unpleasant odor that caused both him and James to wrinkle their noses in distaste. "Take them out to freshen up and provide them with clean attire, then bring them to me." "Yes, young Master James." Meanwhile, within the Duke's residence, guards escorted the 2 frail prisoners into the hall. "Take them away." "Hey, this doesn't seem right," Field remarked, though his hands continued to move without hesitation. "I am Field Wilson. I am aware of the suffering you have endured and your singular focus on magic. Accompany me back to Wilson territory, where all magical materials are in abundance. That if you agree, merely nod your heads." The 2 immediately nodded in agreement. The prison in Santorini was not only a vile environment but also devoid of opportunities for magical research. It was clear to them whether to stay or leave. Field had proclaimed that all magical materials were available, and following him promised numerous benefits. Observing them, Field noted they possessed souls but lacked faith. "I hope you may find a belief that supports your existence beyond magic in Wilson territory." With his objectives fulfilled, it was time to return to Wilson territory. "James, our purpose has been achieved. It is time to head back." Field paused, acknowledging that without James's assistance, he likely would not have had the strength to extricate anyone from the prison of Santorini. "Thank you." James merely smiled knowingly. After bidding farewell to James, Field returned to the trading guild, gathered the Druid Krog, and departed from Santorini. Upon reaching the city gates, they encountered an old acquaintance, Bacon of the Warwolf Mercenary Corps. To be precise, Captain Bacon was specifically waiting for Field. Instantly Field grew wary, instinctively gripping his sword. Could it be a vendetta? How audacious to act so brazenly within Santorini. Field halted his steed at a distance from Bacon, who bent forward, extending his sword. Field, bewildered, wondered what this gesture signified. "Surrender. I apologize, young Master Field, for my disgraceful actions at the Mercenary Guild. Please accept this sword, which has accompanied me through many battles, as a token of my remorse." Field stared at him, increasingly confused. After his fracas with the Warwolf Mercenary Corps, he had taken the time to learn about them. The Warwolf mercenaries held a high reputation among the common folk, frequently aiding those oppressed by the nobility. Moreover, every member of the Warwolf Corps harbored an intense disdain for hypocritical aristocrats. Captain Bacon proceeded to articulate the purpose of his visit. "Forgive my rashness, my lord. I was left with no choice but to resort to such desperate measures. My brother's life hangs by a thread, and I was compelled to seek your aid. However, upon hearing of your deeds, I realized my folly. I apologize." Simultaneously, Bacon raised his hands once more, sincerity radiating from his demeanor. Were it any other noble, he would have simply accepted the extortion without a second thought. However, he had encountered a compassionate lord who distributed free food during winter. A stark contrast to the Warwolf Mercenary Corps principles, leading to this poignant scene of Bacon blocking the path to offer his apologies. Field picked up the sword, its blade gleaming under the sun's rays. Subtly emanating a deadly aura, shifting his gaze from the sword to the remorseful Bacon, he felt a surge of emotions. Remarkable that in the ruthless land of Loya, there existed valiant warriors willing to stand up for the common folk. He could not help but admire each member of the Warwolf Corps. Having learned of their experiences, Field had long since forgotten any grievances he may have harbored, yet, the unexpected apology caught him off guard. Field stepped forward, helping Captain Bacon to his feet. Rise, Captain Bacon, there is no need for such formality over a minor misunderstanding. Indeed, I was the one who overstepped, especially as a benevolent lord. Very well, I shall accept it. At last, Bacon stood upright. Captain Bacon, how did your brother sustain his injuries? He was struck by the magic of a barbarian priest during a battle against the barbarians. Barbarians? You ventured into war against them? Bacon nodded. I cannot abide the sight of barbarians oppressing the people of my kingdom, so I led the Warwolf Corps to the battlefield. Field nodded slightly. Every participant in the war is rewarded. Surely you had sufficient funds for treatment. At Field's inquiry, Bacon's anger erupted. The vile nobility embezzled the rewards meant for the Warwolf Corps, leaving my comrades without timely treatment. Now, they are on the brink of death. As he spoke, Bacon's fury morphed into a furrowed brow, revealing a profound sorrow. He and his Warwolf Corps bled for the kingdom of Seer, only to be met with such treachery. How could one not feel disheartened? Field recognized Bacon's desperation for his brother's condition, understanding that otherwise, he would not have resorted to extorting a heartless noble. Krog, yes, what do you need? Produce the finest healing potions you possess. Reluctantly, Krog retrieved 3 vials of potions. Grimacing at the loss, these 3 healing potions are my best, worth a considerable sum of gold. Field accepted the potions from Krog and then handed Bacon 1,000 gold coins. Bacon looked utterly astonished and incredulous. For those who gather firewood, one must not let them freeze in the snowstorm. You and your mercenary corps fight for the kingdom of Seer, and I hold great respect for you. Use these potions and coins to save your brother. Bacon hesitated. On one hand, he genuinely needed the funds for his brother's care, yet on the other, it conflicted with his principles. After a moment's deliberation, he ultimately accepted the healing potions and the 1,000 gold coins. Thank you, young Master Field. In the future, should the Warwolf Corps be needed, we shall not hesitate to assist. As Bacon turned to leave, Field's voice reached him. Captain Bacon, your sword. Field tossed the sword back to Bacon. Bacon hesitated, words caught in his throat, before bowing once more and hastily departing. Field was not a saint. He would not simply give to anyone who lamented their misfortunes before him. From Larry and the guild staff, he had learned of the Warwolf Corps' commendable reputation, often aiding those oppressed by the nobility, earning high esteem in Santorini. Field admired the fact that in such a brutal world, there were still those who remained untainted, preserving their true selves. As Bacon rushed away to save his ailing brother, Field continued on his journey. This Wilson territory, I had expected a life of hardship upon joining you, yet I find it to be so luxurious. Look, even the slaves reside in stone houses. Upon arriving in Wilson territory, Krog's voice was incessant, akin to a chatterbox. Field corrected him. Cement houses. Close enough. They soon reached the trading district. Krog continued to prattle. Good heavens! I've never seen a remote noble with such splendor. My queen, how can the houses here be so orderly and clean? Medinsky and Krylov quietly observed everything in Wilson territory. Before long, Field arrived at the Magic Academy. As Krog gazed at the door marked Magic Academy, he exclaimed to Field, Am I seeing things? It's real. Field replied with a smile. Field led the 3 of them to Master Garoa. Master Garoa, I have returned with 3 mages. He gestured towards the 2 demure individuals. These are Medinsky and Krylov, and this one is a druid. Before Field could complete his introduction, Master Garoa's voice resonated. Krylov, how have you been, teacher? The previously taciturn Krylov finally spoke. What, teacher? Field was truly astonished. No wonder Master Garoa had recommended him so highly. Ignoring Field's surprise, Master Garoa continued to reassure Krylov, let bygones be bygones, let the past remain in the past. Krylov hung his head. Silent. Field, Krylov's father once hired me to teach him magic. He is considered one of my students. The reason for not informing you in advance was to avoid influencing your decisions due to our relationship. Field hastily gestured with his hand, indicating his understanding. After Field handed over the 2 dull gourds and the chatty one to the sorcerer Gallo, he returned to Wilson Fortress. Mans inquired, Did you recruit a mage? Field nodded. It was a convoluted process. As long as we succeeded, that's what matters. The following day, Field arrived at the military camp. Tolkien's forging skills were truly exceptional. Field speculated that his craftsmanship was among the finest within the dwarven race. Currently, half of the Holy Helm Knights had donned the newly crafted armor, which reflected a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. The armies of the Loa continent were not categorized, they comprised only a singular type of soldier. The knight, anyone who practiced the knight breathing technique was collectively referred to as knights, regardless of whether they possessed steeds. Field could not abide by such rudimentary management and resolved to reform the military. Presently, Wilson Territory possessed merely a few dozen ordinary warhorses, all of which had been reassigned to the Holy Helm Knights. Field aimed to transform the Holy Helm Knights into a true cavalry regiment, with standard weaponry consisting of a lance and a knight's longsword. Meanwhile, the defense force of Wilson Territory was reappointed as the Radiant Infantry, with each infantryman equipped with a longsword. Subsequently, they would be categorized into shield bearers, archers, and spearmen, with a provisional regiment size set at 10,000. Currently, the Radiant Infantry and Holy Helm Knights had expanded to 2,500 members respectively, still a considerable distance from full capacity. However, Field was not anxious. Haste makes waste. He planned to gradually develop Wilson Territory and supplement personnel in due course. At this moment, Field envisioned the future of Wilson Territory boasting a formidable army of 20,000 elite soldiers, 10,000 infantry and 10,000 cavalry, which he deemed utterly exhilarating. Was this excessive? Not in the least. It was precisely fitting for one of my transcendent stature. At this time, Field remained blissfully unaware of the panic that would ensue within the future Cell royal family upon learning of Wilson Territory's 2,000 fully armed troops. Following the reform measures instituted by Field, the military swiftly underwent transformation under the leadership of York and Waite. There was no hint of obstruction during this process. It seemed as though all of Field's actions were justifiable. And indeed, since Field assumed control of Wilson Territory, every initiative had served to bolster its strength. Now, within the hearts of the people of Wilson Territory, it was universally accepted that all of Field's actions were the most prudent choices. Even man shared this sentiment. Chapter 45, The Hunt. Additionally, Field had instructed Javier to exert every effort in procuring warhorses, as the lack thereof necessitated that the Holy Helm Knights sustain a foot soldier formation for a while longer. Once again, the tail end of winter brought with it a surge of vagrants. However, this year, the issue of vagrancy did not disturb Field. As long as vagrants arrived in Wilson Territory and expressed a desire to stay, Wilson Territory would welcome them with open arms. At that moment, a servant rushed to Field. Young Master Field, Lord Man summons you to the hall. A short while later, Field found himself in the hall. Father, what do you need? Field, it's that time of year again, the annual hunt. Field shrugged. And what does that have to do with me? Every year, Mans personally attended the hunt, and it had nothing to do with Field. In previous years, Mans had never mentioned such matters to Field. It was only in the last 2 years that Field became aware of its existence. You are no longer a child. It's time for you to venture out and gain some experience. Me, father, are you mistaken? You trust me to go for the first time? Rest assured, I have spoken to your grandfather. He will keep an eye on you. Just don't cause any trouble. Very well, if I must go, I might as well, as staying here is rather dull. The hunt was an initiative established by the first Duke of Wathouse, Robin, aimed at eradicating monsters throughout the Corsi province each year, as winter approached its end. The monsters of the Megaros Mountains would invade the Corsi province. The hunt served to eliminate these creatures and ensure the safety of the populace. However, over the generations, the purpose of the hunt had evolved beyond mere protection of the residents. It had transformed into a social event among the nobility, becoming akin to a camping excursion. Last winter, due to the conflict with the barbarians, the so-called hunt had not taken place. The next day, Field, accompanied by Owen, Kate, and 20 fully armed ordinary knights, made their way to the Dark Forest, a site traditionally frequented for the hunt. As for why he brought 20 ordinary knights instead of junior knights, it was all part of Field's strategy to conceal his prowess. He preferred not to stand out and become a target. He understood well the adage that a tree that stands out will be felled by the wind. The Dark Forest lay somewhat distanced from the Megaros Mountains. One might even say it was quite far, yet it was the most picturesque location within the Corsi province, greatly favored by the nobility. Field and his knights soon arrived at the entrance of the Dark Forest. In contrast to other noble parties, who traveled with both knights and foot soldiers, Field's group moved at a remarkable speed. At the campsite, a few nearby lords wandered about. As Field and his elegantly armored knights entered the encampment, they instantly drew the attention of all present. Field dismounted and handed his steed to a nearby guard. At that moment, a noble approached Field, clearly seeking to establish rapport. It is the Wilson contingent. Had I not seen the banner, I would have thought the Duke's party had arrived, he remarked. Field turned toward the source of the voice. Recognizing an unfamiliar noble, having rarely ventured far from home, he did not know him, but he had been trained to recognize the sigils of different families. A slight glance revealed the noble's banner. Ah, it is Viscount Fenley, a pleasure to meet you, Field replied with a faint smile. A smile was an indispensable aspect of noble interactions, and fortunately Field had learned it well. Viscount Fenley nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Wilson territory has prospered tremendously, even your army is remarkably well equipped. I find myself envious. Viscount Fenley, your army is no less impressive. The hunt had not only become a social event among the nobility but also a platform for them to showcase their strength. Every noble participating in the hunt would bring forth the finest equipment from their territory to demonstrate their prowess, aiming for the favor of Duke Loch Wathouse. Where is your father, Mans? We fought side by side in the past. My father is unwell and unable to leave Wilson territory. What a pity, Viscount Fenley replied. Wilson territory always welcomes your presence. Fenley smiled subtly. After the pleasantries, Field promptly sought a suitable spot to set up camp. 2 days later, nobles of all ranks began to arrive in succession. By the afternoon, the stars of the hunt made their entrance into the dark forest. Duke Loch led a magnificent procession into the campsite, and the surrounding lords instinctively parted to make way for the Duke, standing straight and solemn at the side of Field did the same. As Duke Loch passed by Field, he was captivated by the sight of Field's fully armored knights. Wilson territory, well done. The armor of Wilson territory is truly striking. Field bowed slightly. I am grateful for your praise, my lord. Loch turned his gaze toward Field. You must be Field Wilson, a remarkable figure indeed. Field smiled and nodded, accepting Duke Loch's compliment. Loch continued toward the grand camp, following closely behind the Duke. James and Sophie greeted Field in succession. Wilson territory's army is impressive. No wonder it has become prosperous. Field smiled faintly. Not as splendid as the Duke's household. The surrounding lords exchanged glances, each contemplating the remarkable fortune of Wilson territory to have caught Duke Loch's attention so swiftly, and even more so, to have befriended the future heir of Wathouse. Field had captured the spotlight during the Duke's welcoming ceremony. The arrival of Duke Loch signified the imminent commencement of the hunt. As Field had anticipated, Duke Loch soon gathered all the lords. The annual hunt begins now. May you all return laden with spoils. With Duke Loch's proclamation, the event officially commenced. Field glanced around, noticing many nobles beginning to form teams to venture into the dark forest for hunting. Field was no exception. He quickly teamed up with his uncle Mobach, Baron Davis, and Viscount Rodriguez. Following traditional custom, nobles would enter the dark woods to hunt beasts to serve as the evening's dinner, subsequently bonding over the feast, a familiar routine. Field and his uncle Mobach rode side by side, followed by Viscount Rodriguez and Baron Davis, with the guards from their respective territories bringing up the rear. Field, Wilson territory has indeed prospered. Even I, your uncle, find myself envious. It's merely the merchants who have earned some gold. Field continued. Why hasn't our cousin come along? He is progressing slowly in his combat training. I have asked him to remain in the castle to focus on his cultivation. I have some experience in combat training. One must break through their limits to truly refine their skills. Perhaps our cousin should give it a try. As Field spoke, he surveyed the surroundings, noting that the evening's dinner had yet to be secured. I believe the intensity of his training is far from sufficient. These are merely my personal insights. Mobach is, after all, his uncle, and it is only reasonable that he would share some of Wilson's nightly cultivation techniques with him as a form of alternative gratitude. Under the shade of a great tree, the strength of the Swift family allows Wilson's territory to flourish even more, does it not? Chapter 46, The Culinary Wonder of Chile. Suddenly a wild deer leaped across Field's path, plunging into the nearby thicket. Mobach was still pondering Field's words, completely oblivious to the deer before him. However, Field, quick of hand and eye, swiftly drew his bow and released an arrow that whizzed through the air, striking into the thicket where the deer had taken refuge. Immediately a faint, sorrowful cry emanated from the creature. The knights behind him promptly ventured into the underbrush, dragging out the lifeless body of the deer. Coming back to his senses, Mobach exclaimed, "What a remarkable shot!" The surrounding onlookers applauded in agreement. Field casually scanned his surroundings and spotted a peculiar plant bearing vibrant red fruits. He approached for a closer inspection, and to his surprise, it bore a striking resemblance to the chili peppers from his memories. "Uncle, do you recognize this plant?" he inquired. "This is not a magical plant. It should be a type of weed." Mobach replied dismissively. Clearly, he was unfamiliar with this ordinary plant of little worth. The flora studied by nobles are always those imbued with magical properties that aid in cultivation. Such common weeds growing by the roadside are generally overlooked. Field plucked one of the bright red fruits and held it in his hand, examining it closely. He then crushed the fruit, releasing a pungent, spicy aroma that quickly spread through the air, distinctly reminiscent of Chile. Field pinched a bit of the fruit's flesh with his fingers and tasted it to check for toxicity. The plant exhibited no magical fluctuations, it was merely an ordinary plant, and even if it were toxic, it could easily be expelled by the formidable digestive abilities of a high-ranking knight. Only those poisonous plants containing potent magic could pose a life-threatening risk to knights who had developed their fighting spirit. Ah, indeed it's not poisonous, and it tastes exactly like chili. What a treasure I've stumbled upon, Field exclaimed, spitting out the remnants of the chili. Owen, Kate, he called. Owen and Kate stepped out from the ranks. Young Master Field, what can we do for you? Lead the knights to search the area for this plant, roots and fruits included, he instructed. Understood. In no time, the knights of Wilson's territory dispersed to seek out the chilies. Immelbach also urged the knights behind him, you should go search as well. Viscount Rodriguez and Baron Davis silently dispatched their own knights afield. I saw you take a taste and then sent people to search. Have you made some discovery? Immelbach asked. Field smiled faintly. Uncle, I cannot articulate it just yet. Everything will become clear once I produce it. Very well, I shall await your ingenious revelation, Immelbach replied, expressing his anticipation. The hunting expedition continued as Field, while searching for chilies, also hunted numerous beasts. Meanwhile, the combined efforts of the personnel from the 4 territories yielded a considerable haul of chilies. As dusk approached, Immelbach addressed everyone. It is getting late. It's time to return to the campsite. Indeed, returning too late would surely displease Duke Locke. Others echoed in agreement. Yes, we've gathered ample chilies and hunted enough beasts. It is time to head back. Upon returning to the campsite, Viscount Rodriguez, Baron Davis, and Field parted ways. The campsite of Wilson's territory lay adjacent to that of the Swift family. All around, bonfires blazed as they roasted the day's catch. Kate, go ignite the bonfire and prepare the beasts, Field instructed. He then retrieved some chili fruits from his storage ring and handed them to Owen. Owen, grind these fruits into powder and bring it back to me. Owen nodded and departed. Before long, Owen returned to Field, tears streaming down his face. Young Master Field, here is the chili powder. Field took the powder from him, cautioning, be sure not to touch your eyes, but alas, it was too late. Owen had already rubbed his eyes. What? I didn't hear you, young Master Field. It's nothing, just bear with it. As Field finished speaking, Owen's tears flowed uncontrollably. Young Master Field, what is happening to me? Do not rub your eyes, it will pass, as Field replied, dismissing Owen's plight, knowing it wouldn't be fatal. A little spice is good for health, he remarked, then handed the chili powder to Kate. Kate, sprinkle this powder over the meat when it's nearly done cooking. Understood. Soon, the freshly roasted meat was ready. Owen, drawn by its aroma, approached. Kate, your roasting skills have improved. It's not my skill, it's the effect of the chili powder. Field took a large leg from Kate and took a hearty bite. Ah, yes, that familiar flavor. The scent of chili awakened Field's appetite, and within moments, he devoured an entire leg. Kate also sampled the uniquely flavored roasted meat. Delicious. Owen nodded vigorously. Indeed, young Master Field, you are remarkably clever, you truly know everything. While this group of ruffians feasted on the roasted meat, a petite figure approached the campsite of Wilson's territory. Recognizing her, Kate and Owen immediately stood up. Miss Sophia, what brings you here? Isn't your father busy hosting the lords? During the banquet of the hunting expedition, both earls and marquises would gather at the duke's campsite, and viscounts and barons were sometimes specially invited as well. I felt bored and wandered off. It is just a bunch of old geezers. What is so entertaining about that? Suddenly, Sophia caught a whiff of a unique aroma in the air. Field, what delicious food are you preparing? Hurry up and serve it to me. Field promptly handed her a freshly roasted leg. Sophia's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the meat. Realizing her reaction, Field quickly sliced the leg into pieces and placed them on a plate. Sophia eagerly picked up a slice and took a bite. Delicious. The spicy meat slices kept finding their way to Sophia's mouth, and she fully indulged herself in the feast before Field. Field glanced at the bare bones in his hand, thinking to himself, who would have thought this little girl could eat so much? Field, what did you add to the meat to make it so fragrant? Sophia asked, grabbing the chili powder. This is the secret ingredient. What is this? Sophia inquired. It's an ordinary plant. I call it chili, and this powder is made from it. What a marvelous item. Do you have any more? Share some with me. Sophia extended her hand eagerly. Field shook his head. Currently, you only have what's in your hand. All right, this will suffice. I'll take it back to let my brother try it. Without waiting for Field's consent, Sophia vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, she appeared in the Duke's campsite, where lords mingled toasting and boasting of their glorious pasts. Sophia approached Duke Locke and said, Father, I have something wonderful to show you. Tada, look at this. She imitated Field and sprinkled the chili powder over a piece of roasted meat before presenting it to Locke. This flavor is truly exceptional. Where did you get it? It was made by Field. Sophia eagerly divulged. That lad from Wilson's territory, Locke inquired. Yes, he is quite a handsome young man. Soon, the chili powder was eagerly divided among the assembled nobles. The spiciness of the chili left a profound impression on the nobility, who had long been accustomed to a bland diet, laying the groundwork for the rapid sale of chili powder in the future. Chapter 47. The infantry formation. The annual hunting expedition concluded successfully, and for Field, who had never participated in such an event before, it was indeed quite intriguing. Yet, one more time and he might just feel nauseous, for the lords who had attended the event for years. However, it stirred no excitement whatsoever. As soon as the activities ended, they hastily returned to their respective homes. After bidding farewell to James and Sophia, Field returned to Wilson's territory. Barely had he arrived when he sought out Ellen Colden. He then produced the chili seeds he had found in the shadowy forest and handed them to Colden, and El Colden scratched his head and asked, "Young Master Field, what is this? I've never seen it before." "Chili, I call it chili. It makes food much more delicious," his Field emphasized. "This is a valuable item." Although Colden and El were puzzled, they nodded in understanding. "We'll plant a batch and study another." Field then turned to Dean L. "Dean L, you know what to do, right?" "Of course." Having completed his business, Field returned to Wilson Castle. Of Field, "How was the hunting expedition? What surprises could there be in a noble gathering?" Field retorted, "Father, was everything normal in Wilson's territory?" Mans pondered for a moment, shaking his head, then nodding. "Father, is there something going on or not? Wade seems to have developed some kind of formation for the infantry. I haven't had the chance to examine it closely." UVE returned just in time. "You should take a look yourself. Is that all? Well, I suppose it counts as significant." Field walked along, marveling at how the reserved weight turned out to be a material for research. "Wait, oh wait, I hope your battle formation does not disappoint me." Just hearing this name, Field sensed its significance, and hoped it was not merely superficial. With a heart full of anticipation, Field arrived at the military camp. Since the establishment of the camp, he had been busy with various tasks, and this was only his second visit. At this moment, Colonel York of the Glorious Infantry Regiment was leading the soldiers in practicing peculiar formations. And Field noticed that the shields in their hands were distinctly different. "Steady your hands, strike with the longsword swiftly, accurately, and lethally." Not enough. Again, still insufficient. Once more. Watching this scene, Field felt a sense of satisfaction. Finally, there were signs of some elite troops emerging. "Good day, young Master Field," he heard. "Continue your drills, do not mind me." Soon Field made his way to the Knight Academy. "Dean Waite, I heard you have developed some peculiar inventions. Are they being practiced in the military camp?" Waite nodded in response. He then picked up a shield from beside him, identical to the one Field had seen in the camp. Field leaned in closer to examine it and promptly touched it. The shield was adorned with unique engravings that seemed to emanate faint waves of energy. Upon attempting to channel his internal fighting spirit into the shield, Field was astonished to find it miraculously responding. Waite explained, "When a knight wields a shield, their internal fighting spirit connects with it, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Moreover, when the shields are arranged in formation, their power multiplies exponentially." Dean Waite, you have indeed not disappointed me." Subsequently, under Dean Waite's introduction, he was further acquainted with Waite's greatest achievement, the infantry battle formation. As the name suggests, the infantry battle formation utilizes the special positioning of soldiers to create tactics that serve both defensive and offensive purposes. This formation greatly enhances the combat strength of the infantry. Field had always believed that an equal number of infantry were utterly incapable of withstanding a knight's assault, but now it seemed this formation could bridge that gap. Upon gaining Field's approval, Waite would implement this formation within the Glorious Infantry Regiment. Knights are the mainstay of warfare on the continent of Luoya, and the more knights with fighting spirit within an army, the stronger its combat capability. Presently, Wilson's knights were proficiently trained, boasting over 300 knights with fighting spirit due to their advanced training methods. However, this approach was not without significant drawbacks. Each training session necessitated timely healing, or it would leave hidden dangers that could hinder future breakthroughs for the knights. Were it not for the costs involved, Wilson could have easily amassed 1,000 novice knights solely for the purpose of cultivating fighting spirit. Even though Field had significantly restrained the training progress of knights, the number of novice knights in Wilson far surpassed that of the Count, and even rivaled that of the Marquis. However, the high-end combat power was lacking. According to Field's knowledge, the Count's territory alone housed numerous silver knights. His grandfather, Count Taylor, was a silver knight, and unbeknownst to many, Taylor's father still lived, also a formidable knight. Yet, these were merely the revelations Count Tara had shared regarding Wilson. Who knows if there were even more silver knights or perhaps golden knights hidden in the shadows. If the Count's situation was thus, one could only imagine the strength of the Marquis beyond him. Therefore, Field regarded the development of high-end combat power as the foremost priority for Wilson's self-strengthening. Currently, apart from wealth, Wilson possessed only one silver knight, Mance, whose strength was inadequate. Field's objective was to transform gold coins into formidable strength. Converting soft power into hard power, and leveraging hard power to secure soft power. As long as strength increased, gold would come in abundance. The more gold, the stronger the power, an infinite virtuous cycle that was simply delightful to contemplate. Just as Field left the Knight Academy, Nelson promptly sought him out. My dear caretaker, what brings you to me? Field nearly let slip his inner thoughts. Caretaker, what is that? Field hastily waved his hand, dismissing it. Let us get to the point. A group of dwarves has arrived in Wilson. Field's eyes brightened at once. Dwarves were walking treasures, and how could he not be excited? Let us go, show me. Moments later, they arrived at the Forge Division. Why are all the dwarves here? Nelson explained. They are all friends and family of Tolkien, drawn here by Wilson's generous wages. As Field stepped into the Forge Division, he was greeted by a multitude of round, plump figures. Goodness, why are these dwarves so fat? They look like balls. Tolkien approached. Young Master Field, these are my friends and family. We hope to find some work. Tolkien then introduced one of the dwarves beside him. This is a mid-level mage capable of crafting enchanted equipment. Oh, this is indeed a talent. Welcome to Wilson. Wilson was open to all comers, as long as one was a living being. There would be a place for them in Wilson's Chapter 48, mining the magic crystal veins without rules. There can be no order. Wilson had always provided unlimited training resources. However, this model could not last indefinitely, prompting Field to devise a reward mechanism. While it could not match the previous model of free resource provision, it was more than sufficient for most to meet their daily training needs. A significant reward would be granted whenever someone made a breakthrough, and loans could be taken out to purchase training resources. Indeed, the implementation of loan services greatly stimulated the internal market of Wilson. Thanks to the concerted efforts throughout the winter, the forests surrounding Hyzen village had been almost completely cleared, and the Maisai military fortress had been completed. The clandestine mining of the magic crystal veins would be perfectly concealed by the Maisai fortress, and the mining operation was set to commence. Presently, Wilson's Magic Academy boasted over 20 mages, and in the near future, their numbers would only increase. To minimize expenses on magical materials, the mining of the magic crystal veins was imperative. The first step in this endeavor was to find trustworthy individuals. Field meticulously screened the residency records of everyone in Wilson and ultimately identified those who had lived there since childhood to undertake the mining tasks. With the miners established, the next step was to bolster the defenses of the Maisai military fortress to ensure its protection. Field dispatched 500-man squads from the Glorious Infantry Regiment to guard the Maisai fortress. With everything in place, the mining of the magic crystal veins in Wilson secretly commenced. At this moment, Field stood at the entrance of the magic crystal vein, gazing at the crystals being unearthed. The foundation of Wilson's Mage Corps relied upon you. Abel, standing beside Field, thought he was being addressed, promptly responding, Young Master Field, I will vow to protect this place with my life. Field nodded, not intending to elaborate. Abel, how likely do you think it is that this magic crystal vein will be leaked? Abel shook his head. No one can predict. We can only do our utmost to prevent such unfortunate events from occurring. I do not know. I only know that actions determine outcomes. He nodded. Indeed, you have a way with words. Abel scratched his head, displaying a foolish demeanor. I learned it all in primary school. This is now entrusted to you. I shall take my leave. Understood. Spring sowing had commenced this year. All the lands of Wilson were planted with a new variety of wheat. Moreover, through the hybridization principles proposed by Field, Dean Ale successfully cultivated a new high-yield wheat strain last year. This year, a small portion would be sown first to observe the yield. Field grew increasingly fond of ale, the agricultural talent. Additionally, Ale often ventured to the periphery of the Megaros Mountains in search of new crops. Thankfully, Wilson's military strength was now formidable enough, often accompanied by the high-level Mage Kroger and the Knight York leading a 100-man infantry squad, allowing him to navigate the treacherous Megaros Mountains with relative ease. While Field cautiously oversaw the mining of the magic crystal veins, a group of unexpected visitors arrived in Wilson. Since Hilbert took over as the head of the intelligence division and Abel was tasked with safeguarding the normal mining operations, Field's personal guard and messenger had transformed into Owen and Kate. At this moment, Owen rushed into the hall. Young Master Field, there is a group outside the fortress looking for you by name. Who are they? They did not say, only that you would understand upon seeing them. Field set down the parchment in his hand. Let us go. I shall meet them. As Field reached the fortress entrance, 7 familiar figures came into view, among them one he had not seen before. It turned out to be Captain Bacon. Indeed, this group was the Wolf Mercenary Corps, whom Field had encountered during his time at the Mercenary Guild. Although there had been some minor conflicts due to unpleasant incidents in the past, those had since been resolved, and Field had even generously offered assistance. Logically, they should have had no further ties. Yet their unexpected visit piqued Field's curiosity about what business the Wolf Mercenary Corps had in traveling all the way from Santorini. Captain Bacon, esteemed members of the Wolf Mercenary Corps, welcome to Wilson. One should not strike a smiling face. Although Field was curious about the purpose of their visit, he maintained the proper etiquette. Moreover, the reputation of the Wolf Mercenary Corps was commendable, warranting a warm reception from Field. It was unexpected to reunite so soon after parting from the Mercenary Guild. What a delightful twist of fate. I must express my gratitude to you, Master Field, for your generous assistance during our last encounter, which spared me from a grim fate. Before Captain Bacon could respond, a female knight, clad in leather armor and wielding a bow and arrows, stepped forth from the crowd. Master Field, she began, I am Scarlet, the injured comrade you aided. Thanks to your kindness, I have fully recovered. No wonder she seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Thank you for saving my life, Master Field, Scarlet exclaimed as she knelt before him. Swiftly Field extended his hand to assist her. It was but a trifling act. You should direct your gratitude towards your captain. Field then turned to Owen, who stood behind him, and instructed Owen, please inform the chef to prepare a banquet. I wish to host our esteemed guests this evening. Yes, sir, Owen replied. Before departing, Field led the group of rugged men into the grand hall of Wilson Castle. The recently renovated hall was resplendent, leaving the members of the Wolf Mercenary Corps, who had never experienced the luxuries of nobility, utterly awestruck. How splendid, simply breathtaking, exclaimed the only learned mage among them, who conjured up a series of flowery phrases. Ha ha, it was a dreadful mess before, but it has only recently been restored. Servants lined the dining table with honeyed fruit wine, wheat beer, noodles, and white bread. The lavish spread left the Wolf mercenaries, who were accustomed to hardship, salivating. Had it not been for their pride, they would have lunged at the feast with reckless abandon. Field naturally observed their eager expressions. Gentlemen, the journey has been arduous. Please indulge in your meal. With his permission, they surged forward, even the lone female knight disregarding the demeanor of a lady. After all, they were mercenaries, and the image of a genteel woman had long ceased to concern them. Captain Bacon chuckled awkwardly, acutely aware that years of financial struggle had deprived the Wolf mercenaries of decent sustenance. A reflection of his own shortcomings as their leader. I apologize, my comrades have not feasted on such a sumptuous spread in quite some time, and they may have lost their composure. No sooner had Bacon spoken than he swallowed hard. Field exchanged a knowing smile. It matters not. Let us commence our meal. By the time the clock struck 3, the table had been cleared of all delicacies, and the Wolf mercenaries were thoroughly satisfied. At this moment, Field slowly inquired about their purpose for visiting Wilson. Captain Bacon, may I ask what brings the Wolf Mercenary Corps to Wilson? Bacon once again smiled awkwardly. We wish to seek refuge with you. Pardon, did I hear you correctly? Bacon nodded firmly. Why, did you not despise the nobility? Did you not wish for their complete demise? I bear no ill will towards you. You are unlike other nobles, Scarlet interjected, her slightly rounded belly evident. Why is that? Initially, I heard that you consistently sheltered the homeless and provided them with warm housing. I was skeptical, but after meeting you, I realized that the rumors circulating were not unfounded. So you have come to Wilson to seek my protection. Both Bacon and the members of the Wolf Mercenary Corps nodded in unison. We all hail from humble beginnings and understand the hardships of the common folk. Now that we hear of a noble extending a helping hand, it is only natural for us to seek refuge. Master Field, do not heed Captain Bacon's words entirely. That is but one reason. The primary reason is that we can no longer endure our current plight, Scarlet added. Field regarded them in silence, with Captain Bacon and the other mercenaries awaiting his response. After careful consideration, Field resolved to accept them. The Wolf Mercenary Corps was renowned, and Wilson was in need of capable individuals. Raising his goblet, he proclaimed, Welcome to Wilson. Chapter 49. A return to the capital. Field had not anticipated that his seemingly insignificant action would result in the acquisition of a mercenary corps. Though it comprised merely 8 individuals, their caliber was impressive. 1 high-ranking knight, 3 mid-tier knights, 4 junior knights, and 1 mid-level mage. This formidable force was capable of toppling most baronial territories. The Wolf Mercenary Corps. Field was a considerate noble who valued the lives of his subjects. However, in his own eyes, all he had done seemed trivial. One cannot expect a horse to run without providing it with fodder. Such benevolence is simply non-existent. All of Field's actions were aimed at fostering efficiency and passion among his subjects. These were basic life necessities, which he considered a matter of course, yet such simple gestures earned unanimous praise from the Warwolf mercenary corps. This clearly illustrated the dire state of the common folk across the continent of Loya. The pressures of life and Field's compassion led the mercenaries to fully commit to Wilson. Once the Warwolf mercenary corps joined Wilson, they were naturally obliged to adhere to its regulations. Owen escorted the 7 knights to report to York and the glorious infantry corps. Meanwhile, the remaining mid-level mage was assigned by Field to teach at the Magic Academy. However, his instruction would not focus on magical knowledge, rather, he would teach students how to fight and safely extricate themselves from perilous situations. The arrangement of magical courses at the academy was finally approaching completion. Mage Golova served as the dean overseeing the institution. Kellerov and Medinsky were responsible for imparting magical knowledge, Druid Krog taught potion making, and practical magic combat was entrusted to mercenary Jeff Bridges. After all, Jeff had spent many years as a mercenary, honing his combat experience. But no, Jeff Bridges was no longer a mercenary, he was now a proud educator of the people of Wilson. Mage Golova, I leave Jeff in your capable hands. Golova nodded, harboring a profound admiration for Field's ability to attract a mercenary corps solely through his character. For reasons unknown, Golova felt that Field's presence would inevitably alter the plight of the common folk across the continent of Loya. As Field prepared to depart, Golova's words halted him. Field, do not forget your daily training. Field turned, a slight smile gracing his lips. Of course, compared to their first encounter, Field noted that Golova now seemed to have found his own spirit. After arranging for the members of the Warwolf mercenary corps, Field soon received a message from the intelligence office, though not of great significance. It was a private missive from Javier in the capital, transmitted through the intelligence office. The office was still in its infancy, unable to gather any vital information. However, its foundational functions had begun to take shape, as evidenced by its assistance in relaying Javier's message. Under Hilbert's efforts, the intelligence office was starting to fulfill its purpose. No longer would Wilson suffer the embarrassment of receiving news long after the cessation of hostilities. Master Field, this is a letter from Javier in the capital of Sar. Field accepted the letter. Very well, you may leave now. He then slowly opened the letter, quickly scanning its contents to ascertain the reason for Javier's correspondence. The trade guild was flourishing, which had unsettled certain nobles in the city of Sar. Consequently, these unscrupulous nobles frequently employed thugs to harass the trade guild, severely impacting its transactions. Alas, great trees attract the wind. The unique products of Wilson, combined with Javier's distinctive trade model, had rapidly captured the market in Sar. Faced with such circumstances, Field had no choice but to personally journey to the city of Father. The trade guild is encountering some troubles in Sar, and I must resolve them in person. Very well, Mans added. If you encounter any insurmountable issues, do not hesitate to seek out Julius, for you share a bond forged in the crucible of battle. Field nodded, then set off with Captain Bacon and 10 junior knights. Time flew swiftly. Master Field, we have arrived at the province of Sar. Field nodded. Just as he stepped into the province housing Sar, he noticed numerous spies lurking about. Knight Bacon approached Field cautiously. Master Field, shall we deal with them? They are but insignificant figures. Slaying a few will only invite more. It is a futile endeavor to expend energy on them. Moreover, let them spread word of our arrival in Sar. Let those nobles make their moves, and I shall respond in kind. Bacon was awestruck by Field's commanding words, silently reflecting, truly my lord is formidable, his aura is undeniable. To speak candidly, Field had no desire for ostentation. However, it was evident that the nobles thrived on such displays. The weaker one appeared, the more predatory the nobles became. As they drew nearer to the capital, Field sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere. How laughable! They could not contain their impatience and dared to launch an open assault against me. Clearly, I had overestimated the intelligence of these nobles. The kingdom of Sar had explicitly decreed that nobles must not engage in assassinations against one another. Any violation would result in the extermination of their entire household. Field could hardly fathom the folly of these nobles, brazenly committing such acts right under the very nose of Sar. As Field subtly mocked the intelligence of the nobility. 100 individuals surged forth from the surrounding thickets. The leader of the group shouted, "Onward, kill the lord for a reward of 1,000 gold coins." Immediately the crowd surged forward. Fortunately, the knights Field had brought this time were seasoned warriors, each possessing formidable combat prowess. In mere moments, the ragtag mob began to falter. The leader, sensing the dire situation, cast a glance at his companions and swiftly joined the fray with 5 others. Bacon, noticing the leader's entry, dispatched the foe he was engaged with and charged towards the leader. The opposing leader, recognizing Bacon as the strongest among the group, rushed towards him as well. The clash of their weapons rang out, escalating into a fierce confrontation. Field, witnessing the imposing presence of the leader, realized with a start that he was a high-ranking knight. Truly, he was willing to invest heavily. At that moment, one of Wilson's knights found himself surrounded by two enemies, unable to withstand their numbers, and quickly fell to the disadvantage. Just as the enemy's sword was about to plunge into his neck, Field sprang into action. When he struck, it was with devastating effectiveness. He swiftly dispatched the two opposing junior knights. The leader, engaged with Bacon, felt the shift in momentum and sought to retreat. However, Bacon would not allow him to escape, clinging to him until all his comrades lay dead. The leader, still defiant, managed to push Bacon back with a single strike and made a hasty retreat towards the forest. Bacon was about to pursue when Field intervened. Hurry, hurry, if I can reach the dense forest. Not even the king can touch me. Yet, his hopes were dashed. In the blink of an eye, a sudden burst of high-level magic struck him down, ending his life on the spot. Bacon and the other guards stood in stunned silence at the sight. He was so focused on fleeing that he failed to notice the danger behind him, granting me a perfect opportunity to eliminate him. However, Field's explanation fell on deaf ears. The surrounding individuals remained skeptical. If they choose not to believe, so be it. Search him for any items that might prove his identity. Though Field understood the likelihood of finding such proof was slim, he insisted on the search. Master Field, I found this. Upon seeing it, Field instantly recognized the emblem of the Marquis Puffer family. As he gazed at the emblem, he fell into deep thought. In this scenario, either the leader had grown careless, failing to conceal his family crest, or he was attempting to frame another family. However, Field's gaze shifted to the lifeless body of the leader. Such a frame-up would come at a steep cost. After considering this, he concluded it could only be the first possibility. After a brief rest, Field and his companions hastened towards the city of Sear. Chapter 50. The trainers, reckoning the trade guild was the lifeblood of Wilson's territory, and Field had come specifically to address matters concerning it. Thus, upon entering the city of Sear, he made a beeline for the trade guild. As he drew near, the sounds of escalating arguments reached his ears, followed by the hysterical shouts of Javier. How dare these scoundrels cause a ruckus in the city of Sear? Do they wish for death? They are truly a blight upon Sear. Starving for years. Living is worse than death, the ruffians mocked Javier's impotent fury. One scoundrel chimed in, if you don't offer us something to entertain us, I fear the trade guild may as well close its doors. Another round of raucous laughter erupted. This was no longer mere arrogance, it was a profound display of insolence. The absence of the city's security forces in such a scenario was indeed worth questioning. At that moment, Field, still seething from the earlier ambush, stumbled upon this scene. Perceiving the ruffians as nothing but convenient punching bags, the lives of these thugs were as expendable as those of slaves. Their demise would elicit no concern from Field. A nobleman, with a swift motion, he severed the head of the ruffian leader, which rolled away until it collided with a wall. A Field had never before encountered such despicable demands. How dare they come to the trade guild to wreak havoc? Bah, what ill fortune! The sudden turn of events left the surrounding ruffians in shock. While they were mercenaries at heart, they were not foolish enough to value money over their lives. They needed to live to spend. Witnessing Field's decisiveness, the once arrogant thugs trembled in fear. The lives of ruffians were as insignificant as ants to a noble. No one would hold Field accountable for their deaths. Having spent over a year in the continent of Royer, Field had gained insight into the brutal living conditions of the kingdom of Sear and its neighboring realms. He surveyed the area with a gaze that radiated a palpable bloodlust. Begone, or face the consequences. In an instant, nearly all the ruffians scattered like birds, with the few remaining scrambling away from the trade guild's entrance. Javier approached Field, taking 2 steps for every one of his. Master Field, you have finally arrived. Thank you for your efforts. This expression of concern from Field made all of Javier's toil seem worthwhile. Without Javier, the trade guild in Wilson would have taken at least 3 more years to develop to a level comparable to that of the trade guild in Sear. Subsequently, Javier recounted the recent experiences of the trade guild, mentioning the Marquis Puffer, the family most aggressively suppressing the guild. News of Field's decisive actions against the troublemakers had spread rapidly. In the meantime, the trade guild had seen a notable decrease in the presence of ruffians, resulting in an overall calmness. However, while the trade guild enjoyed a moment of peace, other areas within the kingdom of Sear were bustling with activity. At that very moment, within the Puffer estate, shouts of curses mingled with the sounds of items being thrown. Incompetent fools, you can't even handle a simple task. What are you good for, after a while? The current Marquis Puffer, a middle-aged man in his 30s, received word of Field's arrival in the city of Seir, realizing that taking action would be much more challenging now. Moreover, this young man was exceedingly ruthless. He had immediately decapitated Clara upon making his entrance. Had Field been present, he would have known that the individuals he had slain were not mere ruffians, but agents sent by the Marquis Puffer. At this moment, besides the outrage within the Puffer estate, other nobles who had sought to undermine the trade guild were equally taken aback by Field's ruthless display at the guild's entrance. Retracting their underhanded schemes, they lamented, "Indeed, this is a territory forged through battle. His methods are truly swift and decisive," yet they seem to have forgotten that their ancestors were once fearless warriors who had also gained their titles through conquest. Javier brought forth a fine honeyed fruit wine. "Master Field, what shall we do next?" Field tapped the table thoughtfully. He genuinely had no clear plan. "First, I'll have Sir Bacon stationed at the trade guild to prevent further disruptions from the ruffians and ensure the guild's normal operations. Meanwhile, I'll seek out trouble with Puffer." "Puffer, which Marquis?" Field nodded. "Master Field, why is that?" "We lack direct evidence linking the Puffer family to these actions." Field, unperturbed, produced the family crest he had seized during their journey to the city. "On our way to Seir, we were ambushed, and this was retrieved from the leader. Javier, having followed his father throughout the land and interacted with nobles all his life, recognized the family crest in Field's hand." This, Javier appeared hesitant. "What? The current Wilson territory is merely a viscounty. Is it wise to openly offend a marquis of the kingdom?" Furthermore, it seemed that the Marquis Puffer had the backing of a powerful royal member. Field's gaze remained steady, exuding confidence and nonchalance. "Do you think I fear a marquis?" The rapidly growing strength of Wilson, coupled with the support of Duke Waterhouse, had emboldened Field. Javier remained silent. The implications were clear. Though he had spent little time with Field, he understood that Field was a man unafraid of anything. The following day, Field swiftly prepared a formal complaint against the Puffer family and submitted it to the Kingdom of Seir. Openly assassinating a noble was no trivial matter. It was a violation of the very laws established since the kingdom's inception, and Seir took such matters very seriously. Soon, the current Marquis Puffer received a summons from the royal court. The Marquis Puffer was a man in his 30s, having ascended to his title following the sudden death of his predecessor. Lacking the influence of the previous generation of nobles, his methods were devoid of the cunning characteristic of seasoned aristocrats. Instead, he acted with a blunt and simplistic approach, leading him to commit the foolish act of openly attacking a noble. Such a breach of Seir's laws had been committed, and while he could get away with it as long as there was no evidence, evidence left behind would spell trouble for the Puffer family. If Field did not capitalize on this evidence to deliver a crushing blow to Puffer, it would be a disservice to the proof he had obtained. Meanwhile, the summoned Marquis Puffer was engulfed in a torrent of expletives. "Incompetent fools, you can't even handle a simple task, and now you've brought me trouble." Complaints aside, anger notwithstanding, he still had to attend to the matter at hand. Soon, the flamboyantly dressed Puffer made his entrance into the courtroom of the royal city of Seir, eager to flaunt his wealth for all to see. The continent of Loya had yet to establish a distinct judicial system, relying instead on the two parties to hurl insults at one another like servants quarreling in the streets. As soon as Marquis Puffer stepped through the door, he spotted Field, his face contorted with disdain and contempt. For the notion of nobility seemed utterly foreign to the Marquis. Chapter 51, Prince Spencer. At that moment, the courtroom exuded an air of solemnity and gravity. Both parties had assembled, and the royal witness had taken his place at the head of the proceedings. Field, unhurried, produced the seized family crest, proclaiming, "This is the evidence against the Puffer family." The Marquis was taken aback. He had presumed the matter to be merely a breach of confidentiality, only to be confronted with tangible proof. In that instant, he mentally cursed the entire family of the assailant, yet, adhering to an unyielding principle of denial, Marquis Puffer resolutely refuted the charges, declaring that is merely fabricated evidence intended to frame the Puffer family. "We shall not acknowledge such a baseless accusation. A tree without bark is doomed to die, and a person without shame is invincible." The nobility of Loya had perfected the art of shamelessness. In this moment, not a single noble in attendance condemned the despicable actions of the Puffer family. Instead, they deemed the retention of evidence to be the Marquis's gravest error. Field felt a profound sorrow for their lack of integrity. At the same time, he felt a chill within, realizing the utter depravity of the nobility in Loya. Ultimately, the Puffer family's obstinate denial would lead to their downfall. It was merely necessary for the witness to examine the crest to unveil the truth. Subsequently, the crest was handed over to the judge. In cases where evidence was irrefutable, the judge would never engage in corrupt practices, for the ironclad laws of the Kingdom of Seir were well known. After a meticulous examination by the royal judge, he slowly declared, "This family crest indeed belongs to the Puffer family. A trial with evidence and one without are two entirely different scenarios. I in the absence of evidence." Trials devolved into a cacophony of ancestral insults, culminating in both parties departing under the judge's mediation. Conversely, a trial anchored in evidence was decidedly one-sided. Following a fierce exchange of words, the royal judge concluded that the Puffer family was guilty of open assassination. The family crest bore unique magical markings, rendering imitation by other families nearly impossible. Once again, Marquis Puffer cursed his own ineptitude internally. Even with irrefutable evidence, the Marquis remained unperturbed, just as the royal witness was about to pronounce Puffer guilty. A voice echoed throughout the hall, "Wait a moment." Instantly, all eyes turned towards the entrance, where a dashing young nobleman sauntered into the courtroom. "Good day, His Highness Prince Spencer." The assembled nobles greeted him in unison. Field, still bewildered by the turn of events, could not grasp the implications. He would be a fool to do so. The Prince of the Kingdom of Sayre was a member of the royal family standing behind Marquis Puffer. "In my view, this matter is far from simple. The words of a powerful royal noble carry significant weight, and Prince Spencer was a potential heir to the throne of the Kingdom of Sayre." The impartial demeanor of the judge evaporated in an instant. "Indeed, Prince Spencer speaks wisely. There must be more to this situation than meets the eye. I acted recklessly earlier. I believe it is evident that someone from the Puffer family betrayed their own. Clandestinely using the family crest to assault Field and his companions." Upon entering the courtroom, Prince Spencer began to speak eloquently, and the surrounding nobles, initially neutral, swiftly aligned themselves with him. After all, the future of the Kingdom of Sayre may very well rest in Prince Spencer's hands. The nobles present were not foolish. With the tide turning, Field found himself stripped of the opportunity to voice his concerns. Nevertheless, Marquis Puffer bore some blame for his lax oversight of his subordinates. The judgment was rendered. Puffer was to pay Field 30,000 Sayre gold coins. The witness showed no inclination to consult Field before promptly announcing the prince's decree. Thus, what could have been a dire fate for Puffer was swiftly resolved with a mere fine of 30,000 coins. Thanks to Spencer's intervention, Field felt the urge to overturn the table in frustration, yet he ultimately restrained himself. He was no longer in the civilized society of his previous life. A display of anger in this context could very well lead to his demise. Clenching his hands tightly, his unsharpened nails dug into his flesh, yet a faint smile remained on his face. After ensuring the Marquis's safety, Prince Spencer cast a sidelong glance at Field before making his exit from the courtroom. The remote Wilson territory hardly warranted Prince Spencer's attention. At this moment, the obsequious Puffer approached Field with an air of arrogance, tossing a storage pouch at his feet. "Here, take your 30,000 gold coins." Puffer's sardonic tone lingered in the air before he followed Spencer out. The atmosphere in the courtroom was stifling, with onlookers stunned by the rapid reversal of fortune. The nobles, having witnessed the proceedings, exhibited a range of expressions, some mocking, others lamenting, and still others filled with disdain. And gradually, the nobles dispersed, leaving Field standing alone in a daze. So this is how the continent of Loya operates. The phrase "murder for gold." Yet no corpses remain, for bridges and roads encapsulated his disillusionment. Loya should not be this way, nor should the nobility. His loyal guards, Owen and Kate, sensed Field's profound despondency, marking the first time they had witnessed such heart-wrenching emotion from him. Young Master Field, he remained rooted for a considerable time, slowly loosening his tightly clenched fists. Then, with a smile, he picked up the 30,000 gold coins from the floor. "Hey, free gold coins should never be passed up." Field's sorrow began to dissipate, leaving his guards astonished at his swift recovery. "Let us return to the Merchant Guild. Having gained 30,000 coins for nothing, today is indeed a good day." Owen and Kate struggled to comprehend Field's sudden shift in demeanor. For them, this day was marked by humiliation. Just as they stepped outside, Javier hurriedly approached, fearing Field's youthful impulsiveness might lead him to undertake irreversible actions. In the past, Field might have been prone to acting on impulse. But after living two lives, he had learned the value of restraint, especially since arriving in Loya. Seeing Field unharmed, Javier's anxiety finally subsided. However, upon noticing Field's smiling face, he held back his words of comfort. That evening, Field stood alone by the window of his chamber. The torrential rain mirrored the turmoil within his heart as he stared vacantly outside. In a moment of introspection, he recalled a famous saying from his previous life: "Truth lies within the range of cannons." Originally, he had sought to develop the Wilson territory, to enjoy life and cultivate his abilities, yet reality had thwarted his intentions. After experiencing this incident, Field awakened to the harsh truth: Loya was not the civilized world of Blue Star. Only the strong possess the right to voice their opinions, to command respect, and to refuse subjugation. Unbeknownst to him, his mindset had begun to shift imperceptibly. At that moment, the belief that he could alter the distorted landscape of Luoya took root in Field's heart. He resolved to change the haughty attitude of the Sayer nobility, who looked down upon others. While some exerted immense effort without stirring a ripple, others could incite tremendous waves with a mere gesture. Field was determined to be among the latter. This incident not only clarified Field's future direction but also sowed the seeds for the eventual downfall of the Kingdom of Sayer. Chapter 52, The Golden Knight Bruna. As Field reflected in solitude, he was hardly disturbed by any one. Adversity is the greatest catalyst for growth, and the unfair treatment he endured made him acutely aware that this was no longer the world he had known. Since leaving the courtroom, Field wore a smile, appearing unaffected by the ordeal, though only he knew the depth of his sorrow. The members of the Merchant Guild, witnessing Field's apparent cheerfulness, gradually found themselves uplifted. Slowly forgetting the unpleasant memories, business continued as usual, and without the interference of ruffians, trade flourished, bustling with activity. Yet this was all thanks to Field, the steadfast anchor of the guild. Should he ever depart, the guild would likely revert to its former state. This headache, I can't possibly remain in the royal city of Sayer forever. At that moment, Bacon seemed to sense Field's unease. We could hire mercenaries to protect the Merchant Guild. Field tapped his fingers on the table. That is a viable option. He continued, but it is not enough. Only profit can be the most loyal ally. We must also secure the nobility of Sayer to the Merchant Guild's ship of benefits. A dual approach would provide the greatest assurance. Sir Bacon, you have previously been a mercenary. Do you know any great knights or silver knights? Most of the mercenaries I know are in Santorini. Here, the only one I can think of is my mentor. Who is your mentor? He is known as the Golden Knight, who was not a Golden Knight. Bruna. Upon hearing the name of Bruna, Field's mind was instantly flooded with rumors surrounding him. Bruna was a formidable peak silver knight, renowned as the Silver Knight who defied the Golden Knights, earning him the esteemed title of the Golden Knight without being a Golden Knight. Even more astonishingly, Bruna had ascended to the rank of an unparalleled Silver Knight while originating from a commoner's background. He became the aspiration and goal of countless commoner knights. Bruna had declined the honors bestowed by the Kingdom of Sayer, instead choosing to teach commoner knights in the city of Sayer, his name eclipsing even that of King Winston among the common folk. Additionally, Bacon had once received guidance from Bruna. Field's eyes brightened. Although Bruna was immensely powerful, he had a reputation for being unscrupulous, which might temper his willingness. However, if his reputation was impeccable, Field was determined to hire him at any cost. Bacon, do you know where your mentor is? Bacon nodded. Field looked at Bacon, who immediately understood. My mentor particularly despises deceitful nobles. I cannot guarantee he will accept my employment. As long as you can persuade your mentor, you will be a significant contributor to my domain of Wilson. Alright, I will give it a try, though I cannot assure success. With that, Bacon departed with Field's task. Ever since the establishment of the Merchant Guild, the gold coins of Wilson had never run dry. One must admit that unscrupulous merchants could indeed amass wealth swiftly. However, recalling that the earned gold came primarily from the nobles, Field's conscience was momentarily pricked. Half a day after Bacon's departure, an unexpected guest suddenly arrived at the Merchant Guild. Uncle Julius, good day. I have heard of your dealings with Marquis Puffer. You handled it well, keeping emotions in check. Field scoffed at the belated praise, unwilling to offend anyone while also aiming to maintain goodwill with Wilson. Such favorable circumstances were rare. The trial had stirred quite a commotion, and whenever Julius appeared in the courtroom, Field felt a sense of gratitude towards him. Yet, his arrival at this moment could only be described as a delayed affection is worth less than grass. During his years in Sayer, Julius had been assimilated by other nobles, losing his former fervor. The camaraderie forged in life and death battles had faded. If Julius had not come today, Field would not have held it against him. For he was not of the Wilson lineage, and assisting him was a matter of goodwill, while not assisting was merely a matter of duty. Yet, now that the matter was concluded, what was the purpose of his hasty arrival? Field held a particular disdain for those who arrived after the fact. Although his inner turmoil was tremendous, he maintained a composed exterior. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Julius. After exchanging pleasantries, Field quickly conveyed his busy schedule, and Julius, displaying commendable awareness, took his leave. No sooner had Julius departed than Bacon returned, accompanied by a robust and imposing man. Field immediately recognized this individual as Bruna, a silver knight whose prowess rivaled that of a golden knight. He promptly rose to greet him, extending the utmost respect due to Bruna, who indeed warranted such regard. This must be Sir Bruna. Bacon nodded. He is my mentor, the Golden Knight Sir Bruna. Sir Bruna, it is an honor to finally meet you. Bruna scrutinized Field intently, and after a moment, he spoke. Indeed, you are quite different. Field smiled, neither affirming nor denying Bruna's assessment. However, Bacon recognized the significance of Bruna's words, which greatly enhanced the chances of securing his mentor's employment. Javier, young Master Field, what is it? Prepare a banquet and bring forth the honeyed fruit wine. I wish to entertain our esteemed guest today. Bruna raised an eyebrow slightly. I am not obligated to accept your employment. Sir Bruna, no worries, even if you decline employment, you will still be a distinguished guest of Wilson. Bruna accepted Field's warm hospitality with natural grace. The arrival of Bruna also afforded Bacon a sumptuous feast. As for why Bruna, who harbored disdain for nobles, would attend the banquet, one reason was the invitation from his former student, and the other was the intriguing accounts he had heard from Bacon regarding Field's uniqueness. He was curious to see what a noble who did not resemble a typical noble might be like. After the banquet, Field wasted no time in stating his intentions directly. Sir Bruna, would you consider accepting my employment? I can offer you a monthly salary of 1,000 gold coins. This Bruna slowly set down his goblet. I have a favorable impression of you. I shall accept your employment. Elated by Bruna's affirmative response, Field immediately raised his goblet. May our collaboration be pleasant. Bruna also raised his goblet and drank deeply. Field was taken aback by how smoothly he had managed to secure Bruna's employment. For a moment, he felt somewhat disoriented, yet, all of this was due to Bacon's efforts, as he had shared with Bruna the various aspects he had witnessed in Wilson. In the frigid winter, the denizens were no longer perishing from cold or hunger. They had even established night and magic academies for all in Wilson, teaching commoners the arts of cultivation, which aligned perfectly with Bruna's own methods. Bacon's fervent persuasion piqued Bruna's interest in Field, leading him to naturally accept the enthusiastic invitation. Eager to discover just what made Field so remarkably different, as praised by his esteemed pupil. After their interaction, Bruna resolved to accept Field's employment. Chapter 53, Farewell. Amelia, with Bruna now employed, Field felt he could face the scheming nobles of Cyr with renewed confidence, yet this was merely the beginning. Field traversed among the great nobles, binding their interests to Wilson through his efforts. The merchant guild's challenges were nearly resolved. Were it not for commercial suppression, the guild would have been unfazed. Javier and Field would demonstrate to them what true commercial warfare entailed when it came to core competitiveness. Whatever other guilds possessed, the merchant guild possessed as well. And what others lacked, the merchant guild still had. In terms of sales tactics, Javier alone sufficed to handle all the guilds in Cyr, not to mention Field, who often provided Javier with new methods inspired by previous life experiences. In the following month, the merchant guild flourished. In just 1 month, the revenue from Cyr alone reached over 500,000 Cyr gold coins. Moreover, as the guild's reputation grew, so too would its business. However, with Bruna, a knight of golden knight caliber, stationed there, the petty miscreants of Cyr dared not act recklessly. Most importantly, during this time, Field also had a reputable ally to support him. Duke Locke Wathouse publicly declared his protection over the merchant guild, an act that deeply moved Field. He was no longer alone. As for whether this would offend Prince Spencer, Duke Locke remained unfazed. Even if King Winston of Cyr were present, Duke Locke would not waver. The dukes already had a strained relationship with the kingdom of Cyr, and they were not concerned about offending a prince who might one day become king. With the merchant guild's issues resolved, Field naturally returned to Wilson. This time, he brought only 2 personal guards and Bacon, delegating the remaining knights to Javier. At this moment, on the journey back to Wilson, his guard Owen expressed concern. Young Master Field, is it safe for just the 4 of us? Not to worry. I hardly believe anyone would dare to openly defy the laws of the kingdom of Cyr at this juncture. Bacon and his guards were unaware that Field's confidence stemmed not merely from his assumptions about the noble's intentions but also from robust strength. Indeed, nearly 2 years had passed since Field discovered his affinity for black magic, and he had finally broken through to the Grand Mage level just the previous evening. That night, apart from Bruna, Field was certain no one knew of his advancement. Moreover, through the study of certain special techniques, even those with considerable strength could not easily discern his true power. To the outside world, Field was merely an exceptionally talented high-ranking knight. Numerous high-ranking knights of similar age existed in Cyr, some of whom, due to their affluent families, had even achieved the rank of Grand Knight at the same age. Such individuals naturally garnered widespread acclaim, and Field was aware of only 2, the eldest son of Duke Anderson Heekins, and a son of an ordinary earl who had since been recruited by Spencer. However, attaining the Grand Mage level was far more challenging than achieving the Grand Knight level, not only requiring vast resources but also being closely linked to magical talent. Currently, the earliest individuals to reach the Grand Mage level on the continent of Loya were around 20 years of age, making Field's magical talent exceedingly remarkable in comparison. The four of them soon found themselves entering the province of Corsi. Before returning to Wilson, Field intended to make a trip to Santorini to express his gratitude to Duke Locke for his assistance and convey his intentions. Upon returning to Santorini, Field's heart was as tranquil as a still lake. He headed straight to the Wathouse estate. Upon entering the provincial capital, within Duke Wathouse's domain, the Merchant Guild faced no obstacles in its development. Any challenges were swiftly eradicated at their inception. At this moment, while reviewing state affairs, Duke Locke received a report from his servant. My Lord Field from Wilson requests to see you. In just 2 months, the issue was resolved, an impressive display of capability. Bring him to the hall, I shall join shortly. Yes, the servant, adhering to the Duke of Locke's instructions, escorted Field to the grand hall of the Duke's residence. Subsequently, the servant departed, leaving Field to await the arrival of Duke Locke. Good day, Duke Locke, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Field expressed his heartfelt thanks with a slight bow, presenting a storage pouch to the Duke. Merely a trifling matter, nothing to fuss over, replied Duke Locke. Accepting the pouch, however, after examining its contents, he found himself unable to return it, his hand inexplicably frozen in place. Indeed, Field had concealed 500,000 gold coins within the pouch, a substantial sum, even for the affluent duchy. Noticing the Duke's evident distress, Field reassured him, without your aid, I would not have known when I could resolve this matter. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. Thus, Duke Locke's hand, which had instinctively sought to return the pouch, remained still. Very well, I shall accept this token, he conceded. Field nodded appreciatively. I have heard of your cordial relationship with the James siblings. In that case, you may call me Uncle Locke from now on. Now off you go to find them. I have some matters of state to attend to. A farewell, Uncle Locke. Field, a dutiful individual, heeded the words of his benefactor, and Duke Locke was indeed the noble he had encountered upon arriving in the continent of Loya. Moments later, Field located James. At that moment, by James's side, besides Sophia, was a familiar face, more accurately, a familiar elf. Amelia, it has been quite some time. You are now a Grand Magus. Truly one must regard a fellow after a 3-day absence with fresh eyes. Amelia's words astonished Field. He had diligently inquired about methods to conceal his magical prowess from the magicians in the city of Seir, yet Amelia discerned his secret with ease. Moreover, it was not just Field who was taken aback by Amelia's revelation. James and Sophia were equally stunned. Sophia, wide-eyed, turned to Field, seeking confirmation of this surprising news. Field, have you truly advanced to the level of Grand Magus? James and Sophia had supported him significantly, making them among the few individuals he trusted. So he refrained from any further denial. He nodded, tacitly acknowledging Amelia's assertion. Chapter 54. The Elven Gift. Field was utterly bewildered. He had believed his magical rank was well concealed, yet Amelia had effortlessly seen through it. Internally, a tempest brewed within him. Though he remained silent, Sophia, holding Amelia's delicate hand, spoke up to clarify Field's situation. I bet you didn't see this coming. Amelia, a natural adept in magic among the forest elves, possessed a unique ability to pierce through illusions and grasp the essence of things. Upon hearing Sophia's explanation, Field immediately understood he was in the presence of prodigious talent. Sophia continued, the elves' understanding of magic far exceeds that of human sorcerers. As soon as she finished, Amelia added, what you humans deem sophisticated techniques may, in our eyes, be mere rudimentary methods. Field's plan to conceal his abilities was effectively thwarted, though only a select few were privy to his true capabilities. Field, I possess a method that will render your magical rank imperceptible to all races within the continent of Loya, Amelia declared. Amelia, true to her talent, had swiftly identified Field's greatest interest. He recognized that her mention of this method held profound significance. Yet he remained patient, awaiting her elaboration. I can teach you this method without charge. Field inhaled deeply, sensing the truth of her words. Really for free? Amelia smiled and nodded. Additionally, I will provide you with tomes of magical knowledge accumulated over generations by the elven race. Field felt as though his mind might explode. The unexpected bounty bewildered him. He struggled to comprehend Amelia's inexplicable generosity. Could it be that he had somehow charmed a wealthy elven benefactor, or did the elves simply regard magical knowledge as a trivial matter? Unable to fathom it further, he shook his head, dismissing such far-fetched notions. While he might justify the method of concealing his rank as a gift among friends, the magical tomes were invaluable treasures, core secrets of any race. Seldom disclosed unless under dire circumstances, Field was acutely aware that nothing comes without a price. Furthermore, selling the territory of Wilson would hardly equate to the worth of elven magical texts. Tentatively he inquired, What is the price? Amelia chuckled softly. You must spare the elves should you encounter them in the future, allowing them to escape. Field's mind raced with incredulous thoughts, likening her to an ancient trickster. My dear, you can't just leave it half-finished, do elaborate. Yet, despite understanding that nothing is ever truly free, he ultimately acquiesced. The territory of Wilson desperately needed knowledge of magic, and acquiring the elven tomes would enable it to bypass the arduous process of foundational knowledge accumulation. Very well, I agree. Amelia produced a storage ring and handed it to Field. He recognized that she had been prepared for this from the outset, her meticulousness evident. The cost could be settled later. For now, securing the magical knowledge was of utmost importance. Then, thank you, Miss Amelia. May our friendship endure like the ancient elven trees. Indeed, as Field and Amelia exchanged jovial banter, they appeared as longtime friends. While James and Sophia felt somewhat out of place, the revelation of Field's true magical prowess had astonished them, and Amelia's willingness to share elven magical knowledge left them further astounded, just as Sophia was about to inquire why Amelia was treating Field so favorably. James intervened. He understood that such a question would not only embarrass Amelia but could also jeopardize their friendship. James's knowing glance urged Sophia to refrain from pressing the matter, despite her irritation. She held back her dissatisfaction if Field donned the ring containing the magical tomes. Grateful for Amelia's generous gift, though he had no significant offering in return, he resolved to invite Amelia to a lavish meal at the Trading Guild. Amelia, James, Sophia, let us go. I shall treat you to a grand feast. Hooray! The mention of food immediately dispelled Sophia's previous discontent. Amelia and James nodded in agreement. As the quartet entered the Trading Guild, Larry promptly approached them. Good day, young Master Field, Miss Sophia, Lord James. As the resident steward of Santorini, he recognized the esteemed figures before him, yet he soon turned his gaze toward Amelia. Eli, fetch the finest treasures from the guild. I wish to entertain our distinguished guests. Field did not introduce her. Thus Larry refrained from inquiring. Eli, seasoned in the art of commerce, knew precisely what to ask and what to leave unspoken. Once, in mere moments, servants began delivering an array of sumptuous dishes to the table. Field pointed to a barrel of wine, addressing Amelia. This is honeyed fruit wine, a specialty of the Wilson territory, particularly suited for ladies. I have heard of honeyed fruit wine. It is indeed produced in Wilson. It is exceptionally sweet and fragrant. I have tasted it many times. Apart from being somewhat pricey, it is quite delightful in every regard. Sophia chimed in, sharing her wine-tasting experiences. The table was adorned not only with the customary fare of Loya's nobility but also with Field's unique culinary creations. Providing Amelia with an entirely new gastronomic experience. Field, sometimes I wish I could crack open your head to see what concoctions swirl within. How do you always manage to conjure such peculiar delights? Sophia remarked, her mouth full of delicious noodles. Unable to cease her chatter, James and Amelia also turned their gazes toward Field, eagerly awaiting his response. Magic is my gift, while culinary arts are my passion. Having spent ample time with them, Field felt no need to adhere to the rigid protocols of aristocracy. He wholeheartedly embraced Sophia's comment. Upon hearing Field's response, Sophia could no longer contain herself as someone as being shameless. Flaunting their lesser qualities, at that moment Eli entered through the door, guided by the sound of Field hurriedly waved his hand, urging, you may leave. There is nothing to worry about. Eli nodded and retreated once more. Meanwhile, James awkwardly covered his eyes. As if he did not recognize Sophia, simultaneously James subtly leaned closer to Field, presenting an air of unfamiliarity. Amelia, on the other hand, displayed a sincere and radiant smile. In that instant, Field seemed to glimpse the shadows of a reunion with university classmates. Chapter 55, The Delicacy Pavilion. The banquet faded away amidst the laughter and joy of the four companions. Happy moments are always fleeting, and separation is the eternal refrain. I'm so full, Sophia exclaimed, patting her slightly protruding belly. Thank you for the hospitality, but I shall take my leave now. Very well. Amelia and James departed. At this juncture, Field slowly lifted his gaze to the twinkling stars. His heart awash with myriad emotions, this was the only occasion since his arrival in Loya that he had allowed himself to relax. He had long feared revealing his true self, as if he wore a false mask at all times. Beneath this facade, he felt as though he might suffocate, yet he was fortunate to have encountered the James siblings, and Amelia. Field could not fathom why they treated him with such sincerity and purity, leading him to entertain the illusion that all nobles were thus. However, the events in the city of Serre still lingered vividly in his mind, compelling him to confront the vile nature of the nobility in the Loya continent. As for the differences between the James siblings and Amelia, Field could only attribute it to the halo of protagonist status. One day, he would come to fully understand that all of this was due to Amelia's unique ability to glimpse fragments of the future through him. Returning to the hall, he gazed at the remnants of the meal on the table and conceived a lucrative idea. The culinary culture of the Loya continent was rather monotonous. If he were to establish a restaurant that introduced the culinary traditions of the Blue Star Hua Kingdom to Loya, would that not be immensely profitable? Moreover, it was far more interesting to profit from the wealthy rather than the impoverished. He decided to open a high-end restaurant, catering exclusively to the affluent nobles. After all, what the nobility lacked the least was gold coins gleaming with wealth. To create a restaurant, a diverse array of dishes was essential. Field planned to spend the next month developing snacks and the profound culinary culture of Hua Kingdom from his past life. However, mere variety would not suffice. He aimed for excellence, ensuring that the restaurant encompassed the distinct culinary offerings of various races. Eli, he called. "What can I do for you, young master?" Eli responded, "I need you to gather recipes for food preparation." From the human race? Field shook his head. "No, I require recipes from all races, as many as possible." "Understood, I shall get right to it." The Trade Merchant Association, being the largest guild in the Corsi province, would find it relatively easy to collect recipes from different races. However, Field felt that relying solely on the Trade Merchant Association was insufficient, as it was merely a guild of the Ser Kingdom, making it challenging to source recipes from other races. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he turned his thoughts toward Amelia. Having already provided him with expensive magical knowledge, surely she would not mind parting with some culinary recipes. The following day, he eagerly approached Amelia, requesting the recipes of elven dishes. Though puzzled, Amelia was more than willing to assist Field. After all, the methods of food preparation paled in comparison to the invaluable magical tomes she had provided. She had no qualms about sharing such mundane knowledge. However, she seemed unprepared for Field's unusual request. Consequently, Amelia and her elven guards spent an entire day, in a state of confusion, compiling recipes from the elven culture for Field. When Amelia finally handed over the elven cookbook, she bore an expression of exhaustion. "Field, I must depart from Santorini. Are you returning to the Talarea forest?" She slightly nodded. "My purpose here has been fulfilled. It is time for me to go." Field fell silent for a moment. "Very well, the gates of Wilson will always be open for you." After contemplating for a while, he added, "Once the restaurant is established, you shall hold a 30% stake. A restaurant? What do you mean?" Field turned his head, pondering before responding. "A place for nobles to dine." Though Amelia did not fully grasp the concept of the restaurant that Field described, it did not prevent her from nodding in agreement with him. Amelia left as swiftly as she had arrived, and Field immersed himself wholeheartedly in the development of his culinary venture. In the ensuing month, he scarcely ventured outside, completely secluding himself within the kitchen of the Trade Merchant Association. Fortunately, through tireless effort, he managed to transcribe all the recipes he could recall and had successfully adapted them to fit the culinary culture of the Loya continent. Gazing at the mountain of cowhide paper, Field exhaled deeply. Finally done. Meanwhile, Eli diligently collected numerous recipes from various races, as per Field's instructions. Additionally, Eli established an exquisite and luxurious small building opposite the Trade Merchant Association. Although the structure was modest in size, it radiated opulence. Enhanced magical crystal chandeliers adorned every 10 steps, illuminating the small edifice as if it were daylight even in the darkest of nights. The floors, walls, stairs, and even the ceilings were crafted from glass crystals. The walls were adorned with aesthetically pleasing artworks, allowing guests to savor culinary delights while immersing themselves in the beauty of art. Eli executed every detail to perfection. Field's endeavors did not escape the notice of James and Sophia. During this time, Sophia made several attempts to seek Field, only to find him ensconced in the kitchen each time she visited the Trade Merchant Association. Despite her persistent inquiries, Field evaded her questions with vague responses, suggesting that everything would soon be revealed. Once again, Sophia arrived at the Trade Merchant Association. "Have you completed it?" Field glanced at the recipes on the table and nodded. "Field, tell me quickly, what are you planning to do?" "I intend to open a restaurant exclusively for the nobility. So, it's a place filled with delicious food." A foodie's understanding of culinary delights is indeed remarkably swift. Field thought, glancing at Sophia and marveling at how fitting the term foodie was. "Something like that, yay." At that moment, Eli entered. "Young Master Field, everything has been prepared as per your request." "Excellent. Also, recruit some experienced chefs and young, beautiful waitresses at a generous wage." "Understood." Field continued to issue commands to Eli, completely oblivious to the fact that Sophia's eyes were nearly smoking with intensity. If looks could kill, he would have been slain countless times by her piercing gaze. Turning around, Field found that Sophia had instantly returned to her composure. The speed with which her expression changed rivaled that of a Sichuan opera performer's face-changing act. "Once the restaurant opens, I'll invite you for a grand feast, he promised. You have a good heart, Sophia quietly inquired. Field, why do you need beautiful waitresses? Are you infatuated? They are for the restaurant service staff, with her curiosity satisfied. Sophia's face bloomed with joy, and she murmured, that's more like it. Upon arriving at the small building constructed by Eli, Field felt a pang of regret. The endless expanse of glass crystals must have cost a fortune. Goodness, what extravagance! Though he felt a deep sense of loss, he maintained a calm exterior, as it was his directive to ensure maximum luxury. Everything was in place, save for a name that exuded sophistication. Delicacies, he decided, it shall be called the Delicacy Pavilion. Chapter 56. Count Karl von Clausewitz. At this juncture, the Delicacy Pavilion lacked both fame and clientele, relying solely on the allure of star power. In the Loya continent, the nobility undoubtedly represented the stars, as they were at the forefront of indulgence. Despite their obsession with wealth, in the days that followed, Field sent out invitations far and wide, extending them to both friends and foes alike. In the domain of Duke Wauthausen, Field had few enemies. When the Delicacy Pavilion finally opened, it was a scene of grandeur, red carpets laid out and flowers adorning the entrance, creating a lively spectacle. At this moment, within the Duke Wauthausen's residence, Sophia earnestly pleaded with Duke Locke. Father, Field's Delicacy Pavilion has just opened. Shall we pay a visit together? Sophia's eyes sparkled like brilliant stars. Duke Locke turned his head away, deliberately avoiding Sophia's gleaming gaze. I have official business to attend to and cannot go. Please, dear father, just this once, Sophia implored, shaking Duke Locke's arm. All right, I suppose I can go. Duke Locke relented, his expression a mixture of exasperation and affection as he ruffled Sophia's hair. You're the best, father, she exclaimed, giggling. Ultimately, Duke Locke, worn down by Sophia's persistent pleas, accompanied her to the Delicacy Pavilion. The presence of the most significant figure in the Corsi province, Duke Locke, drew numerous lords and ladies to the Delicacy Pavilion, regardless of their initial intentions to attend the feast. At this moment, the Delicacy Pavilion was filled to capacity with noble lords and ladies. The luxurious decor left the nobles in a no wonder. It's the Trade Merchant Association. Their extravagance is unparalleled, indeed, yet, where praise exists, so too does criticism. It may look impressive on the surface, but what exquisite delicacies have I not tasted? I predict it will fail sooner rather than later. The gathered nobility offered a mix of opinions, though most were objectively critical. At this moment, Airy, watching everything from the shadows, nervously swallowed. His understanding of his young master's abilities had reached a new height. The nobles gradually assembled, and finally Field made his grand entrance, adorned in flamboyant attire that elicited gasps of admiration from the noble ladies. Yet, one could not deny that in this ostentatious ensemble, Field indeed appeared exceptionally handsome. First and foremost, he expressed gratitude to Duke Locke for taking time from his busy schedule to attend the banquet. A rather insipid opening remark heralded the commencement of the feast. Unbeknownst to him, Field had transformed into the very person he despised. He recalled his solitary enjoyment of the scenery outside during his first attendance at James' birthday banquet. Now, he had inexplicably become one of them, conjuring memories of James' earlier words. People inevitably grow, do they not? In that instant, he grasped the profound meaning behind those words, leaving him momentarily speechless. Could the process of growth truly entail becoming the very person one loathes? Field's sudden pause rendered Airy anxious, but fortunately it was but a fleeting intermission. I wish you all a delightful meal. Field had just descended the steps when a bevy of elegantly dressed young women approached each table, presenting meticulously crafted menus. The lords observed the comings and goings of the girls with curiosity, while the lecherous lords drooled in anticipation. Indeed, the allure of beauty is universally appealing, under the girls' patient explanations. The lords finally began to relish the joy of ordering, each selection akin to unwrapping a mystery box, greatly satisfying their thirst for intrigue. Moreover, the array of dishes was diverse, for nobles accustomed only to roasted meats and bread. The culinary pavilion was nothing short of a paradise. At that moment, the noble who had just spoken disparagingly of the culinary pavilion was devouring a beggar's chicken, grease dripping from his mouth. Yet he could not contain his enthusiasm. The difference from roasted meats was stark, the aroma was indeed irresistible, yet Field remained unconcerned, as long as patrons continued to flock in, bringing with them golden coins. He would merely proclaim, "The customer is king." Once Field's opening remarks concluded, he had no further role, promptly making his way to Duke Locke's table. As he settled in, Sophia's voice rang out, "Field, this dumpling is simply exquisite. If you find it so delightful, then indulge yourself, surely no one will snatch it from you." Upon hearing Field's words, Sophia instinctively glanced around, her expression turning alarmed. "It's hopeless, utterly hopeless." This was a candid reflection of Duke Locke's and James' current sentiments. The Duke mused, this child is doomed to Field, observing the adorably naive Sophia, couldn't help but smile genuinely. Duke Locke muttered to himself, so foolish, how will she ever find a suitor? The Duke feigned a troubled demeanor. Field instinctively interjected, I believe Sophia is quite clever and quick-witted. Simultaneously, he silently added, as long as she does not encounter delectable food. Field, do you truly think so? In that instant, Field realized the implications of his words. Wishing he could slap himself for his indiscretion, what if an interdimensional marriage proposal were to arise? His youth and desire for freedom were at stake. Is that so? Duke Locke smiled faintly. Being seasoned in life? He could easily discern Field's dilemma, however, he did not believe anyone could rival his daughter in capturing Field's heart. Furthermore, with Sophia constantly in Field's company, it was apparent to any discerning observer that their relationship was anything but ordinary. Duke Locke refrained from pressing Field about Sophia, recognizing him as a promising young noble he valued. As for the rest, he deemed it best to let nature take its course. Following this grand banquet, the culinary pavilion's reputation began to spread throughout noble circles. It merely required a chain reaction of whispers, one telling 10, 10 telling 100. As the culinary pavilion's fame grew, Field had already devised a swift strategy to seize market share. He believed that soon counterfeit versions of the culinary pavilion would spring up like mushrooms after rain. At that moment, the role of the intelligence department became evident. They were tasked with notifying all merchant associations to establish their own culinary pavilions. Subsequently, Field produced a storage pouch filled with replicas of the culinary pavilion's dishes. Take this with you, understood? Field waved his hand, and the intelligence department personnel departed from the back of the culinary pavilion. Following that, Field planned to remain in Santorini for a few more days. The culinary pavilion was thriving, raking in gold daily. With his tasks completed, it was time for him to return to the Wilson territory. After a 6-month absence, Field returned to Wilson territory. Good day, young Master Field. As he rode along the paved road, the loyal subjects greeted him sincerely. Truly, no place like home. Upon arriving at Wilson Castle, he found that Edmund had completely renovated it in his absence. It now occupied a space comparable to that of the Duke's residence, appearing far more luxurious than before. He entered the hall, which had expanded more than fivefold. Spaciousness was indeed a delight that invigorated the spirit. I am back, yes, Father. As soon as Field stepped into the hall, he spotted Mans seated at the head of the table, his brow furrowed. Father, what has happened? Count Karl von Clausewitz is on the verge of conflict with your grandfather. Count Taylor Swift. The lands of Count Karl von Clausewitz and Count Taylor Swift bordered each other, occasionally leading to friction, but generally they coexisted peacefully. Count Karl von Clausewitz, the family of eagles. Mans nodded. Why, weren't they getting along well before? Moreover, there is the dark forest separating the two territories. Forget it. You've just returned. Let us not dwell on these troubles. Tell me about your journey to the city of Cell. Field then succinctly recounted his experiences in the city of Cell, choosing to omit any mention of the culinary pavilion, a trivial matter in comparison. Chapter 57. The Trail of the Thunder Steed. After hearing Field's account, Mans couldn't help but express his deep reflection. Julius, you have indeed changed. A hint of melancholy graced Mans' expression, revealing his appreciation for their bond forged through shared trials. Perhaps Mans had anticipated such a day would come, yet he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. Initially, Mans chose the path of a lord with territory, while Julius opted to serve in the kingdom of Cell. Their divergent choices inevitably led to a gradual distancing. Mans waved his hand. Let us not speak of it. It only brings sorrow. I never imagined you would manage to hire Brunner. What luck! I have always had good fortune at by the way of father. You know Brunner. Mans nodded. Not just any golden knight, but one whose fame surpasses that of all golden knights. I dare say no one in the kingdom of Cell is unaware of him. As he spoke, Mans' eyes sparkled with envy and admiration. Field realized he had struck a nerve. Mans was clearly a devoted fan of Brunner. Father, what has transpired in Wilson territory? Please enlighten me. It's a matter of territorial disputes, neither too great nor too trivial, Mans continued. Are you familiar with the Dark Forest? Field nodded. The Dark Forest was known for its peculiar terrain and unique magnetic field. Beings that perished within it would not return to dust but instead became skeletal monsters. The Dark Forest lay at the boundary between the Corsi province and the Maryland province of the Kingdom of Cell. It was situated between the territories of Count Taylor and Count Karl von Clausewitz, and neither party wished to expend the effort to clear it, leading to an accumulation of skeletal monsters. Now, the task of clearing the Dark Forest of its skeletal inhabitants had become somewhat overwhelming. Fortunately, the skeletal monsters would lose their vitality upon leaving the Dark Forest, otherwise, they would have posed a significant threat to both territories' safety. A month prior, there had been sightings of thunder steeds on the outskirts of the dark forest. Upon hearing the term thunder steed, Field's eyes lit up. The second-tier magical beast, the thunder steed, indeed. Is this why your grandfather has clashed with Count Karl? Mans nodded slightly. Field internally scoffed. Both were local powerhouses and surely would not resort to open conflict over a few thunder steeds. Mans continued to elaborate, helping Field understand the situation's context. The discord between Count Taylor and Count Karl had roots deep in the past. Now it had reignited over the thunder steeds, prompting an immediate skirmish between the two. As time progressed, the situation escalated, with both sides rallying their respective nobles to join the fray. Field was puzzled. Why the fuss? Could Count Taylor's territory truly fear Count Karl's? He did not comprehend what troubled his father. Let them fight. Is Count Karl's territory truly that formidable? Mans shook his head. It's not about being unable to fight. It is that the Kingdom of Cell prohibits internal strife. Fortunately, the conflict was taking place in the sparsely populated dark forest, otherwise it would have attracted the attention of the city of Cell, leading to penalties of substantial gold fines, and the thunder steeds would be confiscated as well. And now I see, they fear exposure. Yet both Count Taylor and Count Karl had shown remarkable discretion, consciously sealing off information to prevent it from leaking. What remained was to determine how to engage in a covert duel to establish a victor. Caution was indeed warranted. Field began to contemplate strategies, intending to assist Count Taylor in seizing the thunder steeds without revealing their true strength. Each thunder horse is akin to a walking gold coin, yet, in reality, the conflict between the two parties has transcended the mere notion of thunder horses. It has evolved into an eruption of long-standing grievances between two territories. The allegiance of the thunder horses has become inconsequential. What truly matters is the release of pent-up frustrations. The Radiant Infantry Corps and the Holy Helm Cavalry Corps were both newly established standing armies personally founded by Earl Taylor. Since their inception, the two regiments have not partaken in any combat, rendering their battle experience non-existent. Even though Taylor has equipped the Radiant Infantry Corps and the Holy Helm Cavalry Corps with splendid armor and weaponry, they remain mere greenhorns. Taylor pondered deeply, seizing this opportunity to train the recruits. Without the baptism of war, they could never be considered elite warriors. After careful contemplation, Taylor resolved to seize this practical opportunity. While aiding Earl Taylor, he would simultaneously train the recruits of Wilson Territory. Father, I believe we should extend our assistance to Earl Taylor, he asserted. Let me explain my reasoning. Earl Taylor has aided Wilson Territory greatly. Now is our moment to reciprocate. More importantly, this presents a chance to hone our military. Only through real combat can a formidable army be forged. Mans contemplated Taylor's suggestion and nodded in agreement. Shall we bring the Holy Helm Cavalry Corps and the Radiant Infantry Corps? Half will suffice. We mustn't reveal our full strength. A prudent approach is always wise, with a decisive slap on the table. Mans declared, very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Mans summoned Captain York of the Radiant Infantry Corps, the current military commander. Captain York, take half of the troops and accompany me to the dusky forest. Yes, although Mans is the commander of the Holy Helm Cavalry Corps, all matters concerning the Corps are under York's management. Wilson Territory lacks sufficient high-end combat power, so they must rely on York for the time being. The regiment, in perfect formation, marched resolutely toward the dusky forest. Even though the recruits of Wilson Territory had never engaged in battle, Taylor had adapted military management models from his previous life, instilling a fierce demeanor in the troops. At the very least, they appeared formidable and intimidating. Meanwhile, at the boundary between Swift Earl's domain and the dusky forest, the lords who had arrived early spotted the approaching army of Wilson Territory. Another lord approaches. The well-equipped armor and synchronized steps rendered the gathered nobles abashed, instinctively making way for the army of Wilson Territory. Whose army is that? It is the army of Wilson Territory. Ah, then there is no cause for alarm. Through trade guilds and the Delicacies Pavilion, Wilson Territory has become one of the wealthiest lords in the Corsi province. It would indeed be peculiar if one were rich yet refrained from investing in their military. Outside the camp, a cacophony of sounds startled Mobach. Stepping out of the tent, he was confronted by the army of Wilson Territory, a sight he had evidently never witnessed before. He had overestimated Wilson Territory's military strength, yet witnessing it firsthand exceeded his expectations. A cousin, Mans, you truly are a hidden gem. Ha, it is all thanks to that lad Taylor. Mobach did not dispute this. Ever since Mans entrusted the management of Wilson Territory to Taylor during the Barbarian War, it had grown exponentially stronger. In merely 2 years, Taylor transformed Wilson Territory into an exceedingly prosperous family, now converting wealth into formidable military power. Mobach understood that as long as his nephew was around, The rise of Wilson territory was unstoppable. He then shifted his gaze to his son Elon, who was a few months younger than Taylor, growing increasingly discontented with the comparison. Indeed, it is unwise to compare, as the disparity can be overwhelming. Taylor removed his helmet, revealing his handsome visage, reminiscent of Wilson's shadow. "Uncle, good day." "Ha, I knew you would come along," Mobach said, patting Taylor on the shoulder. At that moment, Earl Taylor's voice resonated from within the tent. "Come in." Mans and Mobach entered the tent in unison, with Taylor following closely behind a grandfather. "It is young Taylor." Upon seeing Taylor, Earl Taylor's stern expression softened instantly into one of warmth. Mans and Mobach seated themselves in places just below Earl Taylor, and the pre-battle meeting commenced. "I brought 1,000 infantry and 500 cavalry." Excellent." Subsequently, the noble lords under Earl Taylor's command reported the status of their armies in succession. Once the lords completed their reports, Taylor finally grasped the basic strength of Earl Taylor's forces. The total number of troops amounted to over 8,000, including 4,000 soldiers commanded by Earl Taylor. Moreover, 90% of the soldiers were infantry, with fewer than 1,000 being true cavalry, and the cavalry brought by Wilson territory constituted more than half. Hence, when 500 knights rode their steeds into the camp, the impact on the gathered nobles was profound. Chapter 58, A Confrontation on a Narrow Path. Through both overt and covert inquiries, Taylor learned pertinent information regarding the Thunder Horses. Originally, there were no Thunder Horses within the dusky forest, yet at some unknown point, a herd had migrated there. They had resided deep within the forest until recently, when they were discovered. It is estimated that around 80 Thunder Horses inhabit the dusky forest. Money, oh, how it beckons, as they entered the territory of the dusky forest. A chilling sensation prickled Taylor's nerves. The dense foliage obscured the sun's radiant light, casting a dim pall over the surroundings. While it was not utterly dark, the somber environment sent shivers down the spines of those present. The rustling of grass nearby caught Taylor's attention. Instantly, he placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, a foul-smelling skeletal creature lunged at him, drawing his sword in one swift motion. Taylor decapitated the creature with a single strike. In a horrifying spectacle, the headless skeleton continued its advance towards him. The eerie fear from his previous life gripped Taylor, causing him to flinch involuntarily. With a hint of panic, he drew his sword once more, shattering the skeleton's body into fragments. Only then did the skeletal creature cease its pursuit. Phew, that was truly sinister. While he felt a mix of astonishment and intrigue regarding the skeleton's existence, he recognized that there must be a cause for its being. Though the continent of Loya is a realm of magic, there must be reasons underlying its phenomena. Dismounting swiftly, Taylor collected the skeleton's remains into his storage ring. This was not the moment for him to study skeletons. Mobach approached cautiously. "Taylor, you must be cautious. To defeat a skeletal creature, one must obliterate its entire body, otherwise, it will not cease its movements." Taylor nodded. He too had gained insight, as this was his first encounter with a scene reminiscent of a film from his previous life. Mounting his steed, Mobach and Taylor led the cavalry, trailing closely behind the infantry led by Taylor and Mans. This battle was straightforward, primarily focusing on leveraging the 500 cavalry from Wilson territory. Earl Taylor led the infantry at the forefront, tasked with scouting and drawing the forces of Earl Carl. Meanwhile, Mobach and Taylor commanded the cavalry, closely following behind. Upon discovering the army of Karl von Clausewitz, Mobach swiftly maneuvered the cavalry to flank the rear of Earl Carl's forces, striking at the enemy's weakest point for a decisive blow. The strategic deployment was simple and comprehensible. As long as there were fast-moving troops, it could be executed. However, cavalry are a rare asset coveted by noble lords. Without a gold mine, one cannot afford to maintain them. The dusky forest stretched endlessly, and the two armies wandered aimlessly within, diminishing the chances of encountering one another. The primary aim of the expedition remained the capture of the Thunder Horses. Before long, Taylor spotted the Thunder Horses. By a nearby pond, a dozen Thunder Horses frolicked in the water, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Among these, 8 were still young foals, while only 5 were fully grown. The troop quietly approached the small pond, strategically encircling the Thunder Horses to prevent their escape. At that moment, a robust Thunder Horse sensed something amiss. With a loud whinny, it bolted in a particular direction, which fortuitously aligned with Taylor's ambush. He locked his gaze on the lead horse and leaped onto its back. The encirclement was complete. The Thunder Horses were trapped, with no escape in sight. The pressure from the seasoned knights continuously bore down on the Thunder Horses, and after a fierce struggle, Taylor successfully tamed the lead horse. The subsequent capture process proved to be exceedingly smooth. Given the circumstances, Taylor surmised that there must be more than just a few Thunder Horses within the dusky forest. He speculated that a larger herd resided deeper within. The Thunder Horses they had just captured were likely a recently separated group. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became, silently declaring, "This batch of Thunder Horses must belong to Wilson territory." A grand vision began to take shape in his mind, a beast rider corps, even if the lords participating in the capture of the Thunder Horses were to receive some in return. Selling them for gold would be less advantageous than allowing Wilson territory to purchase them at a premium. After all, Wilson territory was not lacking in funds, as long as it could bolster their self-defense capabilities. Taylor would gladly spend more. At that moment, Mobach reveled in the joy of having captured a dozen Thunder Horses. "Ha, with these Thunder Horses, even if we return empty-handed, this expedition will have been worthwhile. Uncle, let us broaden our horizons. We must not only vanquish Count Karl but also capture every last Thunder Horse hidden within the dark forest." "Ha, yes, I see now how narrow-minded I was," Mobach remarked to Field. "Do ensure you take your ineffectual cousin along. The gap between you two is growing ever wider." Field smiled faintly. "Of course, for Wilson and Swift are indeed of one family." This statement struck a chord with Mobach, whose smile blossomed further. Field then added, "Uncle, we could invite cousin Elon to Wilson." Mobach was momentarily taken aback. He could not have wished for more. Learning from Field might just rejuvenate Swift as well. Seeing Field's initiative, Mobach did not hesitate for an instant and readily cast aside his own son. "Splendid. Upon our return, I shall send that young rascal Elon to Wilson." Field smirked mischievously, relishing the prospect of commanding his younger cousin. A wave of wicked delight washing over him, the thought of directing his little cousin stirred a peculiar excitement within him. Meanwhile, far away at Count Swift's fortress, Elon suddenly yawned. "What is this? Why does it feel so chilly?" Mobach's enthusiastic agreement had entirely disregarded Elon's own wishes. "Well, Elon's desires are of little consequence." At that moment, as Field and Mobach deliberated Elon's fate, Mance and Count Taylor's infantry had discovered Count Karl's forces. A scout knight hurried to Count Taylor's side. "My lord, we have spotted a troop ahead capturing Thunder Horses." Count Taylor's eyes narrowed. There were only two groups within the dark forest, and the one ahead could only be Count Karl's. To his surprise, they had encountered one another in this vast expanse. Fate had dictated that Counts Swift and Clausewitz were destined for conflict. Send word to Mobach and instruct him to prepare. Yes, in an instant, a tense atmosphere enveloped the entire company, the army swiftly readying for battle. Time is of the essence. As Count Taylor relayed messages to Mobach, he was already leading his troops forward. By the time Count Taylor arrived, Count Karl's forces were also poised for combat. Clearly, Count Karl had sensed Count Taylor's approach in advance. The two armies stood facing each other, awaiting the command for attack from their respective counts. Count Taylor stepped slowly from his ranks, and a figure emerged from the opposing forces. "Karl, it is time to resolve our differences." "Who fears whom? I have tolerated you for far too long." Words were futile. Both parties retreated to their ranks without further exchange. Kill. In an instant, the two forces clashed, the brutality of cold steel combat manifesting in horrific ferocity. Silver blades pierced the throbbing hearts of their foes, both sides surging and recoiling as vibrant lives were extinguished. Field, tinged with anxiety, waited in the thicket for Count Taylor's signal. The sanguinary scene of battle compelled him to grip his longsword tightly. Having lived in an era of peace, he had never witnessed such carnage. Turmoil roiled within him, yet Field restrained himself, repeatedly affirming, I must adapt. This is the true visage of the continent of Loia." At that moment, Spencer's disdainful gaze and Marquis Puffel's mocking expression surfaced in his mind. Cowardice would only lead to elimination from the continent of Loia. Only the strong could maintain their dignity and survive in this ruthless world. "I shall eradicate everything." At this juncture, a fierce aura emanated from Field as the pent-up anguish, resentment, and solitude within him erupted upon witnessing the gruesome slaughter. Field, Mobach's voice called out, gradually restoring Field's clarity. "What has come over me? Why such fury?" Once Field regained his composure, a wave of trepidation washed over him as he pondered how he had been momentarily overtaken by rage. Field inhaled deeply, calming his tumultuous emotions. Chapter 59. The might of battle arose at this moment. The intensity of the battle escalated, plunging into a state of stalemate, soldier against soldier, general against general. Count Taylor naturally engaged Count Karl directly, and meanwhile, Mance faced off against an unfamiliar silver knight, their auras clashing in a dazzling display. On the battlefield, several formidable warriors were evenly matched, exchanging blows in a fierce contest. In contrast, the glorious infantry of Wilson's territory shone brilliantly, utilizing the battle array devised by Waite to withstand thrice their number in enemy forces. Maintaining a decisive advantage, this spectacle astonished the gathered nobles. Count Karl's army was no rabble. They had long been seasoned by countless conflicts. It would not be an exaggeration to label them as veterans of 100 battles. Yet at this moment they faltered against the fresh recruits of Wilson. This sight stirred a tempest within Count Karl, who could not help but glance aside. When did Count Taylor acquire such an elite force? Witnessing the deteriorating situation, Count Karl resolved to unleash his hidden trump card. No longer could he wait. Should this continue, his frontline troops would inevitably be defeated. Seizing a lull in the fighting, he made a gesture. In a mere moment, 2,000 troops surged forth from the rear of the opposing army. From a distance, Field was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Count Karl had indeed kept a reserve, explaining why Count Taylor had withheld their early entry into the fray. The arrival of Count Karl's 2,000 soldiers significantly increased the pressure on the glorious infantry, yet, the 1,000 soldiers remained unperturbed, growing even bolder, matching 1 against 5 without losing ground, resulting in a standoff. This sight left Count Karl increasingly astounded. His forces, originally intended to confront Mobach, had now been fully deployed yet still failed to gain the upper hand, and a sense of retreat began to take shape in his heart. Just then, Field and Mobach received word from Taylor. In an instant, the cavalry led by Field and Mobach erupted from behind Count Karl's forces, their battle cries echoing in the air. Within moments, the enemy's ranks were disrupted by the 2 sudden charges. The outcome of the lower battlefield was already sealed. The majority of the nobles surrendered instantly, realizing that by merely offering a ransom, they could return home, thus avoiding a desperate struggle. Count Karl's heart sank. The battlefield's dynamics shifted rapidly. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the battle had quietly concluded. Sensing the impending doom, Count Karl swiftly retreated. Count Taylor, however, was not one to let him escape easily and pursued him relentlessly. Yet both were silver knights, and with one intent on fleeing, capturing the other was nearly impossible. Count Karl, retreating while standing, deftly evaded Count Taylor as he neared the dense thicket, dashing into the forest. After overcoming numerous perils, Count Karl managed to slip away from Count Taylor's grasp. At this moment, another silver knight was not so fortunate. Witnessing Count Karl abandon him to his fate filled him with rage. "Karl, you cowardly wretch, I, Matthew, shall one day flay your skin." Seeing Count Karl escape, Count Taylor decisively abandoned his pursuit. A few leaps brought him to Matthew's rear, cutting off his escape route. Count Matthew, it has been quite some time." Count Taylor clearly recognized this silver knight. "The battle is over. You may surrender. Do not engage in futile resistance. It is all that fool Karl's fault for causing my capture," Matthew cursed Karl while lowering his weapon. Aware that resisting at this juncture would only lead to his demise, those who were wise recognized the times. Count Matthew wished to live, and at worst, he could pay a ransom. He had no desire to lose his life over this. This was also a common understanding among the nobles of the Kingdom of Sire. Count Matthew and Count Karl, both counts of the Maryland province, naturally shared a close relationship, yet when it came to interests, no one wished for an outsider to partake in their spoils. Yet Count Karl had invited Matthew to partake in this conflict. Still, it was not entirely Count Karl's fault, with Mance breaking through to Silver Knight status. Facing 2 opponents, Count Karl stood no chance and had no choice but to invite the closely allied Count Matthew to join the fray. "Matthew, what benefits did Karl promise you that you would assist him so?" At this moment, Matthew was seething with rage over his capture. Count Taylor's mention of Karl only intensified his anger. Do you think discussing such matters now holds any significance? The battlefield situation has become entirely clear. Discussing how to distribute benefits is meaningless to Count Matthew at this point. If it were not for the uproar surrounding Mance's breakthrough to Silver Knight, do you think I would be here? Indeed, then I shall trouble you to remain in Count Swift's domain for a time. Once the ransom arrives, I shall release you without delay." Matthew turned his head away, unwilling to behold Count Taylor's expression. As nobles of the Kingdom of Sire, neither could act with complete ruthlessness. As long as an adequate ransom was paid, both parties would naturally part ways. This was also the primary reason why Matthew did not resist fiercely. Among nobles, skirmishes may occur, yet it is the lives of lower-ranking soldiers that are lost. Furthermore, this was an internal struggle within the kingdom, with no royal compensations to be dispersed. If a noble lord were merciful, there might be some meager assistance. However, should one encounter a heartless lord, they would be left to rot on the battlefield, devoured by beasts. How tragic! Yet regarding Count Karl's comprehensive defeat, Field believed that Count Karl would not spare even a copper for the fallen soldiers. The internal strife within the kingdom is a game played by the nobility, yet it is the common soldiers who bear the brunt of their conflicts. They are compelled to fight valiantly on the battlefield. And even if captured, their lords seldom pay the exorbitant ransom for their release. Most are returned merely as significant figures of their territories. As the sun sets, casting a blood-red hue across the landscape, One cannot help but reflect on the carnage that ensued. Despite this being merely a skirmish between two earls, the battlefield is strewn with corpses. In this battle, 1,000 glorious infantry displayed extraordinary might. Facing 5 foes with unwavering strength, serving as the backbone of this confrontation, despite the formidable prowess of the glorious infantry, casualties were inevitable. Only a little over 800 of the 1,000 soldiers remain. Each bearing wounds. Field is not a miserly and indifferent noble. His deeply ingrained conscience compels him to acknowledge the suffering of the lower classes. Upon returning to the Wilson territory, he intends to bestow generous rewards upon the soldiers who participated in the battle, as well as substantial pensions for the families of the fallen, ensuring their livelihoods. For those who bear the burdens for the many, they must not be left to perish in the cold and snow. They sacrificed their lives for the Wilson territory, and Field is committed to providing a carefree existence for their families. This serves as motivation for the surviving soldiers. The Wilson territory will not neglect anyone who contributes to its cause. In the Battle of the Dark Forest, the Wilson army emerged triumphant, marking Field's first engagement since his arrival in this world. Although the forces were few, the conflict was equally brutal and tragic. Holding profound significance for him, Field is no longer the naive youth untouched by the horrors of war. The baptism of blood and fire is transforming him from an idealist into a decisive and shrewd leader. Human growth can occur in an instant. At this moment, Field remains unaware that his gaze has grown increasingly resolute, his eyes sparkling with determination. At this juncture, Count Matthew's eyes are drawn to the resplendent glorious infantry on the battlefield. While feeling a twinge of fear, he muses that without this formidable army, defeat would have been inevitable. Beside him, Taylor seems to perceive Matthew's inner thoughts. Observing the Wilson army, he remarks, "Such splendid equipment and powerful formations truly evoke my envy." Although Matthew internally admires them, he stubbornly retorts, "It's merely due to their wealth." What's so impressive about that? Taylor, with a knowing smile, understands that the strength of the Wilson army cannot simply be attributed to money. He refrains from further conversation with Matthew and directs the others to clear the battlefield. Chapter 60, Post-Battle Allocation. The remarkable performance of the glorious knights not only shook the hearts of their enemies but also provided the Allied lords with a concrete and profound understanding of the strength of the Wilson territory. The soldiers of the glorious infantry, with their piercing gazes, inadvertently kept the other noble soldiers at bay. The noble lords could not help but sigh in relief, grateful that they were allies. Had they been foes, they would surely be the ones suffering the consequences. The battle in the Dark Forest concluded successfully, with all participating nobles, save for the cowardly Count Karl who fled, being captured. Additionally, nearly 5,000 noble soldiers were taken prisoner, along with their armor, weapons, and over 40 captured thunder horses. This battle ended with a resounding victory for Count Taylor. Gazing at the mountain of armor and weapons, Field reflected that indeed, war is the best way to amass wealth overnight. But it can also lead to destitution in an instant. Within half a day, the spoils of war amounted to over 200,000 gold coins. Of course, this was merely a fraction. The bulk would come from noble ransoms. Field's attention swiftly turned to the captured noble lords, who appeared to him as walking gold coins. The unspoken rules within the kingdom of Ser prohibit internal strife. Should war break out between two territories and one side suffers defeat, it is forbidden to execute the captured. Nobles may redeem their freedom by paying a ransom, which is an understood norm among the nobility of Ser. The private conflict between two territories already contravenes the kingdom's regulations, making the payment of ransom a covert agreement not meant for public scrutiny. Initially, the kingdom of Ser adhered strictly to its laws, but as time passed, various nobles began to subtly amass power that rivaled the royal family. The kingdom became alarmed and ceased intervening in territorial disputes, allowing the nobles to fight amongst themselves, thus benefiting the kingdom of Ser. At this moment, Field quietly contemplated the worth of these lords. Count Matthew, being an earl, commanded the highest ransom of 200,000 Ser coins, while the Viscountess' ransom stood at 100,000 coins, and the Baroness at 50,000, clear and fair prices. Once the battlefield was cleared, the soldiers began collecting the bodies, subsequently incinerating them. The peculiar terrain of the Dark Forest could turn the deceased into skeletal monsters, and no one wished to engage once more with a reanimated army. The entire contingent took a moment to rest, setting up camp, while Count Taylor sent knights to the various captured territories to demand ransoms. As time passed, the lords turned the Dark Forest upside down in their impatience. It seemed unlikely that they would ever see thunder horses again. Over 120 thunder horses lodged in a makeshift corral, half of which were still juveniles. The nobles gazed at the majestic thunder horses with growing impatience. each envisioning themselves riding these magnificent beasts, yet, unbeknownst to them, Field had already set his sights on the Thunder Horses. As time briskly moved on, the teams sent to collect ransoms began to return. Most nobles dutifully paid their ransoms. Only those whose sons sought to usurp power refused to comply. Any lord who paid their ransom was promptly released by Count Taylor, who would remind them, "Do remember to visit often." Such a reminder was a cruel twist of fate. The surviving soldiers were stripped of their armor and weapons, sent back home alongside their lords. The knight dispatched to Count Matthew's territory returned carrying 20,000 Sare coins. Count Taylor accepted the pouch filled with coins. Casting a cursory glance at it before announcing, "Count Matthew, you are free to go." Humph. Matthew flicked his sleeve, leaving without a backward glance. Do remember to visit? Taylor's sarcastic remark spurred Matthew to quicken his pace until his figure vanished into the dense forest. After waiting for nearly half a day, the knights had all returned, yet 500 or 600 individuals remained in the camp. A field silently mourned for those who sought to usurp power. Nonetheless, Count Taylor had little concern for such matters. Any lord who failed to pay their ransom would be dragged back to Count Swift's territory to serve as slaves. Finally, the moment for distributing the spoils arrived, and the nobles eagerly awaited their share. The allocation method was simple and straightforward. The more effort one exerted, the greater their share of the spoils. The Wilson territory deployed 1,000 elite glorious infantry and 500 elite holy hell knights. With the Silver Knight Mans also participating, contributing efforts equal to those of Count Taylor. In the tent, all the lords were present. The atmosphere was markedly lively compared to the silence of the pre-war meetings. Silence. As Count Taylor's voice fell, the tent fell quiet. This time, we achieved a resounding victory thanks to everyone present, particularly against that old rogue Count Karl. The summary of the spoils revealed a total of 230,000 in loot, with noble ransoms amounting to 550,000, and the Thunder Horses estimated around 200,000. Hearing such a substantial haul, the nobles stirred with excitement. Nearly 1 million Sare coins. Count Taylor's treasury had never seen such a sum. Count Taylor cleared his throat. Swift territory will take 35%, Wilson territory will take 30%, and the remainder will be divided among you. How does that sound? The group nodded in agreement. The strength of the Swift and Wilson territories was evident, and there were no objections to this allocation. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. Do you desire armor, weapons, gold, or Thunder Horses? At that moment, Man stood up first, declaring, "Wilson territory wishes to claim all the Thunder Horses." The crowd was taken aback. What use did Wilson territory have for so many Thunder Horses? Silence fell, but their expressions betrayed their true thoughts. Man smiled slightly, clarifying that Wilson territory would only take Thunder Horses worth 200,000. Along with an additional 100,000 Sare coins. The nobles' earlier discontent melted away. The price offered by Wilson territory was enticing. It was as though they were purchasing Thunder Horses worth 200,000 for 400,000 coins. The reason was simple: wealth allows for indulgence. Furthermore, Thunder Horses are essential for Field's beast-riding night plans. Once this opportunity passed, another might not arise soon. The concession offered by Wilson territory elicited no dissent, and the nobles who originally sought Thunder Horses chose to remain silent. "All right, since there are no objections, it's settled," Count Taylor declared decisively. The nobles were astonished. Was Count Taylor not interested in the Thunder Horses? However, upon reflection, they understood. Wasn't the current lord of Wilson territory Count Taylor's son-in-law? With that settled, the dust settled, and Wilson territory obtained the Thunder Horses that Field had long coveted. The various lords each took what they desired. Some carried off the confiscated armor, others the captured warhorses, and still others the sell gold coins. In any case, each lord departed with a sense of satisfaction. They went their separate ways, returning to their own domains. Yet Field had no intention of returning to the Wilson territory just yet. He deliberately left behind several carcasses of the Count Karl's army, intent on observing how the dark forest caused the corpses to undergo transformation. Gradually, an energy began to infiltrate the lifeless bodies, clinging to the bones, which slowly filled with vitality. It was evident that within the forest lay a unique terrain or some extraordinary object that concentrated magical power and induced unpredictable mutations. He glanced around inside. He certainly wouldn't find anything in a hurry. Perhaps it was hidden underground. Never mind, he would leave that for another time. As he watched the corpses begin to tremble, on the verge of becoming skeletal abominations, Field incanted a fireball spell, instantly reducing them to mere ash. Subsequently, Field and Mance, accompanied by the knights, embarked on their journey home. Chapter 61, Aftermath of War. However, before this, Field took care to select 3 robust Thunder Horses to send to the Swift territory. While Count Taylor could choose to remain uninformed, Field could not neglect this gesture. The intricacies of human relations. or rather the art of diplomacy, are essential for survival in both his former world of Blue Star and the continent of Loyalty. Field was well aware of this principle. As a count and a local magnate, Taylor's steed was already a magical beast, a second-tier flame horse. The steed that had startled Field in the past was a descendant of Taylor's flame horse and a regular horse. Even though Count Taylor possessed a magical thunder horse, it did not diminish Field's intent to gift him yet another one. Alternating between the thunder horse and the flame horse would surely enhance his prestige. The other two thunder horses were intended for his cousin Elon and his uncle Mobach. Upon the thunder horse's arrival at the Swift territory, Count Taylor couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Young Field knows how to conduct business. It is no wonder he is destined to amass great wealth. Clearly, Count Taylor was quite pleased with his little grandnephew. The news of Field and Mance's triumphant return spread like wildfire, and the citizens, upon hearing it, spontaneously lined the streets to welcome them. Unlike the ostentatious displays of other territories, the enthusiasm from the citizens of Wilson Territory was heartfelt. Without comparison, there can be no pain. Their past lives had been filled with struggles, yet they had not gone hungry or cold, and occasionally enjoyed an extra meal. To the citizens, this was their version of paradise, but all of this was due to Field's efforts. Without him, they would still be residing in dilapidated wooden shanties, perpetually struggling for survival. At that moment, Nelson stood at the gates of Wilson Castle, awaiting the victorious procession. A little girl scattered wildflowers she had picked by the roadside at the passing soldiers. As the procession drew near, Nelson's eyes widened as he spotted over 100 horses exuding faint arcs of lightning. Having traveled extensively, he recognized them immediately. Thunder horses. Unable to contain his excitement, Nelson hurriedly approached Mance. This was the first time he had encountered such a multitude of magical beasts. Understanding the value of thunder horses, his exhilaration was palpable. Mance, Before Nelson could finish, Mance nodded. Over 120 thunder horses. A substantial bounty. A smile graced Mance's face. This is the first time I've seen so many thunder horses. If sold, Wilson Territory would receive a handsome sum of gold. The mere thought of gold ignited a gleam in Nelson's eyes. Field inwardly scoffed. It was no surprise that the treasurer of Wilson was so fixated on gold. However, Field's next words shattered Nelson's dreams of wealth. I do not intend to sell these thunder horses. I plan to establish a breeding facility for them. As the words left his mouth, Nelson was momentarily taken aback. Is that even feasible? He pondered. It seems it might truly work. A Field, this will require a considerable investment. And in the short term, it may yield no returns, but rather incur significant expenses. Field waved his hand dismissively. With ample funds at his disposal, he was unconcerned. As long as we construct the Thunder Horse breeding facility, some initial outlay is worth it, is it not? Young Master Field, your foresight is commendable. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Throughout the entire conversation, Mance had listened silently, having placed his unconditional trust in Field. Looking at Field, he thought to himself, Field truly is my progeny. Nelson departed to seek the optimal location for the breeding facility. The infantry of the Radiant Infantry Corps and the cavalry of the Holy Helm Knights returned to their camp. According to the general traits of nobility in the Loya continent, a grand victory would typically warrant a lavish celebration, yet Field deemed such festivities unnecessary. Not only would it be time-consuming and labor-intensive, but it would also be a waste of resources, offering no benefits whatsoever. It was far better to distribute those funds among the soldiers who had fought valiantly. No sooner had Field returned to Wilson Territory than he began compiling the list of fallen soldiers. He would dispense compensation to the families of the deceased and rewards to those who had participated in the battle. After a night of rest following their triumphant return, the next day saw all the citizens of Wilson gathered in Wilson Square. Mance and Field stood atop a raised platform. Mance remained silent, gazing at Field, who, with a heavy heart, began to speak slowly. Not long ago, the brave warriors of Wilson Territory faced the trials of war. Yet, regrettably, some heroes have departed from us forever. Though their bodies may be gone, their spirits will endure eternally. Alongside Wilson Territory, his words conveyed profound sorrow. A heartfelt and poignant speech stirred the confidence within each citizen of Wilson Territory. Even Mance, standing beside Field, couldn't help but cast a curious glance at him. Field then approached a stone monument draped in red cloth. With a swift tug, he unveiled it, revealing a slab inscribed with the names of the fallen soldiers. The establishment of the Primary Education Academy had ensured that the citizens of Wilson could at least recognize a few characters. Mother, that's father's name. Instantly, tears welled in the eyes of everyone present. Field stood solemnly before the monument, bowing his head slightly, and performed a peculiar gesture to honor the deceased. Though the citizens and soldiers had never witnessed such an act before, it did not prevent them from following Field's lead. An inexplicable sorrow enveloped Wilson Square. Since Field's arrival on the Loya continent, he had discerned a flaw within its people, not a lack of material wealth, but rather a deficit in their spiritual realm. When Field first set foot in Wilson territory, the citizens were emotionally numb, their spiritual world shrouded in darkness, blindly obeying every command of their lord, merely existing. What lay ahead was uncertain for Field. But at that moment, the citizens of Wilson territory possessed a burgeoning spiritual world. In that instant, Field finally saw in them what it truly meant to live. Time seemed to stand still until Field lifted his gaze. Only then did the crowd begin to stir. The deceased would find peace, and the living would receive their rewards. If Field's gaze shifted to the steps below, where Nelson was approaching, fully understanding the moment. He brought forth several large chests filled with gold coins, ascending the steps with deliberate care. Of those whose names I call, please step forward to receive your gold. Before long, a middle-aged woman, accompanied by her 5 or 6 children, stepped forward. Field retrieved the coins and personally handed them to her. Your husband was a brave warrior. Wilson territory will forever remember him. Please accept our condolences. The woman wiped her tears, acknowledging that her husband's sacrifice for Wilson territory was worthwhile. He had not truly left her and their children behind. Her gaze drifted toward the monument. At that moment, a small, innocent voice inquired, "Brother, will father not come back?" Field found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, he would never return. No amount of gold could bring a life back. Just then, the woman gently tugged at the child, saying, "Reuben, this is young Master Field." At Field, unable to adopt the traditional noble indifference toward human life, felt a wave of shame wash over him, yet he had no regrets. The path to greatness was inevitably accompanied by death, an unavoidable reality. If he were to cower in a corner now, when disaster struck in the future, it would not only be the soldiers who would perish. What is a sin in the moment may be a benefit in the long run. Field recognized this then and would continue to do so in the future. In tumultuous times, the virtuous often meet their end more swiftly. In that instant, Field's resolve solidified further, and he spoke up.